Chapter 1. The Young Emperor of the Imperial Clan and the Young Lord of the Demon Clan. Within the vast expanse of the Qingge Dao domain, one of the 10 great Dao domains, lies the heavenly Qi immortal dynasty, a resplendent gem standing proudly amidst the cosmos. It is the only dynasty in this grand universe to bear the title of immortal, its name echoing like thunder, instilling awe and reverence among myriad races and drawing the attention of all surrounding domains. The depth of its heritage and the might of its power suggest an imminent ascension to the status of a primordial ancestral force. Recently, the heavenly Qi sacred city has been bustling with activity as formidable beings from the immortal dynasty and beyond converge upon it. Not only do figures from other Dao domains arrive, but also exceptional talents from the 3 great heavenly domains, piloting ancient vessels and warships. In a fleeting moment, the skies above the heavenly Qi sacred city are intertwined with ethereal pressures as vibrant beams of magical light rise and fall. The resonant hum of treasures fills the air, weaving a grand and awe-inspiring tapestry. The heavens rumble, reminiscent of a thunderous explosion that reverberates through the atmosphere, causing the cultivators within the sacred city to feel their blood surge and their hearts race. The sensation akin to a jolt of electricity. Countless individuals from various races and esteemed lineages within the city furrow their brows and gaze upward. Hiss, the dark blood demon dragons, what brings the demon race here? Shock and confusion ripple through the buildings of the sacred city. Suddenly, 2 dark blood demon dragons descend from the heavens, drawing a gilded chariot that tears through the sky. The fierce roars of the dragons instill a palpable fear among the cultivators below, silencing them in trepidation. Is it true that the heavenly Qi immortal dynasty has dealings with the demon race? Why would they send representatives today? It is only natural for the demon race to pay their respects at the Emperor's longevity banquet yet. Who could be steering the dark blood demon dragons? Could it be him? Murmurs of apprehension ripple among the talented individuals as they recall a name that strikes fear into the hearts of all. Wudao. Born with the most exalted status in the primordial universe, his father is the emperor of the imperial clan, while his mother hails from the 9 Nether Demon clan, a daughter of the demon lord. By the age of 10, he had reached the pinnacle of the Dharma phase, and at 20, he attained the peak of the divine king realm. After vanishing for 3 years, no one knows to what heights he has ascended. It is common knowledge, however, that 3 years prior, Wudao had nearly slain his half-brother in a fit of rage, an incident that sent shockwaves throughout the primordial universe. That it is said that the emperor, incensed by this, had once raised his hand in an attempt to obliterate him. What transpired afterward remains shrouded in mystery. Yet, all cultivators of the primordial universe are aware that these 2 dark blood demon dragons are a gift from the demon lord to Wudao, marking his coming of age. In the entire realm, only Wudao travels with dark blood demon dragons as his heralds. Young lord, we have arrived at the heavenly Qi sacred city, announced Yu of the 9 Nether Guards, who was responsible for guiding the chariot with utmost respect. Inside the chariot, Wudao raised an eyebrow, responding in a voice that was cool and detached, devoid of any discernible emotion. Clad in a resplendent black robe adorned with gold, his silver hair cascaded like frost, flowing freely about him. His visage is austere and piercing, with elongated, profound eyes, reminiscent of cold stars in a shadowy abyss, unfathomable in depth. That a hint of innate pride and disdain imbues his entire demeanor with an air of aloofness, deterring anyone from approaching him lightly. At this moment, his gaze sharpens slightly, and a faint glimmer of contemplation surfaces within the depths of his eyes. 3 years prior, during his endeavor to ascend to the Quasi-Saint realm, an ethereal remnant from another realm attempted to invade and seize his body at a critical juncture. However, the intruder failed and was instead devoured and assimilated by him, becoming a fragment of his own soul. Following this fusion, he acquired a mysterious entity known as the System, a peculiar existence revered in that foreign realm. Initially, he paid little heed to the sudden emergence of this system, for with his unparalleled talent and exalted status, he stood atop the world, gazing down upon the existence of all, even without the assistance of this so-called system. Yet, the system appeared to possess a form of sentience, as if it could perceive his innermost thoughts. Its inaugural task pointed ominously towards his brother, who had nearly met his demise at his hands. Simultaneously, the system's interface delineated the myriad clandestine actions of his brother lurking in the shadows, each revelation more chilling than the last. Among them, the revelation that his brother and maternal lineage had covertly participated in the disappearance of his mother ignited a murderous intent within him. Although, for various reasons, he ultimately refrained from slaying his brother, the system bestowed upon him a beginner's gift package. In the subsequent 3 years, he successfully embarked on the path of the system, reaping numerous rewards. This system now boasts 2 primary functions. Function 1. Fortune support. By binding with a fated individual of immense destiny, he may obtain system rewards and share in their various cultivation fruits. Function 2. Fortune devouring. By consuming the fated individual, he can strip them of their fortune and seize their opportunities, thus inheriting their destiny. Attribute page. In the next moment, he mentally summoned. Ding! A familiar blue interface materialized before him. Owner, Wudao. Identity, young emperor of the D clan, young sovereign of the demon clan. Cultivation, early saint realm. Physique, chaos immortal demon body, 30 activated. Destiny value, 23,800. Cultivation techniques, devouring immortals and demons. Imperial law, immortal demon rebirth technique. Divine emperor seal, 9 radiant sword intent. System all, not open. Innate abilities, heavenly Tao physical incarnation, not activated. Support and devour 10 fated individuals to activate. Storage space, divine demon emperor armor, blade of the emperor, 2 threads of heavenly Tao will. Number of supported fated individuals, Beitang Fengming, Lung Ruashi. Number of devoured fated individuals, 6. Latest system task released. The fated individual of the Tianji. Immortal Dynasty has appeared. The host may support or devour them to receive system rewards. Wudao glanced casually at it, then remarked, investigate the fated individual of the Tianji Immortal Dynasty. Ding. System investigation in progress. Investigation results generated. Name of the fated individual, Qingge. Identity, 9th princess of the Tianji Immortal Dynasty. Cultivation, quasi-god realm. Physique, dual souls in one body not. Activated Qingge. Emperor Wudao murmured, his brow slightly raised. In his recollection, the renowned prodigies of the Tianji Immortal Dynasty were the eldest princess Qingge and the 4th prince Hao. Notably, Qingge held a prominent reputation in the Hunyuan sacred universe. It was said that at her birth, the celestial sounds of the Tianji Immortal Dynasty resonated for 3,000 miles, accompanied by auspicious phenomena. There were whispers of her being the reincarnation of an immortal. Remarkably, she was also celebrated as a paragon among the ancient prodigies and a luminary on the celestial countenance list. Yet astonishingly, she was not the embodiment of the Tianji Immortal Dynasty's greatest fortune. Rather, it was her exceedingly unassuming sister, who had only attained the realm. The hierarchy of cultivation in the Hunyuan realm is delineated as follows: bone refinement, vein condensation, spirit entrance, soul palace, dharma manifestation, Junshun, true god, divine king, Jung Sheng, saint realm, saint king, emperor realm, and immortal emperor. Chapter 2. The fated female immortal and the 9th princess of the dynasty. Tingqiao Tower, a magnificent palace complex nestled within the Tianji sacred city, belongs to the Hunyuan Orthodoxy, backed by the celestial Dao Palace and the profound heritage of the Longevity clan and the Immortal sect. Those permitted to enter here are the esteemed prodigies and formidable figures from various ancient clans and sects within the Hunyuan sacred universe. The tower rises majestically upon a spiritual reef, drawing in the moonlight, shrouded in mist, resembling a sacred palace. This moment, renowned prodigies from various ancient clans and sects congregate within, some accompanied by attendants, striding confidently with an air of nobility, surrounded by a radiant aura. Others exhibit extraordinary grace and aloofness, enveloped in spiritual energy, while some possess breathtaking beauty and gentle charm, akin to celestial maidens descending to the mortal realm, exuding an ethereal quality. The longevity banquet of the G Emperor has stirred the entire Hunyuan sacred universe. Clans, sects, and the immortal sect have dispatched their prodigious heirs to convey their congratulations. Moreover, Rumors circulate that the Qi Emperor intends to seize this occasion to determine the rightful heir to the throne. This momentous news has sent ripples through various factions. As the foremost immortal dynasty in the Ta-Qing Dao domain, the selection of the heir by the Tianji immortal dynasty undoubtedly signifies a profound shift in the power dynamics. The myriad forces under the dynasty's dominion are quick to respond, eagerly seeking alliances that they can rely upon. They're acutely aware that identifying the future heir will allow them to ride the wave of power transition, ascending the hierarchy of the Tianji immortal dynasty, basking in glory and honor. Meanwhile, the ancient clans and sects in the Hunyuan sacred universe have traveled great distances, each harboring their own intentions and schemes, hoping that they're favored. Candidates will rise to prominence in the contest for the heirship and establish a close cooperative relationship with the Tianji immortal dynasty. This moment. Within Tingxiao Tower, a gathering of prodigies convenes, each one a celebrated figure in their own right. Some gaze towards the heavens, their eyes gleaming with determination, while others harbor deep-seated apprehension. The arrival of Emperor Wudao casts a shadow over the assembled elite, weighing heavily upon their hearts. It has been 3 years since his last appearance. I wonder if he has broken into the Dinsheng realm, spoke a young man clad in resplendent robes, sipping tea with a nonchalant demeanor. He is none other than the young master of the ancient Chu clan, Chu Tiannan. To think he might have advanced to Dinsheng? Brother Chu, you may be underestimating him. In a serene pavilion, a young woman gracefully prepared tea. Her beauty was unparalleled, with brows reminiscent of distant green hills, exuding an innate nobility amidst her poised demeanor. With every gesture, she radiated a sacred aura that demanded reverence, embodying the essence of royalty. Chu Tiannan's lips curled into a subtle smile, and a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes as he softly inquired, "Oh, what realm does the princess believe he currently occupies?" Upon hearing this, Ji Qingxue slowly lifted her gaze. He has likely progressed far beyond the Quasi-Saint realm. As her words fell, a hint of barely perceptible astonishment and gravity swept across the eyes of the young prodigies surrounding them. It was crucial to note that within the chaotic universe of Hunyuan, most of their contemporaries were still grappling within the realm of divine kings, struggling to transcend. To enter the divine king realm was to attain the status of an extraordinary prodigy. Yet, Wudao had not only ascended to the Quasi-Saint realm, but was also rumored to have advanced significantly within it. Such remarkable talent was indeed extraordinary. Nevertheless, no one dared to contradict Ji Qingxue, for Wudao was a figure whom even the Hunyuan Order Temple hesitated to place on the list of eternal prodigies. In the eyes of the Order Temple, Wudao had already been categorized as a dominant force, unmatched by his peers. "Princess, are you perhaps acquainted with him?" A prodigy from the immortal sect finally broke the silence, voicing the collective curiosity. They had not heard of any prince or princess from the Tianji immortal dynasty having any dealings with Wudao. Moreover, the demonic clan typically remained indifferent to the affairs of the Hunyuan universe, maintaining a detached stance. Even significant events, such as the selection of a crown prince by the Tianji immortal dynasty, did not stir much interest among the demonic clan. Thus, their curiosity was piqued regarding why Wudao had come. "I have never met him, and no one from the Tianji immortal dynasty has interacted with him either," Ji Qingxue replied, shaking her head, a hint of perplexity crossing her features. Given her status, she would have certainly known if anyone from the dynasty was familiar with Wudao. In that case, we are in for an intriguing spectacle, Chu Tiannan remarked with a mysterious smile. Only a few prodigies within the pavilion grasped the underlying amusement in his words, while many remained puzzled. "Brother Chu, do not keep us in suspense. What is this spectacle you speak of? Please share with us," inquired a youth from an ancient clan, unable to contain his curiosity. Chu Tiannan chuckled lightly. "I have heard that a member of the imperial family has had dealings with the fourth prince, and that an imperial figure has been seen in Tianji's sacred city. Surely, you all recall the events from 3 years ago?" He continued, "Now that the two are destined to meet, do you think a spectacle will unfold?" At his words, the crowd paused, and expressions of intrigue began to manifest. Meanwhile, a smile graced Ji Qingxue's exquisite visage, as she had not anticipated that Chu Haowu would inadvertently present her with this opportunity. The enmity between Wudao and was well known throughout the Hunyuan universe. This moment provided her with the perfect chance to connect with Wudao, who would undoubtedly not refuse her overture. Simultaneously, in the depths of the Tianji sacred city palace, a tranquil courtyard awaited. Stepping into the courtyard felt akin to entering a realm of serenity, far removed from the worldly chaos. Surrounded by powdery white walls and dark tiles, the winding paths create a sanctuary, isolating one from the clamor and splendor of the outside world. A serpentine pebble pathway, embraced by lush grass, quietly leads to a pavilion nestled within the courtyard. Within this serene space, a young woman clad in simple attire is deeply engrossed in her practice. Her figure is graceful, her features exquisite, with her eyes gently closed. Her expression is one of intense concentration, and an aura of ethereal energy seems to dance around her like delicate ribbons, floating gracefully in the air. However, as time elapses, this tranquility is disrupted. Her visage gradually contorts, revealing an emerging pain. Suddenly, a spray of crimson blood erupts from her cherry lips, akin to a wilting red plum blossom, bursting forth in a striking scarlet against the backdrop of stillness. In an instant, the once vibrant energy retreats like receding tides, and her fragile form begins to tremble slightly. Wide her lips move faintly, murmuring to herself, her voice laden with boundless confusion and reluctance. Her bright eyes, now dimmed, gaze vacantly into the distance. Chapter 3. The Hidden Shackles of Destiny Within the Heart. 5 years. A full 5 years. She resembled a butterfly ensnared in a web, struggling in the shackles of the Quasi-Divine realm, unable to break free from the invisible constraints that bound her. Countless times, she endeavored to transcend her limits. Yet each attempt ended in failure. It seemed as though invisible hands were shrouding her, rendering all her efforts mere illusions. This arduous path of cultivation became increasingly challenging, each step fraught with difficulty. She was unwilling to accept this fate. How could she possibly be content? As the 9th princess of the Celestial Dynasty, her seemingly noble status concealed a profound loneliness and despair. Lacking a powerful maternal clan as support, she drifted like a rootless weed in this treacherous court, devoid of stability. Since she attained awareness, the instances of meeting her father, the emperor, could be counted on one hand. Following her mother's demise, she had never laid eyes on her father again. This magnificent palace of the Celestial Dynasty, which others perceived as a symbol of power and glory, felt to her like a frigid, unyielding prison, confining her within its cold embrace. Thus, she resolved to defy fate, dedicating herself to her cultivation with fervor, yearning for the day when she could shatter the shackles that bound her and seize control of her own destiny. However, fate seemed to revel in its cruel games. Despite her exceptional talent, once she stepped into the Quasi-Divine realm, it felt as if she were cursed, her path of cultivation plummeting to a standstill. Unbidden, images of her mother's departure flooded her mind. Her once dazed eyes sharpened, reflecting a cold intensity. She craved vengeance. She was determined to make those who had once oppressed her and her mother pay dearly. 9th Princess. 9th Princess. The urgent calls shattered the tranquility of the palace courtyard. The emperor has issued a decree, commanding the Long Princess to host a gathering of prodigies, inviting the illustrious talents from within the Tianji sacred city to congregate. Word has spread that the ancient prodigy, Wudao, has appeared in the Tianji sacred city, igniting a frenzy of discussion among the populace. The maid, Xiaohe, rushed in, her face alight with surprise and excitement. Typically, she would not intrude upon Qingge so recklessly. For Qingge cherished tranquility and had little interest in the complexities of social interactions. Moreover, due to her unique position, she often faced disdain and coldness from some within the court. Over time, the maids serving her became indifferent to the affairs of the outside world, seldom bringing them up. Yet today was markedly different. The arrival of Wudao had caused unprecedented commotion in the Tianji sacred city. Not long ago, after a meeting between Wudao and the emperor immediately commanded the hosting of this grand gathering. The significance of this event was evident, reflecting Wudao's esteemed status among the ancient clans and doctrines within the primordial sacred realm. The title of ancient prodigy inspired admiration and a sense of inferiority among countless talents. However, as Xiaohe stepped into the courtyard and her gaze met Qingge's, her smile abruptly froze, giving way to profound concern. Only a faint trace of glaring blood lingered at the corner of Qingge's mouth, her once rosy cheeks now devoid of color, rendering her figure weak and haggard. Qingge observed Xiaohe's anxious expression, offering a gentle smile, as if to soothe her concerns. With a delicate gesture, she casually wiped away the blood from her lips, exuding an air of nonchalance. The ancient demon emperor Wudao? Qingge murmured softly, her tone flat, betraying little emotional fluctuation. Indeed, princess, Xiaoyi hastily nodded. She quickly approached Qingge, supporting her somewhat frail body, and continued. I have heard that upon his arrival in Tianji sacred city, His Majesty personally met with him. Such an honor is unparalleled among other prodigies. A smirk graced Qingge's lips, tinged with sarcasm. From her understanding of her father, the reason for Wudao's exceptional treatment was clear. It stemmed from the formidable backing of the imperial and demonic clans. These two dominant forces rendered even the Tianji celestial dynasty. Not to mention the deeply rooted Chongqing clan and the secluded immortal palace, compelled to set aside their arrogance and engage with courtesy when confronted. Furthermore, Wudao was unlike other prodigies. In the realm of the Hunyuan sacred universe, ancient clans and renowned sects typically awaited their heirs to reach the realms of divine king or quasi-saint. Yet, Wudao transcended such conventions, predetermined from birth as the scion of two pinnacle powers. With such an exalted dual identity, who within the vast Hunyuan sacred universe could possibly compare? In the tranquil courtyard of Tianji Sacred City, Wudao sat before a stone table, casually perusing detailed records regarding the Tianji celestial dynasty, his demeanor serene. After a considerable time, he raised his gaze slightly to the young woman clad in a fitted outfit before him and gently inquired, Has Ming'er not yet arrived? The woman, graceful and strikingly beautiful, exuded a gentle demeanor. She was Beitang Qingyu, the maidservant of Beitang Fengming. Beitang Qingyu bowed respectfully and replied, returning to the young lord. The young lady is currently in seclusion for her cultivation and has specifically sent me to attend to you. Wudao lifted a cup from the table, taking a delicate sip, remaining silent. Observing this, Beitang Qingyu's eyes dimmed momentarily, a flicker of indescribable disappointment crossing her features. However, she quickly masked her emotions, standing respectfully to the side. After a brief interval, Wudao set aside the documents in his hand and asked, Is there an unexpected development concerning the position of the heavenly Dao Immortal Palace's heir? Beitang Qingyu responded, There is no surprise. It is merely that the young lady does not wish to exhibit any slackness during this critical moment. Wudao chuckled softly, murmuring to himself, This girl remains as tenacious as ever. Beitang Fengming was the first companion on Wudao's path of cultivation, and she was also his initial destined supporter, holding an irreplaceable place in his heart. Not only was she celebrated as the most talented woman in the Hunyuan sacred universe, but she also ranked third on the ancient prodigies list. With unparalleled talent, she was the object of admiration for countless outstanding individuals in the Hunyuan sacred universe. Young lord, the holy priest from the Order seeks an audience. At that moment, Yui stepped forward to stand before Wudao, bowing respectfully. Wudao raised his gaze slightly, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes. The Order Sanctuary, established by the Primordial Orthodox Alliance, serves as the guardian of order, wielding dominion over the entirety of the primordial sacred universe. Within this vast and boundless expanse, the Order Sanctuary holds an exalted status. After all, backed by the Primordial Orthodox. To defy the will of the Order Sanctuary is tantamount to challenging the majesty of the Primordial Orthodox, the consequences of which are all too evident. Chapter 4. The Ancient Ruins of the Celestial Order. Before long, the holy priestess, adorned in the robes of order, stepped gracefully into the courtyard under the guidance of Yui. An aura of solemnity, characteristic of the order, emanated from her. However, upon meeting the gaze of Wudao, even as a formidable being of the sacred realm, she instinctively lowered her posture. Slightly bowing, she spoke softly, I have come to pay my respects, young lord. Wudao merely cast a fleeting glance her way, instantly recognizing her identity. Lin Ruashi, the daughter of the Holy Temple's emperor priest. What brings you here? He inquired. Lin Ruashi raised her eyes to meet the fifth generation, a flicker of subtle surprise crossing her features. It was rumored that Wudao had reached a level close to that of a quasi-saint, yet she found herself utterly unable to perceive his true strength, stirring a sense of unease within her. Nevertheless, she concealed her thoughts and replied, The Emperor Priest has sent me to inquire if the Demon Clan is adequately prepared for the upcoming battlefield of the Myriad Realms. The battlefield of the Myriad Realms serves as a unique method for the ancient clans of the 3 heavens and 10 domains to select outstanding talents from the lower realms. Occurring once every century, its significance is undeniable. Within the vast expanse of the primordial sacred universe, The 3 heavens and 10 domains are revered as the upper realms, beneath which lie 300 ancient worlds. These ancient worlds have been meticulously divided among the ancient clans of the upper realms, thus becoming their direct territories. Beneath these 300 ancient worlds are countless mortal realms, scattered like stars across the corners of the primordial sacred universe. Due to their sheer number and complexity, there is no clear delineation of ownership, and various powers covet them. It is precisely for this reason that the battlefield of the myriad realms was established, serving as a pathway for the beings of these mortal realms to ascend to the upper realms. Organized in turn by the primordial orthodoxy, the imperial clan, the celestial order, and the demon clan, it rotates every century. This year, it happens to be the demon clan's responsibility to prepare. You lack the standing to inquire about matters pertaining to the demon clan. When the time is ripe, they will announce to the various clans of the primordial universe. Wudao stated in a tone that was flat, as if discussing an everyday occurrence. Hearing his somewhat arrogant words, a flicker of displeasure stirred within Lin Ruoshi. As the daughter of the Holy Temple's emperor-priest, a position of great reverence, she was accustomed to being treated with utmost respect by the leaders of the ancient clans. Yet today, Wudao seemed to regard her with complete indifference. With a cold demeanor, she retorted, "The Holy Temple governs the order of the primordial universe. There is nothing within this realm that the Holy Temple cannot." However, before her words could fully escape her lips, her expression shifted dramatically. A terrifying pressure surged forth like an overwhelming tide, engulfing her entirely. Without a moment to ponder, she hastily summoned the sacred power within her, and in an instant, a radiant barrier of holy light enveloped her. Yet, soon her eyes widened in horror. The moment that dreadful pressure made contact with her protective barrier, it felt as if it had collided with an insurmountable force, shattering it in an instant. With a thunderous crash, the sound resonated throughout the courtyard. Her body was propelled backward, stumbling for dozens of meters before she barely managed to stabilize herself. A trickle of blood escaped the corner of her mouth, and disbelief flickered in her eyes. Wudao set down the cup in his hand and rose unhurriedly. "Do you think that as the daughter of the Emperor Si, representing the orthodox path of the Hunyuan, you can act recklessly before me?" With that, he stepped toward Lin Ruoshi, and with each stride, the terrifying pressure surrounding him intensified. After just a few steps, Lin Ruoshi found herself trembling involuntarily. Haha, Wudao, Ruoshi is still young and naive. Why bother to lower yourself to her level? Just as Lin Ruoshi felt overwhelmed, a laugh echoed from the void. As the laughter resonated, the oppressive aura emanating from Wudao dissipated. Lin Ruoshi felt as though she had been granted a reprieve. Beads of sweat rolling down her face as she gasped for breath. The void tore open, revealing a middle-aged man with a smile, who stepped forward slowly. Upon seeing the appearance of Emperor Si, Wudao displayed no semblance of surprise, merely stating calmly, "I was merely teaching her a lesson in humanity." Even within the Hunyuan holy universe, the orthodox path cannot cover the heavens alone, let alone a mere order temple. Upon hearing this, Emperor Si simply smiled gently, not taking it to heart. He then turned his gaze to Lin Ruoshi, whose complexion was slightly pale, his eyes reflecting a hint of reproach and helplessness. "You foolish girl. I have warned you before that the depths of Wudao are not something you can casually probe. Now you have tasted the bitterness of that warning." Lin Ruoshi, still shaken, was filled with astonishment. As someone at the mid-stage of the sacred realm, she considered herself a formidable figure within the Hunyuan. Yet, under Wudao's pressure, she crumbled so easily, unable to endure even for a moment. What terrifying realm had Wudao reached now? "Go ahead. I suspect your visit today is not merely to inquire about the preparations for the myriad realms battlefield," Wudao remarked, his attention fixed on Emperor Si. He perceived that while the preparations for the battlefield were significant, they were insufficient to warrant Emperor Si's personal visit. Upon hearing this, the casual demeanor of Emperor Si shifted to a more serious tone. Not long ago, the Celestial Palace had discovered an ancient relic within the Jiangnan Sea. According to the palace's deductions, it was highly likely to be the remains of the Jun Tianxian sect from the ancient epic. The palace had already conferred with the pinnacle ancient clans of the Hunyuan, including the Xian and imperial families, hoping that the demon clan would agree to hold the upcoming Myriad Realms battlefield at this ancient site. This arrangement would not only allow all the prodigies of the Hunyuan holy universe to gain experience, but also secure opportunities for various clans to inherit the teachings of the Xian sect. Listening to Emperor Si's words, a slight arch appeared in Wudao's brow. Although Emperor Si claimed to be negotiating with him, in reality, It was no different from directly notifying the demon clan. The various clans of the Hunyuan Holy Universe had already reached a consensus, should the demon clan refuse. It would inevitably incite dissatisfaction among the clans and significantly impact the forthcoming Myriad Realms battlefield. I am indifferent to the location of the Myriad Realms battlefield. My sole curiosity lies in the benefits that the demon clan might derive from it. To preside over the Myriad Realms battlefield once every century. Do not presume that a mere decree from the celestial palace of the heavenly Tao can strip us of that privilege. Chapter 5. The gathering of talents at the celestial banquet. The emperor understood clearly that the actions of the celestial palace of the heavenly path had undoubtedly infringed upon the interests of the demon race, inciting their discontent. Should the demon race fail to reap their due benefits from this matter, future dealings of the primordial orthodoxy would inevitably be hampered by numerous constraints imposed by them. Such a scenario would be detrimental to the maintenance of order within the primordial sacred universe. During the grand battlefield event, the demon race still retained the privilege of selecting their champions from the lower realms. Furthermore, once the competition for the ancient relic's inheritance concluded, the ownership of this relic would rightfully belong to the demon race. The Emperor Wudao chose not to respond immediately, his gaze deep and inscrutable, rendering it difficult for others to discern his thoughts. The value of such ancient relics is self-evident, beyond the potential treasures of inheritance they may harbor. These relics also represent vast resources. After all, locations capable of forming ancient relics are either supported by immense spiritual veins or possess abundant resources themselves. However, all of this hinges on the relic being exceptional. Should it be decrepit, its value would naturally diminish. Since the various ancient clans of the primordial orthodoxy had reached a consensus, what could the demon race possibly fear? A smile graced Emperor C's face, as if he were unsurprised by Emperor Wudao's eventual agreement. Thus, the matter was settled. He then turned to Lin Ruoshi and said, "Let us depart, young lady. Today, we owe our gratitude to Wudao's mercy. Otherwise, you would have faced great hardship." As he observed the direction in which they departed, Emperor Wudao's eyes narrowed slightly. To seek profit from the demon race was perhaps overly naive, given that the primordial orthodoxy was so eager to unlock this relic. Emperor Wudao seized the opportunity to discern their true intentions. Simultaneously, this contest for the relic would gather the finest talents from across the entire primordial sacred universe, which would also serve as a boon for his own destined companions. He commanded the Jiuyu guards to thoroughly investigate all available information regarding the ancient relic and the Tianjin immortal sect. Following this, Emperor Wudao instructed Yue, who stood beside him. After issuing his orders, he departed the courtyard with Beidang Qingyu. In the sacred city of Tianji, within the residence of the Grand Princess, the estate sprawled across a vast expanse, adorned with pavilions and towers, intricately carved beams and painted rafters, displaying exquisite craftsmanship. At this moment, a grand banquet for the talented was underway within the Grand Princess's estate. Outside the gates, traffic flowed incessantly, and the throngs of people surged like a river. Champions from various ancient clans arrived, skillfully riding rare steeds, treading upon clouds of vibrant colors, or riding in carriages shimmering with divine light, converging from all directions. In addition to the prominent figures from each ancient clan, the outstanding heirs of the younger generation, including the Holy Sons, followed closely behind. Each individual who emerged was a formidable young sovereign, unmatched by their peers. For a moment, the sacred city of Tianji resembled a blazing inferno, teeming with excitement, as if a magnificent era was dawning. Look, even the reclusive immortal palace has produced an exceptional figure. That resemblance is unmistakable. It's Xiao Jingyun, a direct disciple of the ZY Immortal Palace, exclaimed a cultivator, gazing up at the divine radiance swirling in the heavens with astonishment. In an instant, a series of exclamations echoed around him. It was Yuqiong from the Yi family of Chongqing. Additionally, individuals from the ancient Chu clan, the Holy Heaven Court, the ancestral Dragon Dynasty, and the Changtian Divine Sect had also arrived. Within a brief moment, these individuals witnessed one renowned prodigy after another in the sacred universe. A full third of the top 100 prodigies on the Eternal Prodigy ranking had gathered here. Miss, how lively it is. So many powerful prodigies and elites. Look. In the crowd, Xiaohe, filled with excitement, tugged at Qingge and pointed at the magnificent spectacle in the sky. Qingge, her face veiled, concealed her expression but merely cast a faint glance across the scene. She did not reveal her true identity. Instead, she had managed to obtain an invitation to the prodigy banquet through her status, solely to witness the grace of prodigies from various regions of the sacred universe. After all, given her background, encountering her royal brothers and sisters at the banquet would likely subject her to their cold glares and mockery. "Let us go," she softly instructed the exuberant Xiaohe. With that, she stepped towards the direction of the residence. Just as they reached the entrance, a sudden roar resonated from the heavens above. A golden sacred beast, enveloped in a halo of divine light, raced through the sky, pulling an extraordinarily lavish carriage that landed steadily before the gates of the residence. The overwhelming and domineering aura surged forth, causing Qingge and Xiaohe to stagger backwards several steps. Xiaohe, her face flushed with anger, was about to voice her objections. "Impudent! How dare you obstruct the path of our holy son? Are you tired of living?" Before Xiaohe could finish her words, the guard driving the golden carriage had already shouted angrily, ruthlessly cracking his whip. In his eyes, individuals like Qingge and Xiaohe, who had yet to reach the divine realm, were unworthy even to be attendants of his holy son. Seeing this, a glint of coldness flickered in Qingge's eyes. In a swift motion, she positioned herself in front of Xiaohe, raising her hand to block the fierce lash. With a dull thud, Qingge, ultimately still lacking in strength, was sent reeling backward from the impact. At that moment, the door of the golden carriage slowly opened, and a young man stepped out. Upon seeing him, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. It was Jingyang, the holy son of the golden sacred clan. Jingyang's arrogant gaze landed coldly on Qingge and Xiaohe. Not even considering their lowly cultivation, he coldly commanded, "Break a leg." "Yes, holy son." The guard replied, a fierce expression overtaking his face as he strode toward Qingge, whip in hand. Qingge's delicate face had grown exceedingly cold, while Xiaohe behind her had turned pale as a ghost. "Strike! Kill him!" At that critical moment, a chilling and merciless voice suddenly echoed in Qingge's mind. She trembled at the sudden command. Yet, there was no time to ponder further as the guard rapidly approached. A malicious grin plastered across his face as he swung the whip. She found herself with no other choice but to suppress the doubts that plagued her heart, pouring every ounce of her strength into the oncoming assault of the guards. An astonishing scene unfolded before her. The guards, once fierce and formidable, appeared as though they had been ensnared by some mysterious and potent force, frozen in place as if under a spell of immobilization. The spiritual energy that coursed around them dissipated rapidly, confined by an invisible power. In their eyes, the former ferocity and arrogance were supplanted by sheer terror. Chapter 6. A glimpse of fate intertwined in the midst of an uncanny silence. Qingge's palm firmly pressed against the chest of the guard. A series of bone-cracking sounds shattered the brief tranquility. Blood gushed from the guard's mouth, his body propelled backward as if struck by an immense force. Until the very last moment of his life, disbelief lingered on his face. He could scarcely fathom that he would perish at the hands of a practitioner on the verge of divinity. Not only he, but Qingge, the holy son of Jingyang. And the onlookers were all taken aback by the spectacle. Qingge's eyes widened, instinctively glancing at her own hand, unable to believe that the assault had originated from her. The expression on the holy son of Jingyang's face darkened considerably, feeling as though he had been slapped in the face, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. His cold gaze locked onto Qingge, scrutinizing her closely. To his surprise, he found himself unable to discern the true strength concealed within this woman. Yet, at that moment, he had no time for anything else. In his view, this woman had audaciously dared to slay his guard in front of him. An unequivocal affront to the dignity of the Golden Holy Clan. "Very well, you are courting death," he coldly declared. As his words fell, radiant light began to flicker within his palm, a dazzling golden glow materializing. Instantly, the surrounding space started to tremble violently. At that moment, the formidable aura of the divine king realm was unleashed without reservation, spreading outward and enveloping the crowd in a heavy pressure. Following that, he raised his hand and summoned a colossal palm print from thin air, imbued with a heart-pounding divine force, descending upon Qingge as if to utterly crush her. The overwhelming power of this strike rendered Qingge's complexion pale. She understood all too well that, with her current strength, she could not withstand such an onslaught. With no other recourse, she shut her eyes, drawing Xiaohe tightly behind her, bracing herself to endure this fatal blow alone. However, as seconds ticked by, the anticipated cataclysmic force never arrived. Missy Xiaohe's incredulous voice broke through from behind her, prompting Qingge to slowly open her eyes. A cascade of silvery hair fell into view, resembling flowing moonlight, exuding an air of haughty aloofness. His sword-like brows were sharply defined, with a high nose and slightly pursed lips. Yet, on that astonishing visage was an expression of extreme indifference, radiating an aura that repelled others from 1,000 miles away. as if all things in the world were but insignificant ants in his eyes. Qingge's heart skipped a beat, leaving her momentarily stunned in place. Behind Wudao, that enormous golden hand appeared to be halted by an invisible force, suspended in midair without a hint of movement. As Wudao turned, the seemingly invincible golden palm instantaneously shattered, transforming into countless specks of golden light that dissipated into the air. His icy gaze fell upon the golden sun saint, accompanied by a disdainful snort that reverberated like a thunderclap in the ears of the latter. In an instant, the once imperious countenance of the golden sun saint turned ashen. His body uncontrollably propelled from the gilded chariot, crashing heavily to the ground, blood welling at the corner of his mouth. How could this be? The golden sun saint's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured to himself. Yet, despite the tumult of shock and fury within him, he dared not make a single move. For he had recognized the identity of the intruder. He could acutely sense that any slight hint of defiance on his part would provoke an immediate and merciless response from Wudao. That gaze, akin to one surveying mere ants, brushed lightly across his face, evoking an overwhelming sense of shame and indignation in the usually proud golden sun saint. Take her. Wudao disregarded the golden sun saint entirely, merely issuing a command to bait Qingge before striding purposefully toward the residence. It was only when Wudao's figure had completely vanished from sight that the onlookers shook off their stupor, a chorus of astonished voices echoing along the ancient path. It is he, Wudao, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed. No wonder the golden sun saint lacked even the courage to resist. Who among the younger generation could possibly rival him in the primordial sacred universe? A wave of gasps surged from the crowd gathered outside the residence. Meanwhile, within the estate, a vastly different scene unfolded. The prominent talents had gathered in a lively assembly, toasting and sharing laughter. Groups formed, fervently discussing a myriad of topics. As the hostess, Qingge navigated seamlessly among the distinguished guests, each step eliciting admiration. After all, even without considering her innate gifts, her renowned beauty was enough to captivate anyone's gaze. On the opposite side of the grand hall, numerous other talents had also congregated, with the fourth prince of the Tianji celestial dynasty, Hao, accompanying them. Leading the assembly was the imperial scion, whose remarkable talents could not be overlooked, even after his near-fatal encounter with Wudao 3 years prior. After all, in the realm of the primordial sacred universe, his title as the second on the ancient celestial talents list rendered him a figure of great awe. The imminent opening of the myriad realms battlefield stirred speculation about whether any unparalleled prodigies would emerge from the lower realms this time. Amidst this, a young talent within the hall remarked, what remarkable prodigies could possibly arise from the lower realms? At best, a few mediocre ones. A disciple of a sacred ground scoffed in response. Do not underestimate the lower realms. The deputy master of the Ziwei celestial palace emerged from there, as did the third elder of the Tiandao celestial palace. It takes centuries for 1 or 2 prodigies to appear. What does that amount to? Retorted another disciple from a major sect with an air of arrogance. Beside Qingge, Chu Tianan listened intently to the ongoing discussions, his eyes reflecting a nuanced curiosity. With a slight smile gracing his lips, he spoke softly. When it comes to talent, who in this vast world can rival the likes of Emperor Wudao? After a brief pause, his gaze shifted to Qingge. I have heard that Emperor Wudao has arrived in the holy city of Tianji. I wonder if the Grand Princess has had the honor of meeting him? Qingge gently shook her head, a smile illuminating her face as she replied. I have yet to encounter the esteemed emperor, but I have long admired his remarkable presence. This seemingly casual exchange, however, rendered the surrounding prodigies hesitant to interject. The atmosphere within the grand hall grew subtly tense, with many eyes unconsciously drifting towards the serene figure of Emperor Yi, who sat quietly sipping tea. His expression was as tranquil as a still lake, betraying no hint of disturbance. Yet, his silence did not imply that the stillness would persist unchallenged. With a scoff, the sixth prince of the Zulong dynasty wore a distinctly disdainful expression as he loudly proclaimed, Chu Tiannan, as a celebrated figure on the prodigy list. How can you so easily elevate another's stature? I know not the extent of Emperor Wudao's brilliance, but his absence for 3 years raises questions. He may well have faded into obscurity. Chapter 7. The Hidden Secrets of the Tianji Celestial Dynasty at the utterance of those words. An immediate silence enveloped the grand hall. Observing this atmosphere, Chu Tiannan's lips curled into a faint smile, choosing not to engage in a rebuttal. After all, his intention was merely to gauge the Emperor Yi's reaction. As for the sixth prince of the Zulong dynasty, in Chu Tiannan's eyes, he was no different from a foolish, ignorant individual. How could one who travels with the dark blood demon dragon as his escort possibly succumb so easily? The Hunyuan Sacred Universe's ancient prodigies would not be so easily defeated. Otherwise, such a title would lose its worth. In this subtly charged moment, a sudden commotion erupted outside the hall, drawing everyone's attention. As the crowd turned their gaze, many were taken aback. Even the usually composed Qingge raised her delicate brows in surprise. Two figures were seen approaching the entrance of the hall. The man was tall and elegant, his eyes sparkling like stars, exuding an extraordinary aura with every gesture. It was him. Wasn't he supposed to be in seclusion? A look of astonishment crossed the faces of the young talents within the hall. The newcomers were none other than Xiao Jingyun, a direct disciple of the Ziwei Celestial Palace, accompanied by a woman of ethereal grace, reminiscent of a celestial being. Her brows arched like distant mountains, her eyes as clear as autumn waters. Clad in a flowing gown of pristine white, she radiated an otherworldly charm. At first glance, they appeared to be a divine couple, the woman named Xiao Runan, also a direct disciple of the Ziwei Celestial Palace. Their arrival silenced all conversation within the Grand Hall. Many turned their eyes toward Qingge, for it was well known that the Qi Emperor's longevity banquet had not extended invitations to the Ziwei Celestial Palace. In the Hunyuan Sacred Era, individuals from various ancient clans and traditions were acutely aware of the existing tensions between the Tianji Celestial Dynasty and the Ziwei Celestial Palace. However, few were privy to the profound ties that actually existed between the two factions. The first emperor and empress of the Tianji Celestial Dynasty were, in fact, the daughter of the Ziwei Celestial Palace's leader. By this account, their relationship should have been as close as family. Moreover, during the initial rise of the Tianji Celestial Dynasty, they had received considerable support from the Ziwei Celestial Palace. Yet, as time has passed, these two forces have diverged. And the reasons behind this schism are likely known only to the most powerful among them. Nevertheless, at this moment, Qingge maintained her composure. She gracefully approached, her smile radiant as she greeted. Qingge pays her respects to young Master Xiao and Fairy Xiao. There is no need for excessive formality, Princess. Xiao Jingzhen replied with a calm demeanor, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Beside him, Xiao Renan's gaze subtly scanned the hall, as if searching for a particular figure. Upon hearing this, Qingge smiled gently. Young Master Xiao, you flatter me. It is indeed an honor for Qingge to host you both. There is no question of blame. With that, Qingge gracefully led the two to the seating area, positioning them at the prominent place on her right, directly opposite the stern-faced Emperor Yi. After taking their seats, the three exchanged subtle nods. From this slight gesture, it was evident to the onlookers that the trio was not unfamiliar with one another, suggesting past interactions, especially when De and Xiao Jingyun locked eyes. A hint of an elusive smile lingered deep within their gazes, imbued with an air of mystery and intrigue. Xiao Jingyun slowly surveyed his surroundings, absorbing the subtle atmosphere within the hall. Before inquiring, I overheard the passionate discussions of my esteemed brothers while strolling outside the hall. Might I ask what significant matters have captured your attention? In response, Qingge offered a faint smile, maintaining her poise and tranquility, and replied candidly. It is nothing of great importance, merely the curiosity surrounding the demeanor of the young emperor. Oh, Xiao Jingyun paused, his expression momentarily faltering. What merit could a yet-to-emerge individual possess that warrants such prolonged discourse? I have heard during my journey here that the Qi Emperor's longevity banquet will select a crown prince. Is there any truth to this? Upon hearing these words, many present, who had previously appeared relaxed, suddenly stiffened, their gazes turning toward Xiao Jingyun, clearly taken aback by his forthright inquiry upon his arrival. Qingge's eyes shimmered as she understood that Xiao Jingyun's visit today was not incidental, but rather purposeful. However, the Qi Emperor's intention to select a crown prince was not a secret she sought to conceal. Her father indeed harbored such aspirations, albeit without any confirmation at present. Is that so? Xiao Jingyun's lips curled into a semblance of surprise as he continued. I have also heard that the selection of the crown prince in the immortal dynasty requires the royal bloodline to enter the Tianji secret realm and obtain the inheritance of the Tianji immortal source to be officially recognized as the crown prince. Might I inquire if the princess has confidence in acquiring the immortal source inheritance during this venture into the secret realm? As soon as Xiao Jingyun's words fell, a chorus of murmurs erupted, intertwining in a cacophony of astonishment. What? There is such a requirement? What is the Tianji immortal source? Qingge, seated at the forefront, also exhibited a slight change in countenance. The Tianji secret realm held immense significance within the Tianji immortal dynasty. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that the revered status of the Tianji immortal dynasty today was largely attributed to the Tianji immortal source. The immortal source harbored formidable celestial power, capable of refining the spiritual bodies of cultivators, eliminating impurities within, and ultimately achieving a celestial spiritual form. However, the immortal source was peculiar in that it necessitated the joint entry of a male and female to maintain the balance of yin and yang. In bygone eras, whenever the Tianji secret realm was opened, the Tianji immortal dynasty would invite distinguished disciples from the ZY immortal palace to enter the realm together. It was only after the Qi emperor ascended to power that this long-standing tradition was abolished. To resolve this matter, the Tianji immortal dynasty expended substantial resources as compensation, persuading the ZY immortal palace to acquiesce and quell the ensuing turmoil. Qingge had not anticipated that what should have remained a tacit understanding between both parties would be so brazenly disclosed by Xiao Jingyun today. What? Has the reclusive immortal palace now stooped to openly coveting the foundations of others? You pale in comparison to Xiao Jingfeng. Just then, a voice as piercing as a cold wind suddenly resonated from outside the grand hall. The gathered prodigies trembled at the sound, their faces displaying expressions of shock. Particularly in the case of D.E., on that originally proud and imperious visage, a fleeting glimmer of fear and trepidation, one that even he had not consciously recognized, momentarily crossed the depths of his gaze. Chapter 8. As unyielding as ever the crowd raised their eyes, and before them stood a figure of cold, aloof majesty. Dressed in a flowing black robe adorned with golden embellishments, he appeared tall and regal, his handsome visage framed by slanted brows that soared into his temples, and his deep-set eyes exuded an aura of detachment, repelling all who dared approach. In an instant, the entire hall felt as though it had been struck by a heavy bomb, erupting into a cacophony of gasps and awe. It was he. The formidable Emperor Wudao had arrived. At that moment, Qingge had already risen, her previously icy demeanor melting away, replaced by an exquisite smile. She had not anticipated Emperor Wudao's presence, especially at such a critical juncture. Unbidden, the hints her father had dropped earlier that day surfaced in her mind, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, rendering her even more enchanting. Following her lead, other prodigies rose as well, including Di and Xiao Jingyun. Their gazes met in the air, both reflecting a shared gravity. Within the realm of the primordial sacred universe, Emperor Wudao's influence among the younger generation had reached its zenith. Gifted with unparalleled talent, he was renowned. However, his demeanor was marked by arrogance and an utter disregard for any semblance of decorum. His attempt on his own brother's life was a clear indication of his contempt for rules. Today, I am honored by the presence of the young master. I regret that I could not extend a proper welcome. Qingge stepped forward with poise, regaining her usual elegant composure. She offered a slight bow in deference to Emperor Wudao. His gaze settled on Qingge as he spoke flatly. Today, I meet with the Qi Emperor, who has spoken of you on numerous occasions. He regards you as a pride of the younger generation of the Tianji celestial dynasty. However, in my view, should you wish to lead the Tianji celestial dynasty in the future, you still lack a certain resolve. According to the information displayed on the system page, Qingge's extraordinary talent was undeniable. With her mid-stage divine king realm and innate holy body, she already ranked among the elite of the younger generation within the primordial sacred universe. At present, from any perspective, she seemed far more suitable than Qingge to receive Emperor Wudao's mentorship. For Emperor Wudao, whether it was Qingge or Qingge, they were merely tools for his utilization. Nurturing either of them bore no essential difference to him. Should Qingge lack the capital to rise, he would not hesitate to allow Qingge to assume the destined role. Upon hearing these words, Qingge's delicate form quivered slightly, yet she maintained a respectful demeanor. In a soft voice, she replied, "The young master's teachings I shall forever engrave upon my heart, never to be forgotten." Within the hall, the assembled prodigies listened to the exchange between Emperor Wudao and Qingge. Their expressions varied. A few among them could not help but feel a flicker of discontent. After all, Emperor Wudao's words bore the weight of an imperial decree, as though he were unilaterally deciding the heir of the Tianji celestial dynasty. A derisive laugh suddenly pierced the air within the hall. The crowd turned their gaze towards the source of the voice, where the sixth prince of the Zulong dynasty displayed a hint of disdain. He then spoke, "Emperor Wudao, this is the Tianji immortal dynasty, not the demon realm or the imperial domain. Do you truly believe that you hold sway here?" Upon hearing these words, The expressions of many young prodigies transformed into one of anticipation for the unfolding drama. Though the sixth prince rarely made appearances in the upper realms, his reputation in the Tianji domain was formidable and resounding. Within that realm, he was known to exert an overwhelming presence, earning the respect of various demon clans and being heralded as the young supreme. Furthermore, rumors circulated that he possessed a rare and potent lineage, the sacred golden dragon bloodline, which significantly enhanced his strength. His purpose for emerging this time was to witness the talents of the upper realm's youth. However, he harbored great dissatisfaction towards Emperor Wudao, as there was a prevalent belief that anyone capable of withstanding even a single strike from him possessed the potential to become a great emperor. How could the proud sixth prince endure such claims? Naturally, he yearned to defeat Emperor Wudao, to establish his name through battle and instill fear throughout the primordial sacred universe. Who are you? Emperor Wudao's expression was inscrutable, his gaze resting on the sixth prince with no discernible emotion. The sixth prince of the Zulong dynasty straightened his back, preparing to announce his name. Yet, before he could finish, the entire grand hall suddenly trembled violently. A formidable palm print, exuding a terrifying aura, materialized without warning, crashing down upon him with the force of a landslide. The sixth prince was caught off guard by Emperor Wudao's brazen act, striking without provocation. The other young prodigies in the hall were equally astonished by this unexpected turn of events. With a thunderous crash, the sixth prince was propelled away by the overwhelming force, unable to muster even the slightest resistance. He collided against the wall of the hall, causing it to shake violently, the sound of cracking bones unmistakable. Though the extent of his injuries remained unknown. How was this possible? A member of the ancient clan exclaimed in disbelief. With just a single strike, many of the young talents were left stunned. The sixth prince of the Zulong had already been sent flying. Even the demon clans have not yet united. Yet you presume to speak so boldly before me? Emperor Wudao cast a cold glance at the fallen and groaning sixth prince, offering no further consideration. He disdainfully uttered these words and strode purposefully towards the seat of honor at the front of the hall. As Emperor Wudao passed by Xiao Jingyun and Di, he halted momentarily. His indifferent gaze swept over them, carrying an intangible sense of pressure. Brother. Di's demeanor was respectful as he slightly bowed, concealing the fleeting complexity of emotions that danced within his eyes, difficult to decipher. Emperor Wudao appeared to disregard Di's greeting, his gaze moving past him to the figure cloaked in black behind him. Young Emperor. The figure in the black robe bowed respectfully. The Emperor Wudao spoke in a tranquil tone. I have not commanded you. How dare you tarnish the name of the Tianji celestial dynasty? Upon hearing this, the figure in the black robe displayed an even greater reverence, stating, I would not presume to do so. My duty is to ensure the safety of the crown prince. He conveyed a message to the imperial clan, warning them not to assume that because I am not within the imperial family, they can defy my will. Should my father, the emperor, choose not to intervene, I would not hesitate to thoroughly cleanse the imperial clan. After uttering these words, the Emperor Wudao strode purposefully towards the forefront. Upon hearing such declarations, the many prodigies and elites within the grand hall felt a jolt of shock, including Qingge, who accompanied him, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. It was widely rumored that 3 years prior, Emperor Wudao had been cast out of the imperial family by the emperor. It now seemed there were hidden truths unknown to many. Chapter 9. The schemes of the Purple Star Palace within the Grand Hall. Emperor Wudao gracefully took his seat, while Qingge stood quietly beside him, elegantly pouring tea with her delicate hands. The fragrant steam of tea wafted gently into the air, creating an almost ethereal atmosphere. Emperor Wudao's profound gaze slowly swept across the hall. He noticed ethereal blue lights subtly manifesting above the heads of the distinguished young talents present, a phenomenon visible only to him. He gently raised the teacup before him, took a sip, and maintained an expression of serene composure, though a contemplative glimmer flickered in his eyes. As the young talents observed that Emperor Wudao had not yet spoken, they instinctively held their breaths, their demeanor becoming more restrained. The sounds of conversation turned hushed and fragmented, with each individual treading carefully, fearful of disturbing this extraordinary figure. This was particularly true for Xiao Jingyun and Di, whose previously cultivated atmosphere was shattered by Emperor Wudao's arrival, leaving them as mere backdrop to his presence. Unintentionally, their gazes met in the air. A fleeting connection that required no words, an unspoken understanding. Meanwhile, Xiao Runan, with her beautiful eyes, curiously scrutinized Emperor Wudao, as if attempting to see through him. Yet, Emperor Wudao appeared oblivious to her scrutiny. His purpose for coming was to assess the destiny values of the young prodigies present and to pay a visit to the Ji sisters. Among those gathered, aside from Qingge, De, and Xiao Jingzun. Xiao Runan too was a person of destiny. The destiny values of De and Xiao Jingzun had significantly increased over the past 3 years, now nearing the 10,000 mark. 3 years prior, their values had merely ranged between 6,000 and 7,000, indicating that they had encountered numerous fortuitous events during that time. As for Ji Qingxue and Chu Tiannan, their destiny values generally remain below 5,000. According to the system rules, only those who surpass a destiny value of 5,000 could be deemed as bearers of destiny, thereby receiving its protection and blessings. Emperor Wudao, whether by supporting these individuals of destiny or absorbing them, stood to gain substantial rewards from the system. Moreover, the path of cultivating the heavenly Tao's physical form was intricately linked to the support and consumption of those with destiny. This was, indeed, the focal point of Emperor Wudao's current interests. Meanwhile, in a secluded and tranquil depth of the palace, a woman clad in black robes displayed a tense demeanor, moving cautiously. After surveying her surroundings for a considerable time, she gestured with her hands, causing the space before her to ripple. Shortly thereafter, a spatial passageway tore open, and without hesitation, the woman stepped inside. Traversing the passage, she emerged into a realm shrouded in thick mist, a secret place that felt dreamlike and isolated from the world. Yet, she seemed intimately familiar with this place, moving forward without pause, heading straight into the depths of the fog. Gradually, a serene courtyard came into view at the end of the mist. In the courtyard stood a middle-aged man, quietly poised, exuding an extraordinary presence. He showed no surprise at the woman's arrival, a faint smile gracing his lips as he softly spoke. "Junior sister, you have arrived." The woman removed her hooded cloak, revealing a face of unparalleled beauty, her features bearing a slight resemblance to Ji Qingxue. She was Lin Wan, the empress of the Tianji celestial dynasty and Ji Qingxue's mother. In her enchanting eyes, a complex emotion flickered as she gazed at the middle-aged man before her, slowly speaking. Currently, Emperor Ji is exceptionally vigilant towards the Zuwai celestial palace. I have a feeling you might be aware of something. Your presence here at this moment is perilous. If discovered, the consequences would be dire. The middle-aged man merely smiled calmly in response, assuring her there is no need for concern. I have come fully prepared. He cannot detect my presence. Furthermore, I bear the protective imperial artifact of the celestial palace. Not only he but even the ancient ones in the royal ancestral grounds would struggle to sense me. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan shuddered, an ominous premonition surging within her. Given the man's status and his bearing of the ZY celestial palace's protective artifact, it was evident that significant events were about to unfold. With a hint of trepidation, she inquired, "Are you planning to take action against the Tianji celestial dynasty?" The man did not shy away from her question, replying, "My master has recently gained insights into the great path and seeks to break through the pinnacle of immortality, requiring the celestial essence of the Tianji celestial dynasty." As his words resonated, it felt as though a thunderclap had struck within Lin Wan's mind, her complexion turning pale in an instant. She involuntarily stepped back, her eyes filled with anguish and helplessness. She understood that this day had inevitably arrived. Since the moment her master, the lord of the ZY palace, had chosen her, it seemed that everything had been preordained. Yet, when the reality of it all began to dawn upon her, she found it hard to accept. Most importantly, she and Emperor Ji had already borne a daughter. Ji Qingxue was exceptionally gifted and deeply cherished by Emperor Ji, and it was highly likely that the position of heir to the celestial dynasty would fall to her. Under such circumstances, to compel her to betray Emperor Ji was, for Lin Wan, an insurmountable psychological chasm. The turmoil and struggle within her heart were not easily comprehended by others. The man seemed to perceive Lin Wan's thoughts and gently reassured her, "Junior sister, there is no need for such anxiety. The ZY Celestial Palace does not intend to sever ties entirely with the Tianji Celestial Dynasty. You need only ensure that Qingxue leads our people to the celestial essence once the Tianji secret realm is opened. As for other matters, my master has made arrangements. Moreover, he has promised that once Qingxue ascends to the throne, the ZY Celestial Palace will lend its full support." Upon hearing this, Lin Wan's expression remained troubled. Her brows knit tightly, revealing the conflict within her. With a sigh, she replied, "Senior brother, you do not understand Qingxue's character. She has been meticulously taught by Emperor Ji since childhood and is unwaveringly loyal to the Tianji Celestial Dynasty. If she were to learn of our intentions, I fear." The man smiled faintly, seemingly already anticipating Lin Wan's concerns. With a determined countenance, he reassured her, "Rest assured, she will comply." With that, he focused his thoughts. Slowly extending his palm, In an instant, two mysterious objects radiating brilliant celestial light appeared in his hand. As the celestial radiance flickered, it seemed to harbor an infinite reservoir of mysterious power, instantly captivating Lin Wan's attention. When her gaze fell upon her palm, her eyes widened in astonishment, revealing an unmistakable blend of shock and gravity. Chapter 10. The rumored foolish one. The Heavenly Pride Banquet is not merely an ordinary festivity. It is a grand assembly showcasing the profound heritage of the Tianji celestial dynasty. Qingge, the most cherished offspring of Emperor Qi, resides in an expansive palace, where the ethereal realms intertwine in a mesmerizing tapestry. To fully exhibit the majestic essence of the Tianji celestial dynasty, she meticulously orchestrated various delights for the esteemed guests, each venue concealing enigmas that captivate the soul. At this moment, within a pavilion not far from the banquet, numerous prodigies have gathered. In the center of this pavilion stands a colossal stone, radiating a resplendent golden light that seems capable of piercing the very soul, with strands of celestial essence lingering in the air. The intricate spiritual patterns etched upon its surface resemble the veins of time, each exuding an aura of profound mystery. This magnificent stone is the illustrious Tianji celestial stone, renowned for its extraordinary origins. Said to have been acquired by Emperor Qi in a secret realm and bestowed upon Qingge. Only those of the imperial lineage know that this celestial stone is, in fact, a fragment of the Tianji celestial source. It not only assesses innate talent, but also aids in cultivation and indirectly selects those destined to inherit the Tianji celestial source. In this era, where celestial beings have faded into oblivion, anything even remotely associated with the divine garners the attention of ancient clans and lineages. As a prized treasure of the celestial dynasty, the Tianji celestial stone undoubtedly captivates the gazes of the illustrious guests at the banquet. All eyes are firmly fixed upon it, brimming with fervor and curiosity. Who is this remarkable individual? One prodigy inquires, astonished, as the stone illuminates with 6 spiritual patterns. It is rumored that only 2 individuals in the entire Tianji celestial dynasty have ever manifested such a number of inscriptions. Within the pavilion, a prodigy breaks the silence, his voice laden with astonishment and confusion. I recognize him. He appears to be the son of the national master of the celestial dynasty, named Wudao. Another prodigy, after a moment of contemplation, concurs, his eyes reflecting a similar sense of bewilderment. Upon hearing this revelation, the crowd displays expressions of shock. According to the legends of the Tianji celestial dynasty, the son of the national master is known to be a simpleton. Yet, the figure before them not only illuminates 6 spiritual patterns, but also seems poised to challenge the 7th. Should he succeed, he would become the 2nd individual, following Qingge, to awaken the 7th inscription on the celestial stone. Such extraordinary talent could hardly belong to a fool. At this moment, Wudao stands quietly before the Tianji celestial stone. His stature is upright as a pine tree, his demeanor focused and serene. It seems he is either grasping the mysterious powers contained within or resonating with the stone in a wondrous manner. Suddenly, a surge of powerful and enigmatic energy erupts from the stone, enveloping him and establishing a unique connection. In an instant, a torrential force bursts forth, golden light shooting skyward like a pillar, illuminating the realm as if it were daylight. The entire pavilion trembles under the impact of this force. He has broken through the aura of a divine king. He has ascended to the divine king realm. A gasp echoed through the crowd. The utterance was akin to a heavy bomb detonating amidst the throng, igniting an instantaneous fervor within the entire pavilion. Shocked exclamations and murmured discussions arose in a chaotic symphony. They could scarcely believe that this seemingly foolish individual was not only endowed with exceptional talent, but also a formidable presence at the pinnacle of divine kingship. From all directions surrounding the pavilion, figures resembling phantoms hastened to the scene, drawn by the tremendous commotion. Curiosity and astonishment were etched on their faces as they sought to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, Wudao remained oblivious to the surrounding clamor, immersed in his own realm, continuing to comprehend the enigmatic power of the Tianji celestial stone. In the span of mere moments, the pavilion became densely packed with the esteemed individuals who had arrived. Their expressions varied, yet all eyes were fixated on Wudao upright silhouette. Having encountered the princess of long before, they were still reeling from their astonishment at Wudao when a sudden stir rippled through the crowd, parting to reveal a broad passageway. Many displayed expressions of astonishment upon sighting Qingge and her companions. Qingge, Chu Tiannan, and other renowned prodigies of the upper realm were now accompanying a young man, exuding an air of respect as they trailed a step behind him. This scene piqued the curiosity of the onlookers. Who could this exalted figure be, commanding such stature? Yet, astute observers among the elite caught a glimpse of the newcomer's features through the gaps in the crowd. Particularly, the striking silver hair and black gold robe caused their hearts to skip a beat. The astonishment in their eyes was now impossible to conceal, and they hurried forward, bowing respectfully, proclaiming, Su Ji pays his respects to the young master. Wang Lin pays his respects to the young master. We pay our respects to the young master. In an instant, a chorus of reverent greetings rang out among the crowd. A voice, seemingly from nowhere, exclaimed in horror, Young master, Di Wudao. As this declaration resonated, the previously raucous pavilion erupted into an even more fervent uproar, akin to a tsunami of reverent acclaim. Di Wudao's expression remained impassive, devoid of any discernible emotion. His gaze penetrating the throngs until it finally settled upon Huang Tao and the Tianji celestial stone. His eyes narrowed slightly, concealing an elusive glimmer within. Suddenly, the Tianji celestial stone trembled violently, and the eighth spiritual pattern on its surface faintly radiated light, as if yearning to break free from some constraint. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that brilliance flickered like a fleeting flower, swiftly dimming and returning to tranquility, ultimately failing to fully illuminate. At that moment, Huang Tao opened his eyes, his brows arching as he scrutinized the celestial stone before him, a fleeting brilliance passing through his gaze. He pondered inwardly, recognizing that the eighth spiritual pattern had yet to be ignited. It appeared that only by entering the Tianji secret realm could one truly explore the mysteries of the celestial source. However, he did not linger in contemplation for long. As he keenly sensed a piercing gaze from behind, as if it were a sharp arrow penetrating the depths of his soul, gradually, he turned to discern the identity of the observer, only to feel a sudden tightening within the depths of his gaze. However, he swiftly regained his composure and respectfully bowed, saying, Your Highness, Princess Chang. Qingge slightly nodded in acknowledgement, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of surprise as she scrutinized Huang Tao. It was evident that she had not anticipated that the one who triggered the tremor of the Tianji Xianshi would be him. Moreover, he was mere moments away from illuminating the eighth spiritual rune, signifying that his talent might very well surpass her own. Although the Tianji Xianshi cannot provide an unequivocal assessment of a prodigy's abilities, it is intricately linked to the degree of resonance with the Tianji Xianyuan. This subtle shift compelled Qingge to pay closer attention to Huang Tao. Chapter 11. The moment of ascendancy, though others may remain oblivious to the purpose of the Tianji celestial stone. The national master of the celestial dynasty could not possibly be unaware. At this critical juncture, the intention behind allowing his rumored simple-minded son to emerge is glaringly evident. Yet, she harbors doubts in her heart. Why has he chosen to conceal his cultivation and remain patient until now? Within the Tianji celestial dynasty, the national master enjoys the Emperor Ji's utmost trust. Logically, if his offspring possessed extraordinary talents, there would be no need for such concealment. Meanwhile, Qingge, amidst the crowd, gazes at the Tianji celestial stone with a heart devoid of warmth. Ironically, as the ninth princess of the celestial dynasty, she has never had the opportunity to engage with the Tianji celestial stone, let alone attempt to communicate with it. Years ago, before her mother's passing, she had implored Emperor Ji to allow her a chance to connect with the stone. However, her pleas were met with endless ridicule from the concubines of the palace. Every single grievance from the past lingers in her memory, and now, upon encountering the Tianji celestial stone once more, her eyes are filled with a chilling resolve. Go and try. A cold voice resonates in her mind. She shudders slightly, her gaze drawn to the imposing figure before her. She recognizes it to be the voice of Di Wudao. Yet, she does not comprehend his intentions. He has not only rescued her, but now urges her to communicate with the Tianji celestial stone. She finds it hard to believe that, given Di Wudao's status, there is anything about her that warrants such special treatment. Despite her myriad of uncertainties, she dares not defy Di Wudao. After all, even her elder sister, the most prodigious talent of the celestial dynasty, treads carefully in his presence. What is she, if not the nominal ninth princess? Thus, she gracefully moves forward, slowly approaching the Tianji celestial stone. Her sudden action immediately captures the attention of those present, many faces reflecting confusion. What could a being on the verge of divinity be intending at this moment? However, Qingge, Chu Tianan, and others recognize her. It seems she had followed closely behind Di Wudao earlier. Yet, upon entering the banquet, she had remained quietly to the side, with everyone's focus on Di Wudao, neglecting her presence. Moreover, shrouded in a veil, her true visage remained obscured, and given her association with Wudao, none dared to pry. As she steps forth, the crowd begins to take notice. While they remain puzzled, Qingge has already reached the Tianji celestial stone. She takes a deep breath, striving to compose herself. She can distinctly feel the gazes of numerous prodigies converging upon her like a spotlight. Such attention is unprecedented, even though her demeanor is typically aloof. She cannot help but feel a surge of nervousness in this moment. Gradually, she closes her eyes, her spiritual consciousness extending outward towards the Tianji celestial stone. Buzz. The instant her consciousness makes contact with the Tianji celestial stone, it trembles ever so slightly, a movement that captures the attention of all. Immediately, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the celestial stone of Tianji began to tremble violently, its dazzling golden light piercing the air like a sword in all directions. With a series of resounding sounds, 1, 2, 3, in the blink of an eye, 5 spiritual patterns on the celestial stone lit up sequentially. Moreover, the 6th spiritual pattern was already faintly shimmering. The entire pavilion was suddenly engulfed in an eerie silence, as all eyes widened, fixated on this incredible spectacle before them. Had it not been for the numerous individuals who had previously attempted to engage with the celestial stone, it is likely no one would have believed in its wondrous ability to detect innate talents. This was solely due to the astonishing speed at which Qingge illuminated the spiritual patterns, surpassing even Huang Tao by a considerable margin. Furthermore, Qingge had commenced her endeavor to illuminate the 7th spiritual pattern. In that instant, an invisible and mysterious force seemed to envelop the entire pavilion. Many of the gifted individuals present locked their gazes intently on Qingge, their eyes glinting with sharp intensity. Even Qingxue and Huang Tao wore serious expressions as they observed Qingge's every move. With a resonating hum, the 7th spiritual pattern was illuminated without surprise, and the mysterious force swirled around Qingge, rendering her as ethereal as a celestial maiden, exuding an aura of sanctity that was untouchable. Just as everyone held their breath in anticipation to witness Qingge illuminate the 8th spiritual pattern, her delicate form suddenly quivered violently. Even through her veil, the crowd could discern the agony etched across her slightly contorted features, indicating the immense pain she was enduring. This unforeseen turn of events left the talented individuals present momentarily frozen in shock. Wudao's eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of coldness. The sealing power. He keenly sensed an extraordinarily potent sealing force residing within Qingge, as if someone had deliberately bound her. It appeared that the system's selection of her was not without reason, and he was eager to discover what made her so special. With a subtle wave of his hand, Wudao stepped forward. In an instant, a tremendous and unparalleled force erupted, enveloping everything around him. Qingge felt an overwhelming power descend upon her, erasing the chaotic energy within her in an instant. She slowly opened her eyes, only to find Wudao had somehow appeared beside her. His long hand traced an arc through the air, descending directly towards the celestial stone. Before Qingge could contemplate the situation, the celestial stone was already set in motion. A brilliant light, akin to a blazing sun, erupted forth, piercing the heavens, its radiance so intense that it seemed to illuminate the very fabric of the universe. The celestial stone began to shake violently. With a resonating hum, 1, 2, 3, 8, 9 spiritual patterns were instantaneously ignited. The brilliance of the spiritual patterns surged forth, intertwining and coiling around one another like 9 agile luminous dragons, swirling and dancing upon the surface of the celestial stone, before vanishing within its depths. The surrounding gifted individuals wore expressions of astonishment, their eyes wide open, gasping in disbelief, filled with the incredulity of the moment. In the blink of an eye, the 9 patterns of the Tianji immortal stone were illuminated. It was executed with such poise and composure that not a single ripple of emotion could be discerned on the face of Emperor Wudao. As if this event were destined to unfold in this very manner. A crisp crack echoed through the air. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, the Tianji immortal stone shattered. A beam of celestial radiance erupted from the stone like lightning, its intensity leaving onlookers breathless. Emperor Wudao's gaze sharpened, and with a graceful motion of his hand, he ensnared the divine light, as if weaving a celestial cage. By the time the crowd regained their senses, that enigmatic celestial radiance had already vanished into the palm of his hand. Chapter 12. The mysterious seal concealing danger as Wudao advanced. A mere few breaths passed before a multitude of changes unfolded on the scene, leaving the assembled prodigies unable to react. The celestial radiance, akin to a shooting star, burst forth in dazzling brilliance, yet the essence contained within eluded the comprehension of the onlookers. Wudao's expression remained stern, showing no inclination to elucidate matters to the crowd. At this moment, Qingge had also regained her composure, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she pondered deeply. She harbored no intention of inquiring about Wudao. If he wished to share, he would do so without prompting, and if he did not, her questions would yield no fruit. What truly occupied her thoughts was the fact that Wudao had ignited the 9 patterns of the Celestial Stone, a feat unprecedented in the annals of the Tianji Immortal Dynasty. If she could enter the Tianji secret realm alongside Wudao, she was confident in her ability to seize the Tianji Immortal Source's legacy. Thus, she was eager to hasten to the Imperial Palace to inform her father of the events preceding this moment. However, Qingge's silence did not imply that others would remain quiet. Huang Tao raised an eyebrow and boldly inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed young Master D, what was the object you just apprehended?" "The Tianji Celestial Stone is a significant treasure of our dynasty. We hope you will return it to the Crown Princess." Upon his utterance, the previously raucous platform fell into a profound silence, only to be followed by a cacophony of murmurs. Where did this fool come from? Such audacity! In response to these remarks, Huang Tao appeared unfazed, maintaining a calm demeanor as he regarded Wudao with neither deference nor disdain. Such disrespect is intolerable. At that moment, Qingge swiftly stepped forward, her voice tinged with reproach. Approaching Wudao from behind, she slightly inclined her body and added, "Huang Tao lacks decorum. I hope the esteemed young master will exercise understanding." Upon hearing her words, Wudao turned slowly, his icy gaze sweeping across the assembly. It was as if he could perceive the depths of the world, rendering his inner emotions inscrutable. After a brief pause, he raised his hand, revealing an emblem that flickered with a mysterious luminescence within his palm. "This fragment of the immortal source is hardly worth my effort to seize. I have merely tested it. This seal cannot be separated but can only be destroyed. I believe the Emperor understands its significance." He spoke candidly, revealing the truth without any hint of concealment. It seemed that everything was within his control, requiring no subterfuge. Wudao showed little regard for the so-called Tianji Celestial Stone. Instead, he found himself intrigued by Huang Tao. The system had indicated that this individual's destiny value was no less remarkable than that of Qingge. Such a unique entity had not been displayed when the system scanned for the Destined Ones of the Tianji Immortal Dynasty. To Wudao, this suggested only one possibility. Huang Tao was not the bearer of destiny in this realm. Furthermore, when he had acted earlier, Wudao had sensed a mysterious force subtly pulsating within Huang Tao's being. Although the fluctuations were subtle, the powerful aura they harbored was impossible to ignore. Given the current realm of Emperor Wudao, he was capable of sensing the imminent danger. Either the adversary possessed a formidable weapon of destruction, or there existed some potent entity silently safeguarding them. Nevertheless, regardless of which possibility it might be, it could not alter Huang Tao's fate. How could one so willingly presenting themselves as a destined contender be easily overlooked? Upon hearing Emperor Wudao's words, the crowd turned their gazes toward his palm, their eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Witnessing this, Qingge's lips curled into a faint smile. She softly remarked, "I shall report this matter to my father. And should there come a time when I require the assistance of the young emperor, I shall pay a visit." Standing nearby, Huang Tao furrowed his brow tightly. The bluntness of Emperor Wudao's statement rendered him momentarily speechless. Just as the atmosphere grew slightly tense, a maid hurriedly approached from the crowd. She came directly to Qingge's side and whispered a few words in her ear. Instantly, Qingge's expression tightened, and urgency swiftly manifested on her face. Subsequently, she bowed slightly to the assembly and announced, "An urgent matter has arisen, and I must take my leave. I regret that I cannot continue to accompany you all and seek your understanding." This unexpected turn of events left the numerous prodigies present momentarily stunned. However, they refrained from further comment, merely nodding in understanding. After bowing to Emperor Wudao, Qingge hastily turned and departed. Meanwhile, not far from the scene, within a pavilion, Xiao Jingyun quietly observed the unfolding events and remarked, "Brother D, Emperor Wudao standing within the imperial family is likely not so easily usurped." Seated upon a wooden chair, D's eyes glinted coldly as he responded with a disdainful snort, "Xiao, there's no need for you to sow discord here. What your Ziwei Celestial Palace seeks in this chaotic universe, aside from my maternal clan, who would dare to intervene?" A soft chuckle escaped Xiao Jingyun, who remained unfazed. He continued, "What you say is true, yet the arrival of Emperor Wudao has already disrupted our previous plans. Should he seek to enter that secret realm, it may spell Upon hearing these words, De slowly raised his gaze. If he steps into the secret realm, the fortune of the Tianji celestial dynasty shall be exhausted. Is this outcome not precisely what the Ziwei celestial palace desires? Both men understood the unspoken truth. Each harbored a covert yearning for the abundant resources of the Tianji celestial dynasty. Yet they had long lacked a suitable pretext to act openly against it. If Emperor Wudao were to enter the Tianji secret realm and, heaven forbid, meet his demise therein, the imperial and demonic clans would undoubtedly unleash their wrath upon the Tianji celestial dynasty. For the Ziwei celestial palace, the Tianji celestial dynasty had become an uncontrollable wild horse. In light of this, what harm could there be in giving it a nudge toward its own destruction? Furthermore, De was secretly wishing for Emperor Wudao's demise within the Tianji secret realm. Thus, within the imperial lineage, no one would be able to thwart him, allowing him to seize control of the dynasty seamlessly. He could justify his military expedition against the celestial dynasty of Tianji under the pretext of the fall of the tyrant Emperor Wudao. A splendid opportunity that would yield dual benefits. In the realm of the primordial holy universe, Emperor Wudao has instilled a profound sense of trepidation among numerous ancient clans and sections. Those eager to eliminate him are certainly not limited to himself and Xiao Yuan. Should he navigate this situation with cunning, he firmly believes that many factions would be inclined to step forward in support. However, this matter is of great significance and requires meticulous planning. After all, as a scion of both the imperial and demonic lineages, Emperor Wudao possesses a formidable foundation and numerous hidden cards. Any rash action would only serve to alarm the serpent in the grass. Having resolved to act, it is imperative to ensure a decisive strike. Otherwise, should he escape, the repercussions would be endless. Chapter 13. Be My Master, This Life in Servitude After Qingge departed. The other prodigies at the banquet gradually took their leave. As they exited, the events of the gathering spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching every corner of the celestial city of Tianji. The appearance of De Wudao at the prodigy banquet, who with a single strike severely injured the sixth prince of the ancestral dragon dynasty, became the focal point of fervent discussion among countless cultivators. Although the ancestral dragon dynasty seethed with rage, they had no choice but to swallow their bitterness. After all, their own heir had been unable to withstand even one blow from De Wudao during a contest with his peers, leaving them with little face to pursue the matter further. Moreover, De Wudao ignited 9 spiritual patterns on the Tianji immortal stone and shattered it with a single palm, causing a tremendous uproar in the celestial city of Tianji. Everyone was profoundly shaken, marveling at his extraordinary talent. In that moment, numerous ancient clans, sects, and immortal teachings felt a heavy weight upon their hearts. They perceived that De Wudao now possessed the capability to rival the unparalleled prodigies within the sacred realm. In the grand palace of the celestial city of Tianji, De Wudao delicately sipped his tea while toying with a communication stone. This stone contained vast amounts of information regarding ancient relics in the Jin Tian immortal sect. One particular piece of news caught his attention. The demon race suspected that the demise of the Jin Tian immortal sect was linked to the mysterious immortal path. Currently, within the Hanyuan Orthodox Alliance, numerous ancient clans and sects, including the Jin Tian immortal sect, shared intricate connections. These factions were all peak existences within the Hanyuan realm, such as the Tiandao Immortal Palace, the Changxing Jun clan, the Holy Heavenly Court, the Indestructible Divine Palace, and the Supreme Hall. This situation piqued De Wudao's interest. The Immortal Path. De Wudao's gaze grew profound as he murmured to himself. In the distant ancient era, at the end of the previous epoch, the celestial roots of the Hanyuan sacred universe gradually withered, causing cultivators to lose their path to immortality. It was from that moment onward that a saying began to circulate within the Hanyuan sacred universe. If one could find the immortal path, they could achieve immortality. However, from the end of the last epoch to the present day, amidst the long passage of 1,000,000 years, the rumored immortal path had never appeared, and no one knew what it truly was or where it was concealed. Yet now, within the ancient relics, a sect related to the immortal path had emerged. It was no wonder that as soon as the Tiandao Immortal Palace expressed its stance, the various ancient clans and sects of Hanyuan readily acquiesced, undoubtedly in great relation to this immortal path. Just as De Wudao was lost in thought, the figure of Beidang Qingge gracefully approached from outside the hall. Upon reaching him, she respectfully bowed and softly spoke, "Young master, Qingge requests an audience." De Wudao merely nodded in response, feeling no surprise at Qingge's arrival. Qingge, born of a maid from the immortal dynasty, held no status, resources, or formidable backing within the immortal dynasty. Given her circumstances, if she harbored even a hint of a desire to alter her fate, she would undoubtedly seize the opportunity presented by Wudao. If she cannot grasp even this, then she is not worthy of my support. Before long, the unyielding Emperor Wudao granted his consent to Beitang Qingyu, who then slowly approached from outside the grand hall, accompanied by Qingge. This time, Qingge chose not to conceal her true appearance. Her veil had long been removed, and she had taken great care in her adornments. She wore a flowing azure gown, and her meticulously enhanced visage, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared radiant and enchanting, with brows like distant mountains and lips resembling cherries. The pearls and jewels in her hair shimmered with a captivating glow. In terms of beauty alone, she was not at all inferior to Qingge. Having met the young master, Qingge approached the hall, gracefully bowing in greeting. Emperor Wudao's gaze fell upon her, his eyes glimmering with profound intrigue. This woman possessed a formidable sealing power, evidently imposed by human hands. This stirred his curiosity. Who could possibly have prevented her emergence? What secrets lay hidden within her? Are you aware of the secrets of the Tianji secret realm? Emperor Wudao inquired. Qingge responded truthfully. I have heard that every heir of the immortal dynasty must enter the Tianji secret realm to receive the cleansing of the immortal source. For only then can they ascend to the position of heir. As for what lies within the Tianji secret realm, I am not privy to such knowledge. With my humble status, there are many matters within the Tianji immortal dynasty that I am unqualified to approach. The notion of entering the Tianji secret realm for the immortal source as cleansing is something I have never dared to hope for in my lifetime. And what of the imperial throne of the immortal dynasty? Have you ever contemplated it? Emperor Wudao lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip, his demeanor casual as he spoke, as if the imperial throne were merely a trifle within his grasp. Qingge's slender form shuddered slightly, and she slowly raised her gaze to meet the proud and aloof figure before her. He remained indifferent, his expression tinged with a hint of casualness. Taking a deep breath, she strove to maintain her composure. I have never thought of it. Such aspirations are beyond my reach. Is it truly a matter of inability, or rather of fear? Your mother endured endless humiliation within the royal family of this immortal dynasty for your sake. Have you never considered seeking revenge? A faint smirk graced Emperor Wudao's lips, laced with mockery. Upon hearing this, he keenly sensed a noticeable shift in Qingge's aura. The smile on his lips widened as he gradually rose to his feet. There is no need for curiosity. Since I have sought you out, I am well acquainted with many facets of your existence. Now, you have an opportunity, one that could alter your destiny and elevate you above the Tianji immortal dynasty. It is up to you to decide. Upon hearing these words, Qingge's heart trembled violently, her breath quickening as she fought to maintain her calm. She understood that Emperor Wudao's visit was surely motivated by ulterior motives. But what of it? She did not care. As long as she could avenge her mother and defy fate, she would not hesitate to sacrifice her own life if necessary. Please, young master, enlighten me on what I must do. At this moment, the tyrant had approached Qingge, extending his hand to gently lift her delicate chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. His eyes, profound as the ocean, revealed no hint of emotional fluctuation. Gradually, he spoke. Serve me as your master, surrender your soul, and thus spend your life in my servitude. His voice was icy and piercing, devoid of any sentiment, cold to the utmost degree. Qingge's complexion instantly turned pale, her delicate form trembling slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with panic and struggle. She understood that certain matters were far from coincidental from the moment she entered the grand hall. She had prepared herself to pay the necessary price. Yet, the words of the tyrant remained unbearable for her to accept. The term slave was an abhorrent concept for any practitioner. Chapter 14. The thoughts of the sisters. Emperor Wudao disregarded Qingge's pale complexion, showing not the slightest sign of emotion. He did not afford her a moment to ponder. Instead, he withdrew the slender finger that had tilted her chin and brushed past her. His voice, cold as the winter winds, reverberated through the grand hall, penetrating Qingge's heart. Not everyone is fortunate enough to receive the slave mark from me, Emperor Wudao. You should consider yourself fortunate to still possess some value for my use. Upon leaving this hall, your fate is sealed. I shall never grant anyone a second chance, and you are no exception. With that, Emperor Wudao stepped out of the hall, leaving Qingge standing in a daze, her delicate frame trembling, engulfed by helplessness. In Emperor Wudao's eyes, emotions in this brutal world were mere fleeting illusions, trivial and inconsequential. Loyalty was the cheapest of commodities, hardly worthy of mention. For a woman like Qingge, born of humble origins and struggling to survive within the imperial palace, complete subservience could only be achieved by shattering the remnants of her self-esteem, which, in his view, held no value. What he desired was a formidable empress capable of decisive action, one who could wield the power over life and death of countless beings, rather than a mere puppet caught in indecision. As for the choice Qingge would ultimately make, he held no concern. For the useless, what other fate could there be but death? Meanwhile, within the queen's palace of the Tianji imperial city, a poignant drama of maternal pleading and filial rejection unfolded. Qingshue's visage was as pale as parchment, her face a canvas of disbelief. She gazed at her mother, who implored her. Unable to fathom that her mother was indeed a member of the Ziwei celestial palace, and even more so, the adopted daughter of the palace's master, now requesting her assistance in seizing the Tianji celestial source. Having been cherished by the emperor since childhood, Qingshue had been nurtured as a successor to the celestial dynasty. Having been close to the emperor, she was well aware of the Ziwei celestial palace's insatiable ambitions. Tears began to stream down her cheeks as she grasped Lin Wan's hand and softly implored, "Mother, I can relinquish the position of heir. But let us confess to father together and avoid further mistakes." Upon hearing this, Lin Wan's face contorted into a grim smile as she replied, "It is too late. My dear, since the Ziwei celestial dynasty has resolved to act, we have no room for refusal. This plan has been in the making for countless years. All who practice the techniques of the Ziwei celestial palace have long absorbed the essence of the Xiling celestial flower, and their spiritual veins are already steeped in its influence." Upon hearing this, Qingshue furrowed her brows slightly, realizing that she too detected the presence of the Xiling celestial flower within her own spiritual veins. Yet, this presence did not hinder her cultivation, rather, it seemed to assist her. Otherwise, the Tianji celestial dynasty would not have revered it as the national flower. Moreover, given the emperor's profound and immortal realm, if this flower posed any danger, he would surely have been aware of it. Lin Wan seemed to penetrate Qingshue's thoughts and continued, "The Xiling immortal flower poses no harm to ordinary cultivators. In fact, it is beneficial. However, if those practicing the methods of the immortal palace absorb the Xiling immortal flower over an extended period, their spiritual veins will inevitably be imbued with Xiling energy. Once this energy merges with the sacred spring water of the Ziwei immortal palace, it can lead to the sealing of a cultivator's spiritual power in a short span of time." As Lin Wan spoke, Qingshue's complexion grew increasingly pale. Her heart filled with an overwhelming dread. If what Lin Wan said were true, it would imply that the entire royal family of the Tianji immortal dynasty had already fallen prey to the machinations of the Ziwei immortal palace. After all, the Xiling immortal flower, revered as the national flower of the immortal dynasty, aids practitioners in maintaining clarity of mind and supports their cultivation. This flower had spread throughout the entire Tianji imperial city countless years ago. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke, "Mother, this matter has yet to be fully executed. If we were to inform Father Emperor of the circumstances now, perhaps there might still be a glimmer of hope." Upon hearing this, Lin Wan shook her head and sighed. "Shuer, do you truly believe that after sharing this with you, the Ziwei Immortal Palace would grant you the opportunity to report to your father?" As her words fell, the great hall seemed to be enveloped in an aura of mystery. Shortly thereafter, a shadow slowly emerged from the darkness. When Qingshue discerned the identity of the figure, her eyes widened in alarm. The shadow was none other than the middle-aged man who had previously met with Lin Wan in secret, Xiaozhu, one of the two vice leaders of the Ziwei Immortal Palace. Xiaozhu gazed at Qingshue, noticing the wariness and vigilance in her eyes, and could not help but smile faintly. He spoke softly, "Qingshue, there is no need for such tension. In a way, I am your senior uncle. The Ziwei Immortal Palace has never intended to sever ties with the Tianji Immortal Dynasty. It was merely the Emperor Ji who acted treacherously first, forcing the palace to take action. Should you ascend to the throne of Tianji in the future, the Ziwei Immortal Palace will certainly alter its stance and offer you our full support." At his words, a trace of cold laughter appeared on Qingshue's face, showing no fear of Xiaozhu's status. She replied coolly, "Do you truly think I would believe your empty rhetoric? I am well aware that the Ziwei Immortal Palace merely seeks a compliant puppet." She understood clearly that under the scheming of the Ziwei Immortal Dynasty, the Tianji Immortal Dynasty stood little chance of resistance. In the end, the Tianji Immortal Dynasty would undoubtedly meet its demise. However, if you were willing to collaborate with the Ziwei Immortal Palace, this calamity could be averted, which would be a mutually beneficial choice for both parties. Xiaozhu spoke with a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by Qingshue's coldness, as if he were confident she would not refuse his proposal. At that moment, Qingge furrowed her brows, her mind racing through various possible outcomes. The Tianji immortal dynasty indeed struggled to contend with the Ziwei immortal palace, and she currently lacked the means to expose their conspiracy. Nonetheless, she did not easily acquiesce and resolutely stated, even if the Ziwei immortal palace has made thorough preparations. To think that you could persuade me to collude with you based solely on these few words is nothing short of a pipe dream. She was well aware that the various ancient clans and their doctrines within the primordial sacred universe were bound by a covenant of order. Should the Ziwei immortal palace resolutely initiate an immortal conflict against the Tianji immortal dynasty, the forces of the primordial orthodox would undoubtedly not remain passive. And the Tianji immortal dynasty was far from being an easy target to be subjugated. Upon hearing Qingge's response, Xiao Zhu's lips curved into a smile, revealing a hint of amusement. With a shift in his thoughts, a radiant aura of celestial light erupted, dazzling enough to blind the eye. Qingge's gaze was drawn to that brilliance, and when she discerned the object in Xiao Zhu's palm, her delicate frame trembled violently, her pupils dilating in shock. In his hand lay the Ziwei immortal canon, a supreme celestial scripture that the Ziwei immortal palace had never transmitted. Beside the scripture hovered a magnificent sword, the Taimei sword. Within the primordial sacred universe, the Ziwei immortal palace is renowned for three legendary swords: the imperial sword Taie, the semi-imperial sword Taimei, and the supreme sword. Among them, the Taimei sword stands as one of the most formidable, its reputation echoing across the realms. Chapter 15. The selection amongst each other. Xiao Zhu observed the subtle changes in Qingge's expression with keen interest. He spoke, Qingge. You are inherently blessed with the Lingxing sacred body, a perfect match for the Ziwei celestial scriptures. It is lamentable that your father, the emperor, has stubbornly severed your path to cultivation. Had you joined the Ziwei celestial palace, your remarkable talents would surely have earned you a position as a personal disciple. Now, do you comprehend the sincerity of the Ziwei celestial palace? Qingge furrowed her delicate brows, genuinely taken aback by the lengths to which the Ziwei celestial palace would go for the Tianji celestial source. This revelation stirred a multitude of questions within her. What secrets lay hidden within the Tianji celestial source that warranted such a sacrifice from the Ziwei celestial palace? Moreover, why had Emperor Ji resolutely barred the Ziwei celestial palace from entering the Tianji secret realm since his ascension to the throne? Yet, the urgency of the situation left her no room for further contemplation. After a brief moment, she acquiesced. However, Xiao Zhu, a man of vast experience, discerned the underlying calculations within Qingge's heart. His demeanor remained composed as he waved his hand gently, unleashing an intangible thought that pierced through the void like a flash of lightning, plunging directly into the depths of Qingge's spiritual sea. This thought would not harm her. But should she attempt to employ a delaying tactic and inform Emperor Ji of their dealings, the consequences would be dire. Xiao Zhu's lips curled into a knowing smile, a glint of icy warning flickering in his gaze. Upon hearing his words, Qingge's expression darkened. She realized that from the moment she stepped into this place, her fate had been sealed, leaving her with no choice. Deep within the grand palace, the moonlight flowed like water, cascading through the intricately carved window panes into the bathing chamber. Mist enveloped the air, where Emperor Wudao lay in serene repose. His silver hair cascaded over his shoulders, droplets of water tracing the contours of his chiseled face, gliding over his strikingly profound features. They fell upon his taut chest, emanating a cold yet captivating aura. Creak. The door emitted a sound as it slowly opened. Qingge's silhouette, illuminated by the cool moonlight, gracefully entered the bathing area. The ethereal mist swirled around her, brushing gently against her porcelain cheeks, causing her to tremble slightly. Through the gossamer curtain, Emperor Wudao's proud profile was faintly discernible. Despite having resolved her inner turmoil, the intimacy of the scene before her ignited a sense of disquiet within her. Her once flawless complexion was now tinged with a flush of embarrassment. Taking a deep breath, she moved forward with graceful steps. With each stride, her determination intensified. Given her status, she was acutely aware of her fate. Within 2 years, she would become a pawn in her father's political maneuvers through marriage. In comparison to that inevitable destiny, becoming Emperor Wudao's woman, even if it meant subjugation, was not an intolerable choice. Her astute mind recognized her current predicament. Aside from her breathtaking beauty and figure, she struggled to conceive what else could possibly capture Emperor Wudao's attention. At last, she reached the edge of the bathing pool. The delicate hand slowly extended, gently brushing through the frost-like silver strands of Wudao's hair. With the other hand, she picked up a smooth jade ladle, trembling slightly. as she poured water over Wudao's broad and sturdy shoulders. Despite her utmost effort to suppress her emotions, they betrayed her through her quivering fingertips. Wudao's elongated eyes gradually opened, a fleeting glimmer of ethereal light flickering within their depths. His austere visage revealed no hint of emotion. Given his stature, he had encountered countless celestial beauties. If he so desired, the illustrious maidens on the primordial celestial rankings would be his to choose from. Such was the privilege bestowed by status and power. How could Qingge's subtle thoughts escape his notice? A barely perceptible smile curved at the corners of his lips, and his profound gaze held a trace of amusement. Having resolved to subdue her, from this moment forth, both she and the secrets concealed within her were his. He spoke with a casual tone. It seems that, as the 9th princess of the celestial dynasty, you are not quite adept at serving others. Upon hearing this, Qingge's hand hesitated momentarily before she softly replied, as long as the young master is willing, Qingge can learn. Oh, is that so? Wudao's smile deepened. It appeared that 5 years of silence had rendered her more aware of the world's harsh realities, and she had come to understand how to seize opportunities. Qingge gazed at Wudao's retreating figure, a myriad of complex emotions flashing in her eyes. Yet, in an instant, they were replaced by determination. She responded with unwavering conviction. Qingge is by no means foolish. How could I not comprehend the significance of being favored by the young master? Wudao chuckled softly, languidly extending his hand to gently pull her towards him. Qingge, like a startled bird, found herself tumbling into the bath. With a splash, water cascaded around her. Her long, flowing hair spread like a waterfall, a few playful strands clinging to her softly blushing cheeks. Her form, partially hidden beneath the water, was breathtakingly beautiful. The gauzy fabric of her attire clung to her delicate skin, accentuating her exquisite curves rather than hindering her grace. Her features resembled a painting, her starry eyes half closed. Droplets of crystal-clear water clinging to her long lashes, her gaze imbued with shyness and unease. She dared not meet Wudao's gaze, which was so close. I am rather curious to see if your body is as candid as your words, Wudao remarked, his tone laced with mischief as he beheld her stunning form. Qingge, caught off guard by his words, barely had time to react before she felt a warm sensation at her waist. She found herself enveloped in Wudao's embrace. His fingers, gliding slowly across her skin, sent electric shivers coursing through her body. Like a frightened fawn, she nestled obediently in his arms. A melodic sigh escaped her slightly parted lips, for at this moment, Wudao's fervent hand had slipped through her sheer garment, grasping her soft and supple bosom. Qingge's cheeks instantly flushed with a delicate rose hue, spreading to the very roots of her ears. She slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with a bewitching allure, to meet the austere visage that loomed just inches away. Summoning every ounce of courage, she trembled as she raised her delicate hand, gently encircling the neck of Wudao, offering him her cherry lips. Her face was a canvas of crimson, her beautiful eyes tightly shut, seemingly attempting to conceal the turmoil and shyness brewing within her heart. Yet, how could one so inexperienced withstand the fervent advances of Wudao? Before long, she succumbed to this ardent onslaught. As her gauzy garment was gradually pulled away, her flawless form was fully revealed within the bath. At that moment, the entire world seemed to freeze, captivated by this vivid and enticing tableau. A soft moan echoed in the stillness, and from the corners of Qingge's tightly closed eyes, a crystalline tear silently fell, mingling with the water, creating a striking blush that was all the more pronounced. 1,000,000 words omitted. Chapter 16, Mysterious Origins. The soul within the night enveloped the world in inky darkness, silence reigning supreme. Only the moonlight, soft as water, gently cascaded upon the palace's window lattice, filtering through exquisite carvings to cast a few strands of cool silver glow upon the royal couch. Upon the couch lay Qingge, her delicate form partially concealed, a few strands of ebony hair cascading beside her pillow. Her jade-like shoulders, caressed by the moonlight, exuded an ethereal beauty, as if she were a serene and alluring painting. The recent passionate encounter had lulled Qingge into a profound slumber. Emperor Wudao, draped in a bathrobe, stood by the window, gazing into the boundless starry sky, his eyes unfathomably deep. At that moment, a low hum resonated within his mind. Ding. Binding of the Destined One to the supporter in progress. Binding successful. Immediately, a translucent screen, visible only to him, gradually materialized, clearly displaying name, Qingge identity, 9th princess of the Tianji celestial dynasty realm, semi-divine realm physique, dual souls in one body, physique sealed, dual souls awakened. Destiny value, 11. 500 moments later, a series of crisp notification sounds echoed in succession. Ding. Host's destiny value increased to 29,800. Ding. Binding to the Destined One's immense fortune. System rewards granted. Rewards are as follows. Cultivation reward. Advancement to Mid-Holy Realm. Talent skill reward. Eye of Heaven. Secret technique reward. Soul contract technique. In an instant, a surge of mysterious and formidable power akin to a torrential river flowed into his being. He felt a tremor coursing through him, the spiritual energy within him boiling like a raging river, surging uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, his realm surged forth, breaking through the barriers with the unstoppable force of a flood, reaching the Mid-Holy Realm. Simultaneously, a peculiar light quietly flickered in his eyes. This radiance seemed to emanate from the unfathomable depths of the cosmos, vast and profound, as if countless stars were glimmering, flickering, and exuding a disquieting wave of power. Each flicker of light appeared capable of discerning the mysteries of the universe, penetrating all illusory facades, reaching the essence of all things. Moreover, the method of cultivating the soul contract technique and a multitude of detailed explanations flooded into his mind at that very moment. This was an extraordinarily powerful secret art that allowed one to control the souls of others. The soul of the signatory would, through subtle influences, become entirely loyal to him under the soul contract. Furthermore, this contractual power could only be deciphered by him. What? Did you think that by concealing yourself within her body, I would remain oblivious to your presence? After a brief pause, Emperor Wudao's expression returned to calmness as he spoke with an icy demeanor. As his words lingered in the air, the great hall fell into a silence for several breaths. Then, a powerful surge of soul energy erupted from Qingge's body. Ethereal light converged, and a chilling aura swept forth, laden with palpable murderous intent. Her violet eyes radiated disdain and indifference towards the world. Her violet hair danced as if caught in a tempest, each strand shimmering with an enchanting luster. She resembled a dark sorceress emerging from the depths of hell, exuding an irresistible and fatal allure. Slowly, Emperor Wudao turned, a flicker of surprise crossing his brow as he sensed the lethal intent emanating from the soul body. A fleeting chill, laced with mockery, passed through the air. In the next moment, he stepped forth. The soul entity, witnessing this, felt her beautiful eyes narrow, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing within them. The power of her soul surged forth, radiant and dazzling light converging around her, forming what appeared to be an unyielding shield, an attempt to withstand the ferocious onslaught of Wudao. However, in an instant, an earth-shattering boom resonated, and the soul shield shattered like fragile glass under the impact of Wudao's force, dissipating into countless beams of light. Without a moment's hesitation, Wudao's figure surged forward, his palm, as solid as iron, cutting through the air with a fierce gale, swiftly grasping the delicate and fair neck of the soul entity. He held her firmly, rendering her immobile. Did you think that your existence would deter me from ending your life? Wudao's voice was deep and frigid. Upon hearing this, the hatred in the soul entity's eyes not only remained but intensified. She could hardly fathom that her awakening was due to such circumstances. Sharing a bond with Qingge, she could intimately feel the events that transpired between Qingge and Wudao. How could she possibly come to terms with this? She gazed intently at Wudao, her expression a tapestry of emotions. It was unfathomable to her that this young man before her possessed such formidable strength. Though she currently existed merely as a soul entity, her power was still at the quasi-saint level. Yet, before Wudao, she felt utterly vulnerable, unable to withstand even a single blow. Her lips parted slightly as she coldly declared, "Should you lay a hand on me, her soul will be gravely injured, rendering her a mere shell." Is that so? Wudao's gaze sharpened, a chilling brilliance flashing in his profound eyes. Immediately, a force of devouring energy erupted from his palm, sweeping towards the soul entity. She suddenly felt an overwhelming attraction pulling at her, her soul power uncontrollably dissipating. Simultaneously, Qingge's delicate form trembled violently, letting out a soft, pained groan. A torturous pallor washed over her previously fair complexion, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. The soul entity was astounded. She had never anticipated Wudao's ruthlessness and disregard for Qingge's safety. She moved her lips, asking, "What do you desire? Tell me your origins." Wudao's expression was as still as water. He did not cease his devouring force, but rather intensified it, as if he intended to consume every essence of the soul entity, leaving her no breath or opportunity to ponder. Her complexion twisted in agony, her very essence waning rapidly. I have just awakened. My memories are not yet fully restored," The soul entity responded with great difficulty. Wudao cast a cold glance her way, devoid of any compassion or sympathy. With a slight wave of his arm, he flung the soul entity away with great force, crashing her against the distant wall, raising a cloud of dust. The soul entity cast a wary glance at Emperor Wudao. In the next instant, her form transformed into a wisp of ethereal light and delved into Qingge's body. At that very moment, Qingge's eyelashes fluttered gently as she opened her eyes. Within her gaze lay astonishment and disbelief, intermingled with an indescribable sense of loss. Emperor Wudao observed all of this in silence. His intervention was prompted by two factors. Firstly, the soul entity's audacity, and secondly, her formidable strength, which posed a threat to Qingge and could disrupt his meticulously laid plans. He refrained from elaborating further, merely raising his hand to place a vial exuding a mysterious luminescence of spiritual essence upon the bedside table. Subsequently, he flickered and vanished from the palace like a specter. Chapter 17. The Warning from the Abyss of Demons. The 13th floor of Rouge within the Grand Hall. Flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows that stood silently. At the forefront was an individual clad in the profound darkness of demonic armor, exuding an air of stoic grandeur. His eyes resembled chilling stars, cold and devoid of any emotional fluctuations. This figure was none other than Yushang, one of the two vice-commanders of the 9 Nether Guards. Suddenly, the space within the hall rippled, and the figure of Wudao stepped forth from a rift in the fabric of reality, moving with an air of leisure. I pay my respects to the young master. Yushang and the others immediately bowed in deference upon his arrival. Wudao raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze sweeping over the assembly with a hint of languor, before inquiring, "What brings you here?" Being the vice-commander of the 9 Nether Guards, Yushang was well-versed in protocol and would not dare to leave the demon realm without Wudao's explicit command, especially during his time of rest. He replied, "Recently, there have been frequent disturbances in the abyss of demons, causing unrest in the realm. Numerous malevolent entities are attempting to breach the confines of the abyss. Furthermore, our investigations reveal that powerful figures from the primordial ancient clan have recently appeared in the demon realm. The Saintess speculates that they may be heading towards the abyss. The abyss of demons is a notorious forbidden ground within the demon realm, one of the 4 great forbidden places of the primordial sacred universe. It is perpetually shrouded in thick, inky clouds, seemingly sealed by an eternal darkness. A strange and sinister magic flows within, formidable even to the demon cultivators who find it exceedingly challenging to refine. Not even those of the Emperor realm dare to tread there lightly. Additionally, countless formidable malevolent beings reside within the abyss, a collective term for those who have committed heinous crimes since the dawn of the demon realm. They are imprisoned there, eternally corroded by the abyss's malevolent power, transformed into fearsome demons. Upon hearing this, Wudao's expression remained as tranquil as still water, betraying no hint of disturbance. He extended his hand to accept a cup quietly offered by Bei Tangqingyu, and took a gentle sip. He did not believe that the ancient clan would dare to provoke discord among the demon race. Rather, it seemed more like an attempt to divert attention. As for any hidden conspiracies, he was yet unaware. However, he was unconcerned, for he would inevitably journey to the abyss, convey to Ruashi that since someone seeks to instigate strife among the demon race, we shall seize the opportunity and let them be. Once I return to the demon realm, I shall flatten the abyss. At this declaration, a tremor of astonishment coursed through the hearts of those present in the hall. To claim one would flatten the abyss was no idle boast. It was a realm populated by numerous malevolent beings, with many Emperor realm cultivators and even peak existences of the undying Emperor realm among them. Yet, Wudao spoke of it so nonchalantly. They dared not voice any dissent, merely responding with utmost respect, "Yes, young master," before bowing and withdrawing. In the blink of an eye, only Wudao and Bei Tangqingyu remained in the Grand Hall. Wudao then inquired once more, "What progress have you made on the matter I entrusted to you?" Bei Tangqingyu respectfully replied, "In response to your inquiry, esteemed one, my investigation reveals that Xiao Jingzun seldom traverses the realms of the primordial sacred universe, with few excursions and minimal interaction with the ancient clans. However, he consistently visits a particular location, which is no secret within the primordial sacred universe." "What place?" Wudao's eyes glimmered with curiosity. Each outing must hold significant importance for Xiao Jingyun. Once a flaw is discovered, the matter will become manageable. Bei Tangqingyu slowly articulated a few words. "The 13th floor of Rouge." Upon hearing this name, a subtle smile graced the corners of Wudao's mouth. It appears that Xiao Jingyun is not merely a sage of pure heart and desire. The 13th floor of Rouge is renowned throughout the primordial sacred universe, rumored to grant one's wishes, be it people, affairs, or possessions, provided one can afford the price. Additionally, it is said that the women who emerge from the 13th floor of Rouge possess unparalleled beauty, captivating countless esteemed individuals and leading many cultivators to ruin. Among the most famous are the ancient Chu clan Chu Hongxiu and the Xin clan Shin Siyu. Is there any indication that the 13th floor of Rouge has visitors from the Tianji celestial dynasty? He casually inquired, although Beidang Qingge was unaware of Di Wudao's intentions. Her long-honed intuition suggested that Xiao Jingjun might soon face grave peril. She softly responded, someone has indeed arrived, and on their very first day, Xiao Jingjun paid a visit. Oh, is that so? At this revelation, a fleeting glimmer danced in the depths of Di Wudao's eyes, and a faint smile graced his lips. The following morning, as the horizon began to blush with the first light of dawn, the gentle morning rays had yet to fully dispel the chill of the night. Qingge lay quietly on her bed, her beautiful eyes lacking luster, her expression somewhat dazed. Her thoughts drifted far away, seemingly ensnared in her own contemplations. Creak, a soft sound of palace doors opening broke her reverie, drawing her back to the present. She beheld several maidens cautiously entering, their hands delicately cradling objects that radiated resplendent holy light. These luminous items stood out vividly against the dim morning light. Seeing this scene, Qingge involuntarily paused, instinctively clutching her blanket as if to conceal something. The leading maid noticed Qingge's movement, her lips curving into a gentle smile. She then respectfully bowed to Qingge, saying, Princess Ji, the esteemed one has specifically instructed us to prepare a medicinal bath for you to aid in your recovery. For the next few days, please focus on recuperating in the estate. Once your health is restored, the esteemed one will assist you in resolving the cultivation issues within your body. Upon hearing this, Qingge's heart jolted, surprise flickering across her face. She had not anticipated that Di Wudao was not only aware of her internal cultivation concerns but also had a means to address them. However, she quickly regained her composure. With a subtle lift of her gaze, she surveyed the few individuals before her, revealing a hint of hesitation and discomfort in her expression. After a brief pause, she spoke softly, Please, you may leave. I prefer to bathe alone. The leading woman, upon hearing this, shook her head and replied, Your Highness, you are unaware that the medicinal bath possesses formidable potency. The young master has specifically instructed us to remain nearby, to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. It seemed the woman could discern the concerns nestled within Qingge's heart. She spoke again in a gentle tone, Rest assured, Princess Ji. We are well aware of our boundaries. What should not be seen, we shall not gaze upon. We shall uphold our duties diligently, ensuring that you can bathe in peace and recover. Qingge, seemingly laid bare by the woman's insight, felt a blush rise to her cheeks and nodded in acquiescence. Chapter 18. The emergence of the celestial lotus nirvana body in the blink of an eye. 3 days had swiftly passed. Within the tranquil courtyard, amidst the pavilions, Qingge stood gracefully. Her figure was lithe and elegant, akin to an ethereal blue lotus, transcending the mundane world. With her eyes gently closed and her countenance serene, an aura emanated from her that was gradually intensifying. It seemed as though an invisible force was awakening and gathering within her. Moments later, a brilliant radiance erupted forth, casting a pure light that illuminated the pavilion in resplendent glory. Amidst this luminescence, Qingge's garments fluttered delicately, appearing to merge with the dynamic brilliance surrounding her. Her aura grew increasingly refined and potent, as if striving to break through some unseen constraints. In that fleeting moment, Qingge suddenly sensed a tumultuous force surging within her. The spiritual energy she had gathered momentarily collapsed. In an instant, her expression contorted in anguish, her breath became erratic, and her delicate frame trembled slightly. Di Wudao observed this scene, narrowing his eyes as he gently raised his palm. A formidable force surged forth, swiftly enveloping Qingge. Focus your mind, concentrate. The sound resonated in her ears, and Qingge felt an immense power flooding into her being. The previously chaotic spiritual energy stabilized rapidly, reassembling under this newfound influence. Soon after, this force, combined with the spiritual energy within Qingge, launched a vigorous assault against the barriers of her realm. A hum reverberated within her essence, ripples cascading outward as countless ancient runes shimmered into existence. Qingge beheld a vast net of seals emanating an eerie aura, firmly restraining her essence. The runes flickered ominously, weaving a tapestry of light that exuded a powerful and oppressive energy. At that moment, Di Wudao raised an eyebrow, sensing an inexplicable familiarity within the seal. However, he did not dwell on it. The overwhelming power transformed into myriad sharp blades, hurtling towards the seal with an unstoppable momentum. With a resounding impact, Qingge's vitality surged within her, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood, her complexion paling. Seeing this, Wudao stepped forward, placing his palm gently upon her back. A surge of robust energy flowed into her, this time to protect Qingge from the backlash of the wild power. A sound of shattering echoed within Qingge, and then a dazzling azure light burst forth from her, soaring into the sky. Within this azure brilliance, illusions of the blue lotus emerged, each petal shimmering with a holy glow, as if imbued with the profound truths of the universe. The blue lotus swayed gracefully, its essence ancient and distant, as if it had traversed from the dawn of chaos, imbued with boundless vitality and mysterious power. Witnessing this, Wudao raised his hand. The entire courtyard was enveloped by a powerful force, preventing this extraordinary phenomenon from manifesting fully. The celestial lotus nirvana body, Wudao murmured to himself. Gazing at the system interface, his eyes gleamed with astonishment. He had not anticipated that Qingge possessed such a celestial physique. In the epic of celestial transcendence, the existence of the immortal physique was merely a legend. Throughout the vast river of the past million years, he had not encountered another immortal body apart from his own. Nor had he heard of one. Even in ancient times, records of the immortal physique were scant. With the unsealing of Qingge's constitution, her destiny value surged once more, nearing 20,000. Similarly, Wudao's destiny value also soared, reaching 35,000. Moreover, the years of spiritual energy accumulation by Qingge erupted at this moment, propelling her to break through to the true God realm, advancing towards the God King realm. The young master had already discerned that the visitor was Yao from the 13th floor of Rouge, accompanied by a guardian of the Saint King realm. At that moment, Madame Qingyu approached with reverence, reporting respectfully. Upon hearing this, Wudao withdrew his gaze from Qingge, asking, "Since you have ascertained the details, what are we waiting for?" Meanwhile, in the holy city of Tianji, as GD's longevity banquet approached, the entire city resembled a grand spectacle, ablaze with vibrant festivities. Streets and alleys teemed with people, bustling with the sounds of carriages and chatter. Occasionally, one could catch sight of renowned prodigies from the mixed Yuan holy universe or peerless geniuses who had concealed themselves from the world. Even a few strong individuals from the saint rankings made their appearances, drawing the attention of the crowd. "Have you heard? Wudao has entered the saint rankings and stands among the top 10, exclaimed a voice filled with awe. Such a figure is truly a once-in-an-era prodigy. It was said that the extraordinary talents appearing in the holy city were all drawn to Wudao. In no time, the streets were abuzz with discussions among cultivators, their voices rising and falling like waves. The saint rankings, one of the 3 lists of the mixed Yuan holy universe, comprised individuals of the highest caliber. Those who made it into the top 10 were all heirs of ancient clans, destined to become the core figures of their respective lineages. Furthermore, all the top 10 of the saint rankings had already attained the Saint King realm, a status that represented supreme glory and formidable strength within the mixed Yuan holy universe. Wudao, at such a young age, had successfully entered the saint rankings. This news detonated like a bombshell, sending shockwaves throughout the entire mixed Yuan holy universe, leaving countless cultivators in awe. More importantly, the Order of the Holy Temple officially announced that Wudao had stepped into the saint realm. Such a terrifying pace of cultivation was unprecedented, evoking profound astonishment. What's so remarkable about the top 10 of the saint rankings? One might mistakenly think he has entered the emperor rankings, scoffed Qingge of the Qingge family, her face twisted with disdain, her words laced with jealousy and indignation. "Qingge, do not speak so recklessly. You must understand that neither the figures of the saint rankings nor those of the emperor rankings had stepped into the saint realm at Wudao's age. This alone demonstrates his unparalleled talent. The title of a once-in-an-era prodigy is no empty claim. You must not underestimate him," replied a gentle and elegant woman, her eyes reflecting wisdom and composure, casting a look of reproach and caution towards Qingge. She is none other than the renowned Qingge, celebrated for her beauty that could cause fish to sink and birds to fall. Qingge nonchalantly murmured, "All right, I understand." Then, with a shift in her tone, she inquired, "Where is my brother? Why hasn't he come?" At her words, a figure suddenly appeared in Qingsiyu's mind, and her eyes brimmed with tender affection. However, this feeling was swiftly concealed as she smiled and replied, "He is in seclusion." A flicker of barely perceptible disappointment crossed Qingge's eyes. It had been a long time since she had last seen her brother. In her heart, her brother Wudao was the true paragon of excellence. Compared to him, the likes of Wudao were but a mere shadow of his brilliance. Chapter 19. The pinnacle of the sacred rankings, Wudao. After a brief moment, Yiqiong seemed to recall something and curiously inquired, "By the way, Sister Xiyang, the Qingge 13 Towers has had no dealings with the Tianji celestial dynasty. What brings you to Tianji sacred city this time?" The Qingge 13 Towers, established by Wudao, is supported by the illustrious Qingge family, the ancient Quzhe lineage, and the Xin clan, among other venerable factions. In merely a century, its influence has permeated the vast expanse of the Hunyuan sacred universe. Although it still lags behind the Listening Tide Pavilion, it has undeniably emerged as a formidable contender, particularly following the inclusion of figures like Chu Hongxiu and Qin Xiyang. The Qingge 13 Towers has gained significant renown and is experiencing a meteoric rise, subtly suggesting it may rival the second tower of Hunyuan. However, the fact that the Qingge 13 Towers was founded by Wudao remains a closely guarded secret. Many cultivators believe the tower to be akin to the Listening Tide Pavilion, established through the support of various ancient clans for mutual benefit. Qin Xiyang gently parted her crimson lips and softly replied, "I have merely come out of boredom, wishing to witness the grace of the outstanding talents from various clans." Yet, her words were merely a facade, concealing the true nature of her visit. In reality, she had come to deliver a matter of utmost importance for the Qingge 13 Towers. Yiqiong, upon hearing her response, merely nodded slightly, devoid of curiosity. At this moment, Tianji Sacred City was alive with activity, a convergence of talent from all clans, a veritable gathering of prodigious individuals. As the legitimate daughter of the Xin clan and a leader within the Qingge 13 Towers, Qin Xiyang's presence amidst the festivities seemed entirely reasonable. Soon, amidst their conversation, the carriage came to a gradual halt, revealing a grand and magnificent mansion before them. Qin Xiyang and Yiqiong stepped out from the carriage, elegantly making their way into the estate. Although the Qingge 13 Towers had not established a stronghold in Tianji Sacred City, acquiring a residence was still a simple matter for them. However, the moment Qin Xiyang and her companions entered the mansion, her delicate brows involuntarily knitted together. Silence and oppressive, deathly silence. In the next instant, the entire mansion appeared to be enveloped by a mysterious and formidable force as mist surged from all directions, altering the very essence of the atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, those beside her, including Yiqiong, had vanished without a trace. A cacophony of alarm bells rang within Qin Xiyang's mind, her heart filled with trepidation. Her expression grew grave as she scanned her surroundings, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety and unease. A faint sound of footsteps echoed through the mist, shattering the suffocating stillness. Qin Xiyang focused her gaze, and soon, a figure emerged from the haze. Clad in a resplendent black robe adorned with golden threads, his long silver hair cascaded effortlessly, his stature tall and imposing, with a cold visage complemented by a hint of an ominous smile. "It is you." The moment Qin Xiyang recognized the figure as Wudao, her heart plummeted into despair. At this moment, she comprehended the gravity of her situation. She was within the confines of the demon clan's supreme treasure, the Prison Sky Pearl. She never anticipated that she would have the opportunity to personally experience the power of the Prison Sky Pearl in her lifetime. A smirk of derision appeared on her lips, though it was unclear whether she was mocking herself or ridiculing Wudao. "I bear no grudge against the young sovereign. Why would he imprison me with the Prison Sky Pearl?" Qin Xiyang spoke. "Imprison you?" Wudao let out a cold laugh. He then remarked, "You certainly hold yourself in high regard." In his eyes, Qin Xiyu was hardly worthy of his utilizing the celestial prison pearl. With the arrival of various powerful clans in the holy city of Tianji, including those at the Emperor realm and potentially even transcendent beings of immortality, his use of the celestial prison pearl was merely to shield against their probing. Although Qin Xiyu had grasped the intentions of Emperor Wudao, her heart was filled with confusion. Why would Emperor Wudao target her? The Qingge 13 Towers had never offended him, and there had been no conflict with either the imperial or demonic clans. They were devoid of grievances. Having heard of the young emperor's great renown, she felt a sense of disappointment upon meeting him. Unable to fathom that such a legendary figure in the primordial holy universe would resort to such means against a mere girl like herself, Qin Xiyu spoke again, her tone laced with disdain. In response, Emperor Wudao remained as tranquil as still waters, unfazed by her opinion. A victor does not concern themselves with the jibes of the vanquished, especially when the individual before him is destined to become his servant. Without exchanging further words, he advanced a step. In an instant, A terrifying force of divine consciousness surged forth like a torrential flood, engulfing Shinsiyu completely. Seeing this, Shinsiyu's heart trembled violently. The power was overwhelming, so immense that she felt as though she were confronting a supreme deity. She was clad in a robe that radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, capable of withstanding a blow from a Saint King. However, under the impact of this force, it emitted a resonating hum and was swiftly shattered by the onslaught, its vibrant hues dimming in an instant. Concurrently, an immense force, seemingly drawn from the very heavens, bore down upon her with the weight of Mount Tai. With a deafening crash, Shinsiyu was sent hurtling through the air, tracing a long arc before crashing to the ground. Blood erupted from her mouth, and her once exquisite visage turned as pale as parchment, her eyes reflecting disbelief and shock. She muttered to herself, "How is this possible?" Struggling to lift her gaze, she saw Emperor Wudao approaching with a face devoid of sympathy for her pitiful state. The terrifying force of divine consciousness continued to envelop her. Shinsiyu instinctively parted her lips, seemingly attempting to utter something. However, before her words could escape, Emperor Wudao's divine consciousness surged into her mind, leaving her no chance for reaction. In that fleeting moment, her already pallid complexion grew even more ghastly, terror manifesting across her features. Soon, her expression contorted in agony, her gaze losing focus, her pupils becoming vacant and lifeless. After a brief interval, a spark of vitality returned to her eyes. Yet they now held a profound respect as she gazed at Emperor Wudao. It was a submission that emanated from the depths of her soul. In an exquisitely delicate voice, she called out, "Master." The Emperor Wudao gazed into the depths of thought, a hint of playful intrigue flickering in his eyes. He murmured to himself, "Is this the forbidden fruit of Wielding, the apex of the sacred list?" Given his stature, he was well aware of the shadow cast by the eternal life Yu family behind the Tianji 13th tower. However, he had not anticipated that this establishment was founded by Wielding himself, and that it had attracted numerous beauties from across the realm. As for the subsequent matters, I trust you require no instruction. The Emperor Wudao spoke with a casual tone. "Rest assured, Master, Yaoa knows how to proceed," Shinsiyu respectfully replied, her voice imbued with humility and obedience. Chapter 20. The shock of Shao Jingyan. Deep within the sacred city of Tianji, the Shao residence stands majestically like a towering sanctuary, exuding an extraordinary aura. Although the Ziwei Celestial Palace has severed ties with the Tianji Celestial Dynasty, its past renown within this sacred city continues to resonate like thunder. The grandeur of the residence rivals that of the royal lineage. The intricate and inseparable connections between the Tianji Celestial Dynasty and the Ziwei Celestial Palace are deeply woven. While the Emperor's stubbornness may be frustrating, the wisdom of the Grand Princess is indeed a blessing for the Tianji Celestial Dynasty. Within the Grand Hall, numerous exceptional talents have gathered, including Shao Jingyuan, De, and Ji Qingxue. Holding a cup of fragrant tea, Shao Jingyuan took a gentle sip and spoke with a smile. However, Ji Qingxue's expression darkened slightly upon hearing his words, revealing her unease. She understood well that allying with the Ziwei Celestial Palace was akin to courting danger. Yet the current situation left her with no choice but to comply. Do not be overly complacent. The appearance of Di Wudao in the Tianji Celestial Dynasty is no mere coincidence, although my father has not explicitly stated it. I have sensed through his cryptic remarks that he seems inclined to engage with the demon clan. As these words left her lips, the once boisterous hall fell into a hushed silence, so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Shao Jingyuan's hand, which held the teacup, froze mid-air, and he slowly raised his gaze to meet Di's eyes, where an imperceptible glimmer flashed between them. After a brief moment, Shao Jingyuan spoke. Di Wudao indeed poses a potential variable in our plans, and we must remain vigilant. However, without a royal heir to guide them, it is exceedingly difficult to locate the Tianji celestial source within the Tianji secret realm. Di Wudao has been in the sacred city for some time now, yet there have been no reports of him having any interactions with the royal heirs of the Celestial Dynasty. Could he possess some secret method to seek out the Tianji celestial source? Within the Tianji secret realm, the Tianji celestial source has been imbued with the unique aura of the Ji clan, preserved through countless generations of imperial rulers. This aura can only be sensed by those of royal blood. Thus, the gathering was rife with curiosity regarding Di Wudao's methods for locating the Tianji celestial source. As for Ji Qingge, they did not even consider her, as one must attain at least the true god realm to enter the Tianji secret realm, a level Ji Qingge had yet to reach. Ji Qingxue was equally perplexed. She had anticipated that Di Wudao would seek her out in the following days. She had even meticulously rehearsed several excuses for her potential refusals. Yet, He had yet to make an appearance. The atmosphere in the hall grew heavy and oppressive, with everyone contemplating Wudao's intentions, leaving a thick silence in their wake. His plans would surely be revealed at the upcoming longevity banquet. At that moment, a woman broke the silence. Seated at one side of the hall, her appearance was strikingly unusual, radiating an air of enigmatic mystery. She was Pei Yin'er, the holy maiden of the underworld palace. In this vast cosmos of mixed origins, no cultivator was unaware of the tumultuous relationship between the underworld palace and the demon clan, which had always been fraught with animosity. There were even rumors suggesting that the underworld palace was originally founded by practitioners of the demon clan, though the reasons for their severance remain shrouded in mystery. After establishing the Nether Palace, it has suffered relentless oppression from the demon race, particularly intensified following the ascension of Emperor Wudao to the position of the demon clan's young lord. Recently, the fall of the Holy Son of the Nether Palace has led to suspicions among its members that Emperor Wudao may be orchestrating these events from behind the scenes. Upon hearing Pei Yin'er's words, the individuals within the Grand Hall nodded slightly. Given the current uncertainty, rather than engaging in aimless speculation, it would be wiser to await the results of the upcoming longevity banquet the following day. At this moment, Xiao Jingyun, who had been deep in thought, suddenly revealed a glimmer of surprise within his eyes as a communication stone inexplicably appeared in his palm. Though this subtle change was quickly masked, a few prodigies noticed it, their expressions tinged with curiosity. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao Jingyun slowly raised his hand and bowed to the assembly, apologizing. Esteemed brothers, I sincerely apologize. An urgent matter has arisen that requires my immediate attention. I hope for your understanding should my hospitality have been lacking. Emperor Yi, who had been observing Xiao Jingyun discreetly, cast a penetrating glance at him upon hearing these words. He then gracefully stood to take his leave, departing with purposeful strides. Seeing this, the other prodigies exchanged knowing glances and followed suit, rising to bid farewell. Once they had departed, Xiao Jingyun finally stood up, sweeping his arm lightly, causing the space before him to tear open as he stepped into it. Meanwhile, in the depths of the residence where Qingge dwelled, the courtyard was tranquil and elegant, bathed in soft moonlight that cascaded like water, draping the pavilions in a dreamlike silver veil. Seated alone in the pavilion, Qingge, with her graceful figure and refined demeanor, appeared even more ethereal under the moon's glow, radiating a sacred aura akin to a celestial being descending to earth. With delicate hands raised in an elegant and practiced manner, she focused intently on brewing tea, the fragrant steam rising and enveloping the air. Even as distant footsteps approached, they failed to disturb the tranquility of her serene heart. Akin to a bottomless, undisturbed pool. "Xiao, I have arrived," came a voice rich with emotion and an indescribable hint of infatuation. Xiao Jingyun hurried from the Xiao residence, now quietly standing behind her. His gaze fell upon Xiao's enchanting silhouette, filled with tenderness. Upon hearing his voice, Xiao raised her head slightly, a meaningful smile curving her lips, as if concealing an endless mystery, elusive and unfathomable. Lifting the cup before her, she took a delicate sip, remarking, "You have arrived sooner than I anticipated." Xiao Jingyun paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he momentarily gazed at Xiao, sensing an inexplicable sense of distance about her today. Her usual playful and sparkling eyes seemed to hold a different depth. At this moment, a teasing tone was unmistakably evident, intermingled with a hint of cold indifference that seemed to keep others at bay. This unfamiliar demeanor was one he had never encountered before. The smile that once lingered on Xiao Jingyun's lips faltered slightly, his elongated eyes narrowing as he inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Her implication suggested that he was hastily courting death. Just then, a playful voice unexpectedly shattered the tranquility of the serene courtyard, reverberating through the air. Xiao Jingyun was jolted, as if a current of electricity had surged through him, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. The familiarity of that voice was overwhelming. Wudao? How could this be possible? His eyes widened in disbelief. In the previously calm courtyard, ripples began to emerge in the void. A tall and imposing figure stepped forth from the rift in space. Chapter 21. The Despairing Power Master, you have arrived. At the moment she saw Wudao, Qingge, who had been leisurely seated, immediately set down her cup and gracefully rose to her feet, bowing deeply in reverence. Her words were laced with profound respect and affection, as if the figure before her were her sole faith and reliance in this life. "Master?" Xiao Jingyun felt as though struck by a bolt from the blue. His entire being rendered momentarily numb, his mind a blank slate. He gazed at Qingge in disbelief. unable to fathom how the gentle and affectionate woman who had shared her heart with him could, in an instant, don a completely different facade. This unfamiliar and cold demeanor made him feel as though he had never truly known her. What left him in a chilling abyss was her address of Wudao as master. To him, this was nothing short of fantastical, completely overturning his previous understanding. Given his status, he was well aware of the true power behind Yinji 13 floors, and there was no conceivable way it could be associated with Wudao. Yet the scene before him was akin to a heavy blow that shattered all his certainties into fragments. He seemed to awaken to a dreadful realization. His eyes suddenly filled with terror. Instantly, his body began to tremble involuntarily, and he stammered, "What have you done to her?" The dramatic transformation in Shinsiyu rendered her so docile, as if she had become an entirely different person. It appeared that at a mere command from Wudao, she would unhesitatingly offer him everything. How could he fail to comprehend the reasons behind such a situation? However, Wudao paid no heed to Xiao Jingyun's shifting expressions. He stepped into the pavilion and casually took a seat on the stone chair, lifting the fragrant tea offered by Shinsiyu with a playful smile gracing his lips. His hand naturally rested on Shinsi유's slender waist. Her exquisite visage flushed with a captivating shade of crimson. Her eyes sparkled with tenderness as she delicately settled onto Wudao's lap, her enchanting posture enough to captivate and ensnare any extraordinary individual in the world. Wudao, maintaining an air of indifference, remarked teasingly to Shinsiyu, "Young master Xiao holds you in such deep affection. Can you truly bear to act against him?" Upon hearing this, Shinsiyu's beautiful eyes radiated unwavering determination. Parting her crimson lips, she declared, "In my heart, there is only the master. The master is my everything, my entire existence." Wudao, you despicable and shameless scoundrel. In the courtyard, Xiao Jingyun watched in horror as the woman he yearned for had transformed into a docile creature. Yielding to Wudao's whims, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury as he bellowed, "Impudence! How dare you show disrespect to the master? You are courting death." As soon as Xiao Jingyun's words fell, Shinsiyu, in Wudao's embrace, coldly reprimanded him. Wudao merely responded with a light pat on Shinsiyu's fragrant shoulder. His gaze settling on Xiao Jingyun as he calmly stated, "Save your breath. Now that I have intervened, do you truly believe you can escape?" Within the confines of the prison Sky Pearl, every movement of Xiao Jingyun lay firmly within his control. Just moments ago, despite his outward display of uncontrollable rage, he had been covertly engaging in numerous subtle maneuvers. For instance, he attempted to send messages using the communication stone and his divine sense. Yet how could he possibly evade the perceptive grasp of Emperor Wudao? With a resonant hum, as Emperor Wudao's words fell, an invisible force surged forth abruptly. The surroundings of the courtyard underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The previously tranquil courtyard vanished in the blink of an eye, replaced by a dim, enigmatic realm shrouded in swirling gray mist. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Jingyun's heart instantly comprehended Emperor Wudao's intentions. Nevertheless, even so, he found it hard to believe that Emperor Wudao would dare to take his life, though he had come alone, without any escort. His father's extraordinary prowess would surely detect his whereabouts. If he were to perish here, his father would undoubtedly trace the faintest clues left behind. As for the notion of being controlled by Emperor Wudao's slave seal, Xiao Jingyun had never entertained such a thought. The foundation of the Ziwei Celestial Palace was not something the Shin clan could even begin to compare with. The Celestial Palace boasted numerous formidable beings at its pinnacle. Even the most potent slave seals within the Honyuan sacred universe could not elude detection by someone of his father's caliber. Otherwise, how could the heirs of various clans traverse the sacred universe without trepidation? Suppressing the turmoil within, Xiao Jingyun endeavored to regain his composure, then spoke in a deep voice, "Emperor Wudao, do you believe that the demon clan can dominate the Honyuan sacred universe at will? If anything were to happen to me, the Ziwei Celestial Palace would ensure a relentless vendetta against the demon clan." Upon hearing this, Emperor Wudao slowly shook his head, his expression serene, whether one can truly dominate. You may not even have the chance to witness. As his words fell, the entire space was instantaneously stirred by an overwhelming force of divine consciousness. Akin to an ancient behemoth awakening from slumber, exuding a destructive aura, the billowing gray mist, infused with immense divine power, surged toward Xiao Jingyun like a relentless tide. Alarmed, Xiao Jingyun understood that his life hung in the balance. He unleashed all his reserves, his spiritual energy surging wildly. In an instant, a sacred radiance enveloped him, awakening both his defensive and offensive sacred artifacts. These artifacts shimmered with brilliant light, faintly emanating an ancient and formidable aura. He was acutely aware that Emperor Wudao's strength far surpassed his own. His only hope now rested upon these sacred artifacts. However, the harsh reality struck him like a heavy blow to the heart. The artifacts he had placed such high hopes upon proved as fragile as paper before Emperor Wudao's terrifying divine power. The colossal hand, forged from that power, easily shattered them. Some of the artifacts even developed fine cracks, their once resplendent holy light dimming instantaneously. Xiao Jingyun's body, utterly defenseless, was violently thrown back by this overwhelming force, crashing heavily to the ground. In that moment, his eyes were filled with shock and dread. The immense power displayed by Emperor Wudao completely upended his previous understanding. Before he could regain his composure, the terrifying force of the divine soul surged into his consciousness, as if traversing an uninhabited realm, shattering the barriers of his mind. In an instant, an excruciating pain, emanating from the depths of his soul, engulfed him. Xiao Jingyun's visage contorted grotesquely in agony, his eyes veined with suffering. His entire body writhed upon the ground, emitting muffled groans of torment, as if he were enduring the most brutal of tortures this world could inflict. Chapter 22. Successful Devouring. Awakening the Heavenly Dao Body Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring the Destined One. As Xiao Jingyun's consciousness was shattered by Di Wudao, the latter chose to consume him directly. Simultaneously, a system notification appeared before his eyes. The screen displayed the detailed information of the devoured. Name, Xiao Jingyun. Identity, direct disciple of the Ziwei Immortal Palace. Realm, Midstage Divine King. Destiny value, 8,900 points. Di Wudao cast a casual glance, and the system notification chimed again. Ding. Host's destiny value increased to 39,000. Ding. The host has absorbed the abundant fortune of the Destined One, receiving system rewards. Cultivation reward, elevated to late-stage Sacred Realm. Talent and supernatural abilities reward, Eye of Heaven, Domain of Heaven. Skill deprivation, Ziwei Immortal Technique. In an instant, a surge of overwhelming power descended upon Di Wudao, propelling his realm directly to the late stage of the Sacred Realm. Concurrently, within his consciousness, the intricate secrets of the Ziwei Immortal Technique flooded into his mind like a tidal wave, which he assimilated one by one. However, due to Xiao Jingyun's shallow comprehension of the technique, the effectiveness of the system's deprivation was less than optimal. This implied that Di Wudao would still need to rely on his own understanding of this immortal technique in the future. Di Wudao paid this little mind. In contrast, the hidden secrets of the Ziwei Immortal Palace, along with the various plots against him and the Tianji Immortal Dynasty, ignited a profound interest within him. Upon further exploration, he discovered that numerous formidable beings had quietly descended into the shadows of Tianji's sacred city. It seemed that many ancient clans and immortal sects regarded his existence with trepidation, viewing him as a significant threat. A faint smile, cold and calculating, graced Di Wudao's lips. Since they had gathered together, it would be prudent to eliminate them all at once to avoid future complications. He then softly called out in his heart, "System, can the Heavenly Dao Body be activated?" Ding. The host has met the criteria for devouring a sufficient number of destined individuals. The Heavenly Dao Body can be activated. Does the host wish to proceed now? A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Di Wudao's eyes. Activate. Buzz. In an instant, a mysterious and unfathomable chaotic divine radiance surged directly into his divine sea. This power exuded an ancient and profound aura, as if it carried the primordial force from the dawn of creation, traversing from the distant and enigmatic cosmos. In that moment, Di Wudao felt an indescribable and profound connection established between him and the vast expanse of the universe. It was as if, with a mere thought, he possessed the terrifying power to annihilate the entire cosmos. As the chaotic divine radiance continued to flow in, a transparent spiritual entity, identical to him, began to slowly coalesce within his divine sea. This entity was the embodiment of the power of this realm. Just a fleeting hint of its aura revealed to Di Wudao the boundless might contained within it, vast and infinite. Ding. The system announces the successful consolidation of the Heavenly Dao's physical embodiment. Ding. A notification regarding the cultivation level of the Heavenly Dao's physical embodiment. At the initial level, it can devour and support 10 to 20 fated individuals, consuming 5,000 destiny points with each activation, rendering one invincible in the realm of immortals. At the intermediate level, it can devour and support 20 to 50 fated individuals, with each activation consuming 10,000 destiny points. In the realm of immortals, Di Wudao gazed at the system page, murmuring to himself, his expression grave. In this era of the primordial holy universe, immortals were regarded as almost taboo. An aspiration sought after by countless cultivators, yet elusive throughout their entire lives. Who could have anticipated that the system would bestow upon him an unparalleled constitution capable of ascending to the immortal realm? Now, with the activation of the heavenly Tao's physical embodiment, he possessed the strength to rival the formidable beings of the immortal realm. Even he, usually so composed, felt a ripple of emotion within him at this moment. "My lord, what shall we do next?" At this moment, Shen Xiao, observing the lifeless Xiao Jingyun, inquired softly. Upon hearing her voice, Wudao's thoughts were pulled back to reality. Unhurriedly, he raised his palm and struck towards Shen Xiao. The attack came unexpectedly, leaving her no time to react, her eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. With a resounding thud, Shen Xiao's body was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, blood spilling from her mouth. Her once exquisite visage now drained of color, she looked pitifully at Wudao, repeatedly murmuring, "My lord, my lord." Wudao's expression remained calm as he approached Shen Xiao, slowly kneeling before her, lifting her delicate chin with his hand. With a smile, he remarked, "Since the Rouge 13 building belongs to the young master of the Yi family, you shall endure a little hardship. It serves as an opportunity to see whether the young master you so dearly cherish truly holds you in regard." Originally, Wudao had no intention of targeting Xiao Jingyun, but Shen Xiao's appearance altered his decision, particularly upon learning that the creator of the Rouge 13 building was Yi Lingtian. He was more than willing to incite a conflict between the Rouge 13 building and the Ziwei Immortal Palace. As for whether the Ziwei Immortal Palace would believe him, Wudao was utterly unconcerned. After all, Xiao Jingyun had perished within Shen Xiao's residence, and regardless of the circumstances, the Rouge 13 building could not evade culpability. Moreover, as the mastermind behind the Rouge 13 building, if Yi Lingtian failed to appear at that moment, how could the establishment withstand the wrath of the Ziwei Immortal Palace? "My lord, my heart belongs solely to you," Shen Xiao, flustered, responded with a voice tinged with tears. Wudao extended his long fingers, gently wiping away the blood at the corner of her mouth. His gaze deep and contemplative, he spoke slowly, "Of course, we must put on a good show. I will arrange for someone to escort you away." "Yes, my lord," Shen Xiao replied, her voice trembling with reverence. Subsequently, under Wudao's command, the GOU guards led Shen Xiao away from the prison Sky Pearl. Meanwhile, within the tranquil palace of the silent residence, Qingge, having successfully activated the Qinglian Nirvana immortal body and achieved a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the true God realm, stood quietly by the window in her nightgown. Under the illumination of the moonlight, alluring curves are delicately outlined. 3,000 strands of hair cascade freely, gently swaying in the breeze. At this moment, her eyes reflect a myriad of complex emotions, sometimes entangled, at times tinged with a hint of shyness, the intricacies of her feelings elusive to others. But, just then, the space within the palace rippled with layers of subtle undulations, the minute disturbances starkly contrasting with the tranquility. Sensing the commotion, Qingge instantly regained her composure and lifted her gaze. She beheld the figure of Emperor Wudao stepping forth from the rift in the fabric of space. Instinctively, she inclined her body in a gesture of respect, uttering, "Young master." Yet, in that fleeting moment of bowing her head, a trace of barely perceptible panic flickered across her eyes. Chapter 23. The earthquake in the holy city of Tianji. Emperor Wudao's gaze was serene, akin to an unfathomable abyss, gently resting upon Qingge. On this day, Qingge, having amassed a wealth of experience, surged forth from the quasi-divine realm to the pinnacle of the true divine realm. There was even a faint indication of a breakthrough into the divine king realm. The upcoming longevity banquet promised to unveil a splendid spectacle. In his heart, Emperor Wudao inquired, "System, which celestial technique is best suited for cultivating the Qinglian nirvana body?" Ding. Qinglian Jinqianju. Qinglian Jinqianju? Upon hearing this, Emperor Wudao raised an eyebrow slightly. In the Hanyuan holy universe, he had never encountered such a celestial technique. Ding. The celestial technique practiced by the Taikujin Tianxian sect. The system seemed to perceive his confusion, providing yet another prompt. At that moment, Qingge, unaware of Emperor Wudao's response, felt a flicker of uncertainty in her beautiful eyes. With a flutter of trepidation, she cautiously lifted her gaze. She found Emperor Wudao's eyes fixed intently upon her, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. In her moment of panic, Emperor Wudao slowly raised his arms. Qingge was momentarily taken aback by this action. However, she quickly regained her composure, her cheeks flushing with a delicate hue, reminiscent of the vibrant twilight sky. She moved gracefully. Each step towards Emperor Wudao felt like treading upon the very tips of her heart, causing an inner tremor. With a gentle lift of her slender wrist, her fingertips trembled slightly as they reached for the fabric of his robe. The moment her delicate fingers grazed the cloth, her rosy cheeks were already ablaze with embarrassment. With careful and deliberate movements, she began to unfasten the buttons of his robe, each release quickening her heartbeat as if it would burst from her chest. Her breath became erratic, and when the robe was finally loosened, her face was so crimson it seemed as if it might bleed. Her eyes lowered. Unable to meet Emperor Wudao's gaze, especially when confronted with the sight of his strong and powerful chest, she buried her head lower, wishing to conceal herself entirely. In the next instant, Qingge felt as if her body had vanished, as Emperor Wudao lifted her effortlessly. Her soft cheeks pressed against his chest, and her gaze became dreamy. As the bathing palace drew nearer, she instinctively understood what was to unfold next. Despite her utmost restraint, vivid images that were impossible to dismiss flooded her mind. 200,000 words omitted here. Simultaneously, the holy city of Tianji was engulfed in a tremendous tremor. Countless cultivators within the city sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying aura enveloping the sacred grounds. The most formidable existences of various ancient clans and sects frowned, their figures vanishing from sight. At Shen Siyuan's residence, silhouettes of powerful beings from ancient clans materialized around the sky, their hearts stirred by the sight before them. Once a place of solemn grandeur, the estate now appeared ravaged by an unseen force, a scene of utter devastation. Xiaoju, the deputy master of the Purple Micro-Palace, donned a flowing black robe that rustled in the wind, his expression as frigid as ice. His piercing gaze, like a beacon, precisely locked onto the familiar figure lying quietly in a pool of blood amidst the ruin. He was clad in tattered garments, his wounds grotesque, the blood long since dried, leaving harrowing marks upon his pallid skin, as if he had endured unfathomable torment in life. Xiaoju's pupils abruptly constricted, and an uncontrollable fury surged within him. The air around him twisted and trembled in response to his wrath, while the stone slabs beneath him could no longer bear the strain, fracturing underfoot. His fists clenched tightly. Knuckles turning white, waves of spiritual energy erupted from his being, forming a tempestuous vortex of power around him. The ethereal essence drawn near was ensnared, as if pulled into an endless abyss, devoured by his fury. "Brother!" A voice, steeped in profound sorrow, shattered the oppressive silence of the mansion. The figure of Xiao Ruannan burst forth like an arrow released from its bow, racing towards the heart of the estate. Her enchanting visage, once radiant, was now marred by a cascade of tears. She seemed to have lost all strength, clinging desperately to the increasingly cold body of Xiao Jingyun. Her eyes filled with dread and disbelief. Meanwhile, Xiaoju raised his gaze, his cold, piercing look sweeping over the somber horizon, finally resting upon the commander of the celestial guards of the Tianji dynasty. His lips parted slightly, his voice devoid of warmth. "Seal off the holy city of Tianji. Without my command, no one is permitted to leave." At these words, the ancient clans and sects gathered above the heavens, including the commander of the guards, could not help but furrow their brows. They all understood the profound pain Xiaoju felt over his son's demise. Yet his blatant overreach in commanding the guards of the Tianji dynasty to seal the entire holy city was undeniably a breach of protocol. After all, such authority over the city's defenses had always belonged solely to the Emperor Ji. This is the Tianji dynasty, not your Ziwei palace. Xiaoju, is your conduct not excessive? Just as the crowd murmured in discontent over Xiaoju's actions, a multitude of radiant light suddenly surged from the heavens like a tidal wave. The very fabric of space seemed to be violently stirred by an invisible hand, causing ripples to cascade through the air. Soon after, a tall figure adorned in a resplendent purple robe emerged amidst the brilliant light. He stood tall and resolute, akin to a proud pine tree, exuding an air of noble authority that rendered the surrounding atmosphere almost sparse. "Salutations, King of Purple Gold." As the middle-aged man made his entrance, the guards of the holy city bowed in unison, their movements practiced and respectful. The newcomer was none other than the younger brother of Emperor Ji of the Tianji dynasty, King of Purple Gold. Upon hearing this, Xiaoju slowly turned his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, an unrestrained, killing intent spilling from his eyes. "My son perished in the holy city of Tianji, and you wish to remain uninvolved?" He scoffed. King of Purple Gold dismissed Xiaoju's murderous intent with a sneer, his face a mask of derision. "Any guest invited to my elder brother's longevity banquet is naturally under the protection of the Tianji dynasty. However, your Ziwei palace is not included. Our celestial dynasty has never extended an invitation to your esteemed Shao clan. You have arrived unbidden, and now, in the wake of your son's misfortune, you demand that our Tianji celestial dynasty bear the burden of responsibility. Is it not rather unreasonable for your Ziwei celestial palace to impose such a demand upon us? As the words of the golden purple king fell, murmurs of discussion rippled through the heavens like concentric waves. The assembly engaged in hushed conversations, their expressions a tapestry of varied emotions. Some appeared utterly astonished, remarking on the audacity and unreserved candor of Tianji celestial dynasty's stance. Others seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, realizing that the relationship between Tianji celestial dynasty and Ziwei celestial palace had deteriorated to such a point of mutual animosity, where they were now irreconcilably opposed. Chapter 24. The enigmatic situation. Xiao Zhu stood motionless, absorbing the discussions around him, his gaze sharpening slightly, his expression inscrutable. He was not overwhelmed by a surge of hatred, nor had he lost his reason. His earlier remarks, assertive yet somewhat overstepping, were merely a probe into the stance of the Tianji celestial dynasty. In the past, despite their strained relations, the Tianji celestial dynasty had always occupied a position of weakness, often hindered by the influence of the Ziwei celestial palace in various matters. However, today, the Tianji celestial dynasty's reaction was not only a blatant refusal, but also remarkably resolute, showing no regard for the Ziwei celestial palace. Such an unusual response concealed deeper implications. To Xiaozhu, there were only two possibilities. Either the Tianji celestial dynasty had gained sufficient confidence to stand against the Ziwei celestial palace, or they had found a formidable ally, emboldening them. Naturally, Xiaozhu leaned towards the latter. His expression turned stern as he coldly inquired, "Is this your own opinion, or is it GTON's idea?" "It is the will of the Tianji celestial dynasty," the purple gold king replied with composure, neither servile nor arrogant. "Excellent." A glint of murderous intent flashed in Xiaozhu's eyes as he replied icily, "I hope the Tianji celestial dynasty can maintain this fortitude in the future." With that, he waved his hand vigorously, and a surge of spiritual energy enveloped Xiao Jingzun and Xiao Runan, causing them to vanish in an instant. The purple gold king fixed his gaze on the direction in which Xiaozhu had departed, his eyes narrowing slightly as a flicker of contemplation crossed his mind. He too was perplexed, unable to fathom why Ji Huang insisted on so forcefully rejecting the Ziwei celestial palace. As the younger brother of Ji Huang, he was acutely aware of the Tianji celestial dynasty's foundations. Compared to the pinnacle force of the Ziwei celestial palace, the Tianji celestial dynasty was undeniably lacking. Such actions today would undoubtedly offend the Ziwei celestial palace irreparably. Dispatch orders. The entire city is to be on alert. Capture any suspicious individuals immediately. The purple gold king quickly regained his composure and commanded the celestial guards beside him. Although they had rejected the Ziwei celestial palace, the Tianji celestial dynasty could not afford to be complacent, lest other ancient clans and sects provoke unnecessary troubles. Meanwhile, within the Tianji celestial dynasty, in the grand palace courtyard, the crimson palace walls stretched majestically, their towering presence awe-inspiring. Adorned with rare sacred materials, intricate spiritual patterns shimmered with a mysterious glow. In the heart of the palace, the Tianji Hall rose impressively. The hall, with its flying eaves and intricate brackets, was crafted from millennia-old spiritual wood, intricately carved with vivid auspicious beasts and birds, all showcasing the grandeur of the celestial dynasty's palace. In the corridor outside the main hall, Ji Huang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, draped in an elegant black and gold dragon robe that accentuated his tall and imposing figure. His eyes, deep and fathomless, gazed quietly at the Tianji holy city for a long while before he slowly spoke. The talent of Wudao can justifiably be described as a monstrous prodigy of the ages, one who may even ascend to legendary realms in the future. However, relying solely on this to compel the Tianji celestial dynasty to bow in submission is far from sufficient. If the demon clan truly wishes to collaborate with my Tianji celestial dynasty, I expect you to demonstrate the requisite sincerity. Beside the Emperor Ji stood a figure cloaked in black robes. The man remained composed, unperturbed by the words spoken. Yet he emanated an undeniable and formidable aura that was impossible to ignore. Even the sovereign of the celestial dynasty, Emperor Ji, found himself unable to suppress the presence of this individual. Merely by standing there, the man exuded an overwhelming force, as if he could crush anything in his path. He was none other than one of the four great demon monarchs, feared by all factions within the primordial holy universe, the Grand Commander of the 9 Nether Guards, the 9 Nether Emperor. With a subtle smile, the Nine Nether Emperor remarked, "Since Wudao has arrived at Tianji, he is undoubtedly well prepared. You must understand that the primordial orthodoxy has remained silent thus far, simply waiting for you to relent. The consequences of choosing to join the primordial orthodoxy need not be elaborated. You comprehend them better than anyone." Upon hearing these words, Emperor Qi narrowed his eyes, his expression grave. He was acutely aware of the implications of what the Nine Nether Emperor conveyed. Although the primordial orthodoxy was ostensibly established to protect countless beings within the primordial realm, the passage of time has led to its firm control by a handful of peak powers, such as the Celestial Dao Palace. Should the Tianji Celestial Dynasty align with the primordial orthodoxy, it would essentially be equivalent to submission under their dominion. This was precisely why the Tianji Celestial Dynasty had consistently refrained from joining the primordial orthodoxy, a fate that Emperor Qi could not accept. Naturally, he was equally averse to yielding to the demon clan. Nevertheless, aligning with the primordial orthodoxy seemed a more palatable option than acquiescing to your demon clan. Emperor Qi did not yield. He fixed his gaze upon the Nine Nether Emperor and stated resolutely. The Nine Nether Emperor maintained an air of calm, his demeanor as tranquil as ever. Nonchalantly, he replied, "There is no need for such formality, Brother Qi. The demon clan does not seek your subservience. My presence here is not due to Wudao summoning me. Rather, it is the esteemed demon sovereign who, concerned for Wudao's safety, has sent me." Upon hearing this, Emperor Qi raised an eyebrow, a flicker of doubt crossing his gaze. The Tianji secret realm is vast, and a single misstep could plunge the Tianji Celestial Dynasty into irretrievable calamity, becoming the target of all factions. The announcement of the Tianji secret realm's opening during the longevity feast was ostensibly to select a successor. Yet it was merely a makeshift strategy devised by Emperor Qi in desperation. This was due to the fact that the secrets concealed within the Tianji secret realm had been discerned by the primordial orthodoxy, the celestial orthodoxy, and even the imperial and demon clans. The sudden emergence of Emperor Wudao led Emperor Qi to naturally assume he must be representing the imperial or demon clans. Furthermore, although Emperor Wudao did not explicitly state it, his inquiries regarding the Celestial Dynasty's princesses suggested an interest in forming an alliance with the Tianji Celestial Dynasty. However, the words of the Nine Nether Emperor now cast a shadow of doubt in Emperor Ji's mind. If Emperor Wudao was not here for the Tianji secret realm, then what was his true purpose? After all, given the Nine Nether Emperor's status and identity, he would not have come to the Tianji Celestial Dynasty merely to deceive him. The Nine Nether Emperor regarded the gaze of the Qi Emperor, a faint smile playing upon his lips. He spoke with a gentle tone, "Brother Qi, do not look at me in such a manner. To speak candidly, I too cannot fathom the intentions of the Wudao, and I find myself equally curious about the purpose of his journey." As the Nine Nether Emperor's words resonated with layered significance, the furrows on the Qi Emperor's forehead deepened. He understood well that should the Tianji Celestial Dynasty lose the formidable support of the Demon Clan, it would spell disaster for the dynasty. Yet, seasoned by the tempests of life, the Qi Emperor maintained a composed demeanor, showing no inclination to relent. He calmly replied, regardless of his motives, "We shall discern the truth by tomorrow." Both the Qi Emperor and the Nine Nether Emperor stood as titans at the pinnacle of the primordial sacred universe. They both recognized that at this critical juncture, the first to yield would inevitably find themselves at a disadvantage in the ensuing contest. Chapter 25, the rumored top of the sacred list. The Nine Nether Emperor nodded slightly, seemingly in agreement with the words of the Qi Emperor. His gaze drifted into the distance as he murmured, "To meddle in the affairs of the Celestial Dynasty without the aid of the Demon Clan and the Imperial Clan, could it be blind confidence or a disregard for the myriad powers of the primordial realm?" His words floated in the air, posing a question not only to the Qi Emperor, but also to himself. The Qi Emperor's eyes, deep and profound, flickered with a momentary brilliance. For one of his stature, the Emperor Wudao remained too youthful, with much yet to learn. After all, in the vast expanse of the primordial sacred universe, countless prodigies had risen and fallen throughout the annals of time. The current predicament of the Celestial Dynasty could not afford to wait for the Emperor Wudao to mature. Even though he entered the sacred list at a young age and was hailed as an unparalleled genius, it was still premature for him to stand at the pinnacle of the primordial realm. Thus, he required affirmation from either the Demon Clan or the Imperial Clan. Only then could the Celestial Dynasty hope for a glimmer of survival amidst the intricate web of power struggles. The sacred celestial domain, one of the three domains of the primordial realm, stretches endlessly, home to numerous ancient clans and their legacies. Misty Sacred City is among the most renowned of these sacred cities, bordering many venerable clans such as the everlasting Yi clan, the ancient Chu clan, and the Xin clan. The 13 Towers of Rouge, the stronghold of the Rouge clan, is situated within Misty Sacred City, standing majestically like a colossal giant, surveying the world's splendor and vicissitudes. The towers, interconnected and artistically arranged, shimmer under the sunlight, their glazed tiles reflecting a golden hue. It appears as though the entire structure is adorned with a resplendent golden garment, exuding an overwhelming aura that captivates all. This place serves as a vital link among various factions, where practitioners from ancient clans can often be seen mingling, their laughter and voices creating a vibrant atmosphere. At this moment, within a serene chamber of the towering structure, Shinxio lay pale and reclined on the bed, her eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Opposite her, Chu Hongxiu sat gracefully, resembling a snow lotus blossoming upon an icy peak, stunningly beautiful, yet imbued with an air of frosty elegance. Her brows arched like distant mountains, and her eyes sparkled like stars. With a gentle voice, she inquired, "Yaoer, are you certain that your savior hails from the demon clan?" Leaning against a plush pillow, Shinxio's complexion was notably pale. Upon hearing the question, she coughed lightly and raised her hand to cover her lips, as if lost in profound recollection. After a brief moment, she relaxed her furrowed brow and nodded slowly. "Sister Hongxiu, you are well aware of my unique constitution. Whenever a practitioner approaches, I can keenly sense the fluctuations of their spiritual power, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. The individual who rescued me possessed a formidable and surging demonic energy." I could not be mistaken. A flicker of doubt crossed Chu Hongxiu's eyes. She knew well of Shinxio's extraordinary constitution. Yet the demon clan had no prior ties with the 13 Towers of Rouge. Why would they suddenly intervene to save someone? After a moment of contemplation, she continued softly. "Were you able to discern who inflicted harm upon you at that time?" Shinxiao's face revealed a trace of regret as she gently shook her head, expressing that the adversary was overwhelmingly powerful, so much so that even the Sacred King's protector stood no chance against them, swiftly subdued in an instant. The incident occurred so suddenly that she had no time to investigate the opponent's origins. Chu Hongxiu furrowed her brows, her expression grave. To render a Sacred King utterly defenseless, the assailant was most likely a peak Emperor realm powerhouse. At present, the Tianji Sacred City was a gathering ground for numerous ancient clans and formidable individuals from various factions. If a being of Emperor realm strength were to act here, it would be illogical for their presence to go unnoticed, unless they possessed a formidable artifact capable of concealing their aura or mastered extraordinary secret techniques adept at shrouding their movements. However, at this moment, such concerns were not the main priority. With Xiao Jingyun deceased, the Yinji 13 Towers would soon face the wrath of the Ziwei Celestial Palace. Finding a way to avert this impending crisis was the most pressing matter. She suppressed her inner anxiety and softly reassured Shinxiao, instructing her to focus on recuperating and to leave the external matters to her. Shinxiao, filled with self-reproach, had tears glistening in her eyes as she spoke with a tremulous voice, lamenting her perceived inadequacy that had brought such trouble to the Yinji Towers. "Is Brother Yi angry with me?" "Silly girl," Chu Hongxiu replied, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she delicately wiped away the tears cascading down Shinxiao's cheeks with her slender, jade-like fingers. "Ling Tian has been thinking of you. The moment he heard of your injury, he immediately ended his retreat and is on his way here. He specifically instructed me to take good care of you." Upon hearing this, the pallor of Shinxiao's face transformed into a faint blush, reminiscent of a red plum blossoming in winter, exquisite and enchanting. She whispered shyly, "Really? Of course, it's true. You should focus on your recovery. When Ling Tian arrives and sees you in this frail state, he will surely be heartbroken." Chu Hongxiu responded with a smile, her eyes brimming with affection. After patiently offering a few more words of advice, she departed the private chamber with her maid. Once outside, Chu Hongxiu made her way to the top floor of the Yinji 13 Towers. Within the pavilion, a man stood by the window, his posture as erect as a towering pine. Clad in a flowing white robe, the fabric fluttered gently with the breeze, accentuating his tall and elegant figure amidst the interplay of light and shadow. Even merely observing his back, one could sense an extraordinary and ethereal aura emanating from him, as if he were untouched by the mundane world. What course of action should Ling Tian take next? The Ziwei Celestial Palace is likely to descend upon the misty sacred city soon, Chu Hongxiu inquired softly as she approached the man. Ling Tian, upon hearing her words, responded with a calm demeanor, "There is no need to worry about the Ziwei Celestial Palace. I have already dispatched someone to negotiate with them. Rather, what role does the demon clan play in this incident?" Before arriving, I consulted Yu Qiong, whose experience closely mirrors that of Siyao. Chu Hongxiu's brows knitted slightly in response. Do you think this may be related to Di Wudao? She harbored a lingering feeling that unseen hands were subtly orchestrating events from the shadows. The sensation of being unable to control her circumstances stirred a subtle unease within her. The eternal demon emperor? Unruly? Yiling Dian murmured softly, his tone calm. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing an unmistakable hint of disdain lurking in their depths. In his view, the young prodigy, Emperor Unruly, was nothing more than a fleeting shadow. Utterly unworthy of mention. After all, his power had long surpassed the realms of ordinary imagination. Should the ancient clans of the primordial sacred universe learn of his ascension to the imperial domain, they would undoubtedly be left in stunned disbelief. Failing to equate Emperor Unruly with his stature, you shall journey to the heavenly mystic sacred city on my behalf, Yiling Dian instructed, turning to Chu Hongxiu. Meet with Emperor Unruly, probe the matter, and ascertain whether he has any involvement. Additionally, convey the news of the demonic clan's interference to the Ziwei Celestial Palace. Chu Hongxiu nodded slightly in response. Although Yiling Dian had already engaged with the Ziwei Celestial Palace, this affair was intrinsically linked to the 13th floor of Rouge, and they were naturally compelled to uncover the truth behind the matter. Chapter 26. The grand birthday feast commences, and Qingge makes her entrance. The following day, in the celestial city of Tianji, the melodious chimes resonated through the vast expanse of the heavens, reverberating in waves across the boundless sky. In an instant, resplendent spiritual rainbows, akin to meteors racing across the night, surged forth from the myriad residences and pavilions surrounding the city. Despite the tumult caused by the fall of Shao Jingyun from the Purple Micro-Palace the previous night, which sent shockwaves throughout Tianji, the grand birthday celebration hosted by the Qi Dynasty proceeded as scheduled, unperturbed in the slightest. Guests adorned with exquisite treasures presented their gifts and proceeded in an orderly manner to their designated seats. The expansive Tianshu Palace was meticulously organized, with distinct boundaries established between various factions, allowing each to maintain their own space without encroachment. The strains of silk and bamboo music filled the air as dancers clad in ethereal garments glided gracefully like celestial beings amidst the swirling mist, weaving through the hall with an enchanting elegance. The venue for the feast was immense, stretching beyond the eye's reach. Powerful figures renowned throughout the Hongyuan Saint Universe gathered in celebration, raising their cups in joyous toasts. Amidst the laughter and cheer, the clinking of goblets released a fragrant cascade of fine wine, creating a scene of extraordinary revelry. However, the attendees naturally formed distinct circles based on their familiarities, delineating clear boundaries among themselves. Take, for instance, the ancient Chu clan and its allied powers, surrounded by ancient clans that shared amicable ties. Meanwhile, the demon race, led by the ancestral dragon dynasty, formed its own tight-knit group. Most captivating were the representatives from the Law Heaven domain, headed by the Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace, a faction of esteemed prestige. Seated beside them were elite members of the highest order, their reputations echoing far and wide. The elder accompanying the Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace was of significant seniority. Upon his arrival, numerous individuals from ancient clans rose to pay their respects. Even the Qi Emperor personally welcomed him, highlighting the esteemed position of the Heavenly Dao Immortal Palace within the Hongyuan Saint Universe. In addition to the orthodox powers, a notable presence from the hidden immortal palaces was also felt, with elder-level individuals attending as well. They sat nearby, exuding an aura of sanctity, shrouded in an ethereal glow that imparted an air of transcendence. The younger generation of prodigies, after offering their congratulations to the Qi Emperor, chose not to remain within the Tianshu Palace, feeling somewhat restrained amidst the illustrious ancient clans and formidable sects present. To accommodate this, the Tianji dynasty designated a separate area to entertain these remarkable youths. Naturally, the birthday feast would not be complete without the spirited contests among the young prodigies. At the heart of the prodigy area stood a formidable combat platform, crafted from powerful sacred stones. This stage, having withstood the trials of countless strong figures from the Tianji dynasty, was inscribed with formidable sacred formations that could withstand even the fiercest duels between sacred kings. It was more than ample for the confrontations of the younger generation. At this moment, the combat platform radiated brilliance, showcasing an array of exquisite divine abilities and sacred arts. The mere ripple of spiritual energy emanating from the stage caused the countenances of many young prodigies below to shift dramatically, leaving them in awe. Those who ascended the stage for battle were far from ordinary. They are all distinguished successors hailing from esteemed lineages, renowned among their peers and seldom encountering rivals. Regarded as exemplary youths, the Cr. Mi de la Sar Mi of their generation, as the scions of ancient clans keenly observed the fierce contest upon the battle stage. A fragrant breeze wafted through the air, heralding the arrival of Qingge. On this day, she donned a fitted attire, her long hair elegantly tied back. With lips resembling cherry blossoms, skin fairer than snow, and a figure that exuded grace. The moment Qingge made her appearance, her innate beauty instantly captivated the attention of numerous talented individuals present. Many found themselves momentarily entranced, their gazes fixated upon her, their minds consumed by her stunning figure. Soon, whispers began to circulate through the crowd as they speculated about her identity. Keen observers quickly recognized Qingge, and shock spread across their faces. Hushed discussions erupted into a chorus of astonished exclamations. Simultaneously, in the territories of the mixed Yuan Orthodoxy, the Celestial Orthodoxy, and the Imperial clans, curious eyes turned towards her. When those nearby began to reveal Qingge's background, a look of incredulity surfaced on the faces of the onlookers. They keenly sensed that the aura emanating from Qingge was remarkably profound, suggesting she had attained the realm of a divine monarch. How could this possibly be the so-called worthless ninth princess of the Tianji celestial dynasty? Chu Tiannan's gaze fell upon Qingge, a faint smile gracing his lips. Shaking the cup in his hand, he remarked to Qingge beside him, "Princess, your sister appears to be quite the hidden gem." Upon hearing this, a flicker of confusion crossed Qingge's beautiful eyes, for she did not know her sister well. Qingge had lived a reclusive life, often met with coldness from the Qi Emperor and the royal offspring, frequently facing ostracism within the royal family. The last time Qingge had seen her sister was several years prior. She never anticipated that upon their reunion, Qingge would have reached the divine monarch realm. She pondered, could it be that her sister had been concealing her cultivation, intending to shine at Father Emperor's longevity banquet? After a moment of contemplation, Qingge showed no outward signs of her thoughts. She gracefully moved forward, her skirts swaying like flowing clouds, leading a group of talented individuals toward Qingge. It was not only she who was drawn to Qingge, the fourth Prince Ji Hao and other royal offspring were equally captivated. Surprise and curiosity flickered across their faces, a myriad of expressions surfacing. Then, stepping forth from their respective areas, they converged towards Qingge's position. "Ninth sister, it's rare to see you out and about. When did you resume your cultivation? Today is Father Emperor's longevity banquet, and he would surely be overjoyed to learn of your recovery," Qingge said first, her smile perfectly measured. On the other side, Ji Hao strode forward with a group of talented individuals, exclaiming, "Indeed! I did not expect Ninth Sister to have resumed her cultivation. Should you encounter any challenges on your path, do not hesitate to seek your elder brother. I shall certainly assist you." As Qingge listened to their words, her expression remained calm and composed, radiating an air of innate aloofness, while her heart was filled with a cold laughter. In bygone days, her royal siblings would scarcely have bestowed upon her a favorable countenance. It would have been a considerable feat if they had refrained from mocking her. She inclined her head slightly, responding with all due decorum, "Thank you, elder sister and brother, for your concern. I have already met with Father in the heavenly vertical palace, and he has advised me to seek guidance from you both frequently." Upon hearing this, the assembly's eyes gleamed with intrigue, for Qingge's words bore a subtle significance, indicating that she had earned the approval of the Qi Emperor. Ji Hao smiled and remarked, "Sister Nine, there is no need for such formality. As members of the imperial family, we ought to support one another. Allow me to introduce you to our fourth brother." Just as Ji Hao was about to introduce Qingge to the exceptional figures beside him, she interjected, "Father has instructed me to fetch someone, so I shall not delay any longer." Ji Hao paused, his hand momentarily suspended in the air, his brow arching slightly. Qingge's resolute refusal to comply with his intentions left him feeling somewhat diminished. However, recognizing that she was acting in accordance with the Emperor's command, he refrained from displaying any displeasure. Instead, he inquired with a hint of curiosity, "May I ask whom you are to fetch?" His question echoed the curiosity of many present, drawing their gazes toward her. Chapter 27. The arrival of the tyrant emperor in the scene. Only Qingge felt an inexplicable surge of panic at the mention of the tyrant emperor, an ominous premonition shadowing her thoughts. The image of the emperor emerged uncontrollably in her mind. "He has come." Qingge's tone was calm, yet her voice seemed to penetrate the surrounding clamor, reaching every ear present. Her gaze transcended the crowd, fixating on the entrance to the area of the prodigies. Subsequently, she gracefully stepped forward, heading in that direction. All eyes, as if drawn by an invisible thread, involuntarily followed in her wake. At that moment, a tall and imposing figure slowly entered the crowd's view. Clad in a dark robe, he approached with measured steps. The golden threads on his attire shimmered like sinuous serpents, reflecting a chilling brilliance. His countenance was austere, exuding an innate air of nobility that instilled trepidation in onlookers. Is it him? She actually knows the Tyrant Emperor. Waves of astonishment rippled through the gathering, echoing in various corners of the banquet. The numerous elite prodigies, who had been engaged in fervent discussions, abruptly fell silent, casting astonished glances. Greetings, young master. Salutations to the young master of the Emperor. Soon, a chorus of respectful greetings resounded. The Tyrant Emperor's gaze swept lightly across the assembly, and many of the distinguished prodigies felt as though a penetrating, soul-piercing glance had struck them, sending shivers down their spines. Under that gaze, it seemed that all their secrets were laid bare. The Emperor regarded the attribute pages that materialized above the heads of the crowd, a slight smile curving his lips, hinting at amusement. This grand celebration of longevity had attracted numerous fated individuals, their fortunes vast. It appeared that various ancient clans were resolutely vying for dominance in the celestial secret realm. Young master. At this juncture, Qingge had approached him, bowing respectfully. The Tyrant Emperor looked at her, a playful smirk lingering on his lips, and remarked, "What is this? After our extensive discussions on the path of cultivation last night, aiding you in breaking through to the divine king realm, it seems the princess of Qingge has forgotten who I am, treating me with such estrangement." Upon these words, the banquet was instantly engulfed in a profound silence. Many prodigies' eyes flashed with sharp intensity, their gazes towards Qingge growing weighty. Qixing and Jihao felt an intense jolt within, their expressions darkening in an instant. Qixing sensed as though something that rightfully belonged to her had been taken away, a jealousy she had not even recognized quietly blossoming in her heart. Qixing's fair face flushed crimson as the scandalous memories of the previous night surged uncontrollably in her mind. The endless demands of the Tyrant Emperor had left her utterly defenseless. From the bathing palace to the sleeping quarters, remnants of their intertwined experiences lingered, and by the end, she had lost all semblance of restraint. Remembering her transformation from initial modesty to later acquiescence, and even to active pursuit, she wished fervently to vanish into the ground. This cad must be doing this on purpose, Qingge muttered inwardly. Yet, she maintained a facade of composure, managing a slight smile as she said, "How could Qingge forget the young master's kindness? However, today is my father's grand celebration, and the customary courtesies must not be overlooked." Upon hearing this, the Emperor Wudao merely smiled faintly, choosing not to continue his teasing. As he walked forward, he inquired, "Have you met with your father, the Emperor?" Qingge, steadfastly keeping pace beside him, replied with calm composure, "I have just congratulated my father on his longevity at the heavenly vertical palace and conveyed the sentiments of the young master. His Majesty was greatly pleased and specifically instructed me to extend a warm welcome to the young master." As she spoke, she appeared blissfully unaware of the peculiar gazes directed at her by those around them, her demeanor remaining unruffled. In response, Emperor Wudao nodded gently. It is worth noting that the heavenly vertical palace is the venue for the grand celebration hosted by the Tianji celestial dynasty, typically closed to the public except during significant festivities. This time, for the longevity banquet of the Qi Emperor, representatives from every ancient clan and lineage within the primordial sacred universe had come to pay their respects. Those who could take their seats in the heavenly vertical palace were none other than the mightiest figures whose mere presence could cause the primordial sacred universe to tremble. As for the younger generation of exceptional talents, they were not entitled to sit within the heavenly vertical palace after paying their respects to the Qi Emperor. However, it was clear that Emperor Wudao was not among them. Although he was currently without the company of the Demon Clan or the strongest members of the Imperial Clan, his dual status as the scion of both clans rendered him incomparable to the younger generation in the eyes of the ancient clans and lineages within the primordial sacred universe. His identity as the heir of the Imperial Clan carried significant weight, for the Imperial Clan was the sole super-clan dominating the entire Imperial Heaven domain among the 3 celestial domains of the primordial universe. When it comes to strength, there is no ancient clan or singular force within the primordial sacred universe that can confront the Imperial Clan directly. The mere ability of the Imperial Clan to stand shoulder to shoulder with the orthodox alliance of the primordial universe, as well as the celestial, demon, and beast clans, underscores the esteemed status of the Imperial Clan within the realm. As Emperor Wudao advanced, the prodigies and elites from various regions began to emerge, converging towards him. Among the leading talents of the Orthodox faction were Li Shengxi, one of the 5 direct disciples of the heavenly Dao Celestial Palace, the offspring of the Supreme Heavenly Court, and esteemed individuals from other ancient clans. From the Celestial faction, figures such as Qian Ao of the Qian Kuan Celestial Palace and Tangye of the Qingming Celestial Palace were also present. Each of these individuals ranked among the pinnacle of the eternal prodigy list, exuding an aura of formidable fortune and overwhelming destiny. In Emperor Wudao's eyes, these individuals appeared as lambs awaiting slaughter, merely waiting for the opportune moment for him to reap his harvest. Brother D, it has been quite some time since we last met. I did not expect you to have ascended to the sacred list with such remarkable speed in your cultivation, which truly puts us to shame, spoke Li Shengxi, striding forward with a throng of talented individuals behind him. Even before reaching Emperor Wudao, his voice, tinged with genuine admiration, resonated through the air. As a direct disciple of the heavenly Dao Celestial Palace, he not only shared a close camaraderie with the North Hall's Feng Ming, but was also well acquainted with Emperor Wudao. Given his distinguished status, he was revered by many prominent prodigies in public. However, standing before Emperor Wudao at this moment, he exhibited a humble demeanor. In the realm of the primordial sacred universe, there exists an unspoken reverence among peers when faced with the formidable figure of Emperor Wudao. It is not that they harbor fear of him. Rather, it is a natural respect for those who possess great strength. Emperor Wudao lifted his gaze, a smile gracing his countenance, and spoke gently, brotherly. You are far too modest. Given your current standing, there are scarcely any who could rival you among our contemporaries in the primordial sacred universe. As the saying goes, one should not strike those who wear a smiling face. Thus, no one would dare to offend without cause. In light of his politeness, Emperor Wudao, too, would not strip away the dignity of his counterpart. Yet, who can truly fathom the depths of his inner thoughts? Chapter 28. Provocation and tension. The surrounding prodigies were taken aback upon hearing these words, their gazes directed at Li Shengxi, filled with astonishment. It was evident that Di Wudao's remarks hinted at the fact that Li Shengxi's realm was far more profound than it appeared. Li Shengxi, slightly taken aback, realized that although he had not concealed his realm with any secret techniques, it was not something an ordinary saint could easily perceive. Di Wudao had clearly seen through his current standing, which prompted Li Shengxi to regard him with a newfound respect. As their conversation unfolded, an increasing number of exceptional talents gathered around them, forming clusters of 3 or 5, engaged in lively discussions. However, there was an exception. In the direction of the immortal sovereignty, Xiao Runin stood like an ethereal blue lotus, quietly lingering, her demeanor somber, enveloped in a faint veil of sorrow. Di Wudao's gaze inadvertently drifted over to her. Just the night before, her brother had perished at his hands, and today she had come to attend the longevity feast. It seemed the Ziwei Immortal Palace was indeed eager in its schemes concerning the Tianji secret realm. He then spoke, Miss Xiao, I have heard a bit about the events of last night. Please accept my condolences. Di Wudao's unexpected words caught the surrounding prodigies off guard. The assassination of Xiao Jingyuan, a member of the Ziwei Immortal Palace, had spread like wildfire among the ancient clans and sects, known to all. Yet, everyone tacitly chose to avoid discussing it, preserving a semblance of dignity for the Ziwei Immortal Palace. After all, this was the longevity banquet of the Tianji Immortal Dynasty's Ji Emperor, not a venue for frivolous gossip. It was likely that only Di Wudao would dare to speak so freely. Upon hearing this, Xiao Runin's expression darkened slightly as she responded softly, Thank you for your concern. Young master, Di Wudao approached her, his face reflecting a hint of sympathy. Although I have no personal acquaintance with young Master Xiao, I still feel a deep regret upon hearing of his tragic demise. Moreover, to strike against young Master Xiao in the Tianji Sacred City at the Ji Emperor's longevity banquet seems to be an intentional provocation aimed at igniting discord between the Tianji Immortal Dynasty and the Ziwei Immortal Palace. At this, many in the crowd nodded in quiet agreement. The Tianji Immortal Dynasty and the Ziwei Immortal Palace had never been on amicable terms, and with this incident, their relationship was bound to become increasingly strained. What is your perspective on this matter, Di brother? Inquiring beside Xiao Runin was Qian Ao from the Qian Kuan Immortal Palace. He stood tall and upright, clad in a starry robe adorned with mysterious patterns that hinted at its extraordinary quality. With striking features and a tone laced with a hint of arrogance, he emanated an air of aloofness. What is my perspective? Di Wudao smiled faintly. Naturally, it is to pursue the culprits at all costs. Has the Ziwei Immortal Palace not already acquired some clues? As these words escaped his lips, murmurs erupted among the crowd. Clearly, many were unaware of what information the Ziwei Immortal Palace had obtained. Nevertheless, those from the Immortal Sovereignty quickly grasped the deeper implications of Di Wudao's statement. The incident involving Xiao Jingjun occurred at the residence of Shinsi Yuan from the Yinji 13 Towers. This was merely a matter of slight investigation and hardly a secret. Furthermore, following Xiao Jingyun's misfortune, Shinsi Yuan had seemingly vanished from existence. Regardless of whether the Yinji 13 Towers were involved, the Ziwei Immortal Palace would undoubtedly seek an explanation. Qian Ao continued, "Does the Emperor Brother imply that the hands behind this matter lie with the Yinji 13 Pavilion? Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that there is something amiss here. If the Yinji 13 Pavilion truly wished ill upon Brother Xiao, they need not be so brazen as to invite him openly and act within their own residence. This seems rather illogical. Although this matter bears no direct relation to the Qian Kuan Immortal Palace, the three great hidden immortal palaces stand as the pinnacle of the immortal hierarchy. Regardless of which faction faces an issue, they would not remain idle. Moreover, Qian Ao shares a profound friendship with Xiao Jingyun, and he possesses some insight into the purpose of the Ziwei Immortal Palace's visit to the Tianji Immortal Dynasty. Thus, he could not help but harbor a degree of skepticism towards Di Wudao's words. Brother Qian's statement offers an intriguing perspective, Di Wudao remarked, a hint of a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. His tone remained calm, yet the sarcasm underlying his words was palpable. Last night, when Brother Xiao encountered trouble, Deputy Palace Master shouted not even attempt to investigate before demanding that the Tianji Immortal Dynasty take responsibility for this incident. Faced with the Yinji 13 Pavilion, which is inextricably linked to Brother Zhao's demise, you hesitate to seek justice, yet you assert such dominance over the Tianji Immortal Dynasty. What is the reason? Are you fearful of the Yinji 13 Pavilion and thus reluctant to exert pressure? Or do you perceive the Tianji Immortal Dynasty as easy prey? Upon hearing this, Qian Ao's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes, coupled with the peculiar glances from the other talented individuals present. He felt as though he had been publicly humiliated. Moreover, Di Wudao's words were difficult to counter. Whether true or false, they would be detrimental to the immortal hierarchy. Suppressing his emotions, he replied in a low voice, "Emperor Brother, your words are misguided. It is entirely reasonable for Deputy Palace Master Xiao to demand accountability from the Tianji Immortal Dynasty when Brother Xiao faced peril within its realm, seeking to maintain order and uncover the truth. As for the Yinji 13 Pavilion, the Ziwei Immortal Palace will naturally pursue negotiations and will not overlook any possible leads." Di Wudao smiled faintly, his gaze filled with amusement as he regarded Qian Ao. "Brother Qian makes a valid point. I have heard that your relationship with Chu Hongxiu from the Yinji 13 Pavilion is rather exceptional." He deliberately elongated his final words, pausing before adding, "If one were to act rashly, it could offend the Yinji 13 Pavilion and displease the beauty, which would be quite unwise." "What?" a talented individual exclaimed in surprise. "Such a development exists? No wonder Qian Ao has been defending others so ardently." The atmosphere instantly erupted with chatter. Numerous eyes turned towards Qian Ao, filled with suspicion and curiosity. Even Xiao Runan, standing nearby, couldn't help but glance over, her delicate brows furrowing as an unusual expression flickered in her eyes. Qian Ao's complexion darkened significantly, and inwardly, he berated Di Wudao vehemently. While he was indeed acquainted with Chu Hongxiu, the exaggeration in Di Wudao's claims was unfounded. Qian Ao had always acted with integrity. How could he possibly favor the Yinji 13 Pavilion due to such a connection? The disciples of the Qian Kuan Immortal Palace beside him could no longer contain their fury. With wide eyes, one of them shouted angrily, "Di Wudao, cease your slander. My senior brother has always been honorable. How dare you defile his reputation?" However, before he could finish his words, a brilliant flash of sword light struck like lightning. The fierce sword aura caused all present to involuntarily gasp in astonishment. No one could have anticipated the decisive strike from the woman beside Di Wudao. The disciples of the Qian Kuan Immortal Palace were caught off guard, instinctively raising their swords to defend themselves. A thunderous crash resounded as the immense force sent one disciple staggering backward in shock. His face was a portrait of disbelief as he glanced at the indifferent Bei Tang Qingyu, unable to fathom how his formidable strength as a nascent deity could not withstand her attack. Not just him, many others in attendance turned their gazes to Bei Tang Qingyu, their eyes brimming with surprise and trepidation. "Do you wish to perish?" she coldly inquired, her sword pointed directly at the disciple of the Qian Kuan Immortal Palace. Chapter 29. The Celestial Authority. The Hidden World's Celestial Palace Emperor Wudao maintained a tranquil demeanor, a faint smile lingering at the corners of his lips. As his gaze settled upon the members of the Celestial Authority, Qian felt a chill surging from his feet to his heart. Sensing that the moment he made any move, Emperor Wudao would strike without hesitation. The atmosphere was charged with tension, the air thick with an impending confrontation. At that moment, the previously silent Princess Qingge of the Tianji Celestial Dynasty stepped forward gracefully, clasping her hands in a gesture of respect. Esteemed gentlemen, debating the merits of this situation is utterly futile. Our immediate priority is to uncover the truth and deliver justice for the deceased. The Tianji Celestial Dynasty will fully cooperate with the investigation of the Celestial Authority, leaving no stone unturned, whether it concerns the Yinji 13 Towers or any other suspicious entities. Emperor Wudao's inscrutable eyes regarded Qingge with indifference. His long fingers delicately extended, taking the sword from Bei Tangxingyu's grasp. Remember, once you strike, it must be a decisive blow, leaving no room for your opponent to breathe. He is but an ordinary disciple of the Qian Celestial Palace. His death is inconsequential, warranting no hesitation. His words were devoid of emotion, as if the unfolding conflict before him was merely a trivial matter. He seemed entirely unconcerned with Qian and the myriad expressions of the gathered talents. As his voice trailed off, Emperor Wudao slowly turned, his piercing gaze directed towards the Celestial Authority's location. In light of the Ji Emperor's longevity banquet, kneel, and I may spare your life. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the hearts of the assembled prodigies. They were all too familiar with Emperor Wudao's tyrannical manner. He was a force of nature, and his words were not to be taken lightly. Even Qingge, who had attempted to mediate, felt an overwhelming, invisible pressure bearing down upon her. Akin to a surging tide, her lips parted, yearning to articulate a response, yet her throat felt constricted, words failing to escape. Witnessing this tense standoff, Li Shengxi and others from the Tiandao Celestial Palace could only smile wryly, shaking their heads. In their estimation, no one would be foolish enough to stand up for the Qian Celestial Palace at this juncture. After all, to offend Emperor Wudao for the sake of a mere ordinary disciple was an act of utter folly. On the side of the Celestial Authority, the countenance of the gathered prodigies darkened considerably. As representatives of the supreme doctrine within the Hongyuan Holy Universe, they were accustomed to reverence and admiration wherever they went. Yet, now, Emperor Wudao brazenly trampled upon the dignity of the Celestial Authority, a profound humiliation. However, the formidable strength of Emperor Wudao and the terrifyingly deep background behind him loomed over them like twin mountains, stifling their desire to express their anger and discontent. As the situation reached an impasse, Tianji of the Qiming Celestial Palace, who had remained silent, gracefully stepped forward. Young lord, must you be so aggressively confrontational? Tianji's voice was melodious, yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. Indeed, the Qian Celestial Palace may have spoken too harshly initially. If you harbor grievances, I am willing to extend an apology on behalf of the Celestial Authority. However, should the lesser respect insist on trampling upon the dignity of my celestial lineage, then my celestial lineage is certainly not a soft persimmon to be bullied at will. Tianji, with her beautiful gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Wudao, exhibited not a trace of fear. As one of the foremost prodigies among the young generation of the celestial lineage, she would not choose to retreat at such a pivotal moment concerning the dignity of her lineage, nor would she turn a blind eye. Moreover, she firmly believed that Wudao would not dare to act against her. After all, there had always been no enmity between the Qiming Celestial Palace and Wudao, particularly in such an important setting as the Emperor Ji's birthday banquet. If Wudao were to insist on attacking the celestial lineage, she could not comprehend what benefit that would bring him. The assembled prodigies and elites, upon hearing Tianji's words, could not help but feel a surge of admiration. To stand forth at this moment required not only considerable strength, but also a certain audacity. The celestial lineage? Wudao's lips curled into a faint smile. Yet that smile was laced with derision. In the next instant, Wudao's actions utterly shattered Tianji's perceptions. In a heartbeat, an overwhelming sense of peril surged towards her like a relentless tide. With a clang, a cold light suddenly flashed, shooting forth with the speed of a meteor. Its vast sword intent surging forth like a torrential flood. Tianji's expression tightened, and she swiftly unsheathed her long sword, the blade dancing like lightning, weaving a tapestry of sword shadows. A multitude of sword chi screens materialized before her, layering upon one another to construct a barrier in an attempt to fend off Wudao's fierce assault. Bang! A muffled thud resounded, and Tianji's heart sank in shock. In just this single exchange, her once proud and seemingly indestructible defense crumbled like paper under the nearly terrifying impact of Wudao's overwhelming sword intent. She barely had time to react before a long sword, formed from the fearsome sword intent, halted directly before her, a chilling aura washing over her. Tianji's eyes widened in disbelief, fixating on the scene before her. As a direct disciple of the Qingming Celestial Palace, a prodigy listed among the eternal prodigies, and at the pinnacle of the Divine King realm, how could she now be unable to withstand even a single sword intent in the hands of Wudao? This brutal reality was too much for her to accept. Weigh your ability before stepping forth for others. A cold, emotionless voice echoed in the still atmosphere, devoid of warmth. No sooner had the words fallen than the sword intent hovering before Tianji surged forth once more, its speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Bang! Another resounding crash echoed, and the disciple of the Qingge Celestial Palace was sent flying like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing forth. His life hanging in the balance. Wudao, you? Qian Ao's expression darkened at this sight. Yet, before he could finish his words, he saw Wudao lift his sword again. The words that had lodged in his throat were rendered silent. Wudao offered a cold smile, disregarding him in the astonished gazes of the other prodigies. After handing his long sword to Beitu Qingyu, he turned and departed. He refrained from taking action. His sole intention was to incite suspicion among those present and, in passing, to draw the attention of the public towards Yanji's 13th floor. Whether the crowd believed him or not held little significance. Once the seed of doubt is sown, it will inevitably germinate. It merely depends on how Wudao chooses to nurture it. If his estimations are correct, someone from Yanji's 13th floor should be arriving at the Tianji Celestial Dynasty. It remains uncertain, however, whether it is Yuling Tian or Chu Hongxiu who will come. Chapter 30. The Celestial Palace of Ascension on the other side. Within the Celestial Palace of Ascension, the grandeur of the palace is awe-inspiring, towering majestically with its flying eaves and intricate brackets, each layer showcasing exquisite complexity. The carved beams and painted rafters, illuminated by flickering candlelight, reflect a resplendent brilliance throughout the hall. Inside, esteemed guests gather, each a renowned pinnacle of strength. Hailing from various ancient clans and venerable sects, including the elusive Eternal Ancient Clan, all convening under one roof, their auras restrained yet emanating a palpable sense of oppressive power. Those permitted to enter this palace bear at least the status of a saint king, and any individual stepping forth would be recognized as a figure of great renown throughout the primordial sacred universe. Dressed in opulent garments that billow gracefully, adorned with embroidered clan emblems and intricate patterns that shimmer with a distinctive luster, they each proclaim their noble identities. The banquet table before them is laden with an array of exquisite delicacies. Within the cups, fine nectar and elixirs gently ripple, seemingly infused with astonishing spiritual energy. Laughter and jovial banter fill the air as everyone gathers, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Yet, the true calculations and intentions dwell solely within their own minds. Upon the high platform, Emperor Ji sits regally in the supreme seat, his posture upright, exuding the authority of one in power. He occasionally raises his goblet to toast with the others, a congenial smile adorning his countenance. His eyes, deep as abysses, miss no subtle movements or changes in expression among those below, capturing every nuance with keen perception. To the right of the Grand Hall, the three elders of the Celestial Dao Palace preside, surrounded by representatives of various factions of the primordial orthodoxy. Beside them sits Xiao Ju, the leader of the primordial immortal sect, clad in a dark robe, radiating a chilling aura. Behind him, formidable figures from the three hidden palaces exude an extraordinary presence, their spiritual energy subtly circulating, demanding respect. Moreover, this time, the Demon Clan has sent forth their most formidable representatives. The appearance of the Sovereign of the Nine Hells draws many curious glances, particularly due to the overwhelming pressure he exudes, tightening the hearts of those present. Xiao Ju, in particular, instinctively furrows his brow, a vague sense of unease creeping into his heart, as he keenly senses that events may be veering towards an uncontrollable trajectory. He is acutely aware that should the Celestial Palace of Ascension secretly ally with the Demon Clan, no ancient clan or sect in the entire primordial sacred universe would dare provoke them lightly. Even the illustrious primordial orthodoxy and immortal sect would need to weigh their actions carefully. His gaze inadvertently drifts toward the Sovereign of the Nine Hells, who appears calm and composed, leisurely raising his cup and taking delicate sips, revealing no hint of anomaly. Adjacent to his position lies an empty seat, conspicuously unoccupied. Yet, all factions present are acutely aware that this is the designated seat of the imperial clan. Though no representative of the imperial clan has yet appeared, none among those gathered would dare to presume and occupy that position. In the primordial sacred universe, the might and authority of the imperial clan are well known. Unlike the primordial orthodoxy and immortal sect, any who would dare to challenge the dignity of the imperial clan would undoubtedly face a most ferocious retaliation, akin to a thunderous strike, leaving them utterly defenseless. 100,000 years ago, the grandfather of Emperor Wudao, Emperor Qingge, leading the imperial clan in their campaign to conquer the entire imperial heaven domain. Within a mere century, he unified the realm. Countless ancient clans and their most formidable figures fell victim to his thunderous methods. To describe that century of warfare as one marked by bloodshed and suffering would be an understatement. It was from that point onward that the imperial clan established its status and authority as the foremost ancient clan in the primordial sacred universe. Recently, the Order of the Sacred Temple redefined the sacred rankings, and with his formidable strength within the sacred realm, Wudao successfully ascended to the top 10 of the sacred rankings. This news instantly captivated the attention of many prominent figures from ancient clans, who began to take notice of this prodigy known as the Eternal Monster. Wudao, who bears the dual identity of the young emperor of the imperial clan and the young lord of the demon clan, possesses methods and dominance that surpass even those of his grandfather. Should he come to wield the great powers of both clans in the future, what fate awaits the various ancient clans in the primordial realm? Will he initiate an immortal war, marching against other ancient clans? If that were to transpire, how would they respond? Would the orthodox primordial and the celestial factions be able to withstand Wudao's onslaught? As the crowd pondered these thoughts in silence, weighing the pros and cons, a clear voice of announcement suddenly resonated from outside the grand hall. In an instant, an invisible force seemed to take command of the entire hall, rendering it utterly silent, so much so that the fall of a pin could be heard. Many extraordinary beings gradually set down their cups, and a flicker of unusual light flashed in their eyes. Outside the hall, a young figure gradually came into view. He stood tall and straight, akin to a resilient pine tree, with a face carved with determination and a subtle smile gracing his features. With an air of composure, he strode steadily towards the interior of the hall, emanating a unique aura that remained unperturbed by the presence of the peak powers surrounding him, as if he existed in a world of his own amidst the heavens and earth. The moment Wudao stepped into the hall, several peak powers instinctively raised their brows, while others displayed unmistakable surprise in their gazes. Though they were all formidable beings in their own right, facing Wudao now felt like navigating through a thick fog, rendering them incapable of discerning the depths of his realm. They understood that Wudao likely bore an immensely powerful treasure, capable of shielding him from their scrutiny. With an air of tranquility, Wudao leisurely approached the center of the hall. He cast a glance towards the exalted Qi Emperor seated above, slightly bowed, and with a respectful demeanor, he proclaimed, "Wudao congratulates the Qi Emperor on your boundless longevity." Upon hearing this, a smile emerged on Qi Emperor's face as his gaze flitted between Wudao and Qingge. He could hardly fathom that his daughter, whom he had least regarded, could serve as a pivotal connection between himself, the imperial clan, and the demon clan. Even more astonishing was that she had caught the attention of Wudao. Akin to a sudden windfall from the heavens that brought unexpected joy, he inquired, "Wudao, you seem to have arrived a bit late. Is there something that delayed you?" The Emperor Wudao gently shook his head and replied, "Last night, I engaged in deep discussions on the path of cultivation with Qingge, and I grasped a fleeting opportunity for breakthrough, which caused me to delay somewhat." Upon hearing these words, Emperor Qi's gaze shifted to Qingge. Although he was somewhat surprised by her ascension to the Divine King realm, this alone was insufficient to stir significant turmoil within him. However, the manner in which Emperor Wudao spoke piqued his curiosity. What extraordinary qualities could this daughter, whom he had neglected for so many years, possess? Within the grand hall, the eyes of the assembly unconsciously converged upon Qingge, their expressions imbued with a hint of inquiry, as if they yearned to see through the veil surrounding the rumored ninth princess. In the region of celestial governance, Xiaoju furrowed his brow slightly, a serious glimmer flashing across his eyes. The implications of Emperor Wudao's words required no elaboration. All present were tacitly aware of their significance. This was not a favorable development for the Ziwei Immortal Palace. Qingge, too, sensed the myriad gazes converging upon her in the hall. Her demeanor remained calm, her beautiful eyes lifting to regard the proud figure before her. In this moment, she shed the shyness and tension she had felt earlier in the area of prodigies. It was clear to her, as long as she was not foolish, that Emperor Wudao had boldly declared their special relationship before the ancient clans and illustrious sects of the Hanyuan Holy Universe. Deep within her heart, a ripple of emotion stirred, one that even she herself had not yet recognized. Chapter 31. A tale from 3 years ago. Surrounded by countless gazes, Wudao appeared oblivious, his demeanor calm as he strode toward the realm of the demon clan. Upon entering, he observed the numerous formidable beings of the demon clan rising to pay their respects. He casually waved his hand, signaling them to forego the formalities, and proceeded directly to take his seat beside the sovereign of the Nine Nether. The Nine Nether sovereign had not mentioned that he would be visiting the Tianji holy city. Lifting his gaze, the sovereign's eyes passed over Wudao and landed on Qingge, who was not far away. A knowing smile curled at the corners of his lips, suggesting that the concerns of the demon lord were unnecessary, for it seemed that Qingge was enjoying a delightful life in the Tianji celestial dynasty. Wudao maintained his tranquil expression, merely smiling at the remark. It appeared that his maternal grandfather had indeed sensed something amiss, prompting him to send the Nine Nether sovereign here. Meanwhile, Qingge, who followed closely behind Wudao, felt her fair cheeks flush with a hint of crimson upon hearing the sovereign's teasing, her expression revealing a trace of apprehension. After all, the individual before her was a peerless powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of the primordial saint universe, a figure whose renown instilled fear in countless cultivators. Nine Nether uncle, allow me to pour you some wine. Qingge steadied her nerves and gracefully approached the table, elegantly serving wine to Wudao and the Nine Nether sovereign. Despite her status as the 9th princess of the celestial dynasty, she bore no airs, her movements natural and fluid. Greetings, young Master D. As Wudao engaged in conversation with the Nine Nether sovereign, a group of figures approached nonchalantly. Their attire was peculiar, clad in tightly wrapped gray robes, their faces obscured, revealing only a pair of gray eyes, deep and enigmatic as if concealing endless secrets. Such attire was indeed rare in this context. Wudao raised his gaze and immediately recognized the newcomers. In the primordial saint universe, such garb and unique eyes could belong only to the ancient spirit god clan. The ancient spirit god clan, hailing from the Lingming Dao domain, is an ancient race steeped in profound heritage, their origins shrouded in mystery, with various rumors surrounding them. Some claim they are beings birthed from the essence of heaven and earth, exuding an aura of natural spirit. Others suggest they are the manifestations of ancient powerful beings who have transcended, imbued with an inexplicable force. However, these tales remain unverified. Nonetheless, within the Lingming Dao domain, they are undeniably a dominant force, renowned alongside the Underworld Palace, the Sacred Spirit Clan, in the Heavenly Soul Sacred Land. Do you require something? Wudao inquired. The demon realm shares a border with the Lingming Dao domain. Although their interactions are infrequent, they are somewhat familiar with one another. 3 years prior, when Wudao had slain the son of the Underworld Palace, he had encountered a member of the ancient spirit god clan who was out and about. Had it not been for the formidable guardian accompanying her, she might have fallen victim to Wudao's ruthless hand. As for why Wudao had not sought trouble with the ancient spirit god clan afterward, it was not out of fear of them. After all, he believed that while the dead could keep secrets, the living often held greater value for exploitation. In truth, it was the ancient spirit god clan that had reason to fear, for they were the sole witnesses. Should any information leak, it would grant Wudao the opportunity to obliterate them. 3 years ago, the divine maiden of my clan was fortunate enough to behold the elegance of the young lord, filling her heart with profound admiration. The 5th elder of the ethereal spirit clan spoke earnestly, her voice gentle as she recounted that the maiden had just emerged from 3 years of seclusion. Her admiration for the young lord intensified. Upon hearing of his presence in the holy city of Tianji, she had specifically instructed the elder to extend an invitation to him for a gathering with the divine clan. A knowing smile, rich with implications, graced Wudao's lips. While others might not grasp the deeper meaning behind the 5th elder's words, he was certainly aware. It was likely that the divine maiden had been restless these past 3 years. Oh, could it be that the divine maiden has fallen for me at first sight? Wudao feigned puzzlement, casually inquiring. The 5th elder, taken aback by his words, momentarily faltered, unsure of how to respond. However, she quickly recovered, adding, "The young lord's charm is unparalleled. Within the sacred realm, who does not admire him? Our divine maiden is no exception." Within the grand hall, representatives of the ancient clans appeared to engage in light-hearted banter, yet from the moment the ethereal spirit clan approached the demon clan, Their glances would occasionally drift toward this interaction, ever watchful of the unfolding events. At this moment, witnessing the ethereal spirit clan's humble demeanor before Wudao, expressions of surprise emerged among the onlookers. Wudao maintained a serene countenance, concealing his thoughts. He lifted his cup, savoring a sip of wine. In that case, let her come to the holy city of Tianji to meet me. It will serve as a fitting choice for what transpired 3 years ago. The fifth elder's eyes glimmered with intrigue upon hearing this. Wudao's words clearly indicated that he did not intend to let the divine maiden's past actions slip away unaddressed. Fortunately, Wudao had chosen the holy city of Tianji rather than the demon realm or the imperial domain. Otherwise, it would be akin to walking into a trap. What the young lord has said, I shall certainly relay to our divine maiden, the fifth elder responded respectfully after a moment of contemplation. She did not directly agree to his request. This was not a decision she could make alone, as it required discussion within the divine clan before any resolution could be reached. The divine maiden held extraordinary significance for the ethereal spirit clan, potentially determining their ascent to greatness in this lifetime. They could not afford to take risks. That is of no concern. Simply convey the message truthfully. Wudao replied with a faint smile. Then he added, oh, by the way, I have heard that the divine maiden bears the 9 Xian sacred body. If she could enter the Tianji immortal source for a baptism, it would indeed be a remarkable opportunity for her. Upon this revelation, the hall fell silent. Even the Emperor of the 9 Hells and the Emperor Ji turned their gazes toward Wudao. The Tianji immortal source was a sacred site of the Tianji dynasty, of immense significance. While the ancient clans present coveted its existence, they dared not openly scheme for it, only exerting subtle pressure that compelled Emperor Ji to reluctantly activate the secret realm. However, Wudao displayed no hesitation, even appearing somewhat audacious. This left the gathered assembly perplexed, speculating on Wudao's true intentions. What seems to be the matter, everyone? Were you not here for the Qingge immortal source? Wudao surveyed the room, a smile gracing his lips as he posed the question, though the hint of derision in his expression was evident to all. Within the grand hall, an assembly of formidable beings sat in varied expressions, their gazes flickering with concealed currents of thought, each unable to fathom the other's intricate calculations. Suddenly, a light laugh emerged from the direction of the primordial orthodoxy, shattering the fleeting tranquility. The purpose of this gathering was primarily to celebrate the birthday of Emperor Ji. As for the matter of the Tianji celestial source, the Order Sanctuary had only recently become aware of it, and their presence was merely to seek confirmation. The speaker was none other than the esteemed Right Protector of the Order Sanctuary, whose aura was restrained, yet exuded a formidable presence that none dared to underestimate. The Right Protector's words were not born from fear of Emperor Wudao, despite his noble status and exceptional prowess among the younger generation. The individuals present were all top-tier powerhouses, entrenched in their respective factions for many years, and would hardly regard a junior with any significance. On the elevated dais, Emperor Ji quietly observed the gazes directed towards him from the assembly. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if pondering something profound, and the regal atmosphere he emanated compelled all present to hold their breath. The tension in the hall thickened, as if the very air had frozen. Seek confirmation? On whose behalf does the Order Sanctuary come to seek this? Before Emperor Ji could respond, Emperor Wudao interjected with a pointed inquiry. If you represent only yourself, then step aside. This matter does not concern the Order Sanctuary. His tone remained calm, and his demeanor unflinching, even in the face of the sharp gazes cast upon him from many formidable beings in the direction of the primordial orthodoxy. He stood undaunted, as if the piercing stares were mere breezes that stirred not a ripple. The Order Sanctuary had upheld the primordial order for countless epochs. Now, with rumors circulating that the Tianji celestial dynasty was using the blood and essence of countless beings from the mortal realm to nourish the Tianji celestial source in pursuit of celestial baptism, how could they not seek verification? The Right Protector did not waver, for with the mask of civility torn away, the Order Sanctuary stood on the side of righteousness. Unburdened by fear, the imperial and demonic factions were indeed powerful, yet they could not completely overshadow the truth. Chapter 32. The shock of the ancient clans within the Grand Hall. Numerous ancient clan representatives, gathered for the banquet, appeared only partially informed of the unfolding events. As soon as the Right Protector's words fell, a wave of uproar ensued. To sustain the celestial source of Tianji with the lifeblood of countless beings from the mortal realm is undoubtedly a flagrant transgression against the celestial path. Even though the imperial and demon clans have now intervened, the Tianji celestial dynasty must provide an explanation. After all, An agreement established by the primordial sacred universe explicitly prohibits upper realm forces from interfering in the order of the ancient realms and the mortal world. And the actions of the Tianji celestial dynasty are a blatant violation of the primordial accord. Emperor Wudao maintained a calm demeanor, unperturbed. As he set down his cup and slowly rose to his feet, it appeared that the Order's hall had not yet received timely news. As they were only now hearing of this matter, he spoke leisurely, recalling that 10 millennia ago, Emperor Ji had visited both the imperial and demon clans regarding this issue. I presume Emperor Ji must have also visited the celestial palace, correct? Upon finishing, Emperor Wudao's gaze was penetrating, directed steadfastly at the third elder of the celestial palace, seemingly awaiting a response. Indeed, Emperor Ji did visit the celestial palace. The palace master has been troubled by this matter for quite some time. As such actions violate the natural order, leaving the heavenly palace in a quandary, the third elder responded gravely. Emperor Wudao nodded slightly, continuing. Rather than stating that the heavenly palace is indecisive, it is more accurate to say that this matter bears significant weight, to my knowledge. The purple micro-celestial palace and the celestial authority seem to have been involved behind the scenes. Furthermore, the method of utilizing the lifeblood of millions from the mortal realm to nourish the withered celestial source of Tianji originates from the purple micro-celestial palace. His words, though calm, fell like a boulder into the already turbulent hall, instantly stirring up a tempest of discussion, waves of voices crashing in succession, almost threatening to topple the ceiling. What? The purple micro-celestial palace. This is utterly absurd. To knowingly act against the odds, how could the celestial authority be so deranged? Indeed, the purple micro-celestial palace must provide the world with an explanation, lest the public's fury remain unappeased. The tide of anger surged within the hall, each voice resonating with intensity. The expressions of those from the celestial authority darkened further amidst the relentless accusations, creating an oppressive atmosphere that was suffocating. The elders from the Qianquan Celestial Palace and the Qiming Celestial Palace also cast their gazes toward Xiaozhu. They were not entirely ignorant of the situation concerning the celestial source of Tianji. However, the benefits they had derived were limited, and their usual pride had led them to initially dismiss the matter. Now, inexplicably embroiled in this storm and becoming targets of scorn, their inner fury began to rise. Nevertheless, they were seasoned veterans, having navigated the currents of time for countless years, and this commotion was not enough to rattle their composure. After all, the core figure in this affair, Xiaozhu, remained seated with poise, his expression as tranquil as if the surrounding clamor were of no concern to him. His gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced through to Emperor Wudao, and he spoke coldly. Even as a descendant of the imperial and demon clans, you must not speak so recklessly or utter such baseless claims. With merely your trifling words, you dare to insinuate that the affairs of the celestial source of Tianji could be attributed to the Ziwei Immortal Palace? Such audacity is truly fanciful. D. Wudao's lips curled into a subtle smile, one that bore hints of mockery and a touch of disdain. To implicate the Ziwei Immortal Palace? I have no time for such trifles. Having said that, his icy gaze swept through the hall like a tangible blade, capturing the shifting expressions of everyone present. The matter of the celestial source of Tianji has incited the wrath of all celestial beings, regardless of who is truly responsible. Both the Tianji Celestial Dynasty and the Ziwei Immortal Palace are entangled in this affair. D. Wudao's voice, steady yet resonant, exuded an undeniable sense of pressure. Prior to my arrival, the Demon Lord expressly instructed me that should the Hall of Order maintain impartiality in its judgment, even if it necessitated waging an immortal war against these two formidable powers, our demon clan would offer unwavering support. Silence. In an instant, the hall was enveloped in a profound stillness. The mere mention of an immortal war stunned all present, as if time itself had come to a standstill. An immortal war is a cataclysmic event that could determine the very survival of a race. Once ignited, the heavens would tremble, and the denizens of the world would face dire calamity. Reflecting upon the primordial era, the instances of immortal wars can be counted on one's fingers, with the most recent being the imperial clan's incursion into the imperial heaven domain 100,000 years ago. That battle transformed the entire imperial heaven domain into a hellish nightmare, leaving countless lives in ruin and shaking the very fabric of the primordial sacred universe. Now, with the celestial source of Tianji entwined with the Tianji celestial dynasty and the celestial governance, should an immortal war truly erupt, the consequences would be unfathomable. Within the hall, Whether it be the Qi Emperor or the representatives of the primordial orthodoxy, the eyes of the most formidable individuals sparkled with sharp intensity, akin to unsheathed swords, radiating their brilliance. Their gazes were firmly fixed upon Wudao, seeking to unearth any hint of weakness upon his countenance, attempting to discern his true intentions. All present understood that Wudao stood aligned with the Tianji celestial dynasty, yet his recent remarks left them in a quandary. Wudao maintained a demeanor as tranquil as still water, standing tall and proud in the center of the hall, seemingly oblivious to the scrutiny cast upon him. In his perspective, given the irreconcilable nature of existing conflicts, it would be more advantageous to exacerbate them. The primordial orthodoxy has long regarded itself as the epitome of righteousness, exalted above all beings. If he could seize this opportunity to reprimand them while simultaneously imparting a lesson to the celestial governance, it would be of no detriment to Wudao. As for the Tianji celestial dynasty, in Wudao's eyes, it was merely a pawn, dispensable in the grand scheme of his designs. Regardless of the Qi Emperor's willingness, the Tianji celestial dynasty was fated to be under his control, serving as a tool for his ambitions. After all, what options does the current Tianji celestial dynasty truly possess? In the direction of the primordial orthodoxy, the right guardian of the Hall of Order wore a grave expression, his brow furrowing into a tight knot. The current situation was exceedingly precarious. Any misstep in handling it could obliterate the authority of the Hall of Order and the primordial orthodoxy, simultaneously incurring the ire of both the celestial governance and the Tianji celestial dynasty, rendering future endeavors fraught with obstacles. The situation has utterly spiraled beyond his control. Even if the emperor were to personally attend the scene, confronted with such a convoluted predicament, he would likely deliberate extensively, hesitant to voice his opinions recklessly. The right protector, consumed by anxiety and devoid of ideas, could only place his hopes in the esteemed third elder of the celestial palace. He yearned for the venerable elder to emerge and steer the tumultuous tide, regaining control of the circumstances. The third elder, sensing the gaze of the right protector upon him, did not respond immediately. Instead, he furrowed his brow, his expression growing increasingly grave. Chapter 33. The depth of thought and caution from all sides, he raised his gaze, casting a penetrating look at Wudao, as if his eyes could unravel the depths of the human soul. It is widely said that Wudao possesses extraordinary talent, his gifts unparalleled. Witnessing this firsthand today, one realizes that this young man is not only endowed with remarkable abilities but also harbors profound and inscrutable thoughts. In just a few words, he wields a sharp dagger, deftly igniting conflicts among various factions, thrusting the Hunyuan Zhengtong, the Xiantong, and the Tianji celestial dynasty into the eye of the storm. Meanwhile, the imperial and demonic clans sit comfortably in the shadows, reaping the benefits of the turmoil, a truly formidable maneuver. To initiate the immortal war? In this Hunyuan holy universe, whom do the imperial and demonic clans truly fear? In the current predicament, should the Tianji celestial dynasty and the Ziwei celestial palace not be penalized, the authority of the Hunyuan Zhengtong would become as insubstantial as a rootless weed, difficult to maintain. Future endeavors would likely invite skepticism from all sides. However, should these two powerful factions be easily let off the hook, Wudao would naturally consolidate the Tianji celestial dynasty, thereby augmenting his own influence. In such a scenario, regardless of how events unfold, Wudao stands to gain without losing. Contemplating this, the third elder was profoundly astonished by Wudao's stratagems. After pondering for a moment and weighing the pros and cons, he finally broke the silence that enveloped the Great Hall. As the sovereign of the Tianji celestial dynasty, should not the Emperor Qi provide the assembled individuals with a reasonable explanation? At this moment, Emperor Qi, having regained his composure, was equally taken aback by Wudao's words. Yet, as a seasoned monarch who has weathered countless storms, he maintained an unruffled exterior and a composed demeanor. He spoke from any perspective. Our Tianji celestial dynasty cannot absolve itself of responsibility in this matter. A millennium ago, I underwent the baptism of the Tianji celestial source and, by a stroke of fate, uncovered the hidden secrets behind it. At this juncture, Emperor Qi paused slightly, a pained expression washing over his face as he reflected on the actions that contravened the natural order, actions that truly grieved him. Thus, I acted decisively to sever this malevolent practice. Over the past millennium, the Tianji celestial dynasty has expended immeasurable resources to rectify past wrongs, wholeheartedly supporting the mortal realms. After enduring a lengthy period of recuperation, the three mortal realms have gradually regained vitality and been reborn. Upon hearing Emperor Ji's declaration, the assembly nodded in silent agreement. harboring genuine admiration for his decisiveness and courage. It must be acknowledged that sustaining the three mortal realms for a millennium has consumed resources that are astronomical. Any ordinary faction would find such a burden insurmountable. Emperor Ji's actions have been akin to a timely rainfall, extinguishing the seething fury within numerous factions and slightly easing the atmosphere. Seeing the reaction of the crowd, the third elder nodded slightly and continued, "In light of this, why does Emperor Ji now once again open the Tianji secret realm?" Emperor Ji replied, "For a millennium. The Tianji celestial dynasty has invested vast resources into the Tianji secret realm, fully devoted to nurturing the Tianji celestial source. Now, with the celestial source finally complete, it is time for its baptism once more." At this point, Emperor Ji let out a soft sigh, his face radiating sincerity. Nevertheless, he still felt a profound sense of indebtedness towards the heavens and all living beings. After much contemplation, the emperor has resolved to open the Tianji immortal source, granting the myriad forces of the Hunyuan realm the opportunity to compete for its divine essence. This act serves as a form of restitution from our Tianji immortal dynasty to the people of the world. As the emperor's words resonated, his expression remained unaltered, yet his gaze inadvertently darted swiftly towards Wudao. In that fleeting yet profound glance, an invisible thread seemed to connect them, and an unspoken understanding was established. Within the grand hall, where currents of intrigue flowed, certain matters required no excessive discourse. A mere exchange of looks sufficed to unravel each other's thoughts. Observing this, Wudao preempted the third elder's next words, respectfully bowing to the emperor with an appropriately measured smile, his tone sincere. "Your Majesty's profound sense of justice is truly commendable. Now that the Tianji immortal dynasty has displayed such earnest intent, the Ziwei immortal palace cannot remain aloof from this matter and ought to make a gesture. I propose that for the next 10 millennia, the resources required by the three mortal realms shall be provided by the Ziwei immortal palace, under the supervision of the Order Sanctuary. What do you all think?" Upon utterance of this proposition, the hall fell into a momentary silence, soon followed by a swell of murmurs. Many representatives of various factions furrowed their brows, deep in contemplation. At first glance, this proposal appeared to be an acceptable resolution for all parties involved, seemingly the best outcome given the circumstances. After all, in this grand assembly, aside from the extraordinary powers of the Hunyuan Orthodoxy, the Imperial clan, and the Demon clan, who among the ancient clans would dare to openly challenge the Tianji immortal dynasty and the Ziwei immortal palace? To relentlessly pursue accountability and incite an eternal conflict would carry consequences too grave for any to bear. In this world governed by the survival of the fittest, the true concern of the various factions has always been their vested interests. The existence or demise of the beings in the mortal realm is to them a trivial matter that hardly stirs any significant waves. Before long, Wudao's proposal garnered considerable support from several ancient clans within the hall. Though the Order Sanctuary and the Orthodox powers felt a twinge of dissatisfaction internally, they could only suppress their emotions under the prevailing circumstances, reluctantly choosing to compromise and lend their support. Eventually, the grim-faced Xiao Ju, under immense pressure, could only grit his teeth and unenthusiastically acquiesce. Seeing that the situation had been settled, the emperor announced that 3 days hence, the Tianji secret realm would officially open, allowing cultivators and beings below the imperial realm to enter and vie for the opportunity to be baptized by the divine essence. This also provided ample time for the ancient clans and the great immortal sects to prepare for their journey into the Tianji secret realm. In the demon realm, at the edge of the buried demon abyss, demonic energy surged while a shroud of mist enveloped the sky, the chill slicing through the air like icy blades, creating an oppressive atmosphere that sent tremors through the soul. Long Ruashi, clad in black, stood silently at the precipice of the abyss. Her figure resembled a proud plum blossom amidst the snow, her long hair entwined with the demonic mist. Her beauty was strikingly cold, her skin radiating a frigid glow, and her narrow, deep-set eyes, filled with indifference, reflected no fear of the abyss's terror, instead displaying a resolute and tenacious glimmer. With her thin lips pressed slightly together, she emanated an aura of formidable strength, causing the dark energy to retreat in trepidation. Cold and proud, she stood apart from the world. Beside her, powerful shadows of demons surged forth, materializing in reverence, standing respectfully behind her. "Saintess," Yui said with a bow of respect. Lang Ruashi's gaze remained unwavering as she fixated on the swirling dark energy at the entrance to the abyss. She coldly uttered a single word. "Speak." Yui replied, "The young master has sent a message. Once one enters the abyss, no one is permitted to leave." Chapter 34. the holy son of the demon realm and the sinister demonic clan. Upon hearing those words, the figure of Wudao uncontrollably materialized in Lung Ruoshi's mind. A fleeting softness appeared on her traditionally cold visage. She understood clearly that Wudao was about to take action against the abyss of the dead demons. Unlike others, her expression remained tranquil, her heart devoid of turmoil. This serenity stemmed from her unwavering trust in Wudao. She was acutely aware that once Wudao made such a decision, he possessed an absolute confidence in his ability to execute it. The demon realm serves as a collective term for the various clans of the demon race, with the 9 nether realm being the core principal domain. It exists independently, nestled between the 3 heavens of chaos and the 10 path realms. Surrounding the 9 nether realm are the 10 ancient realms of the demon race, along with countless mortal realms scattered like stars. All these worlds, great and small, fall under the dominion of the demon sovereign, who commands them. Consequently, in the upper realms, there are few legacies of the demon race's teachings, as most demons reside within the confines of the demon realm, forming the most united group after the imperial clan. The various teachings within the realm are as numerous as the stars, including some super demon clans that have long secluded themselves from worldly affairs. Although all demon clans nominally respect the demon sovereign as their sovereign, in reality, the 10 ancient demon realms govern themselves, each with its internal systems. The demon sovereign seldom interferes with the affairs of the ancient realms, maintaining a delicate balance. However, this tranquility was irrevocably shattered 3 years ago when Wudao descended upon the demon realm and forcefully ascended to the position of the young sovereign of the demon race. His initial displays of power were thunderous, swiftly sweeping through 2 ancient demon realms in a matter of time. The news sent shockwaves throughout the demon race, prompting dissatisfaction among the various ancient clans who sought to advise the demon sovereign in an effort to halt Wudao's expansion. Thus, a storm of hidden currents began to brew quietly in the demon realm. Should Wudao succeed in subduing the abyss of the dead demons at this juncture, his reputation would reach unparalleled heights within the demon realm, paving a clear path to ascendancy in the future. Long Ruoshi spoke, convey a message to the young sovereign. I am here. No one shall leave the abyss of the dead demons. Upon hearing this, Yui respectfully departed. Meanwhile, within the 9 nether realm, magnificent demon palaces sprawled across the landscape, an endless sight to behold. At the edge of the world, the dawning holy demon palace rose majestically, emanating an ancient and mysterious aura. Demonic runes flickered, towering into the clouds. The enormous black gates, adorned with blood-red rubies the size of an infant's head, depicted a terrifying image of the demon god devouring the heavens and the earth. A wide river of the underworld encircled the palace, its waters thick as ink, flowing slowly. At each corner of the palace stood colossal statues of demon gods, their visages grotesque, wielding sinister weapons, with eyes aflame with ghostly green demonic fire, seemingly watching over all things, ready to suppress any disturbances. At this moment, within the palace courtyard, an enigmatic and unique aura pervaded the air. A man clad in a black robe embroidered with dark golden demonic runes stood tall, his long hair flowing freely, his handsome face marked by an air of arrogance, and his deep, cold eyes. He was Mo Langxi, the outstanding prodigy of the supreme demon clan, the Holy Demon Clan, and stood shoulder to shoulder in reputation with Lang Ruoshi as the Holy Son of the Demon Realm. As the second-ranked powerhouse on the Holy List, he emanated an innate nobility and powerful aura, with demonic energy swirling around him like a rising tide. Before him stood a woman, draped in a dark purple veil that danced like a whisper, accentuating her graceful figure. The enigmatic patterns on her garment shimmered with a faint, ethereal glow. Her silvery hair cascaded like a waterfall down her back, and the interplay of allure and aloofness in her eyes resembled a rose adorned with thorns, evoking a sense of trepidation in those who dared approach. Mo Langxi lifted his gaze, his deep-set eyes locking onto the woman, his lips parting slightly as he remarked, "In this vast world, how few are fortunate enough to share a drink with this holy son." His tone carried a hint of nonchalant arrogance, seemingly proclaiming his exalted status within the demon realm. The corners of the woman's mouth curled into a knowing smile, her voice cool, yet imbued with an enchanting allure. Perhaps that was indeed the case 3 years ago, but now, hee. Before she could finish her thought, she raised her goblet high and drained the magical wine within it. Upon hearing her words, the chalice in Mo Langxi's hand faltered for a brief moment, a glint of icy light flashing in his eyes. 3 years prior, Emperor Wudao had descended upon the demon realm, and the demon lord had defied the majority to elevate him to the position of junior sovereign. This decision had incited considerable discontent among the elite of the demon clans. Mo Langxi being no exception. As the holy son of the demon realm, he had believed that the title of junior sovereign rightfully belonged to him. Yet it had been usurped by Emperor Wudao, igniting a smoldering fury within him akin to a dormant volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. Although he had maintained a facade of calm over the past 3 years, the turmoil within him was known only to himself. Nevertheless, Mo Langxi, being a man of profound thought, swiftly regained his composure, donning an expression of serene indifference, a faint smile playing upon his lips. Now that Lung Ruoshi personally leads the Geo guards to besiege the buried demon abyss, it seems that the Sin Demon clan has indeed found formidable external support. While Miss Liji remained so composed, he spoke slowly, his gaze fixed upon the woman, attempting to discern any hint of weakness in her demeanor. The woman, known as Liji, responded with a charming smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she said, Emperor Wudao has made many enemies in the Hongyuan sacred universe, as the saying goes. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. With that, she took a step closer, her figure swaying. For her visit was not merely to seek an alliance with the Holy Sun. As she spoke, her sultry gaze remained locked onto Mo Langxi, the temptation within her eyes nearly spilling over. Haha. Mo Langxi laughed heartily, his laughter echoing through the demon hall, his demonic power surging forth like tumultuous black waves. The nine-charm profound art is indeed as legendary as they say, but it holds no sway over me, Miss Liji. Perhaps you should keep it to yourself. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a barely perceptible wariness flickering within them, and added, your actions hardly resemble those befitting a friend. Liji, undeterred by the unraveling of her allure, gracefully glided closer, each step imbued with seduction. In the blink of an eye, she stood beside Mo Langxi, her delicate hand, as smooth as jade, softly resting on his shoulder, her touch gentle, her fingertips trembling as if conveying an unspeakable temptation. Then, she slowly leaned closer, her form nearly pressing against Mo Langxi's, her warm breath brushing against his ear, exhaling like orchids. In the eyes of the Sin Demon clan, only the Holy Demon clan stands as the unparalleled choice to ascend to the pinnacle together, and you, Holy Son, are undoubtedly the prime candidate for the future position of Demon Sovereign. Mo Lan's expression remained serene, revealing no trace of disturbance, resembling a millennia-old boulder, impervious to external influences. He merely spoke softly. Oh, is that so? I am curious to see what sincerity the Sin Demon clan brings this time. Yuli Ji, undeterred by his indifference, drew closer, her cherry lips parting as she whispered into his ear. Moments later, a sharp sound abruptly shattered the silence. The exquisite cup that had once rested in Mo Lan's hand had transformed into a pile of powder, cascading through his fingers. At this moment, his eyes were filled with astonishment, his pupils contracting sharply, seemingly struggling to comprehend all that he had just heard. Yet simultaneously, an uncontrollable excitement surged beneath the surface of his gaze, the light within him radiant and blinding. Chapter 35. The 13th Floor of Rouge, Chu Hongxiu, Saint City of Tianji. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had swiftly passed. During this brief interval, the Saint City of Tianji was ignited like a burning beacon, bustling with fervor. The imminent opening of the Tianji secret realm, akin to a resplendent star, drew forth the elite talents from various clans, all converging with great urgency. The grandeur of this event surpassed even that of the one-show banquet. Today, however, the arrival of a single individual sent the already vibrant Saint City of Tianji into a frenzy. Within the city, numerous renowned prodigies emerged from their residences. Eager to behold the grace of this extraordinary beauty, the peerless Chu Hongxiu of the mixed origin, in the dilapidated mansion, surrounded by crumbling walls, remnants of terrifying Dao power lingered. Chu Hongxiu stood poised above the courtyard, her enchanting gaze fixed intently upon it. Clad in a striking crimson silk gown that billowed fiercely in the wind, the golden phoenix embroidered upon her skirt seemed poised to take flight, exuding an arresting aura. Her hair was elegantly swept up, with a few stray strands cascading down her fair neck, accentuating her picturesque features. Her eyes shimmered with a cold yet captivating allure, reminiscent of a proud red plum blossoming in the frigid night, making it impossible to look away. In the tranquil courtyard, a multitude of celestial prodigies from ancient clans and immortal sects had quietly gathered. Their attention was irresistibly drawn to the enchanting figure above, their eyes betraying unmasked astonishment, as if all the world's brilliance converged upon her alone. Within the holy city, even the heads of great sects murmured in reverence. Such poise, such cultivation. If she were to join our sect, she would undoubtedly enhance our prestige. A lady of such celestial beauty, One could only wonder which fortunate prodigy would gain her favor. Amidst the crowd, a voice filled with curiosity and conjecture softly emerged. Ah, you are quite uninformed. I have learned that she is closely associated with the Qingge clan. Could it be? Instantly, realization dawned upon the crowd, as a singular name resonated in their minds. In this mixed origin realm, the name Wielding of the Qingge clan was indeed known far and wide. He held the esteemed position atop the holy rankings, having reached the pinnacle of the Saint King realm, standing at the apex of this world. His mere presence commanded reverence from countless prodigies, and even the mightiest of ancient clans and immortal sects bowed in respect before him. Should Chu Hongxiu truly have ties to Wielding, many would find it an unsurprising revelation. Some even speculated whether she could possibly be worthy of such a figure. Sister, young miss. At that moment, a ripple of spatial energy emanated from within the mansion. Chu Tiannan of the ancient Chu clan stepped forth, leading a host of powerful clan members through the rift. Noticing him, Chu Hongxiu offered a slight nod, her gaze calm as still water, gradually turning towards Chu Tiannan. With an arched brow, she remarked, in comparison to the top prodigies of the younger generation in this mixed origin realm, you still have a long way to go. Chu Tiannan was momentarily taken aback by her words, scratching his head awkwardly. A charming smile appeared on his face as he said, Sister, after so many years apart, you greet me with reproaches? That's rather unfair. Despite his words, he held a deep reverence for Chu Hongxiu, never daring to harbor the slightest dissatisfaction. After all, he was all too aware of her extraordinary talents. If she had not been so resolute in leaving the ancient Chu clan, the position of heir would surely have been hers alone. Chu Hongxiu replied calmly, If you wish for me not to criticize you, then you must demonstrate the abilities expected of you. You are now representing the Chu clan in the outside world. Chu Tiannan shrugged nonchalantly, but you are here as well. Sister, if it becomes too burdensome, you could always return to the Chu clan. Chu Hongxiu cast a fleeting glance at him, choosing not to elaborate further. She understood her brother all too well. Although Chu Tiannan possessed considerable talent, he lacked the requisite focus and passion for cultivation. Moments later, the atmosphere within the estate rippled once more as a figure gradually materialized. A venerable elder with white hair, yet a vigorous spirit. The elder slightly bowed and respectfully stated, Master, as per your instructions, the Tianji Immortal Dynasty and the Ziwei Immortal Palace have agreed. However, at these words, Chu Hongxiu raised an eyebrow. Do not hesitate to speak. The elder continued, I am unable to approach the demon clan. Wudao. Chu Hongxiu murmured to herself. Subsequently, she stepped forward, her figure vanishing from the estate. As twilight enveloped the courtyard, a serene tranquility prevailed, with a gentle breeze stirring the copper bells beneath the eaves, producing a melodic chime. Wudao leisurely sat upon a wooden chair, his long fingers lightly caressing the teacup in his hand as he savored a sip of the fragrant tea. He turned to the side where Qingge was focused on brewing tea. I have heard that the Qi Emperor has bestowed upon you a new residence. Have you not taken a moment to visit? Dressed in a moonlit white gown, Qingge exuded grace as she attentively prepared the tea. Upon hearing Wudao's query, her fingers hesitated slightly before returning to their task, her voice soft and gentle. Qingge only wishes to remain by your side, serving you. Wudao smiled faintly. Is this esteemed position not what you have always longed for? He was well aware that their brief intimacy could not lead her to genuine subservience. Such caution was merely a means to avoid inciting his displeasure. Fortunately, Qingge was sufficiently astute, ever placing him at the center of her concerns, never daring to overstep. It was precisely for this reason that Wudao had refrained from binding her with a sole contract. After all, the art of gradual subjugation was far more intriguing than coercive dominance. To Qingge, he had bestowed a chance for rebirth. Without him, she would not be the person she was today. This truth was not lost on her. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Qingge continued her task, methodically pouring the brewed tea into cups, steam rising and obscuring her exquisite features. In response, Wudao remained composed, toying with his cup, choosing silence. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. Beitang Qingyu, with a lithe figure, swiftly entered the courtyard. With a respectful demeanor, she clasped her hands in greeting. Master, Chu Hongxiu from the Yinji 13 Towers seeks an audience. The Emperor Wudao lightly lifted his gaze, murmuring to himself, what a pity. The extraordinary Dao fruit and fortune that accompany the first place on the sacred ranking must indeed be remarkable. He had initially believed that with the momentum generated by the Tianji secret realm, coupled with the affairs surrounding Shinsiyu, it would attract this so-called prodigy of the sacred ranking. The absence of Yi Lingtian in such a situation suggested either his indifference to the matter or that pressing affairs had detained him. However, his absence did not imply that Emperor Wudao lacked other means to entice him. It was high time for the celestial body to emerge. Chapter 36, a test from Chu Hongxiu. Within the grand hall of the estate, intricately carved beams and painted rafters adorned the ceiling, while golden tiles paved the floor. The walls were embellished with luminous pearls, emitting a gentle glow. Chu Hongxiu and Chu Tianjin sat on intricately designed rosewood chairs. Beside them stood several formidable figures, exuding an aura of power, their spiritual energy barely discernible. They were the mightiest protectors of the ancient Chu clan and the 13 floors of Rouge. At this moment, Chu Hongxiu raised her delicate brows, a flicker of displeasure crossing her gaze, while Chu Tiannan's countenance darkened ominously, his wrath unabashedly churning beneath the surface. How utterly outrageous! With a forceful motion, Chu Tianjin slammed his teacup onto the table, the lid flying off and tea splattering everywhere. How could Wudao be so dismissive? They had waited here for a full 2 hours, and apart from the occasional arrival of tea from the estate servants, no one had attended to them. The feeling of being left in such disregard was truly vexing. The ancient Chu clan, renowned as one of the pinnacle ancient clans within the primordial sacred universe, may not possess the same overwhelming might as the imperial or demonic clans that dominate the realm, but they were still held in high esteem. Typically, whenever a powerful member of their clan ventured forth, they were met with respect and courtesy from other ancient clans and sections. Today, however, being so coldly neglected by Wudao, Chu Tianjin felt utterly humiliated, making it difficult for him to swallow his indignation. Even Chu Hongxiu, usually composed and introspective, felt a tumultuous stir within her heart during this protracted wait, reflecting on Wudao's arrogance and lack of decorum. Another half-hour passed. Suddenly, a peculiar ripple surged through the high hall, light converging like a tide. In the blink of an eye, Wudao's figure emerged. His aura restrained yet emanating an undeniable pressure. "What brings you here?" Wudao seemed oblivious to the displeasure etched on their faces, his voice cold and devoid of warmth, the brevity of his words echoing through the expansive hall. After speaking, he proceeded to the main seat and sat down. His gaze, sharp as a blade, fell directly upon Chu Hongxiu, the unabashed scrutiny causing a flicker of cold light in her beautiful eyes and a surge of disdain within her heart. "Wudao, you?" With anger boiling within him, Chu Tianjin could no longer contain himself upon witnessing Wudao's blatant rudeness. He sprang to his feet, his spiritual energy surging, as if ready to confront him at any moment. Quick-witted, Chu Hongxiu swiftly intervened, taking a deep breath to quell her own discontent. "Today, we have inadvertently disturbed the young master and seek to inquire about a matter," she began. "Your demeanor hardly suggests you are here to inquire, but rather to seek revenge," Wudao remarked, his expression unfazed, his tone languid and unhurried. With a well-measured smile gracing her lips, Chu Hongxiu replied with poise, "Young master, you jest. My younger brother is still quite young and inexperienced in worldly matters. If he has inadvertently offended you, I hope you can forgive him and not take it to heart." At her words, a flicker of interest danced in Wudao's eyes, as he regarded Chu Hongxiu with renewed curiosity. Inwardly pondering, he mused, could this be a veiled reference to himself? Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it too much. Chu Hongxiu possessed extraordinary strength and was strikingly beautiful. Although he had yet to meet Yi Lingtian, it was evident that Yi Lingtian had remarkable taste. Taking Shun Xiao and the present Chu Hongxiu as examples, both were unparalleled beauties of exceptional caliber. Furthermore, the system page indicated that Chu Hongxiu was the one destined by fate, surrounded by immense fortune. Wudao had already begun to contemplate how to secure this woman for himself. "What brings you here?" Wudao asked directly, avoiding any circumspection. Chu Hongxiu slightly furrowed her brows, lost in brief contemplation, and after a moment, she slowly replied, "May I inquire if the young lord has heard about the unfortunate incident involving young Master Shao?" "I have not been paying attention," Wudao responded succinctly, his expression betraying no sign of disturbance. "A few days ago, Xiao encountered grave danger in the holy city. By all accounts, given her realm at the time, survival seemed impossible." Chu Hongxiu continued, her tone imbued with a hint of curiosity and inquiry. Yet, strangely, not only was she unharmed and rescued, but someone even escorted her safely back to the misty holy city. According to Xiao, her savior was, astonishingly, a member of the demon clan. As she spoke, Chu Hongxiu's beautiful eyes fixated intently on Wudao, searching for even the slightest shift in his expression, hoping to glean some clue. However, Wudao's demeanor remained as tranquil as an unfathomable cold pond, showing no reaction whatsoever. He replied in a measured tone, "If you wish to attribute this favor to me, I do not mind." Chu Hongxiu smiled gently, her voice soft yet tinged with just the right amount of commendation, as the young lord of the demon clan. "If indeed it was a member of your clan who rendered assistance, attributing this kindness to you would be quite reasonable." Upon hearing this, a flicker of interest passed through Wudao's eyes as he raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, and how do you intend to express your gratitude?" he inquired. Ordinary items would hardly capture the young lord's interest. With graceful steps, Chu Hongxiu moved elegantly. "During one of my excursions for training, I chanced upon a remarkable artifact, and I thought it might pique the young lord's curiosity." With that, she elegantly waved her delicate hand, and in an instant, a fragmentary ancient scripture materialized in her palm, shimmering with ethereal light. Despite its tattered state, the scripture radiated an overwhelming celestial aura, vibrant colors piercing through the dim air, scattering freely. The hall, once shrouded in shadows, was instantly illuminated. The individuals beside Chu Hongxiu gasped involuntarily at the sight of the ancient scripture, their eyes widening in astonishment and reluctance. "Sister!" Chu Tian'an could scarcely contain himself, urgently calling out, his voice laced with concern and anxiety. Chu Hongxiu, seemingly unfazed, gently gestured for him to silence himself. She then continued, her smile bright as she addressed Wudao. "Though this scripture is incomplete, every word is imbued with boundless celestial essence. I have treasured this for many years, delving into its depths day and night, yet I have never been able to unravel its mysteries. In my humble opinion, it would be most fitting to present this extraordinary text to you, given your remarkable talents, for it would surely complement your prowess." The emperor, undisturbed, maintained an air of composure, with not a trace of turmoil upon his countenance. As his gaze fell upon the tattered ancient scripture, it lingered quietly, betraying a hidden contemplation. His eyes, seemingly indifferent, concealed a fleeting glimmer of amusement that was imperceptible to others. An incomplete ancient text? In times past, the emperor might have been deceived by such an appearance, dismissing it as merely a fragment. After all, in the realm of the primordial sacred universe, celestial scriptures are as rare as a phoenix feather. Chapter 37. The Celestial Method Tai a Nian Shidian. After entering into a soul contract with Shinxiu, he became privy to numerous clandestine secrets of the Yinji 13 Towers, including the true origins of this ancient scripture. This was not merely a fragmented text, but a complete celestial method known as Tai a Nian Shidian, originally acquired by Yi Tian. Within the Yinji 13 Towers, only the most essential figures were afforded the opportunity to cultivate this technique, crafted by a formidable ancient being. This method enabled practitioners to condense the Tai a thought power and summon supreme celestial spirits for their own purposes. Should one cultivate this technique to its utmost pinnacle, they could even transform into a celestial spirit themselves. When Chu Hongxiu presented this Tai a Nian Shidian, even in its incomplete form, it was sufficient to demonstrate her sincerity. However, this inadvertently aroused suspicion in Wudao. He could not fathom that Yi Tian would be so benevolent as to bestow a celestial method as gratitude. Nevertheless, Wudao chose not to reveal his doubts. His gaze fixated intently on the Tai a Nian Shidian. With a grave expression, he remarked, "It seems that Miss Hongxiu indeed comes with genuine intent. In that case, I shall not be overly courteous." Upon hearing this, Chu Hongxiu's lips curled into a gentle smile. She could easily discern the unmasked fervor in Wudao's eyes. Who in this primordial holy universe could remain unmoved by a celestial method, even if she only presented a fragmented version? Its mere circulation would undoubtedly send ripples throughout the entire primordial holy realm. As long as Wudao held an interest in the Tai a Nian Shidian, their plans would progress smoothly. With this thought in mind, Chu Hongxiu responded with a radiant smile, "What does the young master mean?" "I have come to seek the friendship of the young master." In her heart, the value of this friendship far outweighed that of any technique. Yet, regrettably, she had treasured this celestial scripture for many years without grasping its essence. Should the young master gain insight in the future, she hoped he would remember that it was she who had presented it. Wudao wore a smile, but his gaze frequently strayed towards the celestial scripture in Chu Hongxiu's hands. With utmost seriousness, he assured her, "Rest assured, Miss Hongxiu, I am not one to forget kindness." Subsequently, with a reluctant expression, Chu Hongxiu entrusted the scripture to Wudao and bid farewell along with the Yinji 13 Towers and the ancient Chu clan. As he watched Chu Hongxiu and her companions depart, Wudao remained seated upon his gilded throne, his eyes glimmering with profound contemplation. He lowered his head, his fingers idly flipping through the Tai and Yan Shirdian. On the surface, this celestial scripture appeared ancient and unremarkable. Yet it subtly emanated boundless celestial intent between the lines. Merely grasping a fragment of it could immensely benefit any practitioner, propelling their strength to new heights. At the moment Wudao's consciousness brushed against the scripture, a resonance surged within him. The familiar system interface materialized before his eyes, meticulously detailing the myriad causes and effects of practitioners of the Tai and Yan Shirdian. Wudao's gaze sharpened like an eagle's, icy brilliance flashing. He instinctively murmured, "Soul sacrifice, the celestial alliance for the benefit of the world. My lord, what troubles you?" As Emperor Wudao was lost in contemplation, the figures of Bait Qingge and Qingge entered the grand hall, their crisp voices shattering his reverie. "It's nothing, merely an intriguing discovery." Coming to his senses, Emperor Wudao's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Upon hearing this, the two women exchanged glances. Though curiosity flickered in their eyes, they tacitly refrained from further inquiry. They understood that certain matters, if Emperor Wudao wished to divulge, he would do so willingly. "How is the arrangement progressing?" Emperor Wudao inquired, putting away the celestial tome. Bait Qingge stepped forward respectfully, responding, "As per your instructions, the news has been conveyed to the celestial palace of Tianji, the Qingming celestial hall, the Changxingyi clan, and the forbidden abyss of annihilation." Emperor Wudao nodded slightly, clearly pleased with her efficiency. He then turned his gaze to Qingge, asking, "Do you comprehend my intentions?" At his words, Qingge furrowed her brow, lost in thought. After a moment, she raised her head, her voice gentle yet resolute. "Qingge does not know, but she understands that your arrangements must hold their own rationale." Emperor Wudao regarded her, the warmth of amusement deepening in his eyes. To be candid, he found himself quite appreciative of this young woman, who acted with discernment and understood the nuances of advance and retreat, even knowing she was being utilized. She chose to trust him utterly. Such a person is indeed a rare and invaluable marionette. "You possess a supreme celestial physique, a rarity throughout the annals of history. It's worth beyond measure." Emperor Wudao spoke slowly, his voice deep yet penetrating. "Having resolved to support you, my intentions extend far beyond merely allowing you to govern the Tianji celestial dynasty. In the future, you shall become a sharp blade in my conquest of the primordial realm." Qingge's heart trembled violently. She had always known her constitution was unique, yet she had never imagined it to be the legendary celestial body, the celestial physique, unheard of in the vast epochs of the primordial realm, left her utterly astonished. Moreover, Emperor Wudao's candid revelation of his plans for future conquest served as a stark warning. At this moment, she had crossed a point of no return. With Emperor Wudao's nature, he would not tolerate betrayal. She realized that she was irrevocably bound to him, their fates intertwined, their triumphs and losses would be shared. Drawing a deep breath to quell the turmoil within, she declared, "In this lifetime, Qingge is willing to stand by your side." Meanwhile, within the grand residence of the Qingming Celestial Hall in the sacred city of Tianji, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. In the hall, a gathering of peak powerhouses assembled. Their expressions varied, yet all struggled to conceal the excitement in their eyes. Leading the delegation was one of the vice masters of the Qingming Celestial Hall, Qingge. Draped in an elegant black robe, Qingge sat upright in the master's seat, exuding an aura of unassailable authority. Her visage was breathtaking, with skin as pale as snow, akin to exquisitely carved jade, delicate and smooth, betraying no signs of age, making it difficult to ascertain her true years. A powerful presence emanated from her, the pressure palpable, saturating the hall. Wherever she went, the air seemed to be squeezed by an invisible hand, producing a faint hissing sound. With every graceful gesture and each subtle turn of her head, she emanated an intangible force that caused the air within the hall to tremble, rendering those around her increasingly cautious. Xuanqing's phoenix-like eyes lifted slightly, slowly sweeping across the grand hall, her gaze as piercing as lightning. Her delicate lips parted, her voice resonating with an icy clarity. "Is the information accurate?" Upon hearing this, the assembly exchanged glances, and ultimately, one of the four elders of the celestial palace stepped forward. With a respectful bow, he struggled to conceal his excitement. In response to the vice palace master, "I have employed the celestial treasure, the Xuanqing lotus seed, for investigation. It is highly probable that Qingge possesses the legendary celestial physique." As soon as these words were uttered, the hall was engulfed in an eerie silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Everyone present understood that the Xuanqing lotus seed was the heart of the Nine-Xian rebirth lotus, imbued with extraordinary spirituality. To resonate with it, One must either be a celestial being or possess a celestial destiny. Given Qingge's humble origins and the inability of the Tianji celestial dynasty to produce celestial artifacts, how could a mere ninth princess possess such a thing? Thus, the answer became strikingly evident. Chapter 38. The emergence of the celestial body attracts attention even though Qingge had long occupied a high position. With unfathomable cultivation and a heart as tranquil as a still pond, upon hearing these words, his phoenix eyes narrowed slightly and his aura grew increasingly frigid. Is it possible to attempt contact with her? The fourth elder of the celestial palace wore a troubled expression, his face etched with regret. After Qingge reemerged, she has remained inseparable from Wudao. My subordinates fear that any rash action may provoke a reaction, thus we have refrained from approaching her. Moreover, if Wudao were to discover the nature of Qingge's constitution, he would certainly deny us any opportunity to draw near. Qingge could not help but let out a cold laugh. Do you believe we could uncover Qingge's celestial lineage without the imperial clan being aware? The news of Qingge possessing a celestial body did not arise out of thin air. There must be someone behind the scenes orchestrating this. As these words left his lips, the atmosphere in the great hall turned grave. Many present felt an involuntary tremor within. Everyone understood that a celestial body held profound significance for any ancient clan or immortal lineage. Such a being could propel a lineage to the pinnacle of power. Are you suggesting that the imperial clan is orchestrating this? The fourth elder inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Whether or not it is the imperial clan is of little consequence. What truly matters is Qingge herself, Qingge stated with a cold demeanor, his gaze piercing. If she indeed possesses an unparalleled celestial body, why would she willingly remain beneath Wudao's shadow? Therefore, we still have a chance. In this world, where the weak are devoured by the strong and only the fittest survive, the human heart is the most unpredictable force. So-called loyalty is but an illusion, laughably ephemeral. Qingge did not believe that the bond between Wudao and Qingge was unbreakable. In her view, if the Qiming Celestial Palace could not secure Qingge, it merely indicated that their offered incentives were insufficiently alluring. What shall our course of action be henceforth? The fourth elder asked. Qingge's tone was icy and unequivocal. I will personally oversee this matter. You need not interfere but focus on preparing for the Tianji secret realm. Furthermore, the Ziwei Celestial Palace has recently been unusually active. Exercise extreme caution lest you become unwitting pawns in their game. As her voice faded, Qingge's figure instantaneously vanished from the hall, leaving only a fleeting shadow behind. Farewell, Deputy Palace Master. The assembly rose in unison, bowing respectfully, their voices echoing through the vast hall. Meanwhile, in the southeast direction of Tianji's sacred city, a magnificent and imposing mansion stood silently. At this moment, the atmosphere within the mansion's great hall was tense as a gathering of pinnacle powerhouses convened there. They were all clad in ancient gray robes, their hair snowy gray-white. And at their foreheads, strange runes flickered in and out of sight, seemingly harboring boundless mysterious power. A mere glance could ensnare one's senses, as if one's soul were being drawn into the depths of those runes. These formidable beings hailed from the forbidden house of the world annihilation abyss, an ancient lineage existing beyond the mundane realm, tasked with safeguarding one of the four great forbidden zones of the primordial chaos. Its origins are shrouded in mystery, as if concealed within the mist of time, with no one able to trace its roots. To describe it as having departed from this world seems surprisingly apparent. Within the confines of the Forbidden World Manor, figures of unparalleled strength shine like a multitude of stars. Each successor that enters the realm possesses the potential to dominate an entire generation. 100,000 years ago, the imperial clan waged war in the imperial heaven domain. At that time, the primordial sacred universe fell silent, with no faction daring to confront them directly. Under the imperial clan's blade, the world descended into chaos, and countless lives were extinguished. It was not until the progenitor of the Forbidden World Manor emerged from the abyss of annihilation that the tide began to turn. He withstood 3 strikes from the imperial ancestor, granting the remaining ancient clans of the imperial heaven domain a fleeting opportunity to survive amidst their despair. Following this battle, the name of the Forbidden World Manor spread throughout the primordial sacred universe, becoming an entity of reverence among all clans. It is worth noting that even 100,000 years ago, the imperial ancestor was already hailed as the foremost figure of the primordial realm. His profound realm is as unattainable as the distant heavens, known only to a select few who stand at the pinnacle of the primordial sacred universe. That the progenitor of the Forbidden World Manor could withstand 3 strikes from the imperial ancestor is undoubtedly a testament to his formidable power. The motives behind the imperial clan's actions remain unclear, and we must exercise caution in our endeavors, for we must not become pawns in their game. Within the Grand Hall, the esteemed members of the Forbidden World Manor engaged in fervent discussions regarding the matter of Qingge. The atmosphere was tense. After all, the stakes involved the imperial clan, and even the extraordinarily powerful Forbidden World Manor could not afford to be negligent. Thus they proceeded with utmost caution. At the head of the hall, the Grand Elder of the Forbidden World Manor furrowed his brow, his expression laden with concern. While others may be oblivious to the underlying circumstances, as the Grand Elder, he was acutely aware that after the progenitor of the Forbidden World Manor withstood the 3 strikes from the imperial ancestor, the path of the Great Tao suffered a grievous blow. Over the course of 100,000 years, the Forbidden World Manor exhausted countless methods, sparing no expense in heavenly materials and employing various mysterious techniques, yet they still could not restore the progenitor to his former glory. Now, the progenitor approached the end of his days, on the verge of extinguishing his life force. Just then, a celestial being emerged within the primordial sacred universe, which was undoubtedly a much-needed boon for the Forbidden World Manor, a glimmer of hope in their dire predicament. In the Grand Elder's heart, regardless of the cost, the Forbidden World Manor must bring Qingge back to the abyss of annihilation, even if it meant offending the imperial clan. After a long contemplation, the Grand Elder spoke slowly, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable resolve. This matter is of great significance. I will immediately inform the Manor Lord for further deliberation. As the celestial secret realm is about to open, we shall act after it has been explored. Upon hearing this, the assembly ceased their discussions, nodding thoughtfully. The matter of Qingge, while critically important, was indeed not urgent at the moment. In the celestial secret realm, legends speak of sources related to celestial beings, and seizing the celestial source is currently the most urgent and paramount task at hand. At that very moment, the celestial city of Tianji rippled like a lake disturbed by a thrown stone. News swept across the city like a tempest, reaching various apex ancient clans and immortal sects within the primordial sacred universe at lightning speed. In an instant, the various regions within the city experienced a tumultuous surge of spiritual energy as figures descended from the heavens, embodying the pinnacle of power from numerous formidable factions. For any ancient clan or lineage, the emergence of a celestial body is nothing short of a momentous event, capable of rewriting the destiny of a lineage and shattering the existing cosmic order. Countless forces stirred restlessly, plotting in secrecy. Yet, the enigmatic orchestrator behind all these events, Emperor Wudao, appeared particularly detached. Residing within the tranquility of his estate, he was far removed from the clamor and chaos of the outside world. In the courtyard, a gentle breeze wafted through, mingling with the fragrant blossoms, as he sat serenely at a stone table, delicately cradling a cup of fragrant tea, savoring it leisurely. His expression was as calm as still water, seemingly indifferent to the arrival of the supreme powers within the city. He exuded an air of composure, radiating a sense of control over the unfolding events, as if everything lay firmly within his grasp. Chapter 39, the unveiling of the Tianji secret realm and the gathering of the talented time slipped away like a fleeting horse. And the long-awaited day for the Tianji immortal dynasty to open the Tianji secret realm finally arrived amidst countless eager gazes. On this day, at the foot of the Tianji sacred mountain, a vibrant atmosphere pulsated. A multitude of cultivators flocked from all directions, converging here. In an instant, the earth was enveloped in swirling dust, while the heavens above shimmered with divine light, weaving together a surreal and dreamlike spectacle. In the air, the exceptional prodigies, wielding unique treasures, showcased their extraordinary abilities. Spirit beasts surrounded by flames exuded an awe-inspiring presence. With each flap of their wings and each leap, they stirred waves of fervent fire. Ancient ships adorned with intricate runes and war vessels darted through the void. Lavishly adorned carriages and palanquins came to a halt at designated locations. Seated atop these carriages were the young elites from various ancient clans and traditions, their postures upright and spirits soaring, their faces reflecting an unwavering determination to seize this opportunity. Throughout the vast expanse of the Hongyuan sacred universe, every formidable being who met the threshold had arrived here, creating an extraordinary scene reminiscent of a grand banquet for the most powerful. Just as anticipation filled the air, a venerable prince of the Tianji immortal dynasty strode forward with confidence. His gaze, piercing like a torch, scanned the throngs of cultivators, and his voice resonated like a thunderclap, echoing, "All ancient clans and traditions below the imperial realm may enter and vie for the unparalleled opportunities within the Tianji secret realm. However, It is imperative to inform you that within the Tianji secret realm, the act of killing is permitted. Once you step inside, the Tianji immortal dynasty bears no responsibility for any occurrences. If you are not fully prepared, do not enter lightly. Upon hearing these words, the cultivators displayed no signs of trepidation. Instead, the excitement in their eyes intensified. For these relentless pursuers of cultivation, danger and opportunity coexisted as inevitable companions. The more arduous the challenges, the more they ignited their inner resolve and desire. Observing this fervor, the venerable prince of the immortal dynasty ceased further words and swiftly gestured with his hands. A mysterious seal gradually emerged in his palm, adorned with flickering runes that appeared to encapsulate the profound truths of the universe. Go! A thunderous command erupted, and the enigmatic seal shot forth like a meteor streaking across the night sky, racing towards the Tianji sacred mountain. In the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. At the moment of its disappearance, a resounding roar echoed, reminiscent of the primordial thunder at the dawn of creation. The Tianji sacred mountain trembled violently, drawn by a mysterious and powerful force. Before the crowd, a colossal rift in the void materialized. From within the crack, a dazzling array of colors burst forth like a fountain, soaring into the clouds, painting the heavens and earth in resplendent hues. Among these radiant displays was an ethereal essence. Even a mere wisp sent the spiritual energies within the assembled cultivators into a frenzied uproar. They felt their blood surging as an unseen force urged them to advance. Countless eyes fixated on the rift, aflame with fervent desire, filled with insatiable greed. They are acutely aware that beyond the fissure lies an opportunity coveted by countless practitioners, a chance to alter their destinies and ascend to the pinnacle of cultivation. As time progresses, they have begun to discern the outlines of a series of mysterious relics, scattered like jewels across the landscape. Each site, steeped in ancient grandeur, presents a facade of weathered gray and black, while some exude an enigmatic blue luminescence that inspires profound reverence. In the deeper recesses, flickers of spiritual light can be glimpsed, with arrays of mystical formations swirling and ancient incantations subtly revealing themselves. This is undoubtedly a rare and extraordinary ancient site. In a fleeting moment, the atmosphere crackles with excitement as the elite of various ancient clans and immortal sects emerge from their vessels, cascading forth like a tide. The disciples of the heavenly Tao Palace, the inheritors of the reclusive immortal abodes, and the scions of the longevity clan, all are paragons of the cultivation world. They radiate a formidable presence, adorned in dazzling treasures and vibrant patterns, showcasing their exceptional talents and prowess. Their expressions are haughty, and wherever they cast their gaze, it seems as if thunder rumbles, the space quakes, and a resonant hum reverberates, shooting forth arcs of lightning. The entire realm appears to tremble beneath the weight of their overwhelming aura. As the crowd revels in this awe-inspiring spectacle, a deafening dragon's roar suddenly breaks the silence, echoing through the heavens like a bolt of thunder, arriving without warning. The sound carries an immeasurable majesty and oppressive force, causing the hearts of all present to shudder involuntarily. Instinctively, their eyes converge on the source of the sound. In the distant sky, a gilded carriage, drawn by two dark-blooded dragons, slowly materializes from the rifts of space. He has arrived. A whisper ripples through the crowd. Wudao. The expressions of the young elites from various regions instantaneously grow solemn, the arrogance upon their faces supplanted by an undercurrent of vigilance. As the carriage gradually comes to a halt, the golden doors creak open slowly, revealing Wudao clad in a flowing black robe that billows with the wind. His visage is sharp and chiseled, his eyes deep and perilous, as though capable of penetrating the very souls of those he surveys. His silver hair dances wildly, reflecting his untamed spirit. Behind him stands Qingge, adorned in a flowing gown of moonlight white, the hem trailing gracefully down the steps of the carriage. Her 3,000 strands of hair cascade like a waterfall over her shoulders, enhancing her ethereal beauty. Her eyes gleam like stars, radiating a cool, profound brilliance, untouched by the mundane world. The moment they appear, it is as if a brilliant light has erupted, instantly capturing the attention of countless gazes. The onlookers can't help but think of the phrase divine couple. In the ancient region of the Chu clan, Chu Hongxiu's gaze lingers thoughtfully on Wudao, her delicate brows arching slightly, revealing an undeniable curiosity. Her crimson lips part. It seems he has not yet cultivated the Taiye immortal canon. No rush. It is merely a matter of time. The big fish are too easily caught. It would be rather dull otherwise. Beside Chu Hongxiu stands a masked man, quietly observing. He stood tall and straight, resembling a proud pine tree, with his golden crown accentuating his dignified presence. His profound gaze cast towards the horizon, landing upon Qingge, where a fleeting glimmer of sharpness flickered in his eyes. In contrast to Wudao, Qingge evidently piqued his interest much more. After all, possessing an unparalleled celestial physique, her allegiance would undoubtedly bolster his strength, making future endeavors significantly more seamless. Upon hearing the man's words, Chu Hongxiu maintained an unruffled demeanor, betraying not a hint of disturbance. In her heart, all of this was merely a matter of course. She understood better than anyone that once the man before her set his mind on a course of action, success was almost inevitable. With his gaze now fixed upon Wudao, the latter's defeat was, from this moment forth, irrevocably assured. "You have hurried here for Qingge, haven't you?" Chu Hongxiu gently parted her crimson lips to inquire. Recently, rumors had swirled around the Tianji celestial dynasty, whispering of Qingge's extraordinary celestial body. Given Chu Hongxiu's status, such news had naturally reached her ears. The man, upon hearing this, withdrew his distant gaze with a leisurely air, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he teased. "What is this? Are you perhaps feeling jealous?" Chu Hongxiu lightly shook her head, her expression one of genuine concern as she replied earnestly. "I merely worry that forging an early enmity with the imperial family might disrupt Master S' grand design. Rest assured, I am well aware of my course." The man asserted confidently, exuding a reassuring aura. He understood that winning over a young woman of divine king caliber offered myriad strategies. Why would he foolishly engage the imperial family head-on, thereby inviting unnecessary complications? He narrowed his eyes, a barely perceptible glint of brilliance flashing within them, as his mind began to devise a strategy to approach Qingge. Chapter 40. The thoughts of the great talents at that moment. The tranquil atmosphere was abruptly disrupted by an inexplicable wave of energy. The man and Chu Hongxiu seemed to share a silent understanding, both instinctively raising their gazes towards the same direction. There stood Wudao atop his chariot, his eyes sweeping over to their side. A sudden tightness gripped Chu Hongxiu's heart, as an unsettling emotion quietly began to take root within her. Wudao's gaze, seemingly casual and indifferent, lightly settled upon her, yet carried an inexplicable, eerie intensity. It was as if he could penetrate her facade and reach deep into her innermost being, rendering her thoroughly uncomfortable, causing her to instinctively furrow her brow. In contrast, Wudao's expression hinted at a playful intrigue. As he surveyed the crowd, an unusual glimmer flickered around him, and ethereal system pages gradually manifested above the heads of those extraordinary individuals. The data on these pages flickered and danced, densely recording a multitude of information. A smile, rich with meaning, curled upon his lips. "Yiling Tian, is it?" he murmured to himself. Beside him, Qingge noticed the name, her eyes reflecting a hint of intrigue. Meanwhile, in the direction of the Ziwei celestial dynasty, another exceptionally gifted individual, standing proudly, directed his gaze towards Wudao, his eyes betraying a clear sense of apprehension. This man was Xiao Jingfeng, a member of the illustrious Xiao clan of the Ziwei celestial palace. With Xiao Jingyun having fallen and Xiao Runan lacking the prowess to lead the Ziwei celestial palace, Xiao Ju had no choice but to summon Xiao Jingfeng back. "Cousin, I have heard that you once crossed swords with Wudao. What was the outcome?" Xiao Runan inquired, standing beside Xiao Jingfeng. 2 years ago, during a contest for ancient relics, the clash between Xiao Jingfeng and Wudao was hardly a secret within the Ziwei celestial palace, as many had heard of it. However, what puzzled the people was that after that confrontation, Xiao Jingfeng withdrew into seclusion and never mentioned the incident again. The members of the Ziwei celestial palace found it hard to believe that Xiao Jingfeng had suffered defeat, especially since he had reached the pinnacle of the Saint Realm 2 years prior. How could Wudao possibly contend with him? 3 years ago, Wudao was merely at the peak of the Divine King realm. Xiao Jingfeng remained silent, his eyes sharp as an eagle. The realization that, as a peak Saint Realm cultivator, he had been unable to defeat Wudao, who was at the quasi-saint level, felt akin to a crushing defeat in his heart. Only those who had personally faced Wudao could truly appreciate his formidable strength. Boom. At that moment, a deafening roar reverberated through the heavens and earth, reminiscent of an ancient bell being struck, sending forth a rolling wave of sound. The mysterious Tianji secret realm, at that instant, unveiled its true visage. In an instant, myriad rays of radiant light burst forth like a newly risen sun, illuminating the entire world as bright as day. The blinding brilliance nearly rendering one unable to open their eyes. The space surrounding the secret realm seemed to be stirred by an unseen force, violently oscillating and distorting. An aura of mystery and antiquity permeated the air, as if some long-dormant power had been suddenly awakened. In the ethereal twilight, ancient and intricate runes flicker in the void, intertwining and colliding, gradually forming a bridge that connects heaven and earth. A space portal, exuding an aura of antiquity, slowly opens, its interior shimmering with elusive shadows, concealing endless mysteries and opportunities. Go forth and seize the opportunities that belong to you, for the Tianji secret realm has been unveiled, proclaimed the venerable prince of the celestial dynasty, his chest held high and hair tousled, his voice resonating powerfully, penetrating the ears of every attendee. As his words echoed, countless dazzling lights erupted from the sacred mountain of Tianji. Figures resembling arrows released from a bow surged forth, racing towards the entrance of the secret realm. Their eyes sparkled with a fervent desire for the unknown, imbued with an unwavering determination. Fearful of missing the chance, they hurried onward. Princess Chang, wait. In the Tianji celestial dynasty region, Qingge was about to set off when an urgent call suddenly rang out. Turning to the sound, she saw Huang Tao's figure hastily appearing beside her. Qingge furrowed her brow slightly, casting a probing glance as she coolly inquired, "What is it?" Huang Tao cautiously scanned the surroundings, and once most of the Tianji prodigies had moved away, he lowered his voice, his expression grave as he spoke. "Princess, you must be wary of Emperor Wudao." "What do you mean by that?" Qingge's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on Huang Tao. Ever since that day when he distinguished himself before the Tianji celestial stone, he had retreated into seclusion, refusing overtures from numerous royal family members under the pretext of meditation. His mystique had left Qingge perplexed by his sudden, cryptic warning. "There are matters I cannot disclose to you, princess. But please believe that I would never wish you harm," Huang Tao said sincerely, pausing to emphasize his words. "If you encounter Emperor Wudao within the Tianji secret realm, remember, under no circumstances should you engage with him. His power may well be beyond your imagination." Having uttered this, Huang Tao did not wait for Qingge's response. He transformed into a streak of light, hastening towards the Tianji secret realm, keenly aware of Emperor Wudao's gaze slowly turning his way. Qingge stood rooted to the spot, watching Huang Tao's vanishing figure, her brows knitting tightly in contemplation. Huang Tao would not have come to warn her without cause. He must have uncovered something significant. However, her journey into the Tianji secret realm was already fated to place her in opposition to Emperor Wudao, an unavoidable clash. With a resigned sigh echoing in her heart, Qingge ceased her deliberation, and in a flash, she too disappeared, racing towards the secret realm. Observing the two figures moving further apart, Emperor Wudao felt a flicker of disdain within. His expression remained indifferent, seemingly unaffected by the unfolding events. Even at the prodigy banquet, he had sensed Huang Tao's uniqueness. The profound fortune surrounding him had astonished even Emperor Wudao. In just a few short days, Huang Tao's destiny value had surged exponentially, on the verge of surpassing the threshold of 20,000. More astonishingly, his speed of transcending realms is nothing short of terrifying. As he has already stepped into the threshold of quasi-sainthood, Wudao is acutely aware that this individual must harbor a tremendous secret, one that could potentially yield unforeseen surprises for him. Perhaps he is akin to a rare, treasure-seeking mouse. This thought briefly flickered through Wudao's mind, but he did not dwell on it further. Instead, he took strides alongside Qingge toward the Tianji secret realm. Chapter 41. The Celestial Realm of the Tianji Secret. The Tianji secret realm. Upon entering, one feels as though they have stepped into an ancient divine realm, enveloped instantly by an almost tangible aura of spiritual energy. Each breath taken feels akin to savoring a spring of ethereal essence, invigorating every pore with an exhilarating sense of ease. Gazing upwards, the undulating mountains resemble a colossal dragon, soaring high into the clouds. Their steep peaks carved with the precision of a sculptor's blade, shrouded in mist that suggest a dwelling place for celestial beings. In the mountains, spiritual waterfalls cascade majestically, their splashes resembling strings of luminous crystals, reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors in midair. This realm operates under rules as precise as a finely tuned celestial mechanism, showing no signs of flaw. The ancient essence, steeped in the passage of time, greets one with an embrace, while mysterious patterns adorn the surface of massive stones, remnants of ancient ruins to the landscape. Surrounding the area, radiant hues fill the sky, with red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple intertwining, draping the secret realm in a dreamlike veil. Whether nestled within the depths of shadowy forests or beside tranquil spiritual lakes, this resplendent light casts a spell of enchantment. It seems that every inch of land conceals an unknown, arcane power, beckoning explorers to unveil its ancient secrets. Within a secluded depression of the Tianji secret realm, Huang Tao remained vigilant, surveying his surroundings. This tranquil and profound location was occasionally pierced by the low growls of unknown beasts, adding an air of mystery and unease. Suddenly, within his mind's eye, a silhouette of a tower emanating an ancient aura flickered into view. A deep, resonant voice reverberated. "You should not engage with Qingge. I sense that Wudao has already set his sights upon you. Although I have made every effort to conceal your aura, Wudao is exceptionally formidable. And at such a young age, his depth is unfathomable. It may not be possible to hide from him. This tower silhouette is a powerful spirit of an artifact. Not long ago, it had sought out Huang Tao, awakening his long-buried memories. It was then that Huang Tao learned he was not merely the son of the national master of the Celestial Dynasty, but rather the progeny of the master of the Zhentian sect, having returned through a divine cycle of rebirth. The tower spirit, residing in his mind, belonged to the Zhentian sect. Upon hearing the spirit's warning, Huang Tao's expression grew grave. Since the Tianji banquet, he had chosen to enter seclusion for cultivation, proceeding with extreme caution to avoid attracting attention. Yet, faced with the object of his long-held admiration, Qingge, even with the awakening of his memories, the ripples of his emotions remained unrest deep within. After much hesitation, he could not resist the urge to caution Qingge. However, he had not anticipated that merely exchanging a few words with her would draw the attention of Wudao. This could only imply that either Qingge or himself had already been covertly targeted by Wudao. "Heavenly Lord, could it be that with your prowess you cannot contend with him?" Huang Tao inquired, his brow furrowed, his voice imbued with gravity. The artifact spirit sighed heavily, its words laden with weight. "If we speak solely of his personal strength, even if it is formidable, we need not fear. But do not forget, what is Wudao's station? Surely, he possesses formidable weapons of assault. It is even possible that he is shielded by the supreme will of the imperial or demonic clans. Should I act rashly, regardless of whether I could balance him, once exposed, it would spell disaster for us." The essence of the Zhentian Qi Ling remains within the Zhentian sect, relying solely on this spirit. It is utterly impossible to contend against the formidable existence at the pinnacle of the Hunyuan realm. Moreover, should its identity be unveiled, it would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of countless individuals. At that juncture, both Huang Tao and the Zhentian sect would find themselves ensnared in an inescapable predicament. "Tian Lao, it is my impulsiveness and lack of foresight that have led us here," Huang Tao lamented, his tone heavy with self-reproach, his brow furrowed deeply, and his eyes suffused with profound guilt. The Zhentian Qi Ling quietly sighed within, its thoughts drifting back to the past. In those bygone days, the Zhentian sect stood as a paragon of supremacy within the Hunyuan realm. Within its halls, the strongest were as numerous as the stars, and the mighty were countless, each possessing the power to alter the very fabric of existence. The progeny of the Xian Lord, each endowed with extraordinary talents, could stir the world with their mere presence. Alas, the battle on the immortal path resulted in the sect's downfall, shattering its former glory like a fleeting dream. Had it not been for that defeat, the Zhentian sect would undoubtedly still reign as the pinnacle of the Hunyuan realm, dismissing both the imperial and demonic clans with disdain. Yet, time flows like a river, and the splendor of yesteryears has faded, leaving only memories in its wake. In the Zhentian Qi Ling's recollection, the progeny of the Xian Lord were exceptionally gifted. Huang Tao, among them, did not stand out remarkably. However, the reincarnation divine ability, a miraculous act of defiance against fate, allowed only a rare few to return from the cycle of rebirth. It had expended immeasurable effort in its pursuit, ultimately discovering Huang Tao alone. This revelation filled it with exhilaration, yet the weight of not finding more progeny of the Xian Lord pressed heavily upon its heart. Nevertheless, it chose not to reveal these emotions, instead offering words of solace. "Do not be too harsh on yourself. What is done, and lamenting will serve no purpose. The most pressing matter now is to swiftly locate the Tianji Xian Yuan and awaken the immortal veins within you. Once the Zhentian sect reemerges, you will possess the strength necessary to carve out a place for yourself in this chaotic world." Upon hearing these words, Huang Tao stifled the turbulent emotions rising within him. Inhaling deeply before asking, "Tian Lao, which direction shall we take?" The Zhentian Qi Ling sensed the surroundings and raised its hand, pointing towards the southeast, speaking slowly. "We shall head southeast. Though the Tianji Xian Yuan has yet to manifest, I can perceive a tremendous aura emanating from that direction, indicating some clues may lie ahead. Huang Tao held unwavering faith in the words of the Xintian Qi Ling. In ancient times, the Xintian Tower, as a quasi-immortal artifact of Hunyuan, held an exalted position within the Xintian Xian sect, second only to the Xian Lord. Now, with the assistance of the spirit upon his return from reincarnation, Huang Tao found a renewed sense of confidence blossoming within. Chapter 42. The Mysterious Woman, the first extraordinary book of ancient and modern times. In the vast expanse of the Tianji secret realm, the land stretches endlessly. Majestic celestial mountains rise into the clouds, winding like a colossal dragon, exuding an overwhelming grandeur. The atmosphere is imbued with an ancient and primordial essence, nurturing all beings and harboring a primal life force. Ethereal mists envelop the heavens and earth, rich in spiritual energy, with flickering glimmers of light. Soon, Emperor Wudao, accompanied by Qingge and others, descended into the secret realm. They found themselves amidst a celestial forest, surrounded by towering ancient trees, with the occasional call of spiritual birds echoing through the air, a scene of auspicious beauty. Standing within the Tianji secret realm, Emperor Wudao's expression was austere as his gaze slowly swept across his surroundings. His consciousness surged forth like a tidal wave, seeking to encompass every corner of this realm. Yet, within moments, a hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. To his surprise, he encountered an obstruction while probing the Tianji secret realm, as if his consciousness had collided with an invisible barrier, thwarted by a mysterious and formidable force. No matter how he tried, he could not advance even a fraction further. Gradually retracting his consciousness, he turned to Qingge and inquired, "Can you sense the existence of the Tianji divine source?" Upon hearing this, Qingge's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Since stepping onto this land, she had been channeling the power of her bloodline to seek traces of the Tianji divine source. However, the results were disappointing. She had gleaned nothing, not even the faintest fluctuation. Nevertheless, she sensed something unusual. Her constitution seemed to possess a natural affinity with this realm. Without the need to deliberately cultivate her techniques, the abundant spiritual energy flowed towards her like rivers converging into the sea. She shook her head, revealing a hint of helplessness. "I have not detected the presence of the Tianji divine source." Emperor Wudao's demeanor remained calm, revealing little surprise. Before their arrival, Ji Huang had indicated that among the royal offspring, those with stronger bloodline powers would be more acutely aware of the fluctuations of the divine source. Qingge had awakened the supreme celestial body, her bloodline power unparalleled in the entire Tianji celestial dynasty, unmatched by any. If she had found nothing, it was likely that others would fare no better. In this case, it was fortuitous. It provided an opportunity to deal with those prodigies from ancient clans and immortal sections. "You all stay back and protect her," Emperor Wudao instructed the group of Geo guards behind him in a deep voice. Mo Air, accompany me." Mo and Mo Air were the transformed forms of the dark blood demon dragon. They were undoubtedly the most suitable candidates for hunting the various prodigies. Practicing the demonic art of devouring heaven, they could absorb the primordial power of those prodigies, rapidly enhancing their own strength. Meanwhile, in another part of the Tianji secret realm, the horizon was illuminated by brilliant divine rainbows as the elite prodigies from the upper realms sped past. The sounds of battle echoed through the mountains and forests. A constant clamor, sacred radiance and divine light intertwined, creating a dreamlike spectacle, occasionally pierced by the roars of ferocious beasts. A palpable tension and an air of danger envelop this realm. Within a canyon, disciples from the celestial realm of Tianang are encircling a quasi-saint beast, engaging in a fierce hunt. Their expressions are grim, with an unwavering determination reflected in their eyes. The artifacts in their hands emit a sharp radiance, and an array of mystical techniques is unleashed, transforming the very fabric of heaven and earth. Meanwhile, upon the cliff at the rear of the canyon, a resplendent celestial flower quietly blossoms, its petals aglow with a mysterious luminescence, as if narrating its extraordinary essence. This flower, having taken a millennium to take root and 5 millennia to bear buds, is said to grant practitioners who consume it a radical transformation, significantly enhancing their strength. Upon discovering this celestial bloom, the group from Tianyang felt an overwhelming sense of fortune. Their eyes gleamed with greed, and their attacks grew increasingly fierce, relentlessly targeting the beast's vital spots. The creature, overwhelmed, could only retreat, emitting a series of unwilling roars. "What are we to do?" This foolish beast stands no chance against these celestial beings. A voice, tinged with urgency, quietly emerged from a concealed corner of the canyon. It belonged to a young maiden clad in simple attire, her delicate face marred with dirt, yet her radiant spirit shone through her eyes. At that moment, she gazed anxiously at the battle unfolding in the canyon, worry etched across her visage. Are we truly to stand by and watch as the shielding sacred flower is taken by these ruffians? Seeing her pleas go unanswered, the maiden's face contorted with anger. Speak up. You claim to be the greatest tome of all time, omniscient from heaven to hell. Yet, you have lured me to this forsaken place. And now, you cannot even secure a single flower? As her words faded, a humming sound filled the air, and a stream of light coalesced into a peculiar figure beside her. Upon closer inspection, it was a book, an anthropomorphic tome with limbs. It gesticulated animatedly, adopting a comical demeanor, and retorted, "Hey, I intended to take you to the celestial realm, but I underestimated the energy needed and ended up here. Can you blame me?" This explanation only fueled the maiden's ire further. Hailing from the 21st century of Blue Star, she had once lived a life akin to that of a campus goddess. One day, while perusing the university library, she stumbled upon this eccentric book. Out of curiosity, she began to flip through its pages and soon succumbed to slumber. In her dreams, this self-proclaimed greatest tome enticed her with promises of traversing fantastical worlds, where she would reign supreme among countless exceptional suitors, becoming a formidable empress. Initially, she dismissed it as an absurdly whimsical dream, not giving it much thought. However, who could have anticipated that this was not merely a dream but a genuine transmigration? By the time she comprehended her situation, it was already too late. Fortunately, the tome informed her that she possessed an unparalleled spiritual physique, capable of breaking through realms by devouring the essence of the world. Additionally, it hinted that her spirit could evolve, potentially leading her to become an exalted celestial body in the future. For her, this revelation served as a peculiar form of solace. After arriving here for a month, she, with the assistance of the peculiar tome, has consumed a considerable number of celestial treasures. Her strength has quietly escalated. Yet she remains oblivious to her current realm. Although she has learned some spells and mystical abilities during this time, she, a newcomer from the 21st century who has never engaged in combat, still feels a sense of trepidation when confronted with the brutal reality of life and death. The young girl pouted in dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "You must devise a plan quickly. Do we truly intend to relinquish the celestial flower so easily?" "Hush! Do not make a sound. I sense a formidable presence approaching," the tome suddenly remarked with a grave expression. "What? A powerful being? Where?" Unable to contain her curiosity, the girl cast her gaze about, only to find not a single shadow in sight. Chapter 43. The hunt begins. The maiden's lips parted slightly, poised to unleash her wrath. In an instant, a dazzling beam of sword light descended from the celestial heights, slicing through the heavens with a fierce precision. The thunderous roar reverberated like a tempest. The might of this strike decimated the ranks of the disciples from the Tianji sacred land, inflicting heavy casualties. Even the quasi-saint level beasts were violently hurled through the air, tracing a desperate arc as they flew. Who dares? At the edge of the canyon, the Tianji holy sun glared fiercely, his voice booming with fury. His gaze, sharp and intent, darted towards the source of the disturbance. From the dense thicket emerged a shadow clad in black, advancing with a deliberate grace. In his grip was a long sword, and with each step he took, an overwhelming pressure surged forth like a tidal wave, cascading towards the canyon. The very air around him crackled under the weight of this oppressive force. Unbeknownst to him, an ancient figure had silently appeared beside the Tianji holy sun. This elder moved with an ethereal grace, swiftly placing himself protectively behind the holy sun, his expression grave as he scrutinized the approaching figure. The elder contemplated silently, recognizing that at such a young age, only Emperor Wudao had reached the quasi-saint realm. Yet, the man before him was clearly not Emperor Wudao. Could he be a hidden heir of some immortal power? With this thought, the elder extended his consciousness like invisible threads, cautiously probing the surroundings in an attempt to unearth any lurking threats. In this realm of ancient relics and secret territories, treachery and the quest for treasures were commonplace. The Tianji secret realm, where they currently resided, was a convergence point for the pinnacle of various ancient clans from the primordial sacred universe. Although the Tianji sacred land held a modest reputation within the sacred universe, it paled in comparison to those supreme entities. Should they attract the attention of powerful beings, calamity would surely follow. However, after a thorough investigation, the elder found nothing, deepening his perplexity. He raised an eyebrow slightly, clasped his hands, and addressed the newcomer. I am the sixth elder of the Tianyang's sacred land. May I inquire your esteemed name? It seems we have no grievances with one another. The figure in black was none other than Huang Tao, who had already masked his true appearance and donned a new guise, exuding an enigmatic aura. Upon hearing the sixth elder's words, a subtle smile graced Huang Tao's lips, a knowing glimmer in his eyes. He was well aware of the elder's affiliation with the Tianyang sacred land, having previously conducted a thorough investigation with Tian Lao to uncover the details of their party. The strongest amongst them was merely this sixth elder, now in dire need of abundant resources for his cultivation. The members of the Tianyang sacred land had become prime targets in Huang Tao's eyes. Throughout his journey, he had already dispatched numerous teams of similar strength. With a casual demeanor and a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth, he nonchalantly replied, with death imminent, what significance do such inquiries hold? As his words fell, a palpable murderous intent surged around him, manifesting like sharpened blades swirling through the air. Like a wraith, his figure shot forth, enveloped in a chilling aura of death, slicing through the atmosphere with a piercing whistle. He had no intention of engaging in lengthy discourse with this group. For the mystical realm of Tianji was a convergence of countless ancient clans, and the formidable practitioners of indomitable sections. A moment's carelessness could summon other powerful beings. To avoid prolonged complications, a swift resolution was undoubtedly the wisest course. Upon witnessing this, the sixth elder felt a sudden chill envelop him, a bone-deep cold surging up his spine, while his inner doubts proliferated like wild grass. How audacious for a mere quasi-saint youth to dare lay hands on him. It was utterly ludicrous. He slowly raised his palm, and in that instant, the sacred radiance seemed summoned, converging from all directions into a dazzling orb of light within his grasp. A cold smile crept into the sixth elder's heart. Today, he would ensure this reckless youth understood the vastness of the heavens and the earth. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Just as the sacred power began to coalesce, an overwhelming force of suppression, seemingly emanating from the depths of the universe, descended upon him like a torrential tsunami, carrying an irresistible might. This force was tyrannical in nature, instantly sealing his spiritual energy, sacred essence, and even his soul's power, akin to placing the most unyielding shackles upon a trapped beast. A look of sheer horror flickered in the sixth elder's eyes as disbelief flooded his expression. Before he could comprehend the situation, Huang Tao's sword loomed larger before him, glinting coldly as it plunged into his body. How could this be possible? The sixth elder's lips trembled, struggling to utter a few words, his voice laden with shock and resentment. He was a powerful saint, and even without utilizing sacred power for defense, his physical form should not have been penetrable by a mere quasi-saint. Boom. The moment Huang Tao's sword pierced the elder's body, it erupted in a dazzling brilliance. An inexhaustible force of suppression ravaged the elder's flesh like a flood breaching its dam. In mere moments, the elder's breath waned like a flickering candle in the wind, his body battered and torn, skin cracking, blood gushing forth, resembling a shattered doll on the brink of collapse. Even as he drew his last breath, disbelief lingered in his eyes. He could hardly fathom that he had met his demise at the hands of a quasi-saint. Huang Tao's lips curled into a smirk, laced with a hint of mockery. With the assistance of the spirit of the heavenly suppression artifact, the once mighty saint stood utterly defenseless, as fragile as an ant. Were it not for the concern that revealing his identity might attract trouble, his sights would have long been set upon the renowned ancient clans and the heirs of the indomitable sects in the higher realms. As the sixth elder fell, Huang Tao moved through the crowd of the Tianyang Holy Land as if traversing an uninhabited expanse, unleashing a one-sided massacre. His figure weaved through the throngs, and where he passed, cries of despair echoed. In a matter of moments, all lay fallen in pools of blood, with none escaping. Having successfully devoured the essence of these practitioners, Huang Tao distinctly felt his power steadily ascending, subtly trending towards a breakthrough into the mid-level of quasi-saint. He was quite pleased with this development. As the massacre came to an end, Huang Tao stepped forward towards the cliff face, determined not to overlook any spoils of victory. Upon the cliff, the ethereal flower unfurled in tranquil beauty, its petals glistening and exuding an alluring radiance. Huang Tao's gaze was fixated upon the celestial blossom as he raised his hand to pluck it. Caution urged him, for I sensed a mysterious force lurking in this place, indicating the presence of others concealed nearby. Just as Huang Tao's fingers were about to brush against the flower, the voice of the town spirit echoed in his mind. His movement abruptly halted. What? Someone is hiding? He murmured, lowering his voice. He gradually turned around, his eyes blazing with intensity, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Yet, all he beheld were dense thickets and faint traces of blood, devoid of any presence. Chapter 44. Mutual testing and feigned postures. In an instant, Huang Tao's heart suspended in trepidation, his mind racing with thoughts. The consequences of being exposed here, of having his actions discovered, were simply unimaginable. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the turmoil within, and urgently inquired in his heart, "Great Elder, have you discerned who it is?" The spirit of the Zhentian artifact replied gravely, "No, the presence is quite elusive, yet I am certain someone lurks nearby." Its perception was unfailingly precise. Just moments ago, that mysterious fluctuation, though deeply concealed, had not escaped its awareness. At its level, even an Emperor Realm powerhouse standing right before it could not completely hide their tracks. What puzzled it, however, was how that aura vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Could it be that the other party possessed an extraordinarily powerful artifact? It silently contemplated, releasing a slight pressure around itself, seemingly testing the response of the surrounding environment. Meanwhile, in the shadows not far away, the young girl's heart surged tumultuously like raging waves. Her pale face drained of color. She bit her lower lip, filled with dread and anxiety. "Didn't you vow that your method of concealment was unparalleled? How could he have sensed us?" The girl questioned desperately within, her voice tinged with a sob. "What should we do now? Given his capabilities, if he truly discovers us, he will undoubtedly not spare me." The peculiar tome, under the girl's scrutiny, felt equally vexed. It had been confident in its method of concealment. Even if the person before them bore remnants of an ancient powerhouse, it should not have been able to see through the concealment array it had set. Yet, the reality was before them, leaving it at a loss. Or had things gone awry? "Calm down. Steady yourself. While I may not be able to eliminate him for you, I can surely assist you in escaping unscathed." The tome's voice resonated in the girl's consciousness, imbued with both reassurance and impatience. "This fellow is likely more anxious than you are. Go out and intimidate him. You might just frighten him." Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape. Her face was a portrait of incredulity. "Are you mad? If I go out now, it's akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. What is the difference between that and courting death? Fortune favors the bold. Were you not previously contemplating reaping the rewards from the fray?" The tome's tone carried a hint of exasperation. "Do not worry. If the situation becomes dire, I have contingencies to ensure your safety." The girl, hearing this, furrowed her brows tightly, her heart ensnared by countless tendrils of anxiety and fear, causing her hands to tremble faintly. On the other side, the spirit of the Zhentian artifact continued its search, yet found nothing. Huang Tao took a deep breath, feigning calmness, and his voice echoed softly in the stillness. "I wonder which fellow cultivator is concealed here. Why not reveal yourself, so that I may dispel the doubts in my heart?" He understood well that he must draw out the one hiding in the shadows. For should the secrets of this place be divulged, the consequences would be utterly catastrophic. The young maiden bit her crimson lips, leaving delicate imprints from her pearly teeth upon her tender lower lip. After much hesitation, she gradually stepped forth from her hiding place, suppressing the turmoil within. She maintained an outward facade of composure, as if nothing in her surroundings could disturb her in the least. Yet, a fleeting glimmer of panic occasionally flickered in the depths of her gaze, betraying the true emotions that lay beneath. Internally, she cursed the peculiar tome countless times, feeling as though she were being pushed onto a fiery hearth. Simultaneously, upon witnessing the maiden's emergence, Huang Tao felt a jolt of shock resonate within him, his eyes betraying an undeniable astonishment. A quasi-saint realm? He was acutely aware of the arduous journey required to attain such a state. His own progress had relied upon a unique bloodline bestowed upon him by birth, as well as the aid of a heavenly artifact spirit that had devoured the essences of numerous prodigies, allowing him to enter this realm. Yet here stood a girl, seemingly younger than himself, exuding a formidable aura of quasi-saint power. How could this not astonish him? In an instant, a multitude of speculations flooded his mind. Could she be a hidden heir of an unparalleled lineage? Suppressing his inner turmoil, he endeavored to maintain his calm demeanor, donning a gentle smile as he queried, "Might I ask from which ancient clan or lineage the young lady hails?" Observing the somewhat stiff smile on Huang Tao's face, the maiden felt a surge of reassurance, secretly exhaling a breath of relief. His cautious demeanor clearly indicated that the peculiar tome had surmised her identity, instilling a sense of trepidation within him. "No need for alarm. Should you refrain from aggression, I too shall refrain from acting against them. Though your intervention has somewhat disrupted my plans," she replied, lifting her gaze and speaking with an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing her words, Huang Tao instantly grasped the situation. It was highly probable that her objectives aligned with his, likely centered around the celestial flower. Given her forthright declaration of intent, it was evident she sought to avoid conflict with him. Thus, it appeared they were, in fact, of a similar mind. My sincere apologies for intruding upon your elegance. Your method of concealment is truly remarkable. I failed to detect your presence until now. I acted first, which was rather abrupt. Are you here for the flower? Huang Tao inquired with a slight smile. The maiden nodded subtly, feigning profundity without uttering a word. Observing her silence, Huang Tao contemplated, having consumed the essences of those cultivators. The flower rightfully belongs to you. He inclined his body slightly in a gesture of sincerity, adding, I would also like to become a friend of yours. May I inquire how you feel about that? He calculated within himself that while the celestial flower would indeed benefit him, it paled in comparison to the essence of the cultivators. Should he use it to forge a connection with this enigmatic maiden, it would indeed prove to be a lucrative transaction. The maiden, upon hearing this, felt a surge of delight within, though her exterior remained calm. With a hint of pride in her tone, she replied, Indeed, I find your disposition quite appealing. You are not one to sweat the small details. Very well. I shall reluctantly accept it. At this, Huang Tao's lips curled into a subtle smile, revealing an appropriately measured expression of delight. Of course, it is only natural. I am Huang Tao. May I inquire your esteemed name and the ancient clan from whence you originate? With a swift flicker of her eyes, the young maiden's thoughts raced. Her true name was Su Qi Ling, yet in this fantastical realm, one could not easily unveil their genuine identity. Drawing upon her extensive reading from the 21st century, she understood that possessing a resounding name was of paramount importance in this world, potentially instilling a sense of caution in others. My surname is Dong Wang, and my given name is Qingling. As for my origins, that is not for you to inquire. She lifted her chin, her tone brooking no dissent. Dong Wang, Huang Tao murmured, momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind as he recalled an ancient power from the upper realms known as the Dongwang clan, the celestial race. This illustrious lineage was renowned as a pinnacle ancient clan of the primordial sacred universe, their reputation formidable. He never anticipated that this enigmatic young woman hailed from the celestial race. It was no wonder she possessed such profound cultivation at such a tender age. Reflecting on this, he silently rejoiced at having refrained from impulsive actions, for the consequences could have been dire. Chapter 45, The Traveler from the Starry Realm. Subsequently, Huang Tao plucked the celestial flower and presented it before Dong Huang Qingling. A perfectly measured smile adorned his face. Yet his gaze concealed a subtle probing. Did Miss Dong Huang venture into this secret realm alone? Dong Huang Qingling lifted her chin, her demeanor radiating an innate pride as she graciously accepted the celestial flower. Her jade fingers caressed the petals gently, and with a dismissive hum, she remarked, In a mere secret realm, what need have I for companions? I can manage perfectly well alone. Her tone suggested that all the challenges and dangers within this realm appeared trivial in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Huang Tao's eyes subtly shifted, his mind racing with calculations. Maintaining his cheerful facade, he replied, What a coincidence. I too have come alone. Why not join forces? In this perilous secret realm, mutual support would be advantageous. Although he harbored reservations about Dong Huang Qingling's celestial lineage, he was far more concerned about the potential revelation of his own secret regarding the consumption of a cultivator's essence. If he were to leave the secret realm and she betrayed him, her celestial clan's influence would render him defenseless. Such a betrayal could incite a coalition of ancient factions against him, leading to dire consequences. What to do? What to do? This fool desires to accompany me. Upon hearing Huang Tao's proposal, Dong Huang Qingling's heart raced with alarm. She silently implored the mysterious tome for assistance, urging it to devise a plan. At that moment, she appeared composed, yet her fingers tightened around the celestial flower, turning pale from the pressure. What are you anxious about? He likely fears you will betray him. Simply agree to his proposal. Would you not welcome a willing ally? The tome's voice resonated teasingly within her mind, assuring her that should any unexpected events arise, it would ensure her escape. The tome was acutely aware of Huang Tao's intentions. Acting as an omniscient observer capable of deciphering human motives with a mere turn of its pages. Reassured by the tome's guarantee, Dong Huang Qingling found her composure restored. She inhaled deeply, slowly raising her gaze to meet Huang Tao's, her eyes ablaze with intensity, as if seeking to penetrate his very soul for any hint of malice. It was only when Huang Tao began to squirm under her scrutiny, a slight flush of embarrassment coloring his cheeks, that she finally spoke. Traveling together is acceptable. But I have one condition. Huang Tao's heart leapt at her words, though he maintained an impassive exterior, quickly responding, Miss Dong Huang, please feel free to state your terms. I shall comply with anything within my means. He understood that forging an alliance with this celestial heir was worth any price he might have to pay. I see you possess a keen interest in the essence of cultivators, while my focus lies solely on the treasures of heaven and earth. If we join forces, how about you keep the essence and I retain the treasures? This way, we each satisfy our needs, which seems quite fair. She raised her gaze to Huang Tao, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes as she awaited his response. Huang Tao, upon hearing Dong Huang Qingling's proposal, felt an overwhelming surge of joy. Nearly unable to suppress a laugh. In the dimensional secret realm, apart from the celestial source, he truly regarded no other spiritual treasures with much esteem. Initially, he pondered what price he would have to pay to persuade this descendant of the celestial race to accompany him. To his surprise, the matter progressed with remarkable ease. Almost effortlessly. With the addition of Dong Huang Qingling, he now had the backing of the celestial race, allowing him to act with considerably more audacity. This was only natural. Since they were collaborating, mutual benefit formed the foundation of their partnership. Huang Tao wore a sincere smile, his tone brimming with enthusiasm. How about this? I possess 2 spiritual treasures obtained from the secret realm. While they may not compare to this celestial flower in value, they're indeed rare treasures in the world. With a generous gesture, he retrieved 2 spiritual treasures from his storage space and presented them to Dong Huang Qingling. Allow me to offer these to you, as a token of my sincerity. His movements were fluid and natural, revealing no hint of reluctance, clearly showcasing his eagerness to journey alongside Dong Huang Qingling. Oh, this lad is adorably foolish, Dong Huang Qingling thought to herself as she observed Huang Tao's earnest demeanor. Stifling a laugh while maintaining an impassive exterior as she accepted the treasures without hesitation. To her, such willingly offered benefits were too good to pass up. Witnessing Dong Huang Qingling readily accept the treasures, a weight lifted from Huang Tao's heart, further convincing him that his plans were unfolding smoothly. He took a small step forward. Continuing to inquire, Dong Huang, may I ask if you have a specific purpose for this journey? The secret realm is vast, and knowing our direction in advance would be beneficial. Let us proceed. I possess unique methods to locate various spiritual treasures. Dong Huang Qingling cast a sidelong glance at Huang Tao, her expression tinged with pride and mystery, then turned gracefully to depart. Observing this, Huang Tao dared not delay, hastening to follow in her footsteps. At that moment, his heart brimmed with joy. He felt exceedingly fortunate. Not only had he successfully befriended a descendant of the celestial race, but she also possessed unique means of seeking treasures. This expedition into the secret realm promised to be extraordinarily fruitful. As Huang Tao and Dong Huang Qingling vanished into the depths of the canyon, the air above the canyon walls shimmered as if stirred by an invisible hand, creating ripples of strange energy. Soon after, the figures of Wudao and the 2 demons, Moe and Moer, appeared like phantoms. A profound smile played on Wudao's lips as he toyed with the supreme treasure of the demon clan, the celestial prison pearl. This orb glimmered with an ethereal light, seemingly harboring boundless demonic power, perfectly complementing the formidable aura he emanated. Master, why do you not take action against him? Moe asked cautiously, confusion etched across his face. They had silently followed Huang Tao, witnessing his confrontations with numerous ancient clan cultivators. To Moe, it was inconceivable that their master was merely a spectator, yet he remained inactive, which was difficult for Moe to comprehend. Some lives hold greater value in existence than in demise. The emperor, devoid of emotion, spoke with an air of nonchalance, as though everything lay firmly within his grasp. He narrowed his eyes, their depths profound and intriguing. These children of fate seemed to be shrouded in an unseen blessing. Take Huang Tao, for instance. It was not long after entering the Tianji secret realm that he fortuitously encountered Dong Huang Qingling. This young lady, too, possessed an astonishing fortune. Her destiny value rivaling that of Huang Tao without a hint of inferiority. What astonished the emperor even more was the information provided by the system interface. This girl, astonishingly, hailed from the same realm as the otherworldly traveler he had previously consumed, a world known as Blue Star. Chapter 46. The arrival of Qingge and the thoughts of various parties in the memories of the traveler. It seemed that the beings of Blue Star were bound by some esoteric rule, unable to embark on the path of cultivation. Yet, The young maiden before him had already attained the quasi-saint realm at such a tender age, her power not to be underestimated. This suggested that she must harbor secrets unknown to others. Perhaps she concealed some extraordinary existence that could aid her in shattering the constraints of Blue Star, allowing her to shine brilliantly in this fantastical world. After all, the traveler he had fused with had arrived with a system. It was entirely plausible that this young lady possessed some mysterious artifact as well. With this thought, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Emperor Wudao's eyes. Time flew swiftly, and soon several days had passed. During this brief interlude, the Tianji secret realm had transformed into a vast treasure trove, generously welcoming the cultivators who ventured within. The ancient clans of the Hunyuan lineage and the practitioners from the immortal sect found themselves reaping bountiful rewards in this enigmatic land. Some fortunate souls unearthed sacred stones and holy crystals imbued with immense power, while a select few stumbled upon the legendary imperial materials by sheer coincidence. Moreover, many cultivators discovered spiritual objects that had been steeped in the essence of the ages, some for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. These spiritual treasures could either assist individuals in breaking through cultivation bottlenecks or enable the concoction of extraordinary elixirs, their worth incalculable. As the multitude delved deeper into the Tianji secret realm, increasingly astonishing discoveries unfolded. The further they ventured, the more heavenly materials and extraordinary treasures emerged. This news spread like wildfire, igniting envy and fervor among the cultivators, who flocked desperately towards the deeper regions. However, fortune and peril have always walked hand in hand. Amidst this fierce treasure-hunting frenzy, numerous practitioners from ancient clans and the immortal sect met unfortunate ends while vying for spiritual objects. Have you heard? The offspring of the Lord of the Holy Celestial Court perished in a certain spiritual land. Within an ancient city of the Tianji secret realm, a group of scattered cultivators gathered, whispering amongst themselves. Even several mighty holy kings of the Holy Celestial Court could not escape calamity, one added, his tone tinged with lament. TSK, your information is rather outdated. Just yesterday, the 13th prince of Tianwang Mountain also fell, another practitioner remarked dismissively, his lips curling in disdain. It is said he was ambushed, and the Hunyuan Orthodoxy is collaborating with the Order of the Holy Temple to hunt down the assailant. What? Who possesses such audacity? A cultivator in the crowd could not contain his astonishment, his face a canvas of shock and confusion. In no time, a chorus of voices erupted, each recounting the news, echoing throughout the ancient city. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, brilliant divine rainbows streaked across the sky above the ancient city, racing towards them like shooting stars. The gathered cultivators turned their gazes skyward. It's her. I never expected that the esteemed young master would leave the Jiuyu guards for her. Recognizing the newcomer, a cultivator in the ancient city could not help but exclaim. Now, Qingge had already garnered widespread renown among the ancient clans and sections. Particularly after the rumors of possessing a celestial physique circulated, various ancient clans and immortal sects have turned their attentive gaze upon her, scrutinizing her every move. Meanwhile, within the confines of a building in the ancient city, Chu Hongxiu stood quietly by the window alongside a remarkably handsome man. The man, now revealing his true identity, was none other than Yi Lingtian, the foremost on the saint ranking. Dressed in garments as white as snow, he stood tall and poised like a pine, illuminated by the sunlight, resembling a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, exuding an aura of extraordinary elegance. His sharp yet gentle features, with defined contours, boasted brows that arched like swords and eyes as profound as the abyss. With every gesture, he embodied grace and composure, compelling anyone who beheld him to glance in admiration. The two quietly observed the figure of Qingge, their gazes flickering with an elusive hue. The Jiuyu guards, renowned throughout the Hunyuan sacred universe, symbolized not only might but also prestige. In the entire Hunyuan sacred universe, aside from the heavenly demon sovereign, the only one capable of commanding the Jiuyu guards was the Emperor Wudao. Now, the Emperor has assigned the Jiuyu guards to protect Qingge, undoubtedly making a grand declaration to the world that she belongs to him, and no one shall encroach upon her. It seems that this ninth princess of the celestial dynasty holds immense significance in the eyes of Emperor Wudao. Yilingtian's lips curled into a slight smile, his tone laced with intrigue and amusement. Upon hearing this, Chu Hongxiu's enchanting eyes sparkled like lively fireflies, shifting to rest upon Yilingtian. Do you intend to take action against the Jiuyu guards? She understood Yilingtian well, with Emperor Wudao absent from Qingge's side. This was undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity in his eyes, one he would not let slip away easily. It would be prudent to test the waters and see if this ninth princess of the celestial dynasty truly possesses an unparalleled celestial physique. Yilingtian's expression remained calm, a flicker of light shimmering in his eyes. At the same time, I wish to discern her true standing in Emperor Wudao's heart. Chu Hongxiu nodded slightly, contemplating inwardly. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. As long as Yilingtian's target is not Emperor Wudao, everything remains within their control. With this thought, she spoke softly. I shall arrange for it immediately. There's no rush, Yilingtian replied, a hint of an enigmatic smile gracing his lips. In this ancient city, we are not the only ones with an interest in Qingge. Why should we act personally? The Ziwei Celestial Palace has secretly acquired vast quantities of sacred spirit spring water from the Yinji 13th Tower, a matter shrouded in secrecy. Within the Yinji 13th Tower, apart from him and Chu Hongxiu, no one else was privy to this information. Even Xin Siyao, responsible for escorting the sacred spirit spring water, was kept in the dark by Yilingtian. Yilingtian, with his meticulous mind, had long sensed the Ziwei Celestial Palace's ulterior motives towards the Tianji Celestial Dynasty. After all, the sheer volume of sacred spirit spring water procured by the Ziwei Celestial Palace was exceedingly vast, appearing far from a mere gesture for Ji Huang's birthday celebration. Consequently, following the fall of Xiao Jingyun, Yilingtian personally intervened to negotiate with Xiao Ju, which temporarily subdued Xiao Ju's grief and fury, preventing an immediate confrontation. They are all well aware that the Ziwei Celestial Palace and the Yinji 13 Towers share a cooperative relationship. Logically, there is no motive for them to act against Xiao Jingyun. Chu Hongxiu, in contemplation, spoke after a moment. Are you referring to the Ziwei Celestial Palace? It is evident that a fierce confrontation between the Ziwei Celestial Palace and Di Wudao is inevitable. Having said that, Yilingtian turned around, a profound smile gracing his face. With an air of mystery, he remarked, as for whether the Ziwei Celestial Palace would take action against Qingge, that is not the crux of the matter. I have another individual in mind who may prove beneficial to our cause. Chu Hongxiu raised her delicate eyebrows slightly, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her gaze. Yet, in an instant, her eyes brightened, as if she grasped Yilingtian's deeper intention. Chapter 47. The Eternal Ginger Clan. Jiang tailing in the ancient city of the secret realm, a grand edifice stood tall. Within the hall, an atmosphere of gravity enveloped the air, suffused with a subtle tension. Gathered were the elite from various factions, each possessing extraordinary prowess, their auras intertwining, creating a unique ambience within the serene palace. At the forefront stood Xiao Jingfeng of the Ziwei Celestial Palace. Dressed in a moon-white robe, he exuded an innate nobility, his countenance radiating authority and confidence. Below him were the prominent figures from various celestial factions, including the Underworld Palace, the Celestial Demon Clan, the Ancestral Void Palace, and the Xianyuan Empire. They were either standing or seated, each exhibiting a distinct demeanor. Princess Chang, our Ziwei Celestial Palace comes with utmost sincerity to seek collaboration with you. It has been some time since we entered the secret realm, yet you have yet to sense the presence of the Tianji Celestial Source, which is rather perplexing. Xiao Jingfeng commenced, his steady voice echoing within the hall. He raised his gaze, his eyes shifting to the seated Ji Qingxue on the right, scrutinizing her with a hint of skepticism. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingxue's exquisite visage darkened slightly. She glanced around the hall, noticing the intense gazes of the other elites fixed upon her, awaiting her response. After a brief contemplation, she replied, "Since we have decided to cooperate, there is no need for me to be evasive. The emergence of the Tianji Celestial Source follows its own unique trajectory, which is not something I can easily probe." Xiao Jingfeng's expression revealed his dissatisfaction with this answer, a slight furrow forming on his brow as irritation flickered in his eyes. He understood that, apart from the Tianji Celestial Dynasty, the Ziwei Celestial Palace possessed the most profound knowledge of the Tianji secret realm. He was aware that Ji Qingxue's words were not unfounded. However, the prolonged absence of the Tianji Celestial Source, coupled with the gathering of formidable beings deep within the realm as time progressed, portended a fierce conflict among the factions vying for the Celestial Source, a scenario that boded ill for the Ziwei Celestial Palace. Recently, I have sensed a mysterious calling force that persistently draws me, Ji Qingxue continued, her gaze lifting, an elusive expression flashing in her eyes. The Tianji Celestial Source is likely to emerge soon. Observing the somewhat somber expressions of those in the hall, Ji Qingxue's eyes briefly flickered with an imperceptible disdain. With composure, she articulated her revelation. Is this truly the case? the elite from the Xintian Empire, seated across from her, abruptly rose, his face alight with astonishment. Would I have any reason to deceive you? Qingge's brows knitted slightly, her tone cooling. I desire the discovery of the Tianji celestial source more than any of you. Since we are to collaborate, I hope we can cultivate a greater trust between us. With that, she dismissed the gathering, elegantly sweeping her sleeve and rising gracefully to stride toward the hall's entrance. Upon reaching the doorway, Qingge seemed to recall something, pausing and slowly turning around. With a cryptic tone, she remarked, "You should consider how to confront the Emperor Wudao. My ninth sister possesses an awakening bloodline power that is not to be underestimated. Perhaps she will perceive the existence of the Tianji immortal source even before I do." Having spoken, she lingered no longer, gradually vanishing from the grand hall amidst the varied gazes of the onlookers. Only the assembly remained, ensnared in contemplation and conjecture. Soon, with Qingge's departure, the other prodigies within the hall also took their leave. The vast chamber was left with only Xiao Jingfeng, who sat serenely within. I inquired with Ji Hao, and she spoke the truth. It seems the Tianji immortal source shall soon manifest. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the rear of the hall. Echoing softly, a figure stepped forth from the shadows, revealing itself. Xiao Jingfeng appeared to have anticipated this, his demeanor as tranquil as a still pond, devoid of any ripples. He spoke leisurely, his tone steady. "Imperial brother, did you not grasp Qingge's insinuation?" Her words before departing clearly hinted that if one wishes to seize the Tianji immortal source, they must first eliminate the formidable obstacle posed by Qingge. Is this significant? He curled his lips into a cold smile. Since we have resolved to strike against the Tianji immortal dynasty, the ninth princess, rumored to possess an unparalleled celestial physique, must be eradicated in her cradle. Does Xiao brother wish to allow her to grow unimpeded? Many ancient clans have already begun to approach her, including the Qiming Immortal Palace and the Qingge Mansion. At the mention of these clans, a flicker of resentment flashed in Di's eyes. He had been seething with frustration lately. He could not fathom the sheer luck that Wudao had stumbled upon. Arriving at the Tianji Immortal Dynasty, he had encountered the ninth princess Qingge, who bore a celestial physique and had closely followed her. What infuriated him further was that many within the imperial clan had been petitioning for Wudao's return. 3 years ago, he had risked life and limb to sow discord between his father and Wudao, creating a rift in their relationship. How could he allow Wudao to return to the clan so easily, regaining dominance over him? Just a Qingge, I assure you. The Ziwei Immortal Palace does not regard her as a threat. Xiao Jingfeng maintained an indifferent expression, his tone laced with nonchalance. Her current power is too feeble to stir any significant turmoil or alter the grand scheme. However, the absence of my brother's maternal clan remains a mystery. I wonder what their intent is? Di's gaze sharpened, realizing that Xiao Jingfeng was clearly indicating that he was not yet worthy of discussing collaboration. Humph. A cold smile crept upon Di's lips. He then abruptly waved his arm, unleashing a streak of light that shot forth like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at Xiao Jingfeng. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Jingfeng narrowed his eyes, raising his hand to grasp the luminous projectile in his palm. As he discerned the object, a gleam of brilliance ignited in his eyes. It was the Jiang clan's decree, the Jiang Tailing. This decree signifies the Jiang clan's authority, only employed in moments of great significance. The fact that De had produced this decree was undeniably clear. Xiao brothers should be aware that the Jiang clan's status is unique. Should they appear in the Tianji secret realm too readily, they may draw the suspicion of the imperial clan. Once the imperial clan intervenes, the situation may spiral out of control, which would be detrimental to our interests. After Xiao Jingfeng took over from Jiang Tailin, the voice of De resonated as well. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jingfeng slowly nodded, having obtained the answer he sought. His subsequent actions became considerably more fluid. It seems that my imperial brother has come prepared. Xiao Jingfeng lifted his gaze towards De, a glimmer of inquiry flashing in his eyes, pondering how his brother intends to proceed next. The might of the 9 nether guards is something I believe my brother understands even better than I do. The Tianji secret realm imposes restrictions, strictly forbidding the presence of imperial realms. Only the Saint King realm exists at the pinnacle of this world. The 9 nether guards, renowned as the divine guardians of the primordial sacred universe, possess extraordinary strength, rivaled only by the prodigies atop the saint ranking. Ordinary Saint King realm experts stand no chance against them. To ambush the 9 nether guards and Qingge in the Tianji secret realm without being detected is no trivial feat. Chapter 48. The boundless Saint King faces death unflinchingly in a foreboding ancient ruin, suffocating with the stench of decaying blood. A tumultuous wave of despair surged through the dilapidated structure. Amidst the crumbling walls, the lifeless bodies of practitioners from the Order of the Holy Temple and various ancient clans lay scattered, their grotesque forms twisted in agony. Faces frozen in expressions of unimaginable torment, as if they had been subjected to unspeakable cruelty in their final moments. A mere glance at the scene would instill a profound terror. Lin Ruoxi lay helplessly in the center of the corpses, her spirit waning. As fragile as a candle flickering in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, her eyes filled with despair and dread. Fixated on the figure enveloped in a crimson aura ahead, her heart drowning in helplessness. Waves of thick bloodlight surged forth like molten lava from every direction, converging upon that towering silhouette. His silver hair danced wildly, his gilded black robe billowed fiercely, and he radiated an otherworldly glow that cast him as a demonic deity descended upon the earth. A terrifying aura, akin to an abyss, spread freely, sending chills down the spine. Suddenly, the ancient ruin trembled violently, the ground fissured, and cracks radiated outward. An unparalleled might erupted from Wudao, as if countless gods and demons awakened simultaneously, unleashing a deafening roar. Resplendent holy light surged from within him, like divine radiance breaking through the constraints of the ancient site. Soaring into the heavens, the Saint King realm, Lin Ruoxi murmured, her voice quavering with disbelief. In a mere few days, he had ascended from the Saint realm in Tianji holy city to the Saint King realm. Such a rapid progression was unimaginable, not just for her, but for anyone in the entirety of the primordial sacred universe. Not long ago, at Tianwang Mountain, practitioners from the Holy Celestial Court had met with inexplicable demise. Upon receiving the news, the Order of the Holy Temple united with various ancient clans to scour for secret realms, vowing to bring the perpetrator to justice. Yet, who could have anticipated that this was merely a meticulously crafted trap set by Wudao, a deadly snare, ensnaring the unsuspecting? At this moment, the harrowing scene within the ruin was a direct manifestation of Wudao's hand. Even now, Lin Ruoxi could hardly fathom the extent of his strength. With mere Saint Realm cultivation, he had ruthlessly slaughtered the Order's holy guardians and the formidable Saint Kings of various ancient clans. Such an ability to transcend boundaries was utterly astonishing. Soon, as Lin Ruoxi's thoughts swirled, the chilling atmosphere in the ancient ruins began to dissipate, and Wudao had successfully broken through. Before she could regain her senses, his figure slowly came into view. In the next instant, Lin Ruoxi felt a sudden lightness in her body, as if she were being lifted against her will. "Open your consciousness, acknowledge me as your master." Wudao's cold voice echoed in her ear as he grasped her throat, suspending her in midair. The only reason he spared her life was due to her identity as the daughter of the Emperor C and her residual worth. Otherwise, she would have already become a lifeless corpse. Lin Ruoxi's face turned ashen, and deep down, she understood that she was likely facing her doom today. How could the ruthless Emperor Wudao possibly let her slip away after committing such heinous slaughter against the Hunyuan Zhangtong? Yet, even as fear surged over her like a relentless tide, a flicker of defiance, akin to embracing death, shone in Lin Ruoxi's eyes. "You must be dreaming. Even in death, I shall never submit to your tyranny," she shouted, gritting her teeth with every word. "Oh, is that so?" A cold smirk graced Emperor Wudao's lips. No sooner had his words left his mouth than he swung his arm violently, and with a thunderous crash, Lin Ruoxi's body was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. She crashed heavily to the ground, blood erupting uncontrollably from her mouth, splattering against the ancient stone slabs, creating a starkly vivid contrast. Her complexion grew increasingly pale, devoid of color, rendering her as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind. "Since it is so, I shall grant you your wish." Without so much as a glance at the terror and despair etched upon Lin Ruoxi's face, Emperor Wudao coldly uttered these words before striding towards the ancient relics. In his eyes, delicate flowers like Lin Ruoxi, raised in a greenhouse, could be subdued by 100 different means. The most straightforward method was, of course, the soul contract. However, should a signatory of such a contract perish, their soul would suffer varying degrees of impact. The stronger the individual, the greater the repercussions. Lin Ruoxi's existence was, as yet, unworthy of such a binding agreement. "Emperor Wudao, you despicable fiend." Lin Ruoxi's voice trembled, a tumult of anger and fear resonating throughout the desolate ancient site. Yet, Emperor Wudao seemed oblivious, his steps unwavering as he continued his deliberate march outside the relics. With each step he took, it felt as though he was crushing Lin Ruoxi's heart beneath his feet. This sensation intensified as she beheld Moe and Moer, their sinister gazes appraising her without restraint. With every advancing step, her psychological defenses crumbled further. At the very moment Emperor Wudao was about to cross the threshold of the ancient site, Lin Ruoxi finally succumbed to despair. Her voice, filled with helplessness and anguish, trembled as she cried out, "I am willing." A cold smile curled upon Emperor Wudao's lips as he stepped beyond the ancient site. Outside, upon his emergence, the 9 nether guards stationed there immediately bowed in respectful greeting. "Young master." Emperor Wudao's gaze swept over the assembled crowd, and he spoke in a low tone. "Are we all gathered?" Qingge stepped forward, responding with deference, reporting to young master. "The 9 nether guards have confirmed that the various ancient clans and the unparalleled prodigies of the Undying sect have all arrived at the secret realm's ancient city." Emperor Wudao nodded slightly, a glimmer of imperceptible coldness flashing in his eyes. Since everyone was present, it was time for the big catch. He was already aware of the dealings between the Ziwei Celestial Palace and the Chongqing Jian clan from Shaojingyun. They would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike at Qingge, an opportunity that Emperor Wudao had intentionally laid bare. After a brief pause, Emperor Wudao inquired further, "Who remains in the ancient city?" Qingge's expression turned slightly grave as he replied, "It is Yu Wu and Yu Jiu." Emperor Wudao's eyes narrowed, his demeanor stern. "If they survive, I shall bestow upon them a fortuitous transformation." He understood within, and how could the 9 nether guards be unaware? The journey to the ancient city was a perilous venture, fraught with the specter of death. Yet, not one among them hesitated. They embraced death with unwavering resolve. Having long since cast aside the trivialities of life and death, the world is well aware of the formidable reputation of the 9 nether guards, whose mere name instills terror in the hearts of many. However, few are privy to the narrative that lies behind the 9 nether guards. Each member is a paragon of demonic lineage, meticulously selected by the Nether Emperor from countless practitioners of the demonic arts and myriad beings. From a tender age, they have been nurtured under the auspices of the Nether Emperor, navigating through relentless bloodshed and the tumult of battle, enduring harrowing trials and engaging in perilous combat. They were rigorously refined and sifted until only the most exceptional emerged. It is these chosen few who earn the right to be counted among the 9 nether guards. Their loyalty to the celestial demon sovereign and to the Imperator Wudao is more steadfast than that of any ancient clan or lineage within the demonic realm. Chapter 49. Assassination at the Underworld Hall in the ancient city of the Secret Realm. The night was as serene as water, with a tranquil courtyard nestled within. Moonlight cascaded down, harmonizing with the twinkling stars in the night sky, enveloping this peaceful place in a dreamy veil. Qingge, clad in simple white attire, stood elegantly by the pond in the courtyard. Her eyes bore a hint of bewilderment, her expression distant, as if she were being drawn into a whirlpool of thoughts by invisible threads. She gently raised her delicate hand, her movements soft yet mechanical, occasionally reaching into a nearby bamboo basket to grasp a few rare fruits, tossing them one by one into the pond. Her gaze remained unfocused, merely repeating the feeding gesture instinctively. Unbeknownst to her, within the seemingly tranquil pond, apart from the shattered and reformed reflections of the moonlight, there were no living creatures swimming about. After a long while, a soft sigh echoed through the quiet courtyard, drifting away silently. Ever since entering the secret realm, and with Di Wudao's departure, Qingge had not laid eyes upon him again. In recent days, a mysterious force of summons had subtly tugged at her. To this end, she had specifically sent a message to Di Wudao. Yet, after the message was dispatched, it sank into the depths like a stone cast into the sea, yielding no response. This silence gradually stirred a faint sense of loss within her heart. Akin to the delicate mist of spring, though subtle, it lingered persistently. She was acutely aware that, given her status, she ought not to harbor such inexplicable emotions. However, the feeling that surged from deep within her heart grew wild like untamed grass, filling her mind with an unshakable presence. Suddenly, a faint spatial fluctuation pierced the surrounding tranquility, snapping Qingge from her reverie. Instinctively, she lifted her gaze, only to find the figure of the Jiuyo guard had mysteriously appeared by her side. Qingge's brows furrowed slightly, keenly sensing the heavy atmosphere that enveloped the Jiuyo guard. Since they dared to emerge in this place, why cloak themselves in secrecy? She was eager to see who in this chaotic universe would dare to act against her demonic clan. Before she could inquire, the usual cold voice of Yu Wu broke the tension. Haha, truly worthy of the Jiuyo guard. My method of concealment is imperceptible to ordinary peak holy kings. A chilling voice drifted in, laced with a hint of self-satisfaction, yet emanating a bone-chilling coldness that penetrated deep into one's heart, instilling dread. It has already been said, let us get straight to the action. Why all this unnecessary chatter? A voice filled with impatience followed, laden with urgency. No sooner had the words left their lips than several figures swiftly coalesced from the periphery of the courtyard. Akin to specters, these individuals bore stern expressions, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Some wielded knives with glinting edges, while others brandished swords, their blades radiating a chilling energy. Upon closer inspection, there were as many as 6 peak holy kings among them. Such a formidable assembly could easily obliterate several minor ancient clan lineages. Underworld Hall, Shadow Chamber. Yu Wu's expression remained unchanged as he coldly articulated the identity of the opposing party. Haha, taking people's money to ward off their calamities. The aged man, long familiar with the formidable reputation of the 9 Nether Guards, regarded this opportunity for a duel as a significant stroke of fortune. The speaker was a decrepit elder from the Underworld Palace, his form bent yet his eyes sparkled with fervent battle intent. As if the forthcoming clash were not a mortal struggle, but rather a long-awaited banquet. In the vast expanse of the primordial sacred universe, 2 notorious assassin organizations lurk in the shadows, instilling dread in all who hear their names, the Underworld Palace and the Heavenly Camp. Their exact locations remain a mystery. Akin to venomous serpents concealed in the depths of darkness, poised to strike lethally at any unsuspecting prey. Throughout the million-year history of the primordial realm, countless prodigies and peak powers have perished at their hands. Even the most esteemed schools of thought and the reclusive ancient clans of longevity hold these 2 organizations in deep reverence, wary of provoking them lightly. As for a contest, merely the antics of petty miscreants. From the rear of the courtyard, Yu advanced with a long spear, exuding an overwhelming aura of killing intent. Like a deity of slaughter emerging from the depths of hell, each step he took seemed to carry an inexorable chill of death. Enough chatter, let us settle this swiftly. Prolonging the encounter may invite unforeseen changes, declared a burly man within the dark hall, his expression frigid and his words succinct. No sooner had he spoken than he lunged into action, his foot crashing down, shattering the ground beneath him. The long knife in his grasp surged with an overwhelming force, erupting into blinding brilliance amidst the night. The formidable blade intent sliced through the darkness like a flash of lightning, its unmatched pressure tearing the air, leaving visible rifts in its wake. With his assault initiated, the others hesitated no longer, unleashing their full array of skills. In an instant, various spells and divine abilities burst forth like a dazzling display of fireworks, illuminating the courtyard as brightly as day. The colossal energy waves clashed with one another, producing a deafening cacophony, the ferocity of which threatened to upheave the very heavens and earth. Yet, curiously, this immense commotion seemed to be enveloped by an invisible barrier, as if sound itself were muted, rendering the spectacle eerily silent, like a phantasm that felt unreal. Not far from the courtyard, within a nearby building, Yilingdian and Chu Hongxiu stood quietly by the window, observing the unfolding drama as if they were spectators at an extraordinary performance. Indeed, the 9 Nether Guards and the 6 peak powers of the Underworld Palace were proving difficult to overcome. A gentle smile graced Yilingdian's lips. His eyes filled with admiration as he remarked, "Truly, they are formidable." Upon hearing this, Chu Hongxiu nodded slightly, her expression tinged with regret as she sighed. Within, the 6 sovereign kings stand strong, while outside, the purple micro-celestial palace and the long-life Jiang clan provide support. If Emperor Wudao does not make an appearance, the 9 Nether Guards may face dire consequences. Yilingdian's lips curled upward slightly as he replied, allowing the Underworld Palace to act is, in itself, a form of testing. At once, Chu Hongxiu grasped the deeper implications of his words. If the enigmatic Emperor Wudao remains concealed in the shadows, it undoubtedly looms over the Ziwei Celestial Palace and the Chongqing Jiang clan like a sharp blade poised to strike, capable of delivering a fatal blow at any moment. Thus, these 2 formidable powers have expended considerable resources to enlist the assistance of the Huangguan Palace to carry out a probing assassination. Should Emperor Wudao continue to remain elusive, the Huangguan Palace would succeed, allowing the Ziwei Celestial Palace and the Chongqing Jiang clan to extricate themselves unscathed. However, if Emperor Wudao is indeed lurking in the darkness, he would not idly watch as Qingge and the Jiuyu guards find themselves in dire straits. Should he decide to intervene, it would be the Huangguan Palace that faces misfortune. Chapter 50, Yilingdian strikes with relentless fury. A deafening roar reverberated through the courtyard, akin to thunderclaps shaking the very heavens and earth as a cataclysmic battle raged on without a moment's respite. The ferocious spiritual energy surged like a cataclysmic force, shattering the fabric of space as if it were fragile glass. The structures within the courtyard crumbled with a resounding crash, while the ground fissured, revealing bottomless chasms as if the apocalypse had descended. Yu stood resolute, wielding his spear like a war god, drenched in blood yet emanating an unparalleled fighting spirit. Moments ago, he had withstood the combined onslaught of 3 great sacred kings with his flesh and bone, all for the fleeting opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. He succeeded. His spear, a silver flash of lightning, struck down one sacred king, the scorching blood splattering onto the charred earth, only to be swiftly devoured by the parched ground. Behind him, Yu, gripping a scythe, stood protectively in front of Qingge, his gaze fixed intently on the central battlefield where Yu fought. Yu understood better than anyone that at this moment, Yu was fighting with his life on the line. The indomitable battle spirit within Yu was fueled by his ignited demonic blood, a path from which there was no return. Once ignited, the demonic blood meant death and oblivion. Even if he were to survive this day, he would never regain what he had lost. Kill! Yu bellowed, his voice echoing across the heavens. In his blood-red eyes lay a chilling indifference to the world around him. At this moment, he had transformed into a merciless killing machine, exuding a terrifying aura. With a sudden thrust, he pierced the air with his spear, the tip slicing through the atmosphere with a sharp whistle. The void itself seeming to tear apart like thin paper beneath his strike. The 3 sacred kings encircling him exchanged glances filled with solemnity. They were acutely aware of the danger posed by this blood-soaked warrior. The overwhelming momentum radiating from him was such that even those at the threshold of imperial power would find it hard to match such destructive might. Truly, he was a renowned member of the Jiu Guard, yet today, he would still meet his demise. The speaker was a decrepit elder, his voice raspy and frigid, as if it emerged from the depths of the underworld, devoid of warmth. Upon finishing his words, he swiftly formed hand seals, chanting incantations under his breath. And in an instant, a formidable secret technique was unleashed. A billowing gray mist surged forth within the courtyard like a ravenous tide, engulfing all in its path. Upon closer inspection, one could discern countless malevolent spirits clawing and howling within the mist, their terrifying cries weaving a tapestry of dread. In the blink of an eye, Yu was completely submerged by the dense gray fog. Having exhausted all his strength, he was now at the mercy of the forces around him. The elder's voice rang out in fury, booming like a bell, resonating throughout the chaotic expanse. The 2 sacred kings observing Yu's plight exchanged glances filled with resolve. Without hesitation, they plunged into the gray mist with the speed of lightning. They understood that this mist was the manifestation of the elder's formidable powers, possessing the ability to imprison even the heavens and earth. Once ensnared within its depths, no matter how prodigious one's abilities, escape would be nearly impossible. Meanwhile, the 2 sacred kings of the Huangquan Hall were not idle, closing in on Yu with lethal intent. One of them struck out fiercely, his palm gathering immense spiritual power, descending like a towering mountain, intent on crushing Yu into dust and annihilating him here. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, Yu's expression darkened, a glimmer of resoluteness flashing in his eyes. With a swift motion, he brandished his long blade, awakening an inexhaustible demonic aura that surged forth like an ancient, slumbering deity roused from its deep slumber. He bellowed fiercely, his arm muscles taut. As he swung the blade with unbridled force, its gleams slicing through the void, emanating a sizzling sound. The air itself tore apart like tattered fabric, unraveling before the might of his strike. The momentum carried an overwhelming power, as if the very heavens and earth were destined to succumb to its ferocity. In that moment, Yu held nothing back, igniting the infernal blood coursing through his veins. His gaze held no remorse, only an overwhelming demonic intent that dominated the cosmos. The dual blades in his hands seemed to resonate with their master's battle fervor, erupting in resplendent brilliance. Each strike was a furious assault, clashing against the 2 great holy kings in fierce combat. Behind him, Qingge's pallid visage was not born of fear, but rather a response to the immense pressure emanating from the clash of holy kings. Even with Yu's protection, she found herself unable to withstand the overwhelming force as a mere god king. Her eyes gleamed with a cold resolve as she gripped her long sword tightly. Bracing herself for the inevitable, it appeared that Wudao was indeed absent from the ancient city. Within the towering edifices, Chu Hongxiu surveyed the chaotic scene below, her voice soft yet firm. Yiling Tian wore a subtle smile, as if nothing in the world could stir a ripple within the depths of his heart. Since he had not revealed himself, it was only natural that they should lend him their support. His tone remained unruffled, yet it bore an inexplicable sense of assurance that calmed those around him. As he spoke, an overwhelming celestial might surged forth, A formidable force seemingly capable of commanding the very fabric of the universe, descending from the heavens above. This grand momentum shattered the tranquility of the ancient city. Akin to a colossal stone plunging into a serene lake, sending forth a cascade of tumultuous waves. Astonished gazes emanated from every corner of the ancient city. As onlookers tilted their heads skyward, eyes wide with awe and curiosity, in an instant, the sky flickered with radiant lights, moving with a speed akin to a sudden lightning strike, overwhelming the senses. Following this, a thunderous boom resonated, reminiscent of the very collapse of the heavens, reverberating painfully against the eardrums. The source of the sound was none other than the courtyard where the fierce battle raged below. The once imposing formation encircling the courtyard shattered under the impact of this formidable force, disintegrating like fragile parchment and scattering into motes of light in the air. A sense of dread washed over the courtyard as the withered elder's countenance shifted dramatically, a terrified exclamation escaping his lips. Who could it be? Elsewhere in the ancient city, Xiao Jingfeng and De, who had been waiting for the situation to unfold, were equally taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. They abruptly rose to their feet, their eyes flashing with vigilance and uncertainty. As the formation collapsed, the brutal scene within the courtyard laid bare before all, revealing its unfiltered horrors. In that moment, the entire ancient city was plunged into profound shock, enveloped in a brief silence. The clash of the holy kings, with each move and strike, contained the terrifying power to shake the very heavens and earth. Figures of immense strength flickered into existence like phantoms, drawn by the fierce battle. They were the apex of the ancient clans in their formidable lineages. Upon witnessing the scene within the courtyard, their shock was palpable, expressions frozen in disbelief. Their Liuqiu, drenched in blood, his breath faint, appearing lifeless on the ground. His body was marred by a multitude of ghastly scars, with wounds so deep that bone was visible, and blood had long since stained his garments a dark crimson. Not far away, two lifeless bodies lay quietly amidst the pool of blood, devoid of breath. Yu Wu, too, found himself in dire straits. One of his arms had been severed, blood gushing from the stump, yet he continued to valiantly contend against the three great holy kings. Each swing of his blade appeared increasingly feeble, his steps wavering, clearly indicating that he was nearing the end of his strength. The withered elder, realizing that the truth had been unveiled and surrounded by onlookers, instantly wore a countenance of utter despair, as dark as the bottom of a pot. Chapter 51. The deep-seated fear of Chu Hongxiu within the hall of the underworld. The 6 great holy kings besieged the 9 nether guards, resulting in the demise of 3 of their own, yet failing to subdue their adversaries. This was, without question, a profound humiliation for him. At this moment, he could spare no thought for anything else. After unleashing his most formidable strike against Yu Wu, he swiftly swung his arm. A chilling radiance enveloped in deadly intent surged forth like a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards Qingge. In the face of such overwhelming force, Qingge's delicate figure appeared utterly helpless. Seeing this, Yu Wu, consumed by urgency, recklessly unleashed a flurry of strikes, desperately attempting to intercept the icy brilliance. However, he was utterly drained, both physically and spiritually, unable to breach the formidable barriers erected by the 3 holy kings to rescue Qingge. Despair and unwillingness filled his gaze, his anguished cries reverberating through the courtyard, yet they sounded achingly powerless. In that fleeting moment where life and death hung in the balance, an ancient and nearly forgotten power within Qingge erupted in a cataclysmic surge. In an instant, she was enveloped in a rich azure glow, radiant and blinding to the eye. Within this azure light, the ethereal semblance of a blue lotus flickered into existence. As the illusion blossomed, it transformed into a gentle luminescent veil of lotus petals, safeguarding Qingge's fragile form within. Alas, despite her utmost effort to summon her supreme celestial body, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Before the holy king's strike, imbued with the capacity to annihilate worlds, she remained diminutive and fragile. The moment the icy radiance collided with the lotus veil, it was as if glass met a mighty hammer. A sharp crack echoed as the lotus veil shattered instantaneously, disintegrating into countless fragments that dissipated into the air. That protective force could not withstand even a heartbeat. Qingge's delicate form was cast aside like a puppet with severed strings, hurtling uncontrollably through the air, blood erupting from her mouth, tracing a harrowing arc in the sky. Her eyes dimmed, consciousness beginning to fade. At that critical juncture, a blinding flash of white light streaked across the heavens, moving with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the white light reached Qingge, catching her securely. Before she could even discern the figure of her savior, darkness enveloped her, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Go. The decrepit elder watched helplessly as Qingge was whisked away, his fury igniting like an uncontrollable blaze, threatening to consume his reason. Yet, he understood that this place was no longer safe. The current situation was exceedingly unfavorable for him. Should he linger any longer, once all parties fully grasped the situation, escape would be nearly impossible. With a swift shift in thought, he could no longer hesitate. Channeling all his spiritual energy, he tore through the void with both hands. Without a moment's doubt, his figure flickered, seizing the corpses of the three holy kings, and plunged into the rift in space. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. In an instant, the once tumultuous courtyard fell into an eerie silence. Only Yu Wu remained, kneeling with his blade on the ground, his body swaying perilously, wounds continuously oozing blood, staining the earth beneath him. Useless. Within the building, Di witnessed the plan unraveling, and his rage reached a boiling point. He suddenly turned around, his right palm enveloped in a torrent of surging spiritual power, striking fiercely at the wooden chair before him. With a sharp crack, the sturdy chair shattered into countless fragments, splinters scattering in all directions. Beside him, Xiao Jingfeng fared little better, his brow furrowed and his countenance ashen. They could hardly fathom that even the six-peaked sacred kings of the underworld palace had failed to subdue the 9 nether guards and Qingge. With this operation thwarted, any future attempts would surely prove exponentially more difficult. Meanwhile, Chu Hongxiu stood majestically above, surveying all below with a knowing smile gracing her exquisite features. Yiling Dian had successfully rescued Qingge, rendering the meticulous plans of the Ziwei Immortal Palace futile, all unfolding precisely as she and Yiling Tian had calculated. She understood well that when Di Wudao arrived, a slight nudge from her would exacerbate the conflict between both parties, regardless of how the situation ultimately evolved. The Yinji 13 Towers would undoubtedly reap the benefits. Contemplating this, Chu Hongxiu withdrew her gaze contentedly, preparing to depart. However, in that fleeting moment of turning away, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over her like a surging tide. Her nerves instantly tightened, and the very air around her seemed to freeze. Before she could even ponder the implications, the world around her was turned upside down. In an instant, a shroud of ominous gray mist surged forth, enveloping her entirely, leaving only chaos in her line of sight. Chu Hongxiu's pupils dilated as she focused intently ahead. Before her emerged a figure radiating an icy aura, slowly materializing from the gray fog. Clad in a resplendent black robe adorned with gold, his expression was as frosty as the winter's chill, his gaze chillingly devoid of warmth, as if examining a lifeless corpse. Young master, what does this mean? The attack on the 9 nether guards was not orchestrated by us at the Yinji 13 Towers. She attempted to maintain her composure, striving to keep her voice steady. Yet the slight tremor in her tone betrayed her inner turmoil. Di Wudao appeared oblivious, offering no response as he advanced steadily, each step imbued with a profound sense of authority and unyielding pressure. As he drew closer, Chu Hongxiu felt as though an invisible mountain was bearing down upon her. With each inch he approached, the weight of that oppressive force intensified. In mere strides, she felt as if she stood before an unparalleled celestial being, her very soul trembling in fear, her legs weak, nearly unable to support her. Sacred King, Chu Hongxiu murmured, her voice laden with tremors and shock. She could scarcely believe that Di Wudao had ascended to the Sacred King realm. Do you believe Yiling Tian will return? Or are you merely waiting for him? Di Wudao's cold voice pierced the silence with an edge as sharp as ice shards in the frigid night air. Even as his words echoed in her ears, Di Wudao had already made his move. He slowly raised his hand, powerful spiritual energy roiling within his palm like bubbling magma, intensifying the surrounding gray mist with its overwhelming force. Suddenly, a shadow was yanked from thin air by an invisible power, emitting a terrified shriek. Upon closer inspection, Chu Hongxiu's heart jolted with shock, for it was none other than the formidable Saint King of the Yinji 13 Towers. In this moment, this usually imposing figure appeared no more than a feeble insect in the grasp of Di Wudao, effortlessly suspended in midair, utterly devoid of any means to resist. No! Chu Hongxiu screamed in panic. Yet, the only response was a dull thud. Di Wudao's fingers tightened forcefully, and the neck of the Saint King was brutally snapped, blood gushing forth. The crimson droplets splattered onto Di Wudao's austere visage, imparting an unsettling and grotesque aura to his countenance. Chapter 52. The Rise and Fall of Kings. You have been here in the ancient city all along? Chu Hongxiu gazed at the scene before her, disbelief filling her eyes, her voice trembling slightly. How could you so coldly watch Qingge and the Jiuyo guards fall into despair? At this moment, she could not help but comprehend that Wudao had remained hidden in the shadows of the ancient city, orchestrating events from behind the curtain. Like a mantis stalking a cicada, while the true hunter in this heart-stopping contest was neither Yi Lingtian nor herself, but Wudao. Even with the truth laid bare, Chu Hongxiu struggled to accept it, for it shattered her understanding entirely. How could he bear to watch the Jiuyo guards perish? Remaining indifferent even when the life of Qingge, who possessed an unparalleled celestial body, hung by a thread? Not only she, but across the vast expanse of the Hunyuan sacred universe, which ancient clan or lineage could tolerate the fall of a celestial body in such a manner. She and Yi Lingtian had persevered until the very end, yet this game had resulted in their utter defeat. Cold-blooded? A smirk graced Wudao's lips, his tone laced with disdain. Since time immemorial, the victors have always been the kings, while the vanquished have been mere bones scattered in the dust. If their deaths could draw you into the fray, then they have died with purpose. His expression remained frigid, devoid of any pity, as he continued, in the future. When I stand at the pinnacle of Hunyuan, I shall erect magnificent monuments in their honor, ensuring that they are revered by countless generations. He had not coerced the Jiuyo guards. Should they refuse to confront death, the Mo Long would step forward, and if the Mo Long hesitated, the Diwei would charge ahead without falter. Behind Wudao, there was never a shortage of those willing to pledge their lives in his defense, regardless of the outcome. Be it life or death, when he, Wudao, stood atop the Hunyuan summit, there would surely be a place for them at his side. Upon hearing these words, a trace of desolate mirth emerged on Chu Hongxiu's already pallid face. Only at this moment did she fully grasp the extent to which they had underestimated Wudao. Reflecting on the massacre of Shao Jingfeng and the incitement of conflict between the Ziwei Celestial Palace and the Yinji 13 Towers, it was highly likely that he had been the one pulling the strings from the shadows. Yet, doubt lingered in her heart. The Yinji 13 Towers had not meddled in the affairs of the Tianji Celestial Dynasty, so why had Wudao singled them out? As she pondered, a sudden flash of insight illuminated her mind. Her complexion turned ashen as she spoke slowly. Your target is Lingtian. With Chu Hongxiu's intelligence, had Wudao's realm been even slightly higher, she would not have suffered such a devastating defeat in this game of Tianji. She had indeed harbored suspicions about Wudao, especially regarding the incident with Shao Jingfeng, making him a prime suspect in her mind. However, she could never have imagined that Wudao's ultimate aim was none other than Yi Lingtian. Before arriving at Tianji, the Yinji 13 Towers had conducted a thorough investigation into Wudao. 3 years prior, he was merely at the pinnacle of the Divine King realm. Even if he later broke through to quasi-saint or even saintly status, how could he dare to scheme against Yi Lingtian? Ironically, both she and Yi Lingtian had regarded Wudao as a mere young contender, dismissing him entirely. Yi Lingtian? Wudao's lips curled into a cold smile. He would certainly not let this so-called number one on the saint ranking slip through his fingers. Alas, what had arrived was merely a fragment of Yi Lingtian. However, now that she has entered the fray, escape from his grasp is not an option. With a single step forward, Wudao ceased to engage in idle chatter with Chu Hongxiu, his form rapidly closing the distance. An overwhelming force of spiritual power surged forth, akin to a torrential tide, crashing into Chu Hongxiu's sea of consciousness. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Wudao's spirit collided violently against an indomitable barrier, firmly obstructing his advance. He raised an eyebrow slightly, only to be met with Chu Hongxiu's cold laughter. Do you truly believe you have triumphed? With your feeble prowess, you aspire to probe my spirit. What a delusion! Chu Hongxiu understood well that Wudao would not easily relent, yet she also recognized that he dared not recklessly take her life. Should she perish, Yi Lingtian would undoubtedly sense the disturbance, shattering Wudao's intricate plans. Furthermore, she harbored within her the protective power left by her master, which rendered her impervious not only to Wudao but even to the mightiest of the emperor realm, let alone an immortal emperor. Wudao narrowed his eyes, realizing that Chu Hongxiu's deductions were astute. At this juncture, he indeed could not extinguish her life. She was a crucial component in his schemes involving Yi Lingtian and the 13th floor of Rouge. Moreover, she concealed a significant secret, one pertaining to the path of immortality and the clandestine alliance of benevolent immortals. The optimal approach would be to dominate her and forge a soul contract. System, is there a method to breach her spiritual defenses and establish a soul contract? Wudao inquired internally, disregarding her. Ding. The system is probing. Results are forthcoming. The Guardian of Immortality represents the willpower of a quasi-immortal entity. Given the host's current strength, a forcible breakthrough is unattainable. However, establishing a soul contract does not require such a breach. If the host can merge with her spirit, a contract can still be enforced. Wudao fixated on the information displayed by the system, his brow arching slightly, observing Wudao deep in contemplation. Chu Hongshou's internal mockery intensified. She feared not for her life but would never submit to Wudao's control. Yet, in the next moment, amidst her bewildered gaze, Wudao abruptly extended his hand toward her. "What are you doing?" Chu Hongshou's voice trembled with a hint of panic. The only response was the jarring sound of fabric tearing. Wudao, you despicable scoundrel." Chu Hongshou was taken aback with rage. Yet her cries echoed helplessly within the confines of the sealed space. In an instant, a strikingly beautiful flash of white emerged. Though Wudao showed no inclination to admire it. "Open your consciousness. You have one last chance. Even if you become mine, do not presume I will bow to you." Chu Hongshou's eyes brimmed with tears, overwhelmed by humiliation and fury. "Stubborn fool," Wudao scoffed coldly. The actions of his hands grew increasingly direct, brutal, and unrelenting. "You bastard. I will surely kill you. Get away. No. Please." The anguished cries resonated within the confines of the prison sphere, each one dripping with despair. The vibrant and irresistible scene before me stands in stark, blinding contrast. In but a fleeting moment, a flawless figure emerges. Chu Hongshou's exquisite visage is marked by terror, her complexion as pale as porcelain. Her delicate hands utterly incapable of concealing the revealing light of spring. As she gazes upon the approaching Emperor Wudao, her alabaster form instinctively recoils. Yet, no matter her attempts to resist or evade, she remains ensnared within his grasp. When Emperor Wudao's icy hand makes contact with her pristine skin, Chu Hongshou trembles in distress. "No, I beg you. Please. It's too late." A million words are omitted here. Chapter 53, Tremors in the Celestial Realm. On the other side, within a tranquil ancient forest nestled in the secretive city, the surroundings were serene, occasionally interrupted by the gentle whisper of the wind rustling through the leaves. Yilingdian clutched the communication stone in his hand, and after a long moment, a wry smile crept onto his lips, tinged with a hint of helplessness. In the past, whenever he sent a message to Chu Hongshou, she would invariably respond without delay. Yet now, hours had elapsed since he had rescued Qingge, and despite his relentless attempts to reach out, he was met only with an unsettling silence, akin to casting a stone into the depths of the ocean without so much as a ripple in return. Could it be that this girl is truly jealous? Yilingdian murmured softly to himself, shaking his head as he carefully stowed away the communication stone, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. He slowly turned around, his gaze inadvertently drawn to a wooden cabin not far away. Inside, a delicate figure lay quietly upon the bed, her form graceful yet tinged with an air of fragility. Stepping into the cabin, Yilingdian's eyes sharpened with intensity. Even though he had previously heard of Qingge's celestial physique, the moment he witnessed it with his own eyes, he was profoundly shaken. As one bestowed with the innate imperial body, he had always regarded his constitution as unparalleled. Even his extraordinarily powerful and nearly supreme master had once lamented that in a million years of searching through the vast cosmos, he had never encountered anyone whose physique surpassed that of Yilingdian. Now, with the emergence of the celestial body, if he could claim Qingge as his own, the day when he could achieve the pinnacle of the great Tao alongside her would surely be within reach. Regrettably, his master had previously cautioned him that his imperial body was excessively dominant. If he were to engage in dual cultivation too soon, not only would he fail to gain benefit, but it might also adversely affect his future enlightenment. Otherwise, with the equally extraordinary physiques of Chu Hongshou and Shen Siyue, he might have already transcended to the imperial realm. However, Yilingdian felt no remorse. For the sake of embarking on that legendary path to the pinnacle of the great Tao, this measure of patience was indeed a trifling matter. At that moment, a faint groan broke the silence of the cabin, pulling Yilingdian from his thoughts. Following the sound, he saw Qingge, her complexion slightly paled, gradually awakening as she slowly opened her eyes. The instant she recognized the visitor, a fleeting shadow of sorrow flickered in the depths of her gaze, quickly vanishing. Although she had not seen who had saved her before losing consciousness, a deep-seated hope for the one known as Wudao lingered in her heart, struggling against her injuries. She attempted to rise, but even the slightest movement sent sharp, excruciating pain coursing through her body. The anguish was evident on her face, her brows furrowing tightly. and her breaths became somewhat hurried. Miss Ji, your injuries are quite severe. It would be best to rest and recuperate, Yilingtian urged gently. His tone warm and imbued with an elegance befitting a refined gentleman, instilling a sense of unspoken comfort. Qingge took a moment to compose herself. Her voice weak yet imbued with sincerity. Thank you, my lord, for saving my life. This kindness will forever remain etched in my memory. Yilingtian chuckled softly. There is no need for such gratitude. With your unparalleled celestial body, it would indeed be a great regret for the celestial universe should you fall here. Upon hearing these words, Qingge's eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue. From the other party's discourse, she discerned that this individual seemed to possess an intimate understanding of her. She subtly probed, inquiring about the noble lineage and esteemed heritage of the gentleman before her. Vowing that once they exited this secret realm, she would personally pay her respects and express her gratitude. Yilingtian, fully aware of Qingge's intentions, remained unfazed. Possessing an unparalleled celestial physique, it was only natural for him to exercise caution in his dealings. After all, within the vast expanse of the primordial sacred universe, innumerable ancient clans coveted such a divine body, each yearning to partake in its benefits. It was merely a trifling act, and Qingge need not be concerned. He replied nonchalantly, avoiding a direct response. Some matters, if discovered inadvertently, often yield results that surpass expectations. Noticing the gentleman's reluctance to elaborate, Qingge ceased her inquiries. Despite the mask concealing his visage, she could sense from his demeanor that his status was far from ordinary. Furthermore, to effortlessly rescue her amidst the perilous chaos of the Sacred King battle indicated his extraordinary prowess, profound and unfathomable. She nodded gently, calming her thoughts, and then posed the question, "May I ask, what time is it now? How long has it been since that battle?" "Half a day," Yilingtian replied. "Half a day?" Qingge murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, as if fearing to disturb something delicate. Logically, after encountering danger with the Jiuyou guards, Wudao should have arrived at the ancient city by now, given the vastness of the Tianji secret realm and his capabilities. Moreover, based on her understanding of Wudao, should he learn of an assassination attempt against him, he would undoubtedly be consumed by wrath, creating a tempest within the entire Tianji secret realm. Yet, the current state was one of unsettling tranquility, devoid of any form of communication. Such abnormality surely harbored some mystery. And Qingge contemplated two possibilities. Either Wudao had encountered peril within the Tianji secret realm and was preoccupied with his own affairs, or he was orchestrating a grand scheme, one so intricate that even she remained in the dark. After all, her time spent in Wudao's company had revealed that his ambitions extended far beyond the mere confines of the Tianji celestial dynasty. This realization left her feeling both lost and a touch disheartened. Simultaneously, within the span of a mere half-day, the events transpiring in the ancient city of the secret realm spread like wildfire, igniting a fervor throughout the Tianji secret realm. Wherever the news reached, every cultivator and being who heard it was left in a state of astonishment. While they marveled at the audacity of the Yellow Spring Palace, they could not help but regard the Jiuyou guards with newfound respect. After all, amidst the siege of 6 sacred kings, the Jiuyou guards had only incurred a single fatality and 1 severe injury, yet had obliterated 3 sacred kings of the Yellow Spring Palace. Such a magnificent achievement undeniably showcased the formidable reputation of the Jiuyou guards, earning the admiration of many ancient clans and immortal sections. In an instant, the skies were filled with divine rainbows, teeming with immensely powerful mythical beasts, radiant flying vessels, and ancient, robust ships, racing across the heavens with breathtaking speed. What, indeed, was transpiring? In the ancient forest nestled within the mountains, a cultivator, startled by the sudden commotion, gazed upward with a perplexed expression and exclaimed, "Fellow cultivators, where are you headed? Could it be that the celestial source of Tianji has emerged?" Another passing cultivator, unable to contain his curiosity, shouted towards the soaring crowd in the sky. "Nonsense! The Emperor Wudao is sealing the city. In the heavens above." A wandering practitioner hastily uttered these words before vanishing as swiftly as a shooting star from the sight of the gathered onlookers. What? The cultivators in the ancient woods erupted in astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief. "Quick, let us follow and see." In an instant, streaks of light surged skyward from every corner of the Tianji secret realm, racing towards the ancient city with breathtaking speed. Chapter 54. A sword opens the heavens. Shocking beyond measure, the ancient city of the secret realm. An oppressive atmosphere, nearly frozen in tension, enveloped the ancient city. A gentle breeze blew through, carrying with it a chilling aura of impending doom. At this moment, the elites from various ancient clans and immortal sects lifted their heads, their expressions grave as they gazed upon the solitary figure above in the sky. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his long robe billowing wildly in the wind, resembling a flag in the tempest. His gaze was fixed firmly upon the courtyard that had been reduced to ruins, the site of a fierce battle not long ago, where residual spiritual energy still lingered amidst the shattered walls and debris. Endless killing intent emanated from his being, saturating the air around him. His eyes, devoid of any emotion, held a coldness that could send shivers down one's spine with just a distant glance. Everyone understood that a bloody storm was on the horizon. The city is under lockdown. Anyone who dares to leave without my permission shall face merciless execution. The voice of Wudao echoed, imbued with a chilling coldness, reverberating through the ancient city, penetrating the ears of all practitioners and living beings within. In an instant, the atmosphere inside the city shifted dramatically, becoming stifling and oppressive. Many practitioners from the ancient clans raised their eyebrows in astonishment, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. It was known that the city was a convergence of ancient clans, akin to a multitude of stars, with many venerable and time-honored families standing at the pinnacle of the cultivation world, such as the primordial orthodox and the hidden longevity clan. Now, Wudao was enforcing a city lockdown merely due to the incident involving the Jiuyo guards, which left many feeling deeply unsatisfied. A tide of discontent surged forth, with voices of grievance rising and falling like waves within the city. This is utterly outrageous. How arrogant can Wudao be? Who does he think he is? Indeed, we have endured countless hardships to arrive at the Tianji secret realm, solely to seek treasures and undergo trials. How can we be trapped within the city? A chorus of angry voices intertwined and echoed throughout the ancient city. Wudao, this is the Tianji secret realm, not the realm of demons. To lock down the city over the Jiuyo guards affair is simply a disregard for our presence. In the southeastern direction of the ancient city, a figure ascended like a soaring eagle, exuding a magnificent aura. Dressed in resplendent royal attire, he emanated a chillingly powerful presence, causing the very void to tremble with each step he took. Accompanying him were several followers, including 3 formidable beings of the sacred Qingge realm. This individual was none other than Qingge, the 3rd prince of the Xiantian Empire. What do the Jiuyo guards' issues have to do with us? It is clearly a consequence of your own making, Demon Clan. As his words fell, the figure of the saintess of the underworld palace, Pei Yin, also arrived. Her presence ethereal and ghostly, exuding a mysterious and alluring aura. Behind her followed several powerful individuals. The sight of this unfolding spectacle caused expressions of profound significance to appear on the faces of the ancient clans within the city. Many young prodigies from various clans could hardly contain their impulses to step forward, but were quickly restrained by the vigilant elders of their families. "Sister, what are you doing?" On the other side, just as Chu Tianan of the primordial Chu clan was about to take a step forward, he was abruptly pulled back by Chu Hongxiu beside him. He turned his head in confusion to look at Chu Hongxiu. There, he saw her expression was as cold as ice, casting a disdainful glance at him and saying, "Are you tired of living and seeking death?" Chu Tianan shivered involuntarily, a sense of inexplicable chill rising within him. He realized that his sister today seemed like a different person, the aura of indifference surrounding her making even her own brother feel alienated and fearful. Just as Chu Tianan was filled with bewilderment, without having the time to ponder further, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from the heavens, akin to the earth splitting apart. Simultaneously, an overwhelming oppressive force enveloped the ancient city, rendering people breathless as if their very souls trembled under this weight. Above, Wudao slowly turned around, his indifferent gaze piercing like 2 sharp blades, sweeping over the factions of Qingge and Pei Yin. A sinister smile crept upon his lips, one that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, chilling to the bone. Qingge and Pei Yin exchanged wary glances, their expressions momentarily sharpening with caution. Yet in the next instant, their eyes widened in shock, pupils constricting sharply as they beheld Wudao's figure vanish from sight. Almost simultaneously, a terrifying storm of spiritual power gathered frenziedly, as if countless roaring dragons surged through the sky. The void shattered at that moment, and an overwhelming imperial seal emerged out of thin air, carrying the terrifying might of the heavens and earth, descending upon them. "Brat, do you dare?" A Saint King from the Xiantian Empire glared fiercely, letting out a furious roar. His figure appeared before Qingge in an instant, spiritual power swirling chaotically around him. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a radiant barrier of Dao intent, swiftly rising to withstand the onslaught of the imperial seal. Bang! Bang! The sounds of collision and shattering intertwined, resonating like a deathly symphony across the ancient city. The impact of the divine emperor's seal was as unyielding as Mount Tai. Unstoppable and irresistible. The barrier of Dao intent, under the assault of the imperial seal, held for but a fleeting moment before fissures began to appear, rapidly shattering thereafter. No. The guardian saint king of the Xiantian Empire spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with terror and despair. His voice echoed in the air, laden with boundless reluctance. Following that, his Dao body exploded, turning into dust, dissipating into the void, unable to withstand even a single strike from Wudao. However, before the crowd could fully comprehend this shocking turn of events, a dazzling beam of sword light, akin to the first glimmer of dawn at the creation of the heavens, sliced through the void with a fierce whistle. Wherever the sword light passed, the rules of the universe shattered, and the space seemed to be torn apart by an invisible hand. With a single stroke, the heavens were unveiled. The guardians of the underworld palace, witnessing this, were struck with sheer horror, their faces etched with fear. In an instant, various divine abilities and secret arts intertwined, colorful lights flashing in the void, striving to fend off this terrifying sword intent. Rumble. After a resounding explosion, several sacred kings were seen spitting blood, their forms swaying precariously. Numerous sacred artifacts shattered under the impact of the sword intent, producing a series of sharp sounds. Those with lesser strength were directly sent flying, akin to kites with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground. Pei Yinner's complexion turned as pale as parchment, her eyes wide with disbelief and filled with dread as she beheld the scene before her. Yet, before she could muster any response, a figure that seemed to emerge from the depths of a hellish abyss came into view. Her cherry lips parted, poised to utter something, when a hand, as unyielding as steel, grasped her throat, lifting her high into the air. Chapter 55. The insurmountable mountain looms in the heart. Do you believe yourselves worthy of my gaze? The voice of Wudao, laced with profound disdain and contempt, reverberated through the air. In an instant, the ancient city seemed to be enveloped in silence. A stillness so profound it was as if time itself had paused. Within the city, cultivators from various ancient clans stood transfixed, as if ensnared by an invisible spell, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the unfolding scene. Some were agape in astonishment, while others instinctively swallowed hard, their expressions marred by incredulity. Even those who typically commanded respect and admiration within the vast realm of the primordial sacred universe found themselves utterly rendered speechless, their former bravado extinguished. Shock and bewilderment painted their faces, as though they had been struck by a heavy blow, leaving their minds blank. The Sacred King Realm. How could this be possible? Among the crowd, an unknown voice shattered the oppressive silence, trembling with awe and trepidation. This exclamation rippled through the assembly like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring waves of fervent discourse that surged forth like a roaring tide, deafening all who heard it. The Sacred King Realm represented an extraordinary level of power within the primordial sacred universe. To attain such a state equated to entering the ranks of the supreme beings, commanding absolute authority and reverence across the vast expanse of existence. Wudao's prodigious talent suggested that one day he might ascend to the Sacred King Realm, yet he was merely in the bloom of youth. In the primordial sacred universe, achieving even the threshold of the quasi-saint realm at such a tender age was a rarity, a mark of unparalleled genius. As for breaking through to the sacred realm, history spanning millions of years had never recorded such an event, let alone the Sacred King Realm. Should such a preposterous tale circulate, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entirety of the primordial sacred universe. To anyone who heard it, the notion would seem utterly absurd, bordering on the unbelievable. With a thunderous crash, akin to the heavens collapsing, a jolt of realization snapped the crowd from their stupor. In the sky above, Pei Yinner was hurled like a withered leaf, cast away by Wudao. Her body streaked across the heavens like a meteor, hurtling towards the unsuspecting Xianzhang. He scarcely had time to react, overwhelmed by an onslaught of force. As he raised his arm, he felt an immense power crashing upon him, the sound of his bones fracturing echoing in the air. Blood erupted uncontrollably from his mouth. In the next moment, both were violently thrust into the structures below, splinters flying and dust swirling, their fates uncertain. Yet, Wudao appeared utterly indifferent to the chaos he had wrought, casting not even a fleeting glance their way. Standing poised in the air with his sword in hand, he surveyed the ancient city below with a frigid gaze, as if regarding a legion of ants, radiating an air of supreme superiority and disdain. Those who stray shall perish. With that declaration, Wudao's figure vanished from sight, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. Simultaneously, shadows of malevolence began to converge from all corners of the ancient city. A chilling aura ripples through the air, suffocating in its intensity. The collective gaze of the crowd is drawn upward, where the fearsome Juyo guards stand, their demeanor as cold and unfeeling as that of emotionless killing machines. Looming ominously over the ancient city, an overwhelming presence of murderous intent enveloping all beneath their gaze. The inhabitants of the ancient city harbor no doubt that should anyone dare to step outside its confines at this moment, they would surely face a thunderous retribution. The various ancient clans and immortal sects within the city are paralyzed by fear, their practitioners reluctant to make any move. With a mere gesture, Wudao had obliterated the sacred Qingge's protectors. Such terrifying prowess leaves no one in the Tianji secret realm capable of opposing him. In the face of this absolute power, none from the ancient clans dare to provoke this deity of death. Meanwhile, within a building situated in the southwest of the ancient city, the atmosphere is thick with tension. Gathered within are numerous prodigies from the ancient clans. Yet an eerie silence pervades the structure, devoid of any sound. Xiao Jingfeng stands by the window, his hands clenched tightly within his sleeves. His eyes are a tumultuous blend of shock and anger, tinged with a fleeting hint of fear that glimmers deep within. 3 years, merely 3 years. Wudao has ascended from the realm of the divine king to that of the sacred king. Such a cataclysmic disparity is beyond his comprehension. The expressions of the other prodigies are equally bleak, their faces dark and brooding, betraying an inner turmoil of shock entwined with an overwhelming dread. The current Wudao looms like an insurmountable mountain, casting a heavy shadow over their hearts. Faced with his extraordinary abilities, which utterly shatter their previous understanding of strength, many among them feel a burgeoning desire to retreat, even losing the courage to confront him directly. On the opposite side, within the solemn and imposing hall, Yu kneels on one knee, his posture straight yet unable to conceal his despondency. The emptiness of his long sleeves stands out starkly in the silent chamber. At this moment, his complexion is pale, his breath disordered and shallow, a consequence of the Jiuyo guard's infernal blood sacrifice. His cultivation has plummeted, descending from a lofty height to the mid-stage of the sacred king realm. As Wudao steps into the hall, his gaze sweeps over Yu Wu's vacant sleeves before settling on his resolute face. Wudao understands that, with Yu Wu's strength at the sacred king level, a rebirth from such a loss would be a mere momentary affair. Yet, allowing the remnants of his severed arm to linger serves as Yu Wu's self-imposed punishment for the failure of this mission, a poignant reminder to avert repeating his mistakes. From this day forth, I bestow upon you a title. You shall henceforth be known as Yufeng, commander of the Jiuyo guards. Wudao's voice resonates deeply within the hall. As his words fall, he raises his arm lightly, and a torrent of bloodlight converges swiftly in his palm like a surging tide. The sanguine glow seems to possess a life of its own, swirling and intertwining within his grasp. In the blink of an eye, a single drop of blood, radiating immense power, coalesces, suspended in his palm, its brilliance illuminating every corner of the hall. With a swift motion of his hand, the emperor unleashed a drop of essence that shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, embedding itself at the forehead of Yufeng. The moment the essence entered his body, Yufeng felt an overwhelming surge of vitality erupt within him, akin to a slumbering dragon awakening. The profound wounds inflicted by fierce battles began to heal at a visible pace. Moreover, the demonic blood within Yufeng seemed to be summoned by an enigmatic force, converging frantically. It began to boil, undergoing a transformation and reconstitution. Even his realm, propelled by this mysterious energy, advanced once more towards the pinnacle of the sacred king. In the span of mere moments, Yufeng experienced a staggering metamorphosis within. His face was etched with astonishment, for he understood that this drop of essence was of extraordinary origin, far from being an ordinary substance. Chapter 56. The confusion in Qingge's heart. His expression was stern, and his eyes radiated an unwavering resolve. Yufeng, I am grateful for your esteemed patronage. As soon as the words left his lips, Yufeng sensed a peculiar wave of energy ripple through the surrounding space. In the blink of an eye, he and Wudao vanished from their original location. When they reappeared, they found themselves atop a steep cliff. Greetings, young master. Greetings, master. On the cliff, Beitang Qingyu and Lin Ruoshi immediately bowed, paying their respects. Wudao nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze piercing as it turned toward the perilous abyss below. There, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy surged forth. Each violent clash of power resonated like thunderous waves, causing the very ground to tremble, a spectacle so formidable it instilled fear. The battle below was a confrontation involving the demonic dragon and Yue, besieging the frail elder and 2 other holy kings from the Hall of Yellow Springs. They had initially believed that tearing through space would offer them a sliver of hope for escape. Little did they anticipate that what awaited them was the unrelenting wrath of the Jiu guards. Go forth. Let their blood serve as a tribute to you, Jiu. Wudao spoke with a calm demeanor. Behind him, Yu Feng emanated a palpable aura of murderous intent, a dark miasma that seemed to materialize and envelop the surroundings. Yet, even in such a state, without Wudao's command, he stood immobile, akin to a statue. This was a testament to his absolute reverence and obedience to Wudao. Thank you, esteemed one. Yu Feng bowed deeply, and as his movement concluded, he shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. His speed was akin to a falling star. Before he even arrived, his scythe had already sliced through the air. A domineering intent, reminiscent of a celestial blade, instantaneously ripped apart the void. The air filled with a sharp whistle. Wudao observed this scene quietly, his gaze profound. After a moment, he inquired, "Who from the Order Temple has arrived?" Reporting to the master, "The visitor is Chief Saint Si Duan from the Order Temple." Lin Ruoshi replied with a respectful demeanor, slightly bowing. Upon hearing this name, a cold smile crept across Wudao's lips. The upheaval within the Tianji secret realm had stirred considerable commotion. The Jiu guards had been ambushed, and the Order Saints along with the Hunyuan Orthodox Guardians had been nearly annihilated. Now, with Wudao having sealed off the entire ancient city of the secret realm, such a significant disturbance would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the upper realms should the news escape. The Order Temple, as the authoritative body maintaining the Hunyuan Order, must step forward to manage the situation at this critical juncture. Failing to do so would render their prestige in the eyes of the ancient clans and traditions into mere ridicule, utterly obliterated. However, should the Order Temple believe that relying solely on the esteemed Saint Si could rectify the troublesome situation of the Tianji secret realm, that notion would be utterly laughable. Esteemed one, should we dispatch the Jiu guards to investigate the situation with Qingge? After a moment of contemplation, Beidang Qingyu cautiously posed the question. Uncertainty flickering in his tone, Wudao remained silent, fully aware of Beidang Qingyu's doubts regarding Qingge. After all, Qingge was facing Yiling Dian, the pinnacle of the holy rankings, a prodigy renowned throughout the Hunyuan sacred universe. Nevertheless, Wudao chose not to dwell on this matter. In his eyes, Qingge plays a role in the intricate game of the Tianji secret realm that can be either significant or trivial. Should she possess sufficient wisdom and a keen mind, she might unravel the profound meanings he has woven, thus becoming a pivotal piece on the board. Conversely, if her comprehension falters and she fails to discern the underlying truths, it would matter little. After all, he has already forged a soul contract with Chu Hongxiu, and Yi Lingtian's entry into the game is merely a matter of time. In a fleeting moment of contemplation, a communication stone emanating a faint glow materialized in his palm. His voice, frigid and devoid of warmth, conveyed a message through the stone. Upon hearing it, Beidang Qingyu and Lin Ruoshi exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with confusion. Meanwhile, deep within the ancient forest, a somber atmosphere permeated the stillness. Outside a wooden cabin, Yiling Dian's expression was grave, his gaze fixed intently upon the communication stone in his hand. He murmured softly to himself, "Saint King Realm." Just moments ago, a response from Chu Hongxiu had reached him, yet the news left him utterly astonished. Wudao had transcended the Saint King realm, and possessed the terrifying power to slay even the pinnacle of Saint Kings. Such a pace of cultivation and combat prowess was beyond Yi Lingtian's experience. He had neither witnessed nor even heard of such a feat. Could it be that Wudao is an ancient entity of the imperial clan, reborn from the annals of time? Yiling Dian pondered silently. Even he found it hard to believe that someone could break through to the Saint King realm at such a young age. This notion seemed almost fantastical to anyone. Only those at his level could truly understand the immense difficulty of advancing even a small step within the Saint realm, requiring efforts that far exceeded imagination, let alone breaking through the Saint King realm. Suddenly, a subtle vibration resonated within the wooden cabin. Yi Lingtian raised an eyebrow, and in an instant, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Inside the cabin, under Yi Lingtian's attentive care and the healing essence of the restorative elixir, Qingge's condition had improved somewhat. Though her complexion remained pallid, she managed to rise from her bed and walk with difficulty. At this moment, she stood quietly by the window, her delicate brows furrowed, her eyes filled with confusion and uncertainty. "Do you think that with someone's assistance, you can escape my grasp?" The icy voice of Wudao emanated from the communication stone in her hand. Qingge stared blankly at this scene, astonished that her heartfelt anticipation had culminated in Wudao's suspicion. There was no room for additional inquiry, only this blunt interrogation. While it deepened her confusion, it also stirred a sense of strangeness within her. A soft patter of footsteps interrupted Qingge's thoughts. At that moment, a flash of insight illuminated her mind. Although she was unfamiliar with the masked man, their interactions over time revealed an aura of transcendence in his demeanor. She sensed that his identity was likely of great significance. Moreover, he appeared to be acutely aware of her circumstances, fully cognizant of her relationship with Wudao. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have returned her to Wudao, seeking to forge an alliance. Yet this man chose not to do so. Even when discussing the demon clan and Wudao, his words bore an air of nonchalance, devoid of any trepidation. Thus, Qingge became increasingly convinced that the power behind the man was perhaps not inferior to that of the imperial clan or the demon race. To have rescued her from the hands of the three supreme kings, his strength was formidable, and his identity and background were certainly no less than that of Wudao. Qingge recalled a name that Wudao had unexpectedly mentioned outside the secret realm. Could it be him? Qingge speculated inwardly. Chapter 57. The subtle test between us. As he contemplated, Yilingdian stepped into the room, gently inquiring, "Miss Ji, you appear troubled. Is there something weighing on your mind?" Qingge let out a soft sigh, refraining from a direct reply. Instead, she graciously expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, young master, for your assistance in healing my wounds. Should the opportunity arise in the future, I will undoubtedly repay your kindness with all my might." Yilingdian, with his keen perception, could easily discern her hesitance and pressed on. "It seems you harbor unspoken concerns, Miss Ji. If you do not mind, please share them with me. Perhaps I can offer some assistance." His tone was soothing, imbued with an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Qingge, her gaze dimmed, instinctively looked up at Yilingdian upon hearing his words. She shook her head, replying, "You have saved my life. A debt of gratitude as heavy as Mount Tai. How could I allow you to be entangled in my troubles? Once my injuries have healed further, I shall bid you farewell to prevent any unwarranted misfortune from befalling you." Yet, Qingge still did not know Yilingdian's true identity, nor whether she would have another chance to repay his kindness. Yilingdian smiled gently, recognizing the underlying tests in Qingge's words. However, he paid it no mind. From the recent communication between Emperor Wudao and Qingge, he had already gleaned that she was evidently under his control. Such carefulness and caution were, in fact, quite understandable. Maintaining a tranquil demeanor, he stated, "My surname is Yi." Qingge's heart jolted at this revelation, silently acknowledging its truth while feigning contemplation. After a moment, she blurted out, "The Eternal Life Yi clan?" Yilingdian nodded slightly, having anticipated Qingge's reaction. Within the realm of Hunyuan Holy Universe, the Eternal Life Yi clan held an unparalleled status, boasting immense depth and being one of the most esteemed ancient clans. Although they did not dominate a particular territory like the imperial clans, their heritage was nonetheless formidable. The ancestor of the Eternal Life Yi clan was one of the 12 ancestors of Hunyuan, and it was rumored that he had transcended limitations to enter the legendary realm. Furthermore, in recent years, Yilingdian's ascension to the pinnacle of the sacred ranking had further elevated the clan's reputation within the Hunyuan Holy Universe. To meet a young master of the Eternal Life Yi clan is indeed an honor for me, Qingge remarked, her expression brightening with a smile. While she had previously harbored doubts regarding Emperor Wudao's intentions, upon learning of Yilingdian's identity, she began to grasp the underlying motives. "Miss Ji, do you still believe there is any clan within the Hunyuan Holy Universe that could force me into a corner?" Yilingdian spoke casually, yet his words exuded an overwhelming confidence, as if nothing in this realm could truly challenge him. Qingge, upon hearing this, fell into deep thought. Moments later, a look of gravity gradually appeared on her exquisite face as she lifted her gaze to Yilingdian and asked, "Young Master Yi, do you truly wish to hear it?" Yilingdian replied, "Speak freely." Qingge nodded slightly and began to narrate her story. In that moment, the surroundings fell into a profound silence, save for her gentle yet tinged with bitterness voice resonating through the air. After a brief pause, having listened to Qingge's lament, Yilingdian raised an eyebrow, a subtle gravity flickering in his gaze. According to Qingge's narrative, the Qi Emperor had indeed forged a consensus with the demonic clan, even going so far as to betroth Qingge to Wudao. Despite her heart's vehement resistance, bound by the commands of her parents and the dictates of marriage, She found herself ensnared by the shackles of a predetermined fate, unable to escape even with her unparalleled celestial body. Did the young lady Ji not consider seeking assistance from other ancient clans? With your constitution, it is likely that no faction within this chaotic sacred universe would not covet to recruit you under their banner. Yi Lingtian's gaze shifted gently towards Qingge, laced with a hint of inquiry. A tragic smile graced Qingge's lips, coupled with her slightly pallid complexion, evoking a sense of poignant vulnerability that could not help but elicit sympathy from anyone who beheld her. Yi Lingtian mused. Who among the myriad beings in this chaotic sacred universe would dare to brazenly snatch someone from the grasp of the imperial clan or the young master of the demonic clan? At this, Yi Lingtian nodded in reluctant agreement. If Qingge's words held any truth, the union between the Tianji celestial dynasty and the demonic clan was indeed legitimate. Any meddler would be openly usurping Wudao's future fiancée. Even the Yi clan, with its profound heritage, would not dare to act with such reckless abandon. There were, however, alternatives, contingent upon whether the young lady possessed the courage and resolve to pursue them. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Lingtian spoke with an air of mystery. He would not easily place his trust in Qingge's assertions nor openly confront the imperial and demonic clans. Yet, this presented an opportunity to probe Wudao, perhaps planting a seed of doubt in his mind that might prove invaluable in the future. Qingge, concealing her inner derision, feigned urgency as she implored, "I beseech you. Esteemed Yi, please elucidate." Yi Lingtian, however, chose to respond with a gentle smile, unhurried in his reply. Meanwhile, beneath the cliff's precipice, the battle had drawn to a close. The withered elder lay curled upon the ground, his body marred by shocking scars of the great Dao, resembling twisted lightning etched upon his aged frame. Breath faint, he knelt, teetering on the brink of death. He had not anticipated that leading the 5 peak holy kings of the Yellow Spring Palace would result in failure and ultimately cost him his life. It was only now that he comprehended why the Yellow Spring Palace consistently held a prominent position on the assassination list of the demonic clan. The sound of footsteps echoed between the cliffs. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the frail elder realized that his doom was nigh. Yet, he remained perplexed. How had Wudao managed to uncover their whereabouts despite the Yellow Spring Palace's unparalleled concealment techniques? Reveal the location of the Yellow Spring Palace, and I can grant you a swifter death. Wudao's gaze bore down upon him with an air of superiority. Ha! I have been renowned in the chaotic realm for thousands of years. I am not one to cower in fear of death. If you think to extract the location of the Yellow Spring Palace from my lips, you are merely indulging in fanciful dreams, the elder retorted defiantly. The words of the decrepit elder were imbued with an audacity that suggested he had cast aside the notions of life and death. Was it so? In the next moment, the essence of the Emperor Wudao surged forth like a torrential flood, enveloping him instantaneously. The decrepit elder trembled uncontrollably, as if subjected to an unending torment of terror, every inch of his skin narrating a tale of anguish. Moments later, the Emperor Wudao retracted his essence, raising an eyebrow as he murmured to himself, "Assassination seed?" Within the elder's memories, the information available to the Emperor Wudao was scant. Even the identity of the person who commissioned the assassination remained a mystery to him, as if someone had deliberately erased his recollections. Nevertheless, the Emperor gleaned a clue regarding the Hall of Yellow Springs, this time. The location chosen for the selection of assassination seeds was the battlefield of 10,000 realms, and the collaborating entity was none other than the ancient demonic realm. If the Emperor recalled correctly, the current rulers of the ancient demonic realm were the ancient demonic empire, the Spirit of Slaughter clan, and the Night Demon clan. "Take him to meet your chief, Saint C. I trust you know what to do," the Emperor Wudao commanded with a gaze as deep as the abyss, calm yet authoritative. "Yes, master, I understand," Lin Ruashi replied obediently, bowing with respect. At that moment, the curled figure of the decrepit elder gazed upon the silhouette of the Emperor Wudao as though he were a demon, his body quaking incessantly. The frail form instinctively recoiled in desperation. However, the Emperor Wudao did not even cast a glance in his direction. To him, the decrepit elder was indistinguishable from the deceased. Had it not been for the flicker of utilitarian value he still possessed, he would have surely met the same fate as the other 2 sacred kings, perishing and dissipating into nothingness. Chapter 58. The Grand Priest of the Order's sanctuary. Time flies, and 3 days have swiftly passed. During this brief period, the news of the Emperor Wudao stepping into the realm of the Holy King spread like a tempest, sweeping through the entire Tianji secret realm. Cultivators from ancient clans and immortal sects, upon hearing this news, were struck with astonishment, their hearts stirred by turbulent waves. Had it not been for the rules governing the Tianji secret realm, which hindered communication with the outside world, this news would have ignited a fervor throughout the upper realm. Consequently, the ancient city within the secret realm saw an increasing influx of cultivators from every direction, the crowd bustling like a surging tide. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred in the heavens and the earth. Divine rainbows, akin to ancient ferocious beasts, tore through the vast sky, their brilliance so radiant it illuminated the firmament, casting it into a state akin to daylight, drawing the attention of many. Accompanied by a tremendous wave of spiritual energy, figures clad in ceremonial robes materialized in the air above the ancient city. They stood tall and resolute like ancient pines, exuding an extraordinary presence, their spiritual power surging around them. The robes they wore shimmered with an enigmatic luster under the sunlight, emanating an aura of unmatched authority. It is he. To think the Order's sanctuary would send him here. Among the crowd below, a cultivator recognized the visitor and could not help but exclaim in surprise. The current Emperor Wudao was in his prime, with all ancient clans and sects avoiding his brilliance, prompting the Order's sanctuary to send someone to mediate. Another cultivator chimed in, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes. It is said that Emperor Wudao now possesses the strength to challenge the paragons of the Holy List. I wonder if we shall be fortunate enough to witness the grandeur of this timeless prodigy. The murmurs from the crowd below rose and fell like waves. A continuous ebb and flow of discussion. Has the news been conveyed? The man surveyed the crowd with a calm gaze and spoke plainly. The response from the Grand Priest has already been delivered. All ancient clans and sects have gathered at the residence of Emperor Wudao. A ceremonial guard respectfully replied. Upon hearing this, the man offered no further comment and stepped into the air, moving forward with purpose. In the heart of the ancient city stood a magnificent edifice, imposing and grand. Within the hall convened the most illustrious and distinguished talents of the ancient city. Among them was Li Xingxi, head of the Celestial Dao Palace, representing the primordial orthodox faction, alongside the three hidden celestial palaces from the celestial sect. There were also ancient clans and sects that typically remained aloof and seldom ventured into the primordial sacred universe, such as the Forbidden World House and Mount Buzhou. While they rarely mingled in the world, their profound strength was not to be disregarded. Naturally, as the host of the Tianji secret realm, the Tianji celestial dynasty was also present. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was slightly oppressive, as if an invisible gloom enveloped the space. No sound escaped. Many closed their eyes to rest, adopting an air of indifference. Others gazed intently, expressions grave, clearly lost in deep contemplation. Numerous eyes, both intentionally and unintentionally, drifted toward the prominent figure at the right side of the hall, their gazes imbued with a sense of intrigue. At that moment, the Grand Priest Duan-Ing of the Order Temple had just arrived. His sharp brows and starry eyes framed a face with distinct contours, exuding an innate resolve and courage, radiating an irresistible aura of strength, akin to a descended deity. Over the years, countless rebellious souls had perished at his hands, his power unfathomable. Rumors circulated that he was a leading candidate for the next emperor of the Order Temple, attracting the attention and apprehension of various factions. Is everyone gathered? A calm, unwavering voice unexpectedly resonated through the silent hall. The hearts of all cultivators and beings within the temple contracted sharply. Even a formidable figure like Duan-Ing and the guardians of the Holy King realm involuntarily raised an eyebrow, a trace of gravity flashing in their eyes, instinctively tightening their nerves. As they looked up, they beheld the figure of Emperor Wudao, who had silently appeared above the hall. Not a ripple of spiritual energy emanating from him, his presence utterly silent. Clad in a golden black robe, he sat upright with a countenance as tranquil as water, exuding an invisible pressure that felt like a towering mountain, weighing heavily upon the hearts of all present. Greetings, Your Excellency. The first to speak was a talented disciple from a prominent sect. His expression panicked as he hastily rose to pay his respects. Greetings, Your Excellency. Followed Ji Qingxue and Ji Hao from the Tianji celestial dynasty. Soon after, the younger generation from the Forbidden World Manor and the Buzhou Mountain also stood up in unison. Despite their inner reluctance and resistance, the oppressive atmosphere compelled all the outstanding heirs of the Hunyuan Orthodox and the celestial lineage to rise and bow. In the blink of an eye, the entire hall was filled with everyone except for Duan-Ing from the Order Temple, who remained steadfastly seated in his original position. Emperor Wu Dao's gaze swept over the assembly without revealing any emotion. There is no need for excessive courtesy, he stated, his eyes eventually resting on Duan-Ing with a hint of a smile. However, Duan-Ing felt as if a piercing gaze capable of penetrating his very soul was directed at him, even at his level. Facing an emperor or an immortal emperor would not have caused him to falter. Yet now, under Emperor Wudao's scrutiny, a chill crept into his heart, and he faintly sensed a perilous threat. Before arriving, he had held Emperor Wudao in contempt, viewing him merely as a younger generation not worthy of concern. Yet now, the latter had undeniably sounded a warning bell for him. What troubles you all? Your expressions seem as if you are the ones who have been attacked. Emperor Wudao remarked, his demeanor cold, devoid of any discernible emotion. The assembly exchanged glances, a bitter smile shared among them. All had gathered in the Tianji secret realm with aspirations directed towards the Tianji celestial source. Now, with Emperor Wudao's decree sealing the ancient city and restricting their freedom, their hearts simmered with unquenchable indignation, yet they dared not openly defy him, leaving no room for pleasant expressions. At that moment, Li Shengxi of the Tiandao Celestial Palace stepped forward with a smile, clasping his hands in greeting. Brother Emperor, regarding the ambush of the Juhui Guard and Princess Ji, we are truly innocent bystanders caught in this turmoil. However, everyone comprehends the fury residing within the Emperor's heart. In recent days, we have all exerted ourselves to assist the Demon Clan in their thorough investigation of this matter. Yet, we have journeyed from afar for the sake of the celestial source of Tianji and the Demon Clan's stringent blockade of the ancient city, coupled with the restrictions imposed upon our movements, has indeed placed us in a predicament. We sincerely hope the Emperor can show some understanding. Li Shengxi, as a paragon of the celestial rankings, holds a distinguished status and represents the heavenly Dao immortal palace. Upon uttering these words, it was as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up a myriad of waves. Numerous ancient clans and practitioners from immortal sects expressed their agreement vocally. The Emperor Wudao maintained a composed demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the pleas of the crowd, and leisurely accepted the cup presented by Bait Qingge. After taking a gentle sip, he remarked, "Others may depart, but those of the immortal order shall remain." Upon hearing this, the crowd was initially taken aback, astonished that the Emperor Wudao had acquiesced so readily. Some displayed expressions of confusion, unable to fathom why he wished to retain the members of the immortal order. "What does this mean, Wudao?" Qianao of the Qiankuan Immortal Palace furrowed his brow and questioned the Emperor. "What do you mean? Did the Grand Sage Duan not inform you?" The Emperor's gaze fell once more upon Duan, seemingly awaiting a response from him. Upon the utterance of these words, the surrounding individuals wore expressions of bewilderment, entirely at a loss. Prior to this, everyone had believed that Duan had come to assist the Order's guardians and protect the heavenly Dao immortal palace in their plight. Yet, the Emperor Wudao's statement evidently hinted at deeper secrets. Chapter 59. Do you consider yourself an exception? Duan Ying's expression remained impassive, her gaze directed towards Di Wudao. Presumably, the young Master Di has acquired considerable intelligence from the decrepit elder. Did the great sage's office not conduct a soul search on him? Di Wudao retorted. Upon hearing their exchange, the onlookers could not help but comprehend that this decrepit elder had indeed been captured by Di Wudao. While they were astonished, their trepidation towards Di Wudao's prowess deepened. The decrepit elder was a notorious assassin known throughout the Hall of Yellow Springs, infamous for his ruthless methods within the primordial sacred universe. Even those prodigies listed on the sacred rankings regarded him with great apprehension. In just a few days, the decrepit elder had fallen into Di Wudao's grasp. Whether it was Di Wudao himself or the Jiuyo guards who acted, it was a testament to the formidable strength of the Demon Clan. Many talented individuals within the hall began to contemplate, could it be that the one who attempted to assassinate Qingge and the Jiuyo guards was someone from the immortal sovereign? If that were the case, the matter would indeed grow intriguing. Di Wudao had explicitly stated his intent to spare the immortal sovereign. Duan nodded slightly, her voice low. The soul search has indeed been conducted. However, the decrepit elder's soul has suffered severe damage, rendering the information obtained quite limited. Although there are images within his soul memory depicting interactions with individuals from the immortal sovereign, this matter is of great significance. The Order's Holy Hall must conduct a thorough investigation before reaching any conclusions. I see, Di Wudao mused, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips as he sipped his tea. He was well aware of the extent of the decrepit elder's soul injuries. As for the fragmented and dubious memories within the elder's soul, they were merely a smokescreen forcefully implanted by Di Wudao. I have dispatched individuals to escort the decrepit elder back to the Order's Holy Hall. Once the matter is fully investigated, we shall provide the Demon Clan with a satisfactory account. Duan paused before continuing. Currently, the celestial source of the Tianji secret realm is about to emerge. In my opinion, young Master D might consider exploring the Tianji celestial source first. There will be ample time to pursue this matter once the secret realm has been exited. In truth, Duaning harbored doubts about D Wudao. Given the demon clan's modus operandi, capturing the decrepit elder would typically warrant a direct confrontation with the immortal sovereign, rendering the act of handing him over to the Order's holy hall unnecessary. Such behavior suggested that D Wudao harbored ulterior motives unknown to her. Thus, she felt compelled to uncover the truth, ensuring she was not merely a pawn in his scheme. D Wudao's hand, poised to raise his cup, hesitated momentarily, a hint of derision bubbling within him. He had anticipated that the Order's holy hall would at least provide a semblance of an explanation, yet they seemed to dismiss the matter with nonchalance. Very well, then. You may keep several of the immortal sovereign's core disciples for the time being. Once the situation is clarified, you may depart. With that, he rose slowly, an invisible aura of oppression enveloping the grand hall. Simultaneously, ripples coursed through the space surrounding the hall, as figures radiating overwhelming demonic energy emerged in succession. They wielded dark scythes, their blades gleaming with a bloodthirsty glint, exuding an intense murderous intent. Individuals of lesser strength felt an overwhelming pressure surge forth, rendering their breaths rapid and labored. Had it not been for the guardians behind them stepping forth to shield them, they would likely have been crushed by this oppressive force on the spot. Duaning and the others from the Celestial Order were unprepared for the ruthless decisiveness with which D Wudao acted, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Duaning, suppressing the fury within, spoke with a grave tone. Young Master D, your demands seem rather unreasonable. As a revered saint in the Temple of Order, being left as a hostage would tarnish the temple's reputation. How could he retain his standing in the primordial holy universe thereafter? The world is never devoid of self-righteous individuals. Yet invariably, their fates are tragically dire. Do you believe you can be the exception? As his words fell, D Wudao stepped forward, his aura surging dramatically. The void before him appeared to be manipulated by an invisible hand, twisting and fracturing, creating gaping spatial rifts that resembled the jaws of a ferocious beast, voraciously swallowing chaotic energies. This terrifying spectacle left all present in stunned silence, too afraid to even breathe. The spiritual energy unleashed during a confrontation between those at the Saint King realm resembled a tumultuous tsunami, and even the residual waves posed a threat of death to the young prodigies. Fortunately, D Wudao chose not to engage within the hall, but instead stepped into the boundless void. Witnessing this, Duan Ying's eyes flashed with a chilling light, akin to a shooting star traversing the night sky. How could D Wudao, so arrogant and self-assured, entertain thoughts of retreat? As a renowned prodigy on the saints list, pride was deeply ingrained in Duan Ying's being, and this pride would not allow for the slightest hint of cowardice. His battle robe billowed dramatically, resembling a banner fluttering in the wind, and with a swift step, he vanished from the grand hall. In the infinite void, it resembled an abandoned ancient battlefield, permeated with decay and desolation. The rules here were chaotic and disordered, like tangled threads devoid of any pattern. From the depths of the void, deafening howls occasionally echoed, heralding the wrath of terrifying spatial storms. Any individual lacking the cultivation of a Saint King who dared to intrude would be instantaneously torn to shreds, leaving no trace behind. In the vastness of the void, D Wudao stood with his hands clasped behind him, his garments fluttering gracefully. He gazed calmly at the approaching Duaning, his expression unperturbed, devoid of any astonishment. To him, those who prided themselves as pinnacle prodigies of the primordial realm would be a great disappointment if they lacked the courage to face this challenge. However, whether Duaning came or did not, in D Wudao's heart, his fate was already sealed, irrevocable. With a thunderous roar, D Wudao did not hesitate. The moment Duaning manifested, he raised his hand without a moment's delay. In an instant, the boundless void was engulfed by intertwined imperial intent and demonic energy, surging forth like two enraged dragons, plunging the void into chaos. A colossal hand, shrouded in imperial intent and demonic energy, materialized from thin air, blocking out the heavens. It seemed intent on enveloping the entire void as it bore down upon Duaning with tremendous force. The sheer magnitude of this display caused Duan Ying's eyes to sharpen, and his heart grew increasingly heavy. However, the pride and stubbornness ingrained in his very being left no room for retreat. He surged forward with determination, his gaze imbued with a chilling intensity. As he moved with grace, a fierce, biting wind arose, centering around him and forming a terrifying vortex of spiritual energy. This vortex seemed almost sentient, voraciously consuming everything in its vicinity. Radiant holy light continuously surged and evolved within the spiraling energy, ultimately coalescing into a resplendent golden fist. With the force of 1,000 mountains and an aura of unending destruction, it plummeted like a fallen star towards the colossal hand descending from the indomitable Emperor Wudao. A thunderous clash ensued. The collision of fist and palm echoed like the wrath of a demonic deity, the overwhelming shockwave capable of shattering the very heavens. Wrapping around boundless destructive power, it surged wildly through the infinite void. In an instant, the fabric of reality seemed to be torn into countless fragments. With chaotic currents of space splattering in all directions, ruthlessly slicing through everything surrounding it. Chapter 60. The overlook of the primordial celestial Emperor Wudao stood proudly in the void, his robes fluttering with an ethereal rustle. Despite having his palm strike shattered by Duan, not a trace of annoyance marred his countenance. His expression remained calm and unperturbed. There was a hint of strength within him, albeit not substantial. Wudao whispered, infused with a tone of casual disdain. As his words faded, he slowly raised his right hand, fingers gradually coming together. In the palm of his hand, a profound black radiance quietly coalesced, reminiscent of a cosmic black hole voraciously devouring the surrounding light. An unsettling power surged forth. In the blink of an eye, a sword, exuding boundless demonic might, materialized from thin air. Its blade was as dark as ink, swirling with enigmatic magical patterns. With a mere flick of his wrist, the demonic sword traced a sharp arc through the void, moving with such incredible speed that it left behind a trail of black phantoms. Akin to the tail of a hidden demon lurking in darkness, poised to sweep away legions. The sword intent, capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, erupted fiercely from the blade's glow. The void, under the onslaught of this intent, was effortlessly cleaved apart, revealing alarming spatial rifts that spread ominously. Duanying's expression shifted dramatically. He keenly sensed the terrifying power encapsulated within this sword intent. It embodied an absolute force of destruction, potent enough to reduce all existence to ashes, unsettling his very soul. In a moment of dire urgency, Duaning bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, as if attempting to shatter the chains of his inner turmoil. A radiant holy light erupted from his being, dazzling and blinding, inflicting a sharp pain upon the eyes of onlookers. The void beneath his feet seemed to burn under this searing brilliance, rippling with eerie distortions, as if on the verge of collapse. Subsequently, Duaning's hands moved with rapid precision. Symbols and runes danced in his palms, swiftly forming intricate and profound seals. As these seals continuously transformed, the errant forces of order in the void appeared to be forcibly drawn together by an invisible hand. In mere moments, they coalesced before him into a long spear. Crafted purely from spiritual energy, the spear glimmered with crystalline clarity, radiating a resplendent light, seemingly capable of effortlessly slicing through the endless darkness and penetrating any obstacle. Go! He thundered, the command erupting from his lips. The spear shot forth like a falling star, hurtling straight towards the sword light. Boom! The clash between the sword light and the spiritual spear unleashed a tremendous shockwave, causing the entire boundless void to tremble violently. Countless fragments of floating stars shattered under the force of this collision, scattering into innumerable debris throughout the void. Meanwhile, Wudao, standing steadfast in the void, began to exhibit strange luminous fluctuations within his eyes. Though faint, this light emanated an enigmatic charm, reminiscent of the first glimmer of dawn at the universe's inception. Imbued with infinite mysteries and power, an ancient and vast aura surged forth, as if transcending time from the primordial chaos of the cosmos. This essence was imbued with boundless majesty, akin to the gaze of the primordial celestial emperor. It jolted Duanying's heart, as if an invisible hand had tightly grasped his beating heart. What on earth is this power? Duanying was astounded, unable to fathom that the Emperor Wudao before him, a being of the sacred king realm, could wield such terrifying power that could stir the very forces of the heavens and the earth. This strength, far beyond the bounds of rational understanding, began to shake the foundation of his worldview. Before he could contemplate further, the void suddenly convulsed violently once more, stars flickering erratically, and a deafening roar erupted. In that instant, the entire order of the void was thoroughly disrupted, plunging into an abyss of chaos. Following this, an invisible yet immensely potent force surged forth, and Duanying felt the very space around him contort and twist. An inexorable pressure, akin to an avalanche, assailed him relentlessly, rendering him breathless. His senses, movements, and even the spiritual energy within him were bound and imprisoned by this mysterious force, leaving him utterly motionless. An unprecedented terror surged from the depths of his heart, engulfing him in an instant. As the Eye of Heaven opened, Emperor Wudao's perceptive abilities expanded exponentially. It was as if he had become the sovereign of this void, capable of distinctly capturing every subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy within the boundless expanse. Even the enigmatic forces hidden in the deepest recesses of the void were laid bare before him, as if unfurling a scroll. Emperor Wudao's gaze, as frigid as ice, swept over Duan Ying, and under the scrutiny of those eyes, imbued with the mysteries of the universe, all of Duan Ying's defenses and struggles appeared utterly futile. With a mere lift of his hand, a black sword light, akin to a bolt of lightning, cleaved through the void. This blade of darkness stretched for hundreds of zhang, resembling a black canopy that spanned the heavens, exuding an aura of despairing destruction, as if it sought to rend the void asunder. Where the sword light passed, the space shattered into countless fragments, spreading with astonishing speed. Duan Ying's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with incredulity. He could not accept that he would fall to a younger opponent, someone he had never deemed worthy of consideration. No, Duan Ying let out a desperate roar, his voice brimming with unwillingness and fear. He summoned every ounce of strength in a futile attempt to struggle one last time. Yet, all was in vain. That sword light, like the merciless harbinger of death, swiftly engulfed him entirely. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated, as if the endless void were violently shaken by a colossal hand, trembling with intensity. Within the hall, as Emperor Wudao and Duan Ying departed, the oppressive atmosphere did not dissipate. Rather, it thickened, as though an invisible boulder pressed heavily upon the chests of those present. Surrounding the great hall, the Jiyo guards, wielding dark scythes, resembled grim reapers that had crawled forth from the depths of the netherworld, emanating an aura of chilling slaughter. It seemed that in the next moment, they would swing their blades, reaping lives. Under such intimidation, no one dared to provoke their wrath. Many turned their gazes towards the area where the immortal sovereign resided, their expressions filled with intrigue and curiosity, akin to spectators awaiting a spectacle from afar. After all, Emperor Wudao had explicitly stated that he would allow everyone to leave, and they certainly would not seek trouble at this juncture. However, within the immortal sovereign's area, the countenance of the cultivators was grim, their expressions dark enough to seem as if they could drip with water. Among them, the members of the Ziwei Celestial Palace and the Qianquan Celestial Palace were particularly affected. Although they could not ascertain whether this incident was orchestrated by Xiao Jingfeng, his culpability was undeniably the most pronounced. After all, on that fateful day, the Tianjin Empire and the Ming Palace openly provoked Emperor Wudao, a scheme that had been clandestinely arranged by Xiao Jingfeng and Emperor Yi. Should this matter indeed be attributed to Xiao Jingfeng, the consequences were beyond their wildest imaginations. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the void, jolting everyone's thoughts back to the present. Before they could even react, the spacious hall shattered at an unfathomable speed, beyond the reach of the naked eye. Chapter 61 opens with a resounding display of power as a violent fluctuation in space erupts, propelling a shadowy figure, imbued with immense force. From a fissure in the fabric of reality, blood splatters in torrents, painting the surroundings with harrowing crimson streaks. Following this, a thunderous crash reverberates as the figure crashes heavily into the center of the grand hall, causing the entire structure to tremble, with dust and debris cascading from above. The onlookers are instantly captivated, their expressions morphing into ones of sheer horror. Some, in disbelief, leap to their feet, their voices echoing in shock and terror. How could this be? The hall reverberates with their astonishment. Upon closer inspection, they behold Duan Ying, drenched in blood, lying in a state of utter disarray on the floor. His ceremonial robe, once a symbol of his status, lies in tatters, clinging to him in shreds, still exuding an aura of devastation. More alarming is the grievous wound carved into his chest, a deep gash that reveals bone, from which dark energies surge, seemingly intent on extinguishing his very life force. Despite the vigor of his spiritual energy, the wound shows no sign of healing. For a moment, the grand hall is enveloped in profound silence, so still that the sound of a pin dropping would be audible. The sudden turn of events has rendered everyone speechless. Then, a faint sound of footsteps emerges from the rift in the void, each step tightening the hearts of those present, as if an invisible hand had seized their very breath, rendering it labored and difficult. They collectively hold their breath and gaze upwards. Emerging from the rift, clad in flowing robes, is Di Wudao, immaculate and serene, as if the preceding cataclysmic battle bore no relevance to him at all. Take him away, He commands, his tone devoid of emotion, yet imbued with an aura of unfathomable authority that resonates throughout the hall. His gaze sweeps over the celestial sovereignty area, where Qian Ao, who had previously expressed his fury, now lacks the courage to meet Wudao's cold stare, hastily bowing his head in submission. In contrast, Xiao Jingfeng remains composed in his seat, his demeanor unchanged, though the fingers hidden within his sleeves betray him, turning pale from excessive tension and trembling slightly, revealing the turmoil within. Wudao pays them no heed, lifting his gaze as if it penetrated the lofty hall itself, reaching towards the distant heavens. Before anyone can react, he strides forth, vanishing like a specter within the grand hall, leaving behind a bewildered assembly, exchanging glances filled with confusion. Look, someone has intruded into the ancient city. Who is this audacious individual, brazenly entering the secret realm? That woman by his side. Could she be the 9th princess of the Tianji celestial dynasty? At this moment, discussions of astonishment ripple through the ancient city, wave after wave of speculation. Whispers filled the air, curiosity and inquiry evident in the gazes exchanged among the crowd. Young Master Yi, there is no need for you to escort me home, Qingge implored softly, her eyes reflecting concern. Emperor Wudao is capricious. If my presence brings you into peril, it would weigh heavily on my conscience. In the twilight sky above the ancient city, she closely followed Yi Lingtian, her brow furrowed in worry. Even in this charade, Qingge remained vigilant until the very end. In response to her words, Yi Lingtian offered a calm smile. Miss Ji, there is no need for such concern. I harbor no personal grievances with Emperor Wudao. Moreover, I have already intervened to save you. If you were truly so petty as to seek vengeance for this, it would be a profound disappointment. His demeanor was serene, as if the emperor were scarcely worth his consideration. During these past few days spent in Qingge's company, Yi Lingtian had begun to suspect that she was compelled by the Qi emperor, trapped in her circumstances. After all, how could anyone remain indifferent in the presence of such a captivating beauty, endowed with an ethereal form, who appeared so pitifully vulnerable? Even though Yi Lingtian held a distinguished status and had encountered numerous illustrious women, he felt the stirrings of emotion within him. Nevertheless, while his heart may have been stirred, he would not forego the necessary probing. If he could seize this opportunity to further incite discord between Emperor Wudao and Qingge, it would serve his purpose splendidly. Yet, as Qingge prepared to voice her concerns once more, a sudden ripple surged through the space before them, interrupting their dialogue. Before them stood Emperor Wudao, his countenance as cold as ice, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance, his eyes sharp as the cold stars. He stepped forth from the rift in reality. Simultaneously, the heirs of various ancient clans and practitioners from the immortal sect, who had gathered in the hall, emerged around the skies. Upon recognizing the newcomer, astonishment flickered across their faces, while several raised their eyebrows in speculation regarding the identity of the masked figure clad in white. After all, they had vaguely seen a figure in white rescue Qingge that day. Not far from Emperor Wudao, Qingge observed her returning sister. Her exquisite features devoid of any joy, though her breath betrayed a momentary turbulence. This brief disturbance, however, was swiftly suppressed, restoring her usual calm demeanor. In another direction, Chu Hongxiu stood with the disciples of Yanji 13 Towers, poised in the skies. Upon witnessing Yi Lingtian's arrival, uncontainable joy shone in their eyes, though Chu Hongxiu's gaze towards him held a hint of intrigue. Such theatrics. Suddenly, Emperor Wudao's frigid voice resonated through the heavens, chilling the very air around them. Yi Lingtian, unperturbed, wore a faint smile as he prepared to respond. In an instant, thunderclaps roared from the skies, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing, deafening in their intensity. A tremendous wave of demonic energy surged forth from Emperor Wudao, akin to a raging tide. He raised his arm, the motion seemingly casual, yet exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. The divine emperor's seal surged forth, enveloped in an overwhelming force capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, striking suddenly and unannounced. Aimed directly at Yi Lingtian, it appeared intent on reducing him to mere dust, obliterating him within this ancient city of secrets. A glint of sharpness flashed in Yi Lingtian's eyes. Raising his gaze, he beheld the colossal palm imprint that obscured the sky, resembling a towering mountain descending with the unstoppable force of a landslide. Wherever the palm passed, the air twisted and contorted under the pressure. The inhabitants of the ancient city were paralyzed by this terrifying might, instinctively holding their breath, afraid to make a sound. Yi Lingtian lightly tapped his feet, his figure graceful yet resolute, steadfastly shielding Qingge behind him. Under this relentless pressure, his spine stood straight, akin to a resilient pine tree. radiating a spirit so grand that even 1,000 armies would find it insurmountable. Chapter 62. Please maintain your dignity. His palm danced lightly, the movements fluid and graceful, as if he were one with the heavens and the earth. In an instant, countless streams of light converged from all directions, encircling him like rivers returning to the sea. Clad in a flowing white robe, he was a vision of majesty, with his long hair billowing wildly in the wind, embodying the very essence of dominion over the world. Radiant and resplendent, he then unleashed a palm strike of his own, unlike the endless malevolence exuded by the imprint of the Emperor Wudao. Yilingtian's strike was suffused with divine light, as if it carried the will of the heavens, pressing down upon all of creation with an unparalleled sanctity. The ancient city within the secret realm trembled violently under the clash of these two formidable forces, teetering on the brink of collapse. With a strike from the Holy King, the heavens dimmed, and the air was thick with a cataclysmic aura that permeated every inch of the atmosphere. A resounding boom echoed through the air, causing pain to the ears as the two powers collided mid-air, erupting in a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the ancient city as if it were day. The overwhelming force surged forth like a roaring tsunami, sweeping across a radius of 10,000 miles, instilling fear in all beings, whether cultivators, beasts, or ferocious birds, who instinctively raised their heads, casting bewildered and curious glances. Within the ancient city, the buildings and halls creaked ominously under the strain of the terrifying spiritual energy. Beginning to crumble in large sections, eaves and rafters fell, stirring up a cloud of dust, and for a moment, the entire city appeared shrouded in darkness, engulfed in chaos. The guardians of the ancient clans and immortal sects wore expressions of grave concern, their eyes filled with trepidation. They swiftly positioned themselves to shield their disciples, channeling their spiritual energy to form a solid barrier. Like arrows released from their bows, they retreated, seeking to distance themselves from the eye of this perilous storm. In the skies above, Emperor Wudao stood resolute, his demeanor cold and unyielding, his gaze fixed ahead. At the far end of his line of sight, Yilingtian stood equally poised, enveloped in holy light, steadfastly protecting Qingge behind him. Amidst the chaotic energy waves, the silver mask that had obscured his face could no longer withstand the force. With a sharp crack, it flew off, tracing a silver arc through the air. In that fleeting moment, an extraordinarily handsome visage was revealed to all. His features were striking, with deep, bright eyes like shining stars. Simultaneously, gasps of astonishment erupted within the ancient city. Yilingtian. The name rippled through the crowd like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up waves of excitement. It was truly him. He had arrived in the Tianji secret realm. Hadn't he been in seclusion striving for the Emperor realm? When had he descended upon the Tianji secret? The murmurs of awe surged and echoed, their gazes fixated upon Yilingtian. Yet, he seemed unfazed by the attention, as if such a spectacle was merely a part of his daily existence. A gentle smile graced his lips, exuding an air of calm and composure. However, a flicker of gravity flashed momentarily in the depths of his eyes. Yilingtian slightly turned his body to face Qingge, his voice gentle yet tinged with a hint of regret. "Miss Qi, I did not intend to conceal my identity. I hope you will not take offense." Qingge parted her crimson lips, ready to respond, but was suddenly aware of Wudao's gaze, which held a cold intensity. The words that were on the verge of escaping her lips were abruptly caught in her throat, rendering her speechless. Yilingtian, perceptive to Qingge's change in demeanor, merely smiled faintly and continued, "Young Master D, I harbor no ill intentions. I have come solely to ensure Miss G's safe return, and you need not be so angered. Is that so? Should I then express my gratitude?" Wudao retorted. "That would not be necessary, for Miss G has already conveyed her thanks to me." Yilingtian replied calmly. Yet, beneath his tranquil exterior lay a concealed sharpness, and his gaze met Wudao's unflinchingly. In response, Wudao offered only a cold smile. In his mind, Yilingtian was merely a shadow of his true self, and he held little interest unless the real person appeared. For the immense value of his destiny was indeed enticing. However, he seemed to underestimate the worth of the celestial body. This so-called top of the sacred rankings appeared quite invested in Qingge. He then shifted his attention back to her. Under Wudao's piercing gaze, Qingge felt a sudden tremor within her. Thoughts raced through her mind. Had she overplayed her role, causing him displeasure? Yet, witnessing Wudao's demeanor, a flicker of joy unconsciously surfaced within her. She gracefully stepped away from Yilingtian and, like a delicate flower, returned to Wudao's side. Her head slightly bowed, akin to a wronged bride. In the next moment, Qingge felt a familiar aura envelop her. Wudao reached out, pulling her into his embrace. Instinctively, she struggled, only to find his arms as unyielding as iron, firmly restraining her. "Do you know? I find myself increasingly drawn to you," Wudao murmured, leaning down to whisper in her ear, his voice chilling yet laced with a hint of mischief. Qingge bit her lower lip, her pearly teeth nearly sinking into her tender flesh. Summoning her courage, she stammered, "Please, have some self-respect." "Self-respect? I have never known how to write those words in this lifetime," Wudao replied with a wicked grin. In the next instant, to the astonishment of all present, he leaned in and kissed Qingge's cherry lips. Unexpectedly, Qingge was taken aback by the boldness of Wudao. Overwhelmed by a mix of anxiety and embarrassment, she instinctively bit his lower lip, as if to mask her own fluster. Or perhaps to vent the grievances of the past few days. Perhaps she bit down too hard, for a crimson stain appeared on Wudao's lips, transforming his originally icy visage into one imbued with a hint of allure. His eyes lowered, fixating on Qingge's flustered face, brimming with amusement. Yet, Wudao made no further move. As he had already sensed the piercing gaze of Yilingdian, he feared that if he lingered any longer, Qingge would be unable to contain herself and reveal a flaw. Subsequently, with a gentle sweep of his arm, the surrounding spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping Qingge. And in the blink of an eye, they vanished into the horizon. Chapter 63. The silent courtyard is filled with resentment within the ancient city. A multitude of cultivators gazed longingly in the direction of the vanished Emperor Wudao, their eyes betraying a mix of astonishment and regret. After all, a peerless genius, resplendent at the pinnacle of the saint ranking, would have delivered an exhilarating showdown with the legendary Emperor Wudao, whose name reverberated throughout the mixed primordial universe. The mere thought of such a confrontation ignited fervor in the hearts of many. This climactic clash would undoubtedly emit a brilliance unmatched, becoming the subject of cherished tales shared during leisurely moments. However, most chose to conveniently overlook a crucial fact. Emperor Wudao was merely in his prime, youthful and significantly younger than Yilingdian. To many seasoned cultivators, had they been of the same age, Yilingdian would hardly possess the qualifications to rival Emperor Wudao. Given the potential Emperor Wudao had already displayed, no one could predict how high he might ascend in the future. Soon, news of Yilingdian's arrival at the Tianji secret realm and Emperor Wudao's formidable defeat of the saint-ranking genius, Duaning, spread like wildfire, sweeping through every corner. The intertwining of these two monumental pieces of news sent the cultivators within the Tianji secret realm into a frenzy. Many eagerly anticipated whether this newly ascended prodigy would surpass his peers and shatter legends, commanding attention in front of the illustrious talents of the saint ranking. Simultaneously, there were those who longed for Yilingdian to subdue Emperor Wudao, as the latter's arrogance had stirred deep dissatisfaction among many geniuses. At the entrance of the Tianji secret realm, an equally astonishing scene was unfolding. Behold, the celestial sovereign of the holy heavenly court, accompanied by Zhao Kuo of the celestial Dao Immortal Palace, had arrived. Moreover, it appeared that the mighty holy kings from various celestial halls were present, led by Shao Yang of the Ziwei Immortal Palace and Tang Wan of the Qingming Immortal Palace, the heirs of the Forbidden World, the everlasting Jiang clan, the Supreme Palace, and the Ageless Mountain. As the entrance echoed with gasps of awe, formidable figures emerged like apparitions. Within mere hours, several talents from the saint ranking had gathered, each radiating a unique aura, everyone a paragon of cultivation. The mere presence of any individual among them commanded the attention of all. Even more astonishing were the young sovereigns, usually reclusive yet dominant in their respective realms, who also made their appearance. They walked with a steady gait, their eyes exuding an inherent dominance, as if the very world lay beneath their feet. Following closely behind them were several powerful guardians, each a peak saint king, their immense spiritual energy palpable, causing the surrounding air to tremble merely by their presence. As night descended, the moonlight poured down like water, enveloping the tranquil ancient city of the secret realm in a cool glow. Today, with Emperor Wudao lifting the ban on the ancient city, countless cultivators and beings surged forth in an instant. The once quiet ancient city erupted into a dazzling spectacle, ablaze with lights as the streets and alleys filled with calls and discussions, weaving into a cacophonous sea of sound. In the tranquil courtyard, Emperor Wudao stood with hands clasped behind his back, his posture erect like an ancient pine. He gazed contemplatively at the vast, endless sky beside the pond. Behind him, In a pavilion constructed of ancient stone bricks, Qingge, clad in a simple yet elegant robe, quietly brewed tea. "Do you have nothing to ask?" Emperor Wudao's voice, calm and resonant, shattered the stillness of the night. Qingge paused, lifting her delicate chin to regard his silhouette. "My lord, have you never considered that I might betray you?" she inquired softly. "Indeed, I have," Emperor Wudao replied candidly. He was no sage, possessing no prophetic abilities. He had contemplated various outcomes in the intricate game of the ancient city within the secret realm, though Qingge was already his woman. The foundation of their emotions remained tenuous. He would not wager all his chips on her, especially with the formidable Wielding, the pinnacle of the sacred rankings, looming before her. A flicker of surprise crossed Qingge's eyes at his forthrightness, yet she ultimately chose to trust him. Her voice, imbued with a subtle hope, broke the silence. Emperor Wudao slowly turned to face her, his gaze falling upon her exquisite features, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. He perceived her anticipation, but sensed she had perhaps forgotten her place, lacking the necessary awareness. He felt compelled to remind her, lest her actions jeopardize his grand designs. "My trust does not lie in you, but rather in the inevitability of the game in the Tianji secret realm, regardless of your fidelity." Upon hearing this, a shadow of disappointment flitted across Qingge's eyes. Instinctively, she averted her gaze, attempting to conceal her discontent and sorrow as if doing so could hide the turmoil within. The courtyard fell into a profound silence, broken only by the gentle breeze that stirred the pavilion's curtains, creating a soft rustling sound. After a moment, Qingge summoned her courage, finally voicing the question that had weighed heavily on her heart. "If Wielding had not appeared that day, would you have come, my lord?" At her words, Emperor Wudao narrowed his eyes slightly. The worth of a celestial body should require no further elaboration. "While I have utilized you to draw Wielding into the fray, I could never allow you to fall." Though she did not receive the answer her heart yearned for, Qingge felt a pang of disappointment. Yet, she suppressed her emotions, unwilling for Emperor Wudao to discern her inner turmoil. Just then, footsteps echoed in the courtyard, disrupting the oppressive atmosphere. Beitang Qingyu entered, announcing, "My lord, Qingge requests an audience." As she spoke, her curious gaze flicked between the two, sensing an unusual tension in the air. Nevertheless, as a maid, she understood well the boundaries of inquiry. Emperor Wudao nodded, casting a fleeting glance at Qingge before striding away, until their figures completely vanished from the courtyard. Qingge remained seated, like a statue, motionless in the pavilion. Tick-tock. After a long while, a barely perceptible sound quietly emerged in the stillness of the courtyard. A glistening tear mark slowly appeared on Qingge's fair cheek. She bit her lower lip tightly, yet even this could not stem the flood of tears. Gradually, soft sobs began to rise, spreading freely throughout the silent night. Unbeknownst to her, at that moment, Emperor Wudao stood quietly outside the courtyard, his brow slightly arched, with a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Chapter 64. The so-called dedication of Qingge within the Grand Hall. The flickering candlelight dances, infusing the cool air with a touch of gentle vitality, softening the solemn ambience of the place. Qingge, clad in a gown as pristine as snow, stands gracefully at the center of the hall. As her gaze flits about, it reveals a blend of serenity and allure. Her skin, pale and delicate, is adorned with a touch of crimson lipstick, and under the candle's glow, she appears breathtakingly beautiful, as though she has stepped out from a painting, an ethereal being. It is evident that she must have meticulously prepared for this visit. "Princess, what brings you to our presence at this late hour?" The voice of Emperor Wudao resonates softly in the quiet hall. With a commanding presence, he strides in from the entrance, his posture upright and step steady. Qingge pays her respects to the esteemed one. Qingge responds, turning gracefully and bowing her head in respect, her demeanor exuding reverence. "My visit at such an hour is indeed compelled by necessity, and I hope the esteemed one will not take offense." As Emperor Wudao walks past, his brows arch slightly. Compelled by necessity? Has the princess encountered some troublesome matter? Upon hearing this, Qingge's expression betrays a hint of difficulty. Her lips part slightly as if to speak. Yet she hesitates, uncertain of where to begin. Emperor Wudao's thoughts run deep, and he finds it impossible to fathom her schemes and intentions. Presently, her younger sister has become a bridge between the Tianji celestial dynasty and the demon clan, a role that once rightfully belonged to her. Yet, the emergence of Qingge has disrupted this dynamic. She understands that she urgently needs an opportunity, one that would redirect Emperor Wudao's attention back to herself. With Qingge and Wielding appearing together today, she realizes her chance has come. With this in mind, Ji Qingshue's gaze grows resolute. Qingxue wishes to follow the esteemed one. Emperor Wudao regards her with a hint of amusement, intrigued by her words. I do not quite grasp the meaning behind the princess's statement. To follow me? Does Emperor Wudao lack for followers? However, Ji Qingshue's presence could indeed serve a significant role in his forthcoming endeavors. Ji Qingxue is aware that, given the current relationship between the esteemed one and her younger sister, there is no longer a need for her to act as a bridge to establish connections with the Tianji celestial dynasty. She pauses briefly before continuing, yet, I wish to convey to the esteemed one that my upbringing under my father's favor has granted me insights into the Tianji celestial dynasty, and the power I wield there far surpasses that of my younger sister. Moreover, I hold many secrets of the Ziwei celestial palace and the very foundation of the Tianji celestial dynasty. All of this I am willing to offer to the esteemed one. Ji Qingshuo comprehends that Emperor Wudao is testing her, and at this juncture, she shall not withhold any of her sincerity. Emperor Wudao smiles faintly. Does the princess believe I would place any value on such matters? At these words, Ji Qingshue's expression falters momentarily. Had anyone else uttered this, she would have deemed it unbelievable. Yet, coming from Emperor Wudao, she finds ample reason to trust him. After a period of contemplation, Ji Qingshuo musters her courage and gazes at Emperor Wudao. If the esteemed one is willing, Qingshuo could offer herself. As these words leave her lips, Emperor Wudao cannot suppress a chuckle within himself. In an instant, memories of the night he first encountered Ji Qingge surged unbidden into his mind. How did these sisters perceive him? As someone to whom they could devote themselves? He had little interest in such notions. Shaking his head, he declared, Open your consciousness. I wish to witness your sincerity. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingshuo understood the intentions of Di Wudao, yet she did not refuse. Prior to this moment, she had made ample preparations, for she knew that, given Di Wudao's nature, he would not easily place his trust in her. Without hesitation or resistance, she remained calm, allowing Di Wudao to probe her soul. Moments later, Di Wudao slowly opened his eyes, their depth shrouded in ambiguity. Within the dim confines of the dungeon, a foul odor permeated the air. In the darkness, flickering torches cast eerie shadows upon the crumbling walls. Ever since Di Wudao had vanquished Duaning, Xiao Jingfeng had been imprisoned here. At this moment, he appeared disheveled and tattered. The vibrant confidence of his former self long vanished, replaced by a dismal and defeated visage. His complexion was as pale as parchment, devoid of color, and his body trembled uncontrollably, an indelible consequence of Di Wudao's invasive exploration of his spirit. In his eyes, a tumult of hatred, anger, and fear intertwined and shifted incessantly. He could scarcely fathom that Di Wudao would act with such ruthlessness, launching an assault on his soul's memories without uttering a single unnecessary question. Such actions were, undeniably, a fatal persecution for a cultivator. The faint sound of footsteps echoed from the entrance of the dungeon. Xiao Jingfeng lifted his gaze, whether it was due to rage or a deep-seated fear. His body quivered more violently. Di Wudao, you despicable villain. He spat through clenched teeth, each word laced with venom. Look at you. I fear that even if you were to consume me alive, it would not alleviate your hatred. Di Wudao, appearing indifferent, seemed to disregard Xiao Jingfeng's maledictions. If you have the ability, then kill me. The Ziwei Immortal Palace shall surely avenge me. Xiao Jingfeng's eyes turned bloodshot, filled with resentment. As a direct disciple of the Ziwei Immortal Palace, being confined here by Di Wudao and subjected to the violation of his soul was a disgrace that tormented him more than death itself, inciting a desire to see Di Wudao torn to pieces. Kill you? Why should I lower myself to do so? Just then, a melodious, yet undeniably resolute voice broke through the tension. As the words lingered, Ji Qingshuo stepped forth from the shadows. It's you. How dare you betray the Ziwei Immortal Palace? Upon recognizing Ji Qingshuo, Xiao Jingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. The Ziwei Immortal Palace? Do you think you are worthy to speak of betrayal? He seethed. What Xiao has done to me in the past, I shall repay in kind. Ji Qingshuo regarded him coldly, her gaze as devoid of warmth as one might reserve for a corpse. Haha, upon hearing her words, Xiao Jingfeng threw back his head and laughed, his mirth laced with derision and madness. You believe that by aligning yourself with Di Wudao, you can escape the clutches of the Ziwei Immortal Palace? Do not forget what my uncle has left upon you. Once we emerge from the Tianji secret realm, no one will be able to save you. Your demise is certain. At that moment, Xiao Jingfeng resembled a frenzied beast, his eyes filled with ferocity, as if he longed to charge forth and rend the Emperor Wudao and Ji Qingshuo into shreds. Upon hearing this, Ji Qingshuo's gaze turned icy to the bone, and she coldly replied, Whether or not I can be saved is beyond my knowledge. All I am aware of is that you shall likely not have the chance to witness it." As her words faded, a sharp clang of a sword resonated, like the roar of a dragon piercing the vast sky, echoing throughout the dungeon. Qingge had no intention of engaging in further dialogue with Xiao Jingfeng. Her astuteness made it evident she understood the purpose of Emperor Wudao bringing her to this place. With a graceful flick of her hand, she summoned a sword. In that instant, a dazzling beam of sword light burst forth, illuminating the dim confines of the cell. With a splatter, blood erupted, painting the walls and floor of the dungeon. It also splashed onto Qingge's exquisite yet frigid visage. Nevertheless, she appeared oblivious, not lifting a hand to wipe it away, her expression remaining one of unwavering indifference as she observed the scene before her. Chapter 65, The Three Great Sacred Rankings of the Celestial Realm in the Blink of an Eye. Several days passed swiftly. During this time, the skies above the ancient city of the secret realm were tumultuous, with divine rainbows soaring through the air, their brilliant hues piercing the heavens. Numerous treasures, commanded by exceptional talents, glimmered with radiant light, accompanied by an array of ancient ships and flying vessels, all hailing from various ancient clans and immortal sections. Among them stood the renowned paragons of the sacred universe, as well as youthful sovereigns. Simultaneously, the ancient relics and treasures within the secret realm exhibited frequent disturbances over these few days. The once archaic and weathered ruins occasionally erupted with a burst of colorful brilliance, as splendid as fireworks and as enigmatic as the stars. These lights signified either the activation of protective seals guarding the relics or the imminent emergence of ancient legacies concealed within. Deeper within the Tianji secret realm, a resplendent celestial radiance emanated, soft yet dazzling, reminiscent of a galactic cascade descending from the ninth heaven. Within this celestial light, faint wisps of divine essence permeated the air, exuding a mysterious and formidable aura, as if silently proclaiming the forthcoming appearance of a treasured artifact. The entire ancient city of the secret realm seemed ignited by a grand celebration, as all were aware that the Tianji celestial source was on the verge of revelation. Amidst the ancient streets and alleys of the secret realm city, Dongwang Qiling strolled leisurely, her curiosity piqued as her gaze flitted between the time-honored architecture and the peculiar scenery. In recent days, through clever deception and allure, she had successfully transformed Huang Tao into her capable aide. Both had their own motives, and during their exploration of the secret realm, they had reaped substantial rewards. Upon entering the ancient city, Dongwang Qiling had deftly used the pretext of seeking her kin to extricate herself from Huang Tao's company. Now unburdened, her spirits soared, her steps becoming ever lighter. As she wandered, she suddenly questioned inwardly, "Hey, you mentioned that within the city lies my destined rival. Where is she? With your current status, you lack even the qualifications to confront her." "Go to the Tianji clan," came the response from the enigmatic tome, laced with a hint of disdain and a notably cold tone. Upon hearing this, Dongwang Qiling's brows knitted in displeasure, her heart brimming with defiance. In recent times, she and Huang Tao had devoted themselves entirely to the pursuit of celestial treasures, remaining largely ignorant of other happenings within the secret realm. As for the circumstances of various factions in the upper realms, she was utterly oblivious, relying solely on the tome's intermittent explanations for insight. "What purpose is there in going to the Tianji clan?" she muttered, her rosy lips slightly pouting, her face awash with confusion. Realizing her words, she suddenly recognized that the Tianji clan was precisely the excuse she had employed to deceive Huang Tao. "Of course, it is to find you a protective power. Do not question so much. Simply comply," the tome replied with a hint of impatience. Dongwang Qiling, upon receiving this, tightened her brows into a straight line. Though reluctant, she stamped her foot in a fit of petulance and moved in the direction of the Tianji clan. Meanwhile, in a tranquil courtyard, Wudao sat poised within a pavilion, his gaze flickering with a trace of intrigue. From the moment Dongwang Qiling and Huang Tao entered the ancient city, their every action had been within the perceptive reach of Wudao. However, when Wudao became aware of Dongwang Qiling's journey to seek the celestial tribe, he felt a flicker of surprise. After all, according to the information gleaned from the system interface, Dongwang Qiling was a transcendent from Blue Star, not a native of the primordial sacred universe. Yet, Wudao merely took note of it without dwelling on the matter, soon redirecting his thoughts. He gently lifted his gaze toward the entrance of the courtyard, where he beheld Qingge adorned in a delicate azure silk gown, gracefully advancing with measured steps. In recent days, the two had not crossed paths, and Qingge had not sought him out. The reasons for this remained unexplored by Wudao. Has the present world revealed itself? Wudao withdrew his gaze and inquired softly. I can now accurately discern its precise location. If the place sensed by our bloodline truly corresponds to the emergence of the celestial source, there should be no errors. Qingge approached, her expression earnest as she replied. Subsequently, she channeled her spiritual energy, causing a faint luminescence to envelop her. In an instant, strands of shimmering light appeared to be drawn by an unseen hand, swiftly converging and intertwining before their eyes, resembling stars in playful embrace. Moments later, a vivid image began to materialize. Through this projection, they could roughly ascertain the direction of the celestial source's emergence. However, upon witnessing this scene, Wudao raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of perplexity flickering in his eyes. Not long ago, he had also received visions regarding the emergence of the celestial source from Qingge and Shu Hongxiu, yet the locations provided by the three differed drastically. This indicated that each scion of the Tianji celestial dynasty had received unique information regarding the celestial source's location. This revelation left Wudao's heart laden with questions. What secrets does the Tianji celestial source conceal? Why does it reveal disparate locations to different individuals? At the same moment, within the ancient city of the secret realm, various ancient clans had also heard news from the amicable scions of the celestial dynasty regarding the impending emergence of the celestial source. In the expansive hall of the celestial authority, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Wudao's actions seemed aimed at compelling the celestial authority to provide an explanation, to safeguard the demonic clan's reputation in the primordial realm. They were currently not in immediate danger. Xiao Yang, maintaining a composed demeanor, scanned the assembly. I cannot ascertain the level of danger, but if the Ziwei Celestial Palace has any undisclosed schemes, it is best to inform me in advance at the Qiming Celestial Palace. Tang Wan, from the Qiming Celestial Palace, donned a moon-white robe, her expression frosty. Her words were notably aloof. The Qiming Celestial Palace does not wish to be unwittingly used as a pawn. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those in the hall varied. Some were in agreement, others displayed concern, while a few appeared contemplative. Xiao Yang quickly clarified, his tone sincere. Lady Tang, you may have misunderstood. The assassination was certainly not orchestrated by the Ziwei Celestial Palace. Why would Wudao wish to cast blame upon the Celestial Authority? Perhaps there lay an ulterior motive concealed beneath the surface. Nearby, Qianni nodded slightly in agreement. What Brother Xiao said is reasonable. Our Celestial Authority has always stood united. At this critical juncture, we must not fall prey to Wudao's schemes and disrupt our ranks. Tang Wan, upon hearing this, inwardly scoffed, her exterior remaining unperturbed. The Ziwei Celestial Palace has long coveted the Tianji Celestial Dynasty, a fact well known among the celestial community. Now that a situation has arisen, they have managed to extricate themselves from it entirely. However, they seem to have forgotten that the demon clan is not easily deceived. This matter is unlikely to resolve itself smoothly. Nevertheless, with the imminent emergence of the Tianji Celestial Source, the Qiming Celestial Palace is reluctant to escalate tensions with them. Soon, the discussion shifted away from this topic, focusing instead on the advent of the Tianji Celestial Source. Chapter 66, The Origin of the Supreme Heavenly Scripture. The following day, as dawn broke, the tranquility of the ancient city within the secret realm was shattered by a series of low, rumbling sounds. In the sky, numerous ancient warships and flying vessels pierced through the clouds, swirling majestically in the air, capturing the attention of countless cultivators within the ancient city. Figures began to emerge from the ancient towers and palaces, their gazes sharp as they turned towards the center of the city, where a pitch-black demonic ship emanated a chilling aura. The ship bore the formidable inscription of Heavenly Demon, which was particularly striking. At the bow of the vessel stood the imposing figure of Emperor Wudao, flanked by Qingge, the Geo Guards, and a host of demonic beings. His gaze swept over the crowd. Even from a great distance, people could sense the condescending nature of his stare. This was especially true for those in the celestial governance area and for Yiling Tian. Emperor Wudao's indifferent glance felt as though it regarded the onlookers as mere specters. Under his penetrating gaze, the crowd's expressions darkened, their faces clouded with unease, feeling as though he regarded them with utter disdain. Who is this person? Why does he exude such an air of arrogance? On the ancient ship of the celestial clan, Dongwang Qingling observed Emperor Wudao with curiosity and inquired aloud. A number of individuals stood behind her, including the celestial clan's young master, Dongwang Tianming. With a wry smile, Dongwang Tianming shook his head and explained, "Little ancestor, Your return from reincarnation has left you somewhat oblivious to the current state of the Hunyuan realm. He is no ordinary individual. He is the scion of the imperial clan, a young master of the demonic lineage, Emperor Wudao. By heavens, Dongwang Qiling could not help but exclaim. He occupies 2 seats among the 12 ancestors of Hunyuan. What a fortuitous fate. She then added, though I must say, he is quite handsome, unfazed by the bemused expressions of those behind her. She pondered inwardly, why are you silent? Dongwang Qiling was puzzled. Typically, during such moments, Qishu would either chime in or offer a sardonic remark. Yet today, ever since Emperor Wudao's appearance, Qishu had fallen unusually silent. Within, Qishu wore a grave expression. Gazing at the receding silhouette of the demonic ship, its eyes reflecting a tumult of memories, fury, and an uncontrollable urge for vengeance. After a prolonged moment, it condensed all its emotions into 2 words. Let us go. Are you all right? Dongwang Qiling whispered. She had never witnessed Qishu in such a state. Her heart filled with concern and confusion. Qishu remained unresponsive, enveloped in silence. At this moment, its heart felt as heavy as lead. In its mind, scenes continually replayed, a world collapsing, akin to an apocalyptic scenario. The scent of blood pervaded each vision, suffocating in its intensity. In truth, Qishu did not belong to this timeline. It had returned from the river of time a millennium later. After 1,000 years, Emperor Wudao waged war on the celestial path. Driven by personal desire to transcend the pinnacle of the great Tao, he did not hesitate to slaughter the myriad races of Hunyuan, and even Dongwang Qiling, who was once his partner, fell victim to his ambitions. In a moment of desperation, her former master, Dongwang Qiling, sacrificed her life, offering herself as a tribute to send Qishu back into the river of time, hoping to reverse fate and alter destiny. Upon its return, the wondrous tome discovered that its original trajectory had been irrevocably altered. Its previous master had not returned. And even the realm of the primordial saint universe bore no trace of their existence. It was unwilling to accept this fate. How could it? Thus, it embarked once more upon the river of time, seeking to locate Dongwang Qiling. Yet, this very endeavor led to a confrontation with the heavenly Tao's retribution, casting it into the tempest of time and space. When it awoke, it found itself in an entirely new world, one that was foreign and beyond its comprehension. Blue Star. Strangely, within this realm, it encountered an individual who resonated with it deeply, a person strikingly identical to its former master. Subsequently, utilizing the mysterious coordinates of its essence, the tome overcame numerous adversities to bring Su Qingling back to the primordial saint universe. However, to its astonishment, upon their return, Wudao had transcended to the Saint King realm. In the tome's recollections, Wudao had only attained the quasi-saint level at this age. All of this was beyond its expectations. Soon, during their discourse, the heavenly demon ship vanished from sight. The prodigies of the ancient clans, witnessing this, no longer hesitated. They boarded ancient vessels and flying boats, piercing the sky amidst a surge of spiritual energy, setting forth toward the horizon. Within the ancient city, those from the 2nd and 3rd tier forces of the upper realm, as well as numerous wandering cultivators, found themselves without the guidance of the celestial dynasty's offspring. They could only muster their resolve and cautiously follow the ranks of the ancient clans, hoping to secure some advantage in the contest for the celestial source. Conversely, the number of cultivators willing to follow Wudao was exceedingly scant. Days later, upon an expansive and boundless sea, Wudao stood at the bow of the ship, a contemplative expression flickering in his profound gaze. From the information relayed by Qingge and others, it became apparent that the entrance to the Tianji celestial source was not confined to a single location. This situation deviated somewhat from his expectations. Nevertheless, this was perhaps fortuitous. Were he to ensnare all the members of the ancient clans at once, it would complicate his search for an appropriate pretext. Despite his extraordinary prowess, he could not ruthlessly strike against everyone without consequence. Such a course of action, which would render him a target for all, was one he would naturally avoid. However, when the time came to act, he would not hesitate. At this moment, it was indeed time for the pawns to fulfill their purpose. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the early revelation of his cultivation, which had drawn the attention of those exceptional beings on the saint rankings. A tribute page. In the next instant, Wudao called forth within his mind. Ding! The familiar blue page materialized before him. Master, Wudao identity, young emperor of the imperial clan. Young sovereign of the demon clan cultivation level. Initial stage of Saint King Physique. Chaotic immortal demon body. 35 activated. Fate value. 56, 700 cultivation methods. Devour immortal. Consume demon technique. Imperial law. Reincarnation of immortal and demon. Divine Emperor seal. 9 radiant sword intent. System store. Not opened. Innate abilities. Initial stage of heavenly Tao incarnation. Eye of heaven storage space. Divine demon emperor armor. Emperor slaying sword. Number of individuals supported by fate. 5 number of individuals devoured by fate. 7 gazing at the familiar system interface. Wudao's attention was drawn to the chaotic immortal demon body. This entity's awakening necessitates an immense source of celestial talent. Currently, within the celestial realm of the Tianji secret, the prominent figures on the sacred rankings undoubtedly represent the most suitable targets, ripe for harvest. Subsequently, a cold smile graced his lips, with a casual wave of his hand. The space before him seemed to be violently torn apart by an invisible giant hand, revealing a profound fissure. The figure of Wudao stepped directly into it, vanishing in the blink of an eye aboard the Tianma ship. Chapter 67, The Temptation of the Soul Entity. At the very moment his figure vanished, within the elegant confines of the demon ship, Qingge slowly opened her eyes, a flicker of curiosity dancing in her gaze. Have you not yet grasped his nature and methods? A voice, laced with disdain and mockery, resonated within Qingge's mind. Do you believe that by becoming his woman, you can penetrate his heart? If it were that simple, he would not have placed you in peril. In his eyes, you are merely a tool to be exploited. Upon hearing this, a chill swept across Qingge's features as she retorted coldly, And what of you? The soul entity hesitated briefly before responding, I am different. We are one and the same. Even if I wished to utilize you, I would never endanger your life. Is that so? Have you never contemplated consuming me to seize this body? Qingge scoffed, recognizing that if their roles were reversed, she would resort to any means necessary for survival and dominion. The soul entity fell silent for a considerable time upon this revelation. After a few breaths, it spoke again. Even so, it is preferable to remain as a mere tool for Wudao's exploitation. If I were to inhabit this body, he would never again toy with me at his whim. Qingge, unable to suppress a cold snort, replied, If that is your intent, I advise you to abandon such thoughts promptly. Do not waste your efforts. Do you truly wish to remain under his thumb? You possess an unparalleled celestial body. With limitless potential ahead, why demean yourself so? The voice of the soul entity rose in pitch, tinged with uncontainable fury and frustration, as if advocating for Qingge, while simultaneously seeking an opportunity for its own schemes. Yet, after this impassioned plea, Qingge merely closed her eyes once more, her expression as tranquil as still water, too weary to offer even a simple response. For a fleeting moment, the surroundings fell into silence, with only their breaths breaking the stillness, creating an inexplicable sense of oppression. After a while, the soul entity, unwilling to relent, ventured again, Very well. I shall take a step back. As long as you assist me in finding a suitable vessel, I can not only help you escape Wudao's grasp, but also compel him to kneel before you in supplication. Is that so? Qingge's voice, brimming with disdain, echoed through the air. To her, a soul entity whose own existence was precarious dared to make such audacious promises, akin to the musings of a madman. The soul entity chuckled coldly, My lineage is beyond your imagination. The esteemed primordial 12 ancestors, whom you regard as insurmountable powers, are but ants before my clan, easily extinguishable with a mere gesture. It had anticipated that such declarations would astonish Qingge. However, reality dealt it a harsh blow. The expected gasps of shock and awe did not materialize, and in response, there was only an oppressive silence. Qingge had effectively muted it. In the Tianji mountain range, a dense aura of celestial energy, as palpable as tangible spirit, enveloped the surroundings. Every inch of the air is suffused with an ancient and mysterious aura. A divine rainbow streaks across the sky, unleashing formidable waves of energy wherever it passes, causing the ethereal birds and strange beasts deep within the mountains to flee in panic, their cries echoing in disarray. On the ancient vessel of the Tianji celestial dynasty, Qingge, clad in white, stands quietly at the bow, her gaze traversing the rugged mountain ranges, peering into the distance with a serene and untroubled expression. Behind the ancient ship, a grand procession follows, comprising the celestial halls of various sects, along with the Xiantian Empire and the Underworld Palace, creating a dense, overshadowing formation reminiscent of a sinuous dragon. Princess, the celestial beings clearly regard us as mere pathfinders. You must not place excessive trust in them. Huang Tao warns gravely beside Qingge. I understand. Qingge replies calmly, then turns to Huang Tao. I have my own mission. It is unnecessary for you to risk your life for opportunities that do not concern you." Upon hearing her words and gazing into her clear, transparent eyes, Huang Tao feels an involuntary surge of compassion. He surveys their surroundings and responds, "Princess, we do have options, as long as you." However, before he can finish, he notices Qingge turning away. Before them lies a hazy expanse of mist, shrouded and boundless, as if it serves as an entrance to a mysterious realm. After a moment of quiet contemplation, confirming that this is indeed the place where the bloodline leads, she does not hesitate or command the others to halt, but plunges straight into the thick fog. The prodigies of various sects behind her furrow their brows at this sight. They have sensed a mysterious force within the mist that hinders their probing, yet at this moment, they have no alternative but to follow Qingge into the obscurity. To their surprise, the anticipated perils and traps do not manifest. As the ancient vessels and flying ships of the various clans enter the dense fog, they encounter no obstructions whatsoever. Upon emerging from the mist, a desolate landscape unfolds before their eyes. Here, the sands swirl violently, dust clouds billow, and it seems as though they have stumbled upon a corner forgotten by the world. The howling winds whip up the loose sand and stones, producing a harsh sound that instills an inexplicable chill in the heart. At the end of their line of sight stands an ancient palace, solitary and resolute. The walls of the palace are weathered, etched with the marks of time, as if it has existed since the dawn of ages. "Princess, could it be that the Tianji celestial source resides within this palace?" asked Xiaoyang from the Ziwei celestial palace, approaching Qingge along with the celestial figures. Qingge gently shakes her head. "I have ventured into the Tianji secret realm before, according to my father. The location of the Tianji celestial source varies each time it manifests. The Ziwei celestial palace should be aware of this." Her gaze remains calm and steady, meeting Xiaoyang S with neither deference nor timidity, despite his status as a celebrated figure on the sacred list. Xiaoyang, upon hearing her response, offers a subtle smile imbued with deeper meaning. "In that case, we would be grateful for the princess to lead the way." Upon hearing this, Qingge did not refuse. She cast a glance at the assembly of celestial beings and gracefully stepped towards the ancient hall, her posture elegant and her silhouette resolute. The formidable figures from various ancient clans and the illustrious prodigies of the immortal sects, witnessing this scene, gathered closely behind Qingge, advancing towards the ancient hall. "Heavenly Elder, what should we do next?" Huang Tao, concealed within the crowd, observed the unfolding events with a somber expression, his heart racing with urgency. Currently, each ancient clan had dispatched protectors at the pinnacle of the Saint King realm, and their numbers were considerable. If this place truly harbored the source of immortality, I could devise a method to temporarily ensnare them. However, you must remember, under no circumstances should you reveal yourself unless absolutely necessary. Should I take action, I will have to leave your body, and at that moment, I will be unable to ensure your safety." The voice of the celestial guardian resonated softly in his mind, imparting a sense of gravity to the situation. Chapter 68. An excellent burial ground. Upon hearing these words, Huang Tao felt a slight calmness wash over his previously restless heart. Recently, the situation within the Tianji secret realm had undergone a dramatic shift due to a series of actions taken by Emperor Wudao. The ancient clans and sects were in a state of alarm, hastily dispatching powerful beings at the Saint King level, including peak Saint Kings and renowned prodigies. As the son of the national teacher of the celestial dynasty, he was naturally accompanied by protectors. However, seeking convenience and under the protection of a divine artifact, he had chosen to venture alone. Who could have anticipated that the current circumstances would be so complex, rendering his personal strength insufficient to contend with others in the Tianji secret realm? Reflecting on this, Huang Tao cursed Emperor Wudao 1,000 times in his heart. Emperor Wudao. Speaking of which, where are the others? Suddenly, Huang Tao snapped back to reality. He realized that along the way, he had not encountered a single member of the demon clan, nor had he seen any teams from the primordial orthodoxies or ancient clans. Heaven help us. Could it be that the site of the Tianji immortal source's emergence encompasses more than just this location? The spirit of the divine artifact fell into contemplation and after a long pause, remarked, "I am uncertain. Perhaps only by entering the ancient palace can we uncover the truth." Huang Tao nodded thoughtfully and proceeded in the direction of the ancient palace. Shortly after their departure, dense fog swirled ominously as Emperor Wudao stepped forth from the mist, his gaze casually surveying the surroundings as he murmured, "This is indeed a fine burial ground." Days later, The prodigies from various ancient clans finally drew near the innermost depths of the ancient palace after traversing a considerable distance. This ancient palace resembled a miniature world, vast and boundless, with palatial structures sprawling across its expanse. Each edifice shimmered with radiant light, fragrant incense wafted through the air, and spiritual energy enveloped the surroundings. As if one had stepped into a newly opened celestial court, a dreamlike realm. Countless mansions, each illuminated by celestial glow, displayed an extraordinary aura. Many had perished in the fierce competition for inheritance within the ancient palace, meeting their demise here. Yet, in this world, calamity and fortune are often intertwined. Numerous prodigious talents had discovered forgotten scriptures, unparalleled treasures, and abundant spiritual resources within the various mansions. The prodigies from the 3 hidden celestial palaces undoubtedly emerged as the victors of this opportunity-laden banquet. Just recently, the practitioners from various ancient clans had witnessed with their own eyes as Xiaoyang of the Ziwei Celestial Palace defeated an ancient Saint King with absolute prowess. That battle was nothing short of astonishing, leaving all in awe of the might of the saint-ranking prodigies. Not only Xiaoyang, but the 2 other prodigies from the celestial lineage, including those from the Xiantian Empire and the Ming Palace, as well as Huang Tao, had secured coveted secret treasures or inheritances. In stark contrast, Qingge appeared exceptionally low-key. Throughout her journey, the inheritance opportunities within the mansion seemed to her mere fleeting fancies. She quietly sought the path to the emergence of the Tianji immortal source. Amidst this cacophonous treasure hunt, she stood out like a celestial being, untouched by the disturbances of the mortal realm. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed, as if the heavens themselves were being split asunder, causing the ears of the gathered crowd to ring painfully. The entire ancient palace trembled violently, reminiscent of an ancient behemoth that had been abruptly awakened from its slumber. As the crowd instinctively looked up, a dazzling beam of celestial light surged forth from the depths of the ancient temple, illuminating the entire hall. Before their eyes lay a long and winding ancient pathway, resembling a slumbering primordial dragon, stretching into the unknown. Along the walls flanking the path, murals were embedded at intervals, each emitting an eerie, subtle glow, casting a sinister ambience. The surroundings were enveloped in an unsettling silence, devoid of any signs of lurking danger. Yet, inexplicably, a heavy sense of oppression weighed upon the hearts of the onlookers. Nevertheless, at that moment, the crowd did not falter. Some cultivators, propelled by an irresistible urge, dashed forward the instant the ancient path materialized. The celestial beings, however, proceeded with utmost caution, waiting until Qingge stepped onto the path before following suit. "Be wary. I sense a murderous intent," a voice echoed in Huang Tao's mind, hidden among the throng. His pupils constricted, his body tensed, and he vigilantly scanned his surroundings. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The cries of slaughter abruptly shattered the stillness of the ancient path. Blood gushed forth, splattering against the cold walls, blooming into shocking crimson flowers. Among the crowd, several individuals suddenly appeared possessed, their eyes vacant and devoid of spirit, unhesitatingly wielding their blades against their companions and fellow cultivators. Chaos erupted, cries of anguish intertwining with screams of terror. In an instant, dozens fell amidst the blood-soaked ground, the crimson liquid rapidly spreading. "This place is sinister. Do not gaze at the murals." An elderly elder from the sacred ground finally discerned the anomaly, shouting hoarsely. Only then did the crowd realize that those who had succumbed to madness were all individuals who had previously scrutinized the murals. Even the celestial beings were not spared, as many disciples fell into a frenzied state, turning against their former comrades, faced with allies they once fought alongside. The members of various ancient clans were momentarily at a loss, their hearts heavy with sorrow. "Abomination!" Xiaoyang's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, his spiritual energy surging violently. With a swift motion, a torrent of power erupted, instantly reducing a possessed disciple of the celestial palace to ashes. Witnessing this, a chill crept into the hearts of the onlookers. However, spurred by his decisive action, many steeled their resolve and began to strike against the possessed disciples. In an instant, the air was thick with the stench of blood, a scene of sheer carnage. Meanwhile, an even more sinister aura began to quietly manifest. The blood mist drifting through the air seemed to respond to some mysterious force, rapidly coalescing towards the murals. "We must flee." Tang Lin of the Qingming Celestial Palace was the first to sense the impending danger, shouting loudly. Suddenly, the murals along the entire ancient path began to tremble violently, followed by a series of shattering sounds. From the murals emerged grotesque beings, some humanoid, others beastly, and many with ghastly visages, straining against the shattered walls. They lunged toward the crowd with claws bared and teeth bared. Their eyes glinted with a sanguine hunger, as if blood were the sole essence of their existence. Chaos swiftly descended upon the scene, as blinding lights and the thunderous clash of various powers reverberated in the air. Practitioners from ancient clans hastily summoned their treasures or activated their techniques to fend off the onslaught. Yet, they soon realized that with each fallen cultivator, these malevolent entities absorbed their life force, their strength swelling exponentially. There was no room for restraint. If this continued, not only the celestial source would be at stake, but our very escape would be in jeopardy. Tang Lin's brows furrowed tightly, her words laced with a chilling resolve. Unbeknownst to her, she had already grasped a longsword in her hand, its blade trembling, exuding a powerful spiritual energy. Even as her voice echoed along the ancient path, she surged forth like an arrow released from a bow. Her raven hair danced wildly, her skirt billowed fiercely, and her aura radiated with the might of a warrior goddess. The prodigies of the celestial order and ancient clans, witnessing this spectacle, understood the gravity of the situation. To conserve their strength now would be tantamount to awaiting their demise. In that instant, hesitation evaporated, and they unleashed their spiritual energies, a resplendent glow enveloping them as they summoned their fated artifacts. In a heartbeat, a kaleidoscope of treasures dazzled the eyes, their holy light blinding, while runes flickered and danced. Powerful forces intertwined and collided, erupting in a cacophony of deafening roars. The radiance cascaded down, illuminating the once ominous space, creating a scene of breathtaking awe. Chapter 69. The tower ascends to suppress all soon. With the addition of these formidable beings from the sacred realm, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Although the malevolent forces were tenacious and possessed an extraordinary resilience, making them exceedingly difficult to eradicate completely, the prodigies of the ancient clans showcased their exceptional prowess, wielding powerful artifacts of assault. In the midst of life and death struggles, they held nothing back, unleashing the full might of their divine weapons. Under such a fierce onslaught, the conflict was swiftly quelled. However, this ambush resulted in the demise of numerous clansmen from various ancient lineages. Even Qingge, under the vigilant protection of the guardians from the Tianji immortal dynasty, could not escape unscathed and sustained some injuries. Her complexion appeared somewhat pale, and her skirt was torn with traces of blood. Yet her gaze remained as tranquil as still water. Without uttering a single word, she turned and strode purposefully towards the end of the ancient path, as if summoned by a mission that lay ahead. Witnessing this scene, the others paused for a moment in contemplation before following suit. With the Tianji immortal source so tantalizingly close, none could resist its allure. Guided by Qingge, they quickly traversed the ancient path. In an instant, a magnificent and resplendent hall came into view. At the end of the hall, a jade platform constructed from sandalwood and emerald stood majestically atop the clouds and mist. A delicate stream of multicolored auspicious light swirled around it, illuminating the hall in a brilliant glow. Upon the jade platform flowed a liquid suffused with celestial essence, rising in ethereal, colorful vapors, as if it contained supreme immortal principles. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the hearts of those standing in the hall surged with excitement. "The Tianji immortal source, it is mine," exclaimed a prodigy from an ancient clan, his eyes ablaze with fervent desire as he eagerly leapt towards the jade platform. However, before he could approach, a fierce gust of palm wind surged toward him with alarming intensity. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air. A cultivator from an ancient clan had resolutely intervened, blocking his path. The prodigy barely had time to feel anger before witnessing several figures rushing frantically towards the jade platform. In the face of the Tianji immortal source, any notion of camaraderie became utterly insignificant. Xiaoyang from the Ziwei immortal palace stood quietly to the side, his gaze fixed upon the jade platform, his brows slightly raised. While others may have known little about the Tianji immortal source, how could the Ziwei immortal palace remain unaware? He had heard that the mystical source could only yield its most astonishing effects when a man and woman entered together hand in hand. Yet, the celestial source upon the jade platform was entirely different from what he had been told. Nonetheless, pondering these matters at present was futile. The immediate priority was to seize the celestial source. Everyone, let us first unite to deal with them. When that is accomplished, we can compete for the source based on our individual capabilities. What say you? Xiaoyang proposed to the assembly. His words immediately garnered support from many within the celestial faction. Among the crowd, Huang Tao, who had been concealing his presence, observed everything with great anxiety, exclaiming inwardly, "Heavens! What shall we do now?" The spirit of the Zhentian artifact, which was scrutinizing the Tianji immortal source within him, showed no signs of urgency in responding. It could keenly perceive that although the celestial source before it harbored immense power, its quantity was rather limited. With merely this celestial source, awakening the dormant celestial veins within Huang Tao would likely prove insufficient. After a moment of contemplation, the spirit of the Zhentian artifact spoke. I will devise a means to confine them for a brief while. Seize this opportunity to take Qingge and acquire the celestial source. Once you obtain it, depart from this place with utmost haste. I shall find a way to rendezvous with you. Throughout their journey, the spirit of Zhentian had sensed that Qingge's demeanor was excessively calm, displaying no ripples of emotion even in the face of this Tianji celestial source, a tranquility that seemed somewhat abnormal. It harbored suspicions that this location might not be the genuine manifestation of the Tianji celestial source. Thus, it had urged Huang Tao to act alongside Qingge. In this manner, should all proceed smoothly, the two could safely withdraw together if unforeseen circumstances arose. It would not be difficult for Huang Tao to subdue Qingge, given his strength. Upon hearing this, Huang Tao felt a surge of joy within, his gaze swiftly capturing Qingge's silhouette as he stealthily approached her. Unbeknownst to him, Qingge had remained just within his reach since they entered the ancient hall. Princess, no matter what occurs, you need only to follow closely behind me, he whispered as he quietly reached Qingge's side. At that moment, he exuded an air of transcendent confidence. Qingge, upon hearing his words, displayed a flicker of surprise in her beautiful eyes. The battle within the Grand Hall had reached a dire impasse. The various ancient clans of the Hunyuan could hardly withstand the onslaught of the celestial faction. She could not comprehend the source of Huang Tao's confidence. However, she quickly regained her composure. Someone who garnered the attention of Wudao must possess unique qualities. Otherwise, why would Wudao have specifically instructed her? Act now, just as the ancient clans of Hunyuan were on the brink of collapse. The voice of the Zhentian spirit resounded abruptly. Without the slightest hesitation, Huang Tao seized Qingge's arm and dashed toward the Tianji celestial source. Xiaoyang, who had been closely observing Qingge's movements, naturally witnessed the scene of the two rushing toward the Tianji celestial source. A cold smirk crept upon his lips. One at the pinnacle of the divine king realm, and another at the threshold of the saint realm, daring to vie for the Tianji celestial source? He truly wondered from whence their confidence derived. However, before he could take any action, an ancient and mysterious aura erupted explosively within Huang Tao. A dazzling light instantly illuminated the entire Grand Hall. Xiaoyang and the other celestial prodigies beheld it, a resplendent and translucent treasure pagoda slowly ascending from within Huang Tao. Simultaneously, a vast and overwhelming force of suppression descended like a celestial curtain from the heavens above. An inexorable pressure surged like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire hall, causing all cultivators and beings to tremble, their very souls quaking involuntarily. With a series of muffled thuds, several cultivators of lesser strength found their legs giving way beneath them, collapsing to the ground as blood gushed from their mouths. In that moment, their physical forms, spirits, and spiritual power were all sealed away. Even the most formidable beings at the pinnacle of saintly power, along with the prodigies listed on the saintly roster, found their movements severely hindered by this overwhelming force. Astonishment gripped their hearts as they desperately channeled their inner spiritual energy in a futile attempt to counteract the oppressive might. They were unable to intervene and halt Huang Tao and Qingge, forced to watch helplessly as the two made their way towards the celestial source of Tianji. The expressions of the onlookers darkened, their eyes swirling with murderous intent. Xiaoyang and others summoned their sacred artifacts, striving to eradicate Qingge and her companion in one fell swoop. However, they soon realized that under the shroud of this enigmatic suppressive force, they were unable to communicate with their innate artifacts, as if their divine consciousness had been severed. Buzz. Just as Huang Tao's hand made contact with the celestial source of Tianji, an astonishing occurrence unfolded. From the jade platform, a tremendous surge of spatial power erupted as the source was seized. Wisps of ethereal mist swirled and spread throughout the area. In the blink of an eye, Qingge and Huang Tao were enveloped within it, mysteriously vanishing from sight. The assembled crowd in the Grand Hall could only perceive a fleeting blur. They had no time to comprehend what had transpired, let alone react. Within the hall, only the spirit of the suppressing heaven artifact was keenly aware of the potent aura emanating from that mysterious force. Mingled with the rich and formidable essence of the celestial source, it pondered quietly Could it be that this is the true location of the celestial source of Tianji? After a brief moment of contemplation, the spirit of the suppressing heaven artifact resolved to depart from this place. If it could not trace Huang Tao's whereabouts, those within the hall had no hope of pursuit. With this thought, it retracted its suppressive power and darted towards the exit of the grand hall like a streak of light. Yet, just as it approached the threshold, a colossal handprint imbued with overwhelming demonic intent surged forth, accompanied by a cataclysmic force. Within it resided a profound imperial will, alongside a hint of celestial might that even the spirit of the suppressing heaven artifact found unsettling. Boom! A resounding crash echoed through the air. The spirit, caught off guard, was abruptly sent flying by the strike, tumbling through the air in a series of somersaults. This unexpected turn of events left everyone present in a state of shock. Before they could recover from their astonishment, a figure gradually materialized at the entrance of the Grand Hall. Chapter 70. The power of the heavenly path strikes with unparalleled shock. Since you have appeared, let us remain together. The voice of Emperor Wudao drifted into the Grand Hall, serene and unhurried. His gaze paid no heed to the astonished crowd within, fixated solely on the spirit of the heaven-subduing artifact. Although he had not exerted his full strength with that last strike, it was sufficient to obliterate an ordinary peak Saint King in an instant. The spirit of the heaven-subduing artifact was merely pushed back, suffering no substantial harm, indicating that the opponent's strength had likely surpassed the saint level, possibly reaching the imperial realm. Emperor Wudao, is that you? Why are you here? From the direction of the Celestial Alliance, Xiao Yang was the first to respond. His eyes locked onto Emperor Wudao. This was their first encounter, and to them, Emperor Wudao was merely a member of the younger generation. Even though he had ascended to the Saint King realm and garnered fame within the Tianji secret realm, they had not regarded him with any seriousness from the perspective of strength, much like their attitude towards Duan Ying. This pride stemmed from the essence of being a prodigy on the saint ranking. Naturally, I have come to slay you. With a casual demeanor, Emperor Wudao withdrew his gaze from the spirit of the heaven-subduing artifact, responding in a tone devoid of urgency. The moment these words left his lips, the hearts of the assembled prodigies within the hall jolted as if struck by a thunderbolt. Although many had fallen, over 20 peak Saint Kings remained, alongside 100 or more Saint Realm cultivators. Even an Imperial Realm powerhouse would hesitate to boast of slaying them so brazenly. From where did Emperor Wudao derive such confidence? Within the entire hall, only the spirit of the heaven-subduing artifact bore a grave expression, for it distinctly sensed a gaze akin to the will of the heavens firmly fixated upon it. A strong premonition gripped it, warning that any slightest movement would provoke the most ferocious retaliation. Utterly audacious. Do you believe that defeating Duan Ying grants you the license to act with impunity? Just right. You have captured Qian. This debt shall be repaid by you. The speaker was Qian from the Qian Kuan Celestial Palace, his face contorted with fury. As a prodigy of the saint ranking, he was accustomed to reverence wherever he went, yet now found himself so disdainfully treated by a younger generation. How could the proud heart of such a man endure this indignity? In the next moment, a surge of potent spiritual energy erupted from within him. The overwhelming aura of a saint radiating throughout the hall as if to overturn the very structure itself. Before him, a colossal fist, formed from resplendent holy light, materialized out of thin air, exuding immense pressure with every tremor, causing ripples to spread through the surrounding space. Emperor Wudao raised his gaze, his expression unperturbed. In the face of Qian's formidable strike, he appeared unfazed, merely lifting his hand with nonchalance. His posture suggested he was confronting not a lethal blow, but merely an inconsequential breeze. With a thunderous roar, as he raised his palm, the towering ancient hall reverberated with a deafening sound. The structure shook violently, seeming unable to withstand the burden, on the verge of collapse at any moment. The expressions of those within the hall underwent a dramatic transformation, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. This, divine might? How could this be possible? What kind of power is this? Even a formidable emperor-level expert could not possibly possess such terrifying strength. Amidst the crowd, a voice filled with fear and trepidation arose. Before the words had fully escaped, a colossal hand, obscuring the heavens and resembling the very hand of the divine, surged forth with an earth-shattering aura, piercing through the ancient hall's dome and descending with overwhelming force. The gust of its palm seemed to summon forth a primordial demon, its tyrannical essence suffocating those present. Wherever the palm passed, space, rules, and matter disintegrated into mere dust. Everything was succumbing to the overwhelming might of this colossal hand. Not good. Everyone, strike together. Someone, sensing the impending doom, was the first to react, their voice echoing with urgency. At this moment, no one harbored doubts regarding Emperor Wudao's intentions. He was unmistakably here to claim their lives. With but a single blow, he had instilled an unprecedented sense of suffocating peril in the distinguished talents and mighty beings present. In an instant, various sacred techniques and divine glows intertwined, radiating a brilliant light. Their innate sacred artifacts were summoned without reservation, as colossal cauldrons gleamed. Gourd-shaped vessels emanated radiant hues, and weapons resembling axes, swords, and knives materialized in succession. Each artifact erupted with dazzling brilliance, releasing boundless power that illuminated the great hall as if it were daylight. With a thunderous roar, the magnificent hall, which had withstood the test of countless ages, collapsed under the onslaught of this terrifying force, bricks and stones flying as dust billowed forth, accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds. The vast majority of cultivators found themselves utterly powerless beneath the colossal palm, their bodies shattered like fragile porcelain, blood spraying into the air. Their souls were extinguished in an instant, perishing beyond resurrection. How could this be? Xiaoyang coughed blood, his complexion pale, murmuring in disbelief. He could hardly accept the reality before him. The strength he had prided himself on was utterly crushed beneath his hand. Fear flickering in his eyes, a fear that emanated from the depths of his soul. Qingge fared even worse, drenched in blood, his gaze filled with terror and unease. The strike from Emperor Wudao was beyond the capabilities of even an emperor-level being. Such incomprehensible power had completely overturned the understanding of all present. Yet, before the crowd could recover from their shock, a terrifying force of devouring energy erupted from Emperor Wudao's being. The blood essence within the hall, the very origins. And even the shattered remnants of divine souls scattered in the air began to uncontrollably converge towards him, like countless rivulets flowing inexorably into the sea. Simultaneously, the demonic energy surrounding Emperor Wudao surged wildly, causing the void itself to fracture under the onslaught. His silvery hair, as white as snow, billowed in the wake of this malevolent energy. In that moment, Emperor Wudao transcended to the mid-stage of the sacred Qingge realm. Furthermore, as the origins of numerous prodigies flowed into his body, his chaotic, immortal demonic body successfully awakened to 40%. Instantly, the entire hall was enveloped in a chilling aura. Attack. His recently unleashed abilities are undoubtedly not a reflection of his innate power. Such abilities must be bound by limitations. Just as the crowd was rendered mute and paralyzed by the terror of Wudao's formidable strength, Tang Lin's cold voice suddenly pierced the silence. Her complexion was pale, and her breath was somewhat erratic, clearly indicating that she had sustained significant injuries from Wudao's prior assault. Yet, at this moment, her gaze radiated an unprecedented determination and resolve. Tang Lin understood well that Wudao's ruthless slaughter of the crowd signified his intention to spare no one present. In this life-and-death situation, any further hesitation or contemplation was utterly meaningless. The paramount concern was whether they could escape the Grand Hall alive. Upon hearing Tang Lin's words, the remaining few dozen individuals within the hall suppressed the tumultuous fear surging within them. They were acutely aware that any retreat at this juncture would only lead them to a dead end. Chapter 71. Not a trace remains under a single palm senior. Do you intend to passively await your demise? Do you truly believe that after he has slaughtered us, he will spare you? Tang Lin lifted her gaze, directing her attention towards the celestial spirit of the Zhentian artifact that hovered above the Grand Hall. The formidable power displayed by the Zhentian spirit earlier had left all present in awe. Tang Lin estimated that its might had likely reached the imperial realm. Should they manage to enlist the Zhentian spirit to combat Wudao, their odds of success would undoubtedly be significantly bolstered. Take action. I shall support you. The Zhentian spirit responded with unwavering decisiveness, devoid of any hesitation. It was acutely aware of the terror posed by Wudao. If they did not engage in a desperate struggle, it was certain that none would escape the calamity within this grand hall today. With the Zhentian spirit's affirmation, Tang Lin did not hesitate. Her long sword erupted with an overwhelming sword intent. The intent manifested as a tangible blade, tearing through the air and aiming directly at Wudao. Simultaneously, Xiaoyang and Qingge also sprang into action. Qingge chanted incantations, unleashing an unparalleled divine power. With an overwhelming sacred force surging forth from his being, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Possessing a terrifying destructive capacity, it appeared capable of annihilating all existence. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang invoked the Ziwei celestial method, with formidable laws of the Tao coalescing behind him. The radiant light of these laws soared to a height of 100 zhong, shimmering with resplendent celestial essence, as an immense hand of law emerged, seemingly intent on utterly suppressing Wudao. The mighty monarchs of other ancient clans and sects also refused to be outdone, each invoking their own innate Dao techniques. The earth reverberated with thunderous roars. The ground shook violently, as space shattered and reformed, as if engulfed in chaos. Even those at the imperial realm would find it prudent to evade such a terrifying onslaught. However, Wudao remained unsettlingly calm. He raised his gaze lightly. Can an ant truly shake the heavens? In the next instant, the void before him abruptly shattered, revealing a vast, silent abyss. Suddenly, a magnificent figure of the Dao ascended, as if traversing eons, stepping forth from the endless river of time. In that moment, the entirety of heaven and earth trembled. Spiritual power, rules, laws, every order of the world was plunged into a frenzied turmoil. An unparalleled, terrifying pressure, akin to the will of the heavens, descended upon them with overwhelming force. Every inch of air was distorted and contorted by this pressure, making even the act of breathing an arduous endeavor. How could he possibly summon the power of the will of heaven and earth? At this moment, the Jin Tian spirit could no longer maintain its composure, filled with incredulity. Only it understood that the will of the heavenly path represented the supreme law within the primordial source. To wield such power, one must earn the recognition of the primordial heavenly path's will. Even its former master, the celestial sovereign, could never possess such an extraordinary capability. Yet, Wudao offered the Jin Tian spirit no time for contemplation. The colossal hand of the Dao, resembling a pillar of heaven, slowly began to rise. This hand appeared to bear the most terrifying power within the cosmos. With a mere flick, dozens of formidable attacks capable of making even those at the Emperor's realm retreat in fear were effortlessly extinguished, reduced to mere dust without leaving a trace. Where the arm of the Dao swept through, a pitch-black rift in the void materialized abruptly. Within that chasm, there existed no trace of spiritual energy, no semblance of order. Ensnared in an absolute vacuum, impossible to reconstruct, an endless tide of fear, despair, and disbelief washed over the faces of the onlookers, as their very souls began to tremble, overwhelmed by terror akin to a surging tide. No someone cried out in desperation. Emperor Wudao, I. Another voice quivered with dread. Yet, it was all too late. With a resounding crash, the arm of the Dao descended mercilessly. The overwhelming force of the heavenly path crashing down as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. The sound echoed relentlessly, as if the very earth were being pounded by an immense hammer, the void fracturing and vast portions peeling away. Above the ground, a bottomless, obsidian pit slowly emerged, within which all signs of life were utterly obliterated, leaving behind only desolation and silence. Emperor Wudao gazed calmly at all that unfolded before him. The outcome held no surprises for him. At the moment of coalescing the Dao's physical embodiment, the system had already informed him that beneath the realm of immortals, he was invincible. How could a mere group of holy kings hope to contend with him? Yet, he could not help but feel a flicker of regret. This was the first time he had employed the Dao's embodiment, and the power was simply too overwhelming. With a single strike, there was nothing left but dust. Had he instead consumed the 3 great prodigies from the Immortal Palace's holy rankings, his destiny value would have surely soared, and the chaotic immortal demonic body could have advanced further. But as it stands, that plan had now fallen through. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slaughtering numerous powerful foes. Due to their vast number, an additional reward has been triggered. The reward options are as follows. 1. Unlock the system shop. 2. Elevate cultivation to the pinnacle of the holy realm. 3. 1/3 of the shattered immortal platform. The sudden additional reward caused Emperor Wudao to momentarily pause in astonishment. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation since binding to the system. He paid little heed to it, and turned his gaze to the system page for a detailed introduction to the rewards. Subsequently, he decisively chose to unlock the system shop. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the system shop. All items within the shop can be exchanged with destiny value. As the system notification concluded, a dazzling shop interface materialized before Emperor Wudao. He perused it with keen interest. The shop contained everything imaginable, from techniques and divine abilities to artifacts and elixirs. The higher the grade, the greater the destiny value required for exchange. However, at present, he found himself lacking for nothing and thus exited the system page. Come forth. Do you think I cannot uncover your presence? Emperor Wudao's gaze pierced the void before him as he spoke. Buzz. The void suddenly shimmered with a peculiar disturbance. Almost immediately, a streak of light dashed forth, the spirit of the heavenly guardian artifact slowly materializing. Yet at that moment, its aura appeared dim, and the tower itself seemed increasingly transparent, lacking the former grandeur. "Who are you?" the heavenly guardian spirit inquired, its voice low, tinged with wariness and gravity. With unwavering focus, it fixed its gaze upon the enigmatic Emperor Wudao, a torrent of skepticism swirling within. Judging by the formidable prowess displayed by Emperor Wudao, it found it utterly implausible that this individual was the so-called eternal prodigy, Emperor Wudao. Its conjecture led it to believe that Emperor Wudao was likely an ancient powerhouse from the imperial lineage, concealed through the ages, perhaps even a titan of the empire, transcending the eons, returning from the dawn of time. Did this hold any significance? A faint smile graced Emperor Wudao's lips. "What is your desire?" The spirit of the celestial artifact, sensing the lack of response from Emperor Wudao, pressed further. It was acutely aware that, given Emperor Wudao's characteristic demeanor, he would not easily allow it to escape unscathed. The absence of immediate action from Emperor Wudao hinted at deeper machinations at play. The spirit had already begun to surmise Emperor Wudao's intentions, a realization that it found most difficult to accept. At this moment, the spirit of the celestial artifact was enveloped in a surge of spiritual energy, poised to retaliate at any moment. Chapter 72. Is the agreement of the master possible? Do not waste your efforts. Wudao's expression bore a semblance of a smile, yet his tone was laced with a hint of menace. If you were to perish, do you truly believe I would spare Huang Tao? Concerning such an ancient existence, it was essential to employ reason first, followed by emotion. If all else failed, a swift strike would suffice. Upon hearing these words, the spirit of the town-subduing artifact was engulfed by a surge of fury. It perceived Wudao not only as merciless, but also as exceedingly vile, using Huang Tao as leverage against itself. After a moment of contemplation, it replied, "State your conditions. But rest assured, it is utterly impossible for me to recognize you as my master. Your so-called loyalty, in my eyes, is no different from foolishness. Do you truly believe he possesses the capability to recreate the glory of the town-subduing immortal sect? I find that highly dubious. Perhaps even returning to his original form may prove problematic for you." Wudao's tone carried an air of disdain. He was indifferent to whether the town-subduing artifact spirit acknowledged him as its master, while a quasi-immortal artifact might be a coveted dream for others. It held little significance for him. What he truly coveted was the profound memories embedded within the spirit's soul. An ancient being like it must surely be privy to countless secrets of the primordial holy universe. To ensure absolute certainty, he refrained from direct suppression. Wudao's words evidently struck a chord deep within the town-subduing artifact spirit. After a prolonged silence, it finally spoke. "Though he may be weak now, in the future, he shall undoubtedly achieve extraordinary feats." Wudao scoffed. "An ancient existence such as yourself, resorting to self-deception. Do you place your hopes in him merely because he is the offspring of an immortal sovereign? How could that be possible?" The town-subduing artifact spirit's heart quaked violently, its tower trembling slightly. Wudao's ability to discern its identity was not surprising. It had long regarded him as an ancient titan. However, the fact that he was aware of Huang Tao's lineage left it utterly incredulous. In its astonishment, it inquired once more, "Who exactly are you?" Wudao did not respond, merely shaking his head gently as he advanced step by step towards it. With each footfall, the pressure intensified, as if he intended to crush the very fabric of the world. "My patience is limited. Should you choose to embrace death, it matters not. I shall summon him to accompany you. Thus, the town-subduing immortal sect shall be forever entombed in the annals of history." A chilling aura permeated Wudao's words. The relentless pressure enveloped the town-subduing artifact spirit like an invisible net, tightening from all directions. The tower of the spirit buzzed violently, unable to discern whether it was fiercely resisting the terrifying pressure or merely expressing the turmoil within its depths. The town-subduing artifact spirit understood that the present age was vastly different from the past. The primordial universe was no longer the era of the town-subduing immortal sect. In this contemporary landscape, prodigies and young sovereigns emerged incessantly. Given Huang Tao's talents, competing with the multitude of exceptional figures in this age would prove exceedingly difficult. This was a harsh reality the town-subduing artifact spirit had to accept. And it was precisely why it had initially sought out Huang Tao yet remained reluctant to acknowledge him as its master. Deep within, it still harbored a faint glimmer of hope, yearning for the return of the transcendent offspring of the immortal sovereign. "I can acknowledge you as my master, but not at this moment. We shall converse once you have acquired my essence. Under the overwhelming pressure exerted by the Emperor Wudao, who seems capable of crushing all in his path, the spirit of the celestial vessel ultimately chose to yield. After all, it had been separated from its true form for an eternity, its strength diminished significantly, compounded by the grievous wounds it had previously suffered. In its current state, it lacked the power to oppose the Emperor Wudao. You are not in a position to negotiate with me. Before you lie two choices. Either submit to me or face your demise. As soon as the Emperor Wudao uttered these words, his colossal hand was raised high. In an instant, a magnificent hand of spiritual energy coalesced from the void, carrying an aura capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. Descending upon the spirit of the celestial vessel. Having previously probed the spirit's psyche, the Emperor Wudao had discerned the myriad of entanglements binding it. These entanglements acted like insidious tumors lurking in the shadows, incessantly corroding its resolve, preventing it from making decisive choices. In such a moment, how could the Emperor Wudao possibly show mercy? As the spirit gazed upon the colossal hand of spiritual energy, imbued with boundless might and descending with the intent to suppress, a wave of despair surged within it. Very well, I am willing to acknowledge you as my master, the spirit of the celestial vessel lamented. Upon hearing this, the Emperor Wudao continued his motion, coldly commanding, "Open your consciousness." You, the spirit exclaimed in alarm, feeling that the Emperor Wudao's demand was a humiliation. For it had not yet acknowledged him as its master, yet he sought to probe its consciousness. However, it had no alternative once the acknowledgement was complete. The Emperor Wudao would inevitably delve into its consciousness. After some contemplation, it ultimately acquiesced and gradually opened its consciousness. As the Emperor Wudao's soul intruded, the spirit sensed something amiss. The sheer magnitude of the Emperor's soul power was far beyond comprehension. Why would such terrifying strength be required to probe one's consciousness? Yet, it realized the truth too late. Everything had become irretrievable. In the blink of an eye, the Emperor Wudao began to confine its power. What are you doing? The spirit exclaimed in terror. What am I doing? Naturally, I am forging a contract with you. Did you not wish to acknowledge me as your master? The Emperor Wudao's indifferent voice echoed within the spirit's sea of consciousness. No, this is not the master-spirit contract. Emperor Wudao, you despicable scoundrel. The spirit's furious roars reverberated within the sea of consciousness, yet the Emperor Wudao remained unfazed. A master-spirit contract? Is that even possible? He had never lacked followers. Those forcibly subdued had no right to such a contract. To be bound by a soul contract was already a privilege. The Emperor Wudao disregarded the spirit's furious outbursts and insults, directly initiating the soul-binding technique. Before long, the contract was sealed. At that very moment, the corners of the Emperor Wudao's lips curled upward. He discovered that the spirit of the celestial vessel he had just bound was not a complete entity. The true spirit lay dormant within the celestial vessel's tower. During the battle on the immortal path, the tower suffered severe damage, and prior to its slumber, the spirit had separated 3 fragments of will. What the Emperor Wudao had just subdued was merely one of those fragments. These ancient beings were indeed profound in thought and had long since laid numerous contingencies. Originally, Emperor Wudao harbored doubts regarding the feeble strength and disheartened spirit of the artifact spirit, which served as the guardian of the celestial sect's semi-divine weapon. However, all became clear in due course. Subsequently, Emperor Wudao withdrew from the divine sea of the celestial suppression artifact spirit, though he did not depart immediately. Instead, he harnessed the power of the Taoist body to obliterate all celestial secrets within this realm. He estimated that the sealing power of this Taoist body would render it impossible for anyone from the primordial sacred universe to investigate this place unless the 12 ancestors of primordial were to descend personally. This was the foundation of his audacity to act recklessly here, slaughtering the cultivators of various ancient clans and traditions, with so many exceptional talents perishing in this place. Were it not for this sealing power, the primordial sacred universe would undoubtedly be stirred into tumult. As for what would transpire among the ancient clans and immortal sects after leaving the celestial secret realm, it bore no significance to him. Chapter 73. The unparalleled elegance of Dongwang Qingling. On the other side, in a vast expanse of ruins hundreds of thousands of miles away, a fierce battle raged with fervor. The spectacle was grander than imagination, as various sacred artifacts and divine powers erupted in resplendent brilliance, seemingly tearing the heavens apart and shattering the clouds. The void itself fractured under the onslaught of this tempestuous force, with dark spatial rifts spreading uncontrollably. Surrounding the ruins were cultivators from ancient clans and sects. including the primordial orthodoxy, the heavenly Tao Palace, the holy heavenly court, and the Order Sanctuary, alongside some reclusive ancient clans like the Forbidden World Manor and the Celestial Race. Thunderous roars resounded. Intense tremors radiated from the epicenter, overwhelming those of slightly lesser strength who could not withstand the residual waves of spiritual energy. Some suffered grievous bodily harm, while others were sent flying, coughing blood, their expressions filled with terror. Within the ruins, the sovereign of the holy heavenly court donned a golden sacred robe, exuding a chilling aura of lethal intent. His sacred sword hummed ominously, inscribed with ancient and mystical runes, each swing releasing a fierce sword energy, as if to cleave through space itself. Opposing him was Dong Wang Tianming from the Celestial Race, exuding an extraordinary aura, his flowing black hair dancing in the wind. Wielding the sacred artifact of his clan, the Celestial Emperor's Bell, each strike echoed with a deafening boom, the sound waves infused with ancient runes reminiscent of a grand bell tolling, shaking the very eardrums of those present, leaving them unsteady. Meanwhile, another equally heart-stirring clash erupted. Zhao Kuo from the heavenly Tao Palace faced off against the heir of the Forbidden World Manor, their energies vast and overwhelming, akin to a massive dark cloud threatening to engulf the realm. Wherever they passed, the ground was carved into unfathomable crevices, and the ruins crumbled to dust. Hey, perhaps we should abandon our quest for the Tianji celestial source and depart from here. Dong Wang Qingling, observing the terrifying battle unfolding before her, felt her complexion drain of color. Never before had she witnessed such a spectacle. At this moment, even if the notorious Emperor Wudao stood before her in all his glory, she would have no inclination to glance at him. Calm yourself. You are now the returned ancestor of the celestial race. How can you be intimidated by such trivial matters? The extraordinary tome hidden within Dong Wang Qingling's being could not help but voice its disdain at her timorous demeanor. It reminisced about the former Dong Wang Qingling in her past life, whose elegance was unrivaled, captivating countless proud souls and showcasing supreme dignity. Yet, the woman before it now, aside from her exterior, bore little resemblance to the splendor of her former self. Is this truly a trivial matter? The power here nearly rivals that of a small nuclear explosion. Dong Wang Qingling was unfazed by its remarks, defiantly pouting, her expression brimming with indignation. I have yet to find my male companion and do not wish to meet my end here. In response, the tome, uninterested in further debate, remarked, With me by your side, what do these people amount to? I shall assist you in suppressing them. Dong Wang Qingling, puzzled, retorted, Aren't you the one who only knows how to flee? Upon arriving at the enigmatic realm of Tianji, Qishu had never engaged directly, merely imparting to her some underhanded tactics of cunning and deceit. In the eyes of Dong Wang Qingling, he was nothing more than a charlatan, a mere trickster unworthy of her attention. Those individuals? How could they merit my involvement? It is simply beneath my contempt, Qishu scoffed coldly. Then why not take decisive action? Just suppress them and seize the Tianji Xianyuan. Why complicate matters? Dong Wang Qingling retorted, her frustration mounting as she perceived Qishu's lack of clarity. Clearly, he could forcibly acquire the Tianji Xianyuan, yet he insisted on shrouding the matter in mystery. With a grave tone, Qishu replied, What do you understand? I am exercising caution. Should that individual arrive, our identities will be compromised. Not only is the acquisition of the Tianji Xianyuan at stake, but our very survival may hang in the balance. Caution? From whom? Dong Wang Qingling queried, her gaze sweeping the surroundings with growing unease. Are you concealing something from me? After a brief silence within her, Qishu finally responded. This tale is lengthy. I shall elucidate further once we have exited this secret realm. Now, prepare for action. Before Dong Wang Qingling could react, a mysterious force enveloped her, rendering her body rigid and stripping her of autonomy, compelling her to rush toward the battlefield. With a mere flick of her fingers, countless arcane runes slithered forth like agile serpents, intertwining in the air to form a dazzling tapestry of light. As the runes swirled and radiated, they seemed to harbor boundless power. In the midst of a fierce clash, Zhao Kuo and the Forbidden Prince were utterly unprepared for this sudden intrusion. By the time they sensed the impending peril, a deluge of shimmering runes descended upon them like a torrential rain of light. Startled, they hastily attempted to defend themselves. Yet the overwhelming force rendered their efforts futile. In an instant, they were propelled backward, their bodies tracing a brilliant arc through the air, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake as ancient structures crumbled into clouds of dust. This cataclysmic upheaval astonished all present, both cultivators and beings alike. This is utterly terrifying. Who is this person, possessing such formidable strength? A cultivator gasped in disbelief. Look, it is the little ancestor. She has finally made her move. The cultivators of the Tianji tribe rejoiced upon recognizing Dong Wang Qingling as the one who intervened. Meanwhile, the Holy Sun and Dong Wang Tianming engaged in their fierce battle, halted in their tracks, bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. However, their expressions soon diverged into stark contrasts. Withdraw, and I may spare your lives. In the sky above the ruins, Dong Wang Qingling stood poised, her exquisite visage radiating an icy demeanor. She resembled a celestial maiden descending from the heavens, regal and commanding. As her words resonated, she elegantly waved her sleeve, and streams of radiant energy converged toward her from all directions, coalescing into a verdant ribbon of immense length in her grasp. The long silken ribbon danced freely in the air, resembling a spirited azure dragon, exuding a formidable aura that instilled fear. The chaos ribbon. The Holy Sun's pupils constricted sharply, instinctively murmuring to himself. Whoosh. Simultaneously, Zhao Kuo and the forbidden young master, who had been sent flying, hastened to the scene. Their garments were disheveled and they appeared somewhat disheveled, yet fortunately, they had not sustained grave injuries. Their gazes immediately fixated upon the chaos ribbon held by Dong Wang Qingling, their eyes brimming with a grave sense of foreboding. Chapter 74. The Sudden Inquiry of the Tyrant. The chaotic silk, the supreme imperial artifact of the celestial race, is said to possess the power to transform into any form and manipulate various fundamental laws. It can cleave the heavens and the earth in attack, withstand insurmountable challenges in defense, and even ignore spatial distances. They could hardly fathom that such a divine object would find itself in the hands of a young woman, of whom they had no recollection. With their strength, it was evident that this young woman was infinitely close to the realm of the emperor. How could such an existence, wielding the ancestral imperial artifact of the celestial race, remain obscure in the chaos-sacred universe? Brother Dong Wang, the celestial race harbors such an extraordinary woman. It truly broadens my horizons. Yet, I wonder, what is her identity? The Holy Sun, having ceased combat, fixed his gaze upon Dong Wang Tianming, a glimmer of inquiry flashing in his eyes as he spoke with a smile. The Holy Court and the celestial race have never had personal grievances, and both are ancient clans at the pinnacle of the law heaven domain, with occasional interactions. Were it not for the celestial source at stake, the two might well be toasting each other, engaging in lively discourse about the world. Hearing this, Dong Wang Tianming was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. The lineage of Dong Wang Qingling was exceedingly unique. She was the ancestral figure of the celestial race brought back from the cycle of reincarnation through the supreme celestial tome. However, the specific identity of this ancestor remained unspoken by the tome, and he dared not inquire further, fearful of trespassing upon forbidden matters. Amidst his thoughts, a chilling reprimand suddenly rang out. Step back. As a descendant of the celestial race, to be unable to subdue merely the Holy Son of the Holy Court is a disgrace to our lineage. Dong Wang Tianming's expression stiffened, embarrassment flooding his visage. Merely the Holy Son? He thought. You speak too lightly. The opponent is a well-known prodigy on the holy rankings, among those of equal standing in the chaos-sacred universe. There are hardly more than 5 who could easily suppress him. Yet, despite his inner thoughts, he dared not reveal the slightest dissatisfaction, simply bowing respectfully and murmuring, "Yes, milady." Milady? The utterance of these 2 words sent shockwaves throughout the ruins, leaving countless onlookers wide-eyed and exchanging incredulous glances. What kind of divine being could warrant such respect from the scion of the celestial race? Let us confront her together. If you refuse to depart, do not blame me for being merciless. Dong Wang Qingling paid no heed to the astonished and perplexed expressions of the crowd. In an instant, her aura surged dramatically, and she boldly launched her attack. The chaotic silk in her grasp seemed to possess a life of its own, dancing freely under her command. The long silk billowed gracefully, and several dazzling strands of silk light abruptly tore through the air, striking forth from the void with the might to rend the heavens and the earth. This silk light was formless and shadowless, yet it carried with it an overwhelming force capable of annihilating the world as it passed. The very fabric of space shattered like a broken mirror, fissures spreading in its wake. The Holy Sun, Zhao Kuo, and the Forbidden Sun all bore expressions as grave as frost. They quickly summoned their spiritual energies to counter the impending assault. Boom, boom. In that moment, a terrifying cacophony erupted throughout the heavens and the earth, akin to the explosion of countless stars. A powerful shockwave surged forth, shattering vast expanses of the void. The terrifying fluctuations of energy instilled profound fear in the surrounding cultivators, many of whom turned pale and dared not approach even a fraction closer. They could only desperately employ their skills to flee into the distance, terrified of being caught in the aftermath of such horror. Meanwhile, on a distant island, clouds of mist swirled and vibrant rays of light flickered in and out of view. The spiritual energy on the island was so dense it seemed almost tangible, weaving like gossamer through the air. Stepping into this realm felt akin to entering a paradise, intoxicating and isolated from the mundane world. At the heart of the island, the celestial demon ship floated silently in the sky, resembling an ancient behemoth lying in wait, its enormous form casting shadows over a vast area, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Unlike other secret realms or ancient sites, this place was enveloped in silence, devoid of large-scale battles. Occasionally, a few courageous cultivators who had followed the demon clan dared to observe from a distance, yet they did not approach the vicinity of the celestial demon ship, fearful of provoking dire consequences. Beneath the colossal ship lay an ancient and magnificent cave dwelling. This residence was grand in scale, intricately designed, with pavilions and towers arranged harmoniously, showcasing an air of antiquity in its carved beams and painted rafters. Inside, one was met with a dazzling array of spiritual treasures and mountains of sacred materials, each radiating a unique glow and aura. In some hidden corners of the cave, celestial light shimmered, imbued with potent energy waves. However, none of this captivated Qingge's attention. At that moment, she stood before a jade platform constructed of exquisite white jade, her delicate face, reminiscent of fine porcelain, furrowed in concentration. Her gaze was fixed upon a floating orb of celestial liquid above the platform. Merely approaching this orb made Qingge feel the stirrings of her celestial body within, as if an instinctual desire compelled her to consume it. Yet, she restrained her inner impulses, refraining from any rash actions, for the Emperor Wudao had yet to arrive, and neither the Yue nor she herself dared to act without his command. Yet, she pondered where Emperor Wudao might be at this moment, and what had become of the various ancient clans and their lineages. Though she lacked the Emperor Ji's favor in the Tianji celestial dynasty, she had heard whispers of a singular source of celestial energy within the realm. It was said to be a wellspring of immortality. Any cultivator fortunate enough to obtain it could undergo a metamorphosis, solidifying the veins of celestial spirit and embarking on the path of cultivation. However, the celestial liquid before her was entirely different from the legendary Tianji source. What was she thinking? Just as Qingge's thoughts swirled, an incredibly familiar voice resonated softly behind her. Qingge momentarily froze, instinctively turning around. She stepped back a pace, maintaining a respectful distance from Emperor Wudao, and bowed slightly, greeting him with, "I have seen the young lord." Emperor Wudao observed her subtle movements, but said nothing. He simply walked past her, briefly uttering two words, "Let us go." Thus, the two of them ascended the steps slowly, one following the other. In your heart, what kind of person do you perceive your father, the emperor, to be? As they walked, the Emperor Wudao suddenly inquired unexpectedly. Qingge, taken aback, raised an eyebrow, momentarily at a loss, unable to comprehend the reason behind such a question. Nevertheless, she candidly expressed her truest sentiments. Indifferent, heartless, a ruthless overlord. What leads you to such a conclusion? The Emperor Wudao pressed further. Chapter 75, The True Location of the Celestial Source of Tianji. After a moment of contemplation, Qingge responded, "My interactions with him have been limited. Yet within the Tianji celestial dynasty, tales of his exploits are countless. The most renowned among them is his decisive break with the Ziwei celestial palace upon ascending to the position of crown prince, disregarding the voices of dissent. Only within the royal family is it known that this incident marked one of the bloodiest and most brutal chapters since the establishment of the Tianji celestial dynasty, with innumerable royal kin falling at his hands. Following that, my grandfather abdicated the throne. The first act of his reign was to venture alone to the Ziwei celestial palace. What transpired within the palace remains a mystery, yet at that time, he was merely at the imperial realm." Emperor Wudao, upon hearing this, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. While the imperial realm may be a coveted pinnacle within the Hongyuan sacred universe, it still pales in comparison to the zenith of the Ziwei celestial palace. To dare to confront such an esteemed authority at the imperial level requires not only extraordinary courage, but also unshakable confidence in one's own abilities. Emperor Wudao could not conceive that Ji Huang, the ruler of a dynasty, would be a rash and impulsive individual. Furthermore, he sensed a contradiction in this matter. Why would Ji Huang sever ties with the Ziwei celestial palace? If it were for the sake of the celestial source of Tianji, why then invite the ancient clans of Hongyuan to explore the secret realm at this juncture? A rational mind would opt for competing with the Ziwei Celestial Palace over the celestial source of Tianji rather than engaging the entirety of the Hongyuan sacred universe in such a struggle. As for Ji Huang's declaration at the Wanshou banquet, expressing remorse for the common folk and thus opening the Tianji secret realm, who would truly believe such an excuse? The ancient clans are genuinely concerned with the Tianji secret realm, not with Ji Huang's motivations. Even if Ji Huang claims to be mindful of the mortal realm and unwilling to sacrifice its inhabitants for the sustenance of the celestial source, it is evident that he possessed the means to provide for the source without relying on the three mortal realms a millennium ago. Had he collaborated with the Ziwei Celestial Palace at that time, there would have been no valid reason for their refusal. It was undoubtedly a mutually beneficial endeavor. Yet, they chose the path of opposition, culminating in the present situation where the Ziwei Celestial Palace is poised to act against the Tianji Celestial Dynasty, particularly at the moment the Tianji secret realm is set to reopen, rather than at the time of Ji Huang's severance. Thus, Emperor Wudao could deduce a conclusion. The Tianji secret realm must conceal a monumental secret capable of overturning everything, one that could drive a wedge between the Tianji Celestial Dynasty and the Ziwei Celestial Palace, compelling both factions to defy the order of Hongyuan for its sake. Gazing at the ethereal and suspended celestial source of Tianji before him, Emperor Wudao's eyes deepened with intensity. He hesitated no longer, extending his hand towards the celestial essence of Tianji. A sudden, violent tremor surged forth. The immense power of space seemed to awaken from slumber. Sweeping forth from the depths of the jade platform, tendrils of energy rose and fell with abandon, enveloping both Emperor Wudao and Qingge in an instant. Qingge was taken aback, and before she could ponder the situation, a sudden warmth radiated from her palm. In the next moment, she felt the surrounding space beginning to shift incessantly. A powerful wave of dizziness struck her, and an unsettling feeling compelled her to instinctively grasp the sturdy hand that enveloped hers. Then, a blinding white light flashed abruptly. An ancient and profound aura enveloped her, intertwined with a rich celestial essence. Slowly, Qingge opened her eyes to behold a towering celestial mountain that pierced the clouds, shrouded in ethereal mist that danced like gossamer, with rays of dawn flickering in between. Majestic celestial trees rose high, flowers bloomed resplendently, and sacred herbs wafted delightful fragrances. How much longer will you hold on? Just as Qingge was absorbed in the breathtaking scenery, a deep voice echoed in her ear. She snapped back to reality, only to see Wudao raising an eyebrow and gazing at her, while her hand remained tightly clasped in his. In an instant, a flush crept rapidly up her cheeks. Qingge, feeling as though struck by lightning, released his hand and hastily lowered her gaze, unable to meet Wudao's eyes, unsure of what to say next. At that moment, a peculiar ripple coursed through the air, a hum resonating that shattered the brief awkwardness. Before them, brilliant light converged swiftly, intertwining and coalescing into the form of a young Taoist. Greetings, esteemed friends. I am the celestial boy of Tianji. Congratulations on successfully navigating the trials of the Tianji secret realm and obtaining the Tianji celestial source inheritance. The young Taoist smiled warmly and bowed respectfully to them. Oh, are there other cultivators here? Wudao's gaze casually swept over the young Taoist, surveying the surroundings. His eyes then fell upon an ancient path behind the Taoist. The steps wound upward, seemingly endless, resembling a slumbering dragon leading into the depths of the misty, celestial mountain. The celestial boy of Tianji slightly bowed and respectfully replied, "To inform you, there are no others here. I am merely the manifestation of the will of the Tianji celestial source. Send to guide the trial takers to the celestial source and acquire the inheritance. Aside from us, is there no one else who has arrived here?" Upon hearing this, Wudao smiled faintly. "None," the celestial boy of Tianji answered succinctly. However, before his words could fully dissipate in the air, Wudao had already raised his hand. In an instant, a terrifying surge of spiritual power erupted, manifesting a colossal spiritual hand that appeared out of thin air. With overwhelming force, it descended upon the celestial boy of Tianji. A thunderous crash echoed. The young Taoist had no opportunity to react before being struck forcefully by Wudao's hand, infused with immense spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, the Taoist's form shattered like fragile glass under a heavy blow. Simultaneously, a rune glowing with mysterious light drifted gently from the broken remnants of his body. Wudao observed this with calm detachment. Such illusions might seem profound and enigmatic to others, yet for him, endowed with system enhancements, it was child's play, hardly worthy of mention. In contrast, Qingge, filled with astonishment, could not help but inquire, "What is happening? Why did it suddenly?" "Someone has laid a maze to obstruct our path to the Tianji celestial source," Wudao replied. The Emperor of No Way spoke, his gaze fixed upon the winding ancient path ahead, a flicker of intriguing light passing through his profound eyes. He surmised that such a remarkable feat was most likely executed by that traveler from the Blue Star. According to the news from Lin Ruoshi, Donghuang Qingling single-handedly subdued the 3 paragons of the sacred list, seizing the celestial liquid of Tianji. That battle was indeed breathtaking. Chaos Silk, the supreme heavenly book. The Blue Star Traveler, this combination unmistakably heralds a destined female protagonist, does it not? It is no wonder that her destiny value is so immense. "Master, I have detected Huang Tao's whereabouts," came the voice of the spirit of the celestial device from within the Emperor of No Way. The Emperor was not surprised. Not only Huang Tao, but Yiling Tian had also successfully entered this realm. Alongside Donghuang Qingling, the 3 destined individuals of the Tianji secret realm had indeed gathered. "Go. Safeguard your former young master. He holds great significance for me," the Emperor of No Way replied nonchalantly. "Understood, Master," the spirit of the celestial device responded, then transformed into a streak of light, shooting forth from the Emperor's body and vanishing into the vast expanse of the sky. Chapter 76, Transcending the Fantastical. I become the Great Leak with so many schemes laid out along this journey. Whom are you truly guarding against? In the ancient pathways of the celestial mountain, shrouded in mist, Donghuang Qingling gazed at the enigmatic tome beside her, her heart brimming with perplexity. Throughout their travels, the tome had employed numerous concealed mechanisms, radiating an air of caution that piqued her curiosity immensely. During the battle at the ancient site, she was genuinely astounded by the tome's formidable power, which utterly subverted her understanding. She could not comprehend why such a potent entity as the tome would act with such meticulous prudence. "You do not grasp the depths of his cunning. His methods are ruthlessly inhumane. I cannot afford to repeat past mistakes," the tome replied gravely, its tone somber. Upon entering the celestial mountain, it had not relaxed its vigilance. Rather, it became increasingly cautious, each step seemingly a precaution against unknown perils. The tome was all too familiar with Wudao. In their previous lives, amidst the fierce competition for legacies, they had conspired together to ensnare many a prodigy of the mixed origins. In that era, the tome had even regarded Wudao as a half-master, bestowing upon him unwavering trust. Yet, the moment Wudao turned against Donghuang Qingling, the tome's world shattered instantly. The sensation of betrayal from one so close felt like a dagger, deeply piercing its core. Upon hearing the tome's response, Donghuang Qingling furrowed her brows and tentatively inquired, "The person you speak of cannot be Wudao, can it?" Since the tome had encountered Wudao, it had undergone a noticeable transformation, a change that Donghuang Qingling could perceive. However, as the tome had not explicitly stated this, she refrained from pressing further. Upon hearing Wudao's name, the tome remained silent, yet an unmistakable surge of agitation emanated from it. Witnessing this, Donghuang Qingling couldn't help but roll her eyes, feeling as though she had fallen into a pit of misfortune. Wudao, with all the traits of a cunning antagonist from a novel, coupled with the tome's peculiar demeanor, led her to deduce that Wudao must have committed some heinous act, whether it be betrayal or the slaying of a master. She was all too familiar with such narrative tropes. But what was her identity? Transcending into a fantastical realm to single-handedly overthrow the antagonist? No. She did not desire such a fate. It was utterly exasperating. The more she pondered, the more her anger swelled, prompting her to stamp her foot in frustration. Suddenly, a tremendous roar reverberated from the depths of the celestial mountain. Donghuang Qingling and the tome exchanged a quick glance, and in a flash of light, they sped towards the heart of the mountain. At that moment, thoughts of Wudao were cast aside. They were far more concerned with ensuring that the celestial source wasn't snatched away before Wudao could even arrive. Deep within the celestial mountain, enveloped in ethereal mist, a spiritual lake began to materialize beneath the veil of fog. The lake radiated a serene light, shimmering with myriad hues and exuding profound mystery. Gentle ripples danced upon its surface, as if time itself had regressed to the primordial beginning, with wisps of vapor swirling above, and exquisite jade lotuses blooming in resplendent clarity. At this moment, brilliant sacred lights entwined in the air above the spiritual lake, colliding and erupting into a terrifying tempest of spiritual energy. Yiling Tian, caught in the throes of battle, became increasingly astonished, realizing that the emergence of a Wudao from the celestial mystic realm was nothing short of astonishing. In this moment, the once obscure son of the national master of the Tianji celestial dynasty unexpectedly displayed such astonishing combat prowess. Upon his arrival, he had ascertained that Huang Tao was merely at the threshold of the Saint Realm. Yet, in an instant, it seemed a mysterious force descended upon him, augmenting his strength to a level where he could contend with him. With Yiling Tian's keen insight, he discerned that Huang Tao was not wielding his own power. This force resembled a formidable protective artifact, or perhaps some form of inherited strength. At this juncture, Huang Tao, engaged in battle with Yiling Tian, was equally astonished. He was well aware of the might of the spirit of the heaven-subduing artifact, yet even so, it could not suppress Yiling Tian. Internally, he marveled at the prowess of the one who stood at the pinnacle of the saint ranking. Cautioning himself, he sensed a formidable presence approaching. At that moment, a voice from within warned him of the spirit's alert. Startled, Huang Tao scanned his surroundings with vigilance. Simultaneously, Yiling Tian furrowed his brow, clearly sensing the impending arrival of another. However, soon, contrasting expressions emerged on their faces. A streak of light traversed the sky at an astonishing speed, revealing the figure of Dongwang Qingling hovering above the spirit lake. It was the Dongwang girl. Huang Tao's countenance brightened at her arrival. In stark contrast, Yiling Tian felt a weight settle in his heart. His journey to the Tianji celestial dynasty had shattered many of his preconceived notions. Not only had an immortal body emerged, but Emperor Wudao had also broken into the Saint King realm at a young age. Now, the two individuals he casually encountered both bore immense fortune. To have attained the quasi-saint status at such a tender age, and to be guarded by enigmatic entities, prompted Yiling Tian to recollect his master's recent words. A great era is dawning, destiny is unfolding, the path to immortality is manifesting. And this lifetime will surely harbor opportunities for ascension. Ah, it's that big fool. Dongwang Qingling recognized Huang Tao with a mere glance, her heart lifting at the prospect of having another free ally. She perceived him as the quintessential child of fortune from a novel, his presence intertwined with various treasures and legacies. Wait, a child of fortune? Suddenly, a shiver coursed through Dongwang Qingling. Her previously joyful disposition plummeted to despair. Strange book. I have a foreboding feeling that we may have misjudged our roles, she mused internally. Misjudged roles? What do you mean? Queried Strange Book. Dongwang girl, let us join forces and share the celestial essence. Huang Tao communicated telepathically just as Dongwang Qingling was about to respond. At this moment, she had no inclination to scheme for the Tianji celestial essence. She yearned to vacate the premises immediately. If her suspicions were correct, she would be the unwitting harbinger of fortune. This was no grand tale of traversing realms to vanquish villains, rather. It was a narrative where she unwittingly became the prime target of exploitation. Agree to his proposal. Yiling Tian is more formidable than Huang Tao. We must strategize, or once Emperor Wudao arrives, the situation will turn against us. Strange Book cautioned amidst Dongwang Qingling's tumultuous thoughts. Yet, she wished to voice her concerns. But, no buts, just heed my advice, Strange Book decisively interrupted. Although it sensed something peculiar about Dongwang Qingling at that moment, it had no time for further inquiries. Its sole desire was to swiftly seize the Tianji Yuan and depart from this place. Soon, upon receiving a response from Dongwang Qingling, Huang Tao felt a surge of joy within him, and his eyes sharpened with intensity. To demonstrate his sincerity, he was the first to strike. Plunging directly towards Yiling Tian, his hands weaving intricate patterns in the air. Within his palms, ancient and enigmatic runes began to materialize, their cryptic nature exuding a formidable suppressive force from a distance. In no time, these runes coalesced in Huang Tao's grasp, forming a colossal character of Zhen. Subdue. Huang Tao bellowed, extending his palm as he directed his power towards Yiling Tian. Chapter 77. The Three Fated Ones Clash in the Boundless Void. Yiling Tian's expression suddenly hardened. The conversation between Huang Tao and Dongwang Qingling transpired in an instant, leaving him yet to comprehend the underlying truth. He soon sensed an overwhelming force of suppression gathering from all directions of the universe. Raising his gaze, he beheld an enormous seal, imbued with the might to annihilate the heavens and the earth, descending upon him. As it traversed its path, the space around it distorted and contorted, resonating with a thunderous roar. Yiling Tian's eyes sharpened, radiating a fierce killing intent. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, unleashing the surging holy essence within him, its brilliance dazzling and illuminating the entire sky. The resplendent holy light evolved before him, its aura vast and boundless, diffusing throughout the cosmos. This was a formidable offensive technique of the Qingge clan, known as the Sunset Divine Radiance. Immediately thereafter, he summoned forth the brilliant light. Like a shooting star, it tore through the endless void, barreling toward the colossal seal with an unmatched force. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated. The immense surge of spiritual power resonated through the heavens, causing the entire celestial mountain to tremble. Wherever the residual energy flowed, ancient trees and mountain peaks were obliterated, collapsing in swathes. However, before Wielding Tian could make his next move, a far more chilling crisis quietly approached. The celestial mist churned chaotically, and a piercing azure light erupted, akin to a divine radiance that ruthlessly rent the entire firmament asunder. It manifested as sword light, blade light, and spear brilliance, morphing into myriad forms, overwhelming in its intensity. Under this radiant glow, it seemed as if all things in existence would be effortlessly cleaved and shattered. A sudden heaviness settled in Wielding Tian's heart. He had not anticipated that these two younger individuals would conspire so swiftly in the shadows. In a moment of thought, a silver gleam emerged from within him, enveloping his entire form instantaneously. It was an exceedingly powerful protective holy robe, exuding an aura that was both mysterious and ancient, seemingly capable of withstanding all forms of assault. Then, he waved his hand once more, summoning forth a sword. A magnificent sword intent surged from his grasp, directly rending the heavens. A long fissure in the void appeared, resembling a celestial curtain, radiating endless sharpness and dominance. Clang, clang, clang. The chaotic silk clashed violently with the sword light, tearing the void into a myriad of wounds. Countless cracks appeared, resembling a shattered spider's web, terrifying in their multitude. Puff! Wielding Tian's complexion changed drastically as he uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of blood. He was forcefully hurled back by the sheer might of the attack. The protective holy robe he wore was marred by numerous alarming scratches, clearly having shielded him from many lethal blows. Chaos silk. Wielding Tian gritted his teeth, suppressing the turmoil within him, stabilizing his form, and fixating his gaze upon the chaos silk in Dong Huang Qingling's palm. At that moment, his expression darkened to an ominous degree. An imperial artifact. He had unexpectedly encountered an imperial artifact within the Tianji secret realm, and in the hands of a mere junior. It is crucial to note that, in the current primordial holy universe, aside from the imperial clans, the heavenly Dao immortal palace, the Qingge family, and the 4 quasi-immortal artifacts wielded by his master. Imperial artifacts were the pinnacle of all magical tools. In the realm of ancient clans and immortal sects, treasures that safeguard their legacies seldom reveal themselves. The esteemed Qingge clan, with its profound heritage, possesses merely 3 imperial artifacts, 2 resting within the ancestral grounds and 1 held by his true self. How could this avatar, then, traverse the world bearing such imperial relics? Wielding Tian, suppressing the tumultuous stirrings within, inquired, "Might I ask which prodigy of the Tianren clan stands before me?" "I am Wielding Tian of the Qingge clan." He sensed no prior enmity with this lady and hoped she would not be wielded as a pawn by others. At this moment, Wielding Tian reluctantly resorted to revealing his family name. He understood well that while Huang Tao could barely contend, the presence of Dong Huang Qingling exerted an unprecedented pressure upon him. Particularly, the chaotic silk swirling in the air, exuding a primordial essence, felt as though a mountain were descending upon him with each undulation, amplifying his burden. "Withdraw." Dong Huang Qingling's voice was frigid, devoid of warmth. She offered no leniency to Wielding Tian, yet sought to avoid escalating the situation. After all, he was a crucial piece in the chess game that constrained Wudao. In her memory, Wielding Tian was not solely backed by the Qingge clan. A mysterious and formidable organization supported him from the shadows. Wielding Tian raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, clearly unprepared for her lack of deference. Taking a deep breath, he spoke gravely, "While you obstruct my path, you may not be aware that Qingge has already descended to the depths of the spirit lake. Perhaps she has already acquired the Tianji immortal source." Such divisive tactics bore no fruit with Dong Huang Qingling. She had sensed Qingge's entry into the lake long before taking action against Wielding Tian. Her hostility towards him stemmed from the belief that he posed a greater risk of betrayal at a critical moment than Huang Tao. "Do not trust him, Dong Huang. I have already conferred with Qingge. She will not monopolize the immortal source." Huang Tao interjected, his urgency palpable, fearing Dong Huang Qingling might misinterpret his intentions. Yet, with the resolve not to retreat, Dong Huang Qingling's demeanor grew colder. Ignoring their exchanges, she let the chaotic silk dance once more. In an instant, the heavens shifted, celestial mist surged and roiled, and the space quaked violently. Countless beams of light congregated frantically, bursting forth with grandeur. Akin to a luminous dragon descending from the heavens, aimed to engulf Yiling Tian. Simultaneously, witnessing the unfolding scene, Huang Tao no longer concealed his prowess. Mysterious runes flickered around him, emanating an ancient and formidable aura. A resplendent tower took form behind him, its body shimmering with ethereal light, embodying boundless suppressive force. Seemingly intent on subjugating the very realm beneath it, its target fixed upon Yiling Tian. Faced with these two nearly terrifying attacks, Yiling Tian's expression shifted to one of profound gravity, as if a layer of frost had settled upon him. Such power, if he were present in his true form, might have allowed him to engage in battle. However, at this moment, he is merely a projection, utterly incapable of resistance. Despite the profound reluctance stirring within him, Yiling Tian had no choice but to evade the onslaught. He continuously executed his ethereal techniques, leaping through the void in an attempt to elude the attacks. Yet, he underestimated the strength of his adversaries, even though his agility and sorcery were extraordinary. Their assaults latched onto him like relentless vermin. Yiling Tian furrowed his brow, his expression darkening with unease. He vowed to remember this day. He understood that their strikes had sealed this realm, and if he did not flee, his projection would undoubtedly meet its demise. With that, he uttered a fierce remark and prepared to tear through the void to escape this place. Chapter 78. The Tyrant Unleashed. However, at the moment Yiling Tian tore through the void, an icy, bone-chilling wave of unprecedented peril suddenly surged forth. There was no time for contemplation. A shadowy black radiance, imbued with a sense of annihilation, expanded rapidly within his gaze. Instinctively, Yiling Tian raised his hand, summoning all the spiritual energy within him in an attempt to withstand this cataclysmic threat. Yet, everything transpired with alarming swiftness. With a muted thud, the obsidian blade pierced through his palm without any hindrance. In the next instant, to Yiling Tian's horror, it effortlessly rent asunder his protective holy robe, penetrating his resilient flesh and driving straight into his heart, shattering the essence of life itself. In the following moment, a figure emerged from the dark rift in the void. Yiling Tian beheld it, a pair of pitch-black eyes, devoid of warmth, and a countenance as emotionless as a sword sheath. "You, tyrant!" Yiling Tian coughed blood, vitality ebbing away, disbelief etched across his features. He had never imagined that he would fall in such a disgraceful manner at the hands of the tyrant. He had acted hastily, true, yet his strength was formidable, bolstered by the protective robe, yet he could not withstand even a single strike from the tyrant. The turn of events came too abruptly. Not only Yiling Tian, but even Dong Huang Qingling and Huang Tao, who stood nearby, were equally astonished, their minds rendered blank. Yiling Tian's might was unquestionable, yet the tyrant had managed to seal off his escape without their awareness. With just a single sword strike, he had gravely injured Yiling Tian, extinguishing his life force. The two gazed at the figure stepping forth from the void, sword in hand. A chilling sensation coursing from their feet to the crown of their heads, their hearts filled with an overwhelming dread. "You disappoint me greatly," the tyrant remarked, his expression devoid of warmth as he regarded Yiling Tian. In that moment, Yiling Tian possessed none of his former composure. His complexion was as pale as parchment, his form swaying precariously, as if he might perish at any moment. His handsome visage was contorted with rage and indignation, twisted into a horrifying grimace. "It is merely a doppelganger. If it perishes, so be it. If my true self were here, would you dare to act so brazenly?" Yiling Tian declared fiercely. "My true self?" The tyrant's lips curled into a cold smirk at the utterance. He could hardly be bothered to respond further. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, and in an instant, a vast, dark hand materialized from thin air, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. With a deafening crash, Yiling Tian's form was obliterated, crimson blood and shattered flesh erupting forth like a blooming scarlet flower suspended in the air. Blood rained down, mingling with debris, a suffocating stench of iron filling the atmosphere, instilling terror in all who bore witness. To this scene, the tyrant appeared utterly unfazed. He slowly turned away, his ink-black robe billowing in the wind with a haunting rustle. His abyss-like gaze fell unhurriedly upon Dong Huang Qingling and Huang Tao. "It is your turn now," he stated coldly. Before his words had fully dissipated, the tyrant had already made his move, his sword weaving a deadly dance of brilliance. Two breathtaking sword lights surged forth, cleaving the void and resonating with a sharp, piercing clang. As the sword light traversed the realm, the very heavens and earth trembled, the winds and clouds shifted. as if all existence would be obliterated beneath its brilliant edge. A jolt coursed through Dong Huang Qingling and Huang Tao, their expressions shifting dramatically, yet neither retreated. A fierce killing intent emanated from Dong Huang Qingling's cold visage, her aura sharp and frigid. With a graceful flick of her jade hand, the long silk in her grasp danced fluidly through the air, creating a multitude of afterimages. In the blink of an eye, countless runic light swords materialized, densely packed like an impenetrable curtain of light, charging boldly towards the sword light. Simultaneously, a thunderous roar echoed, as an unending force of suppression converged from all directions. Under the pressure of this terrifying power, the void twisted and warped, with spatial rifts gaping open like ghastly scars. Before Huang Tao, ancient and mysterious symbols rapidly coalesced, revealing a glimpse of the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, their divine radiance shimmering and intertwining into a dazzling spectacle. He chanted incantations. As ancient seals imbued with the power to obliterate heaven and earth surged forth, howling towards the Emperor Wudao with an awe-inspiring momentum. The clash of swordlight, runic swords, and ancient seals erupted violently, the deafening sounds of impact and shattering resonating incessantly. Above the firmament, the residual waves from the collision of spiritual forces burst forth like resplendent fireworks, their terrifying might stretching for countless miles. Emperor Wudao's expression turned frigid as he snorted coldly, raising a hand to lightly touch the void. In an instant, a vast and overwhelming aura radiated from him. The space surrounding Dong Huang Qingling and Huang Tao boiled violently, convulsing in turmoil. Then, two utterly distinct forces exploded forth. Dong Huang Qingling was taken aback, witnessing an arm reminiscent of an ancient demon, enveloped in chaotic energy, extending from the void with a world-destroying momentum, bearing down upon her and shattering the space in its wake. On the other side, billions of divine lights shimmered, exuding an ethereal aura. As a resplendent giant hand materialized from the heavens, it obscured the sun and the moon, its might colossal, akin to an exalted celestial king descending to suppress all existence within its grasp. How is this possible? Dong Huang Qingling instinctively murmured. The celestial demon rebirth technique, demon's arm. Celestial's imperial palm. This was the supreme method of the primordial chaos, long vanished from the annals of history, with scant records remaining in the entire realm of primordial saint universe. Even those who knew of it were but vaguely aware. Yet, Emperor Wudao had mastered it. A revelation that left her utterly astounded. Before she could process her thoughts, a muffled thud reverberated. Huang Tao faltered first, his form sent flying, crashing heavily into the celestial mountain behind him. Ancient trees were uprooted, peaks crumbled in sways, obliterated and reduced to dust, his figure swallowed within, leaving his fate uncertain. Dong Huang Qingling fared little better. The runic techniques shattered under the onslaught of the demoness arm's terrifying might. Had it not been for the chaotic silk absorbing much of the attack, she would have surely suffered severe injuries by now. Yet even so, blood trickled from her lips. Her complexion pale as paper. She stood weakly in the depths of the void, gasping for breath, her beautiful eyes fixated on the approaching figure of Emperor Wudao. A tumultuous blend of anger, resentment, and disbelief swirling within them. Chapter 79. The speculation of Dong Huang Qingling. Do you seem eager to kill me? Wudao treaded through the void, his voice deep and resonant. This traveler from Blue Star, despite their lack of prior acquaintance, emanated an intense murderous aura that felt almost tangible. The system had investigated and confirmed that Dong Huang Qingling was not a reincarnated ancient being. Thus, the source of this killing intent likely stemmed from that supreme celestial tome of the celestial race. As for Huang Tao, Wudao did not even spare him a glance. With the spirit of the celestial suppressor present, where could he possibly escape? Wudao, you remain as despicable as ever. Dong Huang Qingling's pale visage revealed a blend of defiance and indignation. At this moment, the extraordinary tome had ceased its pretense. It was acutely aware that since Wudao had made his appearance, he would undoubtedly not let either her or Dong Huang Qingling escape. Still, Wudao's interest piqued at this remark. What? Reduced to such a state that you lack the courage to confront me directly, hiding behind this woman's body? Buzz. As Wudao's words faded, a stream of radiant light surged forth from within Dong Huang Qingling. Come forth then. Do you think I fear you? The extraordinary tome firmly settled upon Dong Huang Qingling's shoulder, its petite hand pointed directly at Wudao, as if preparing to charge forth and devour him whole. Dear brother, take it easy. If you seek death, I do not wish to follow suit. With the manifestation of its true form, the cold demeanor on Dong Huang Qingling's face swiftly dissipated, replaced by sheer trepidation and anxiety. Her legs trembled slightly, and her hands instinctively clutched at her garment. The overwhelming power of Wudao instilled a sense of terror within her, rendering her nearly breathless. Deep within her heart, she had begun to suspect Wudao's true identity. She feared he might originate from the same realm as herself and had acquired the coveted system that so many desired, thus endowing him with such formidable strength. Do not be afraid. At worst, I shall perish alongside him. The extraordinary tome feigned composure, adopting a stance of desperation. Upon hearing this, Dongwang Qingling's eyes brimmed with urgency. Feeling that the tome had been blinded by vengeance, in a fit of anxiety, she abruptly raised her delicate hand to cover the tome's mouth. What are you doing? The tome inquired, perplexed. Ignoring its confusion, Dongwang Qinling took a deep breath, suppressing her inner dread. She turned to Wudao and asked, "Are you familiar with Blue Star?" Upon finishing her question, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Wudao, filled with tension and anticipation. A playful smirk graced Wudao's lips. He certainly knew of Blue Star. After all, the traveler he had integrated with hailed from that very realm. It appeared this girl had mistaken him for that traveler. "I know," Wudao replied nonchalantly. The affirmation sent a tremor through Dongwang Qingling's heart, and she murmured to herself, "Indeed. Hey, fellow countrymen, even if we don't shed tears upon meeting, you need not resort to killing me, right?" Dongwang Qinling forced a semblance of a smile, attempting to appeal to their shared origins. "We bear no grudge against one another. For the sake of our common heritage as denizens of Blue Star, let us part ways amicably. You walk your own path, and I shall traverse mine. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, the Emperor of No Way let out a cold, mocking laugh within his heart. Release her? Is that even a possibility? Since I have taken action. Even if I do not allow her to reunite with that fellow townsman in the underworld, I cannot simply let the two of them go. He then replied, "That reasoning does not persuade me." As he spoke, the long sword in the Emperor of No Way's hand, whether by intention or accident, danced lightly. In an instant, the space rippled as if he would strike at any moment. Tick-tock. Witnessing this scene, fine beads of sweat emerged on Dongwang Qingling's smooth forehead, cascading down her cheeks. Anxiety surged within her as she hastily sent a message to Qishu. "Think of a way. We cannot possibly defeat him. He likely possesses a system." "What system?" Qishu questioned, sensing something amiss with Dongwang Qingling. "Oh dear, I cannot explain it clearly. We must leave this place immediately. You cannot contend with him." Dongwang Qingling responded urgently. Upon hearing this, Qishu's expression tightened. Just then, a cold snort interrupted them. Qishu, now alert, suddenly realized that Huang Tao was attempting to sneak away while they conversed. What a coward! Qishu cursed inwardly, feeling that the other party was far too fearful for their own life. In the next moment, the Emperor of No Way moved. A dazzling sword light sliced through the heavens like a bolt of lightning, tearing the space apart and creating a vast rift in the void. Within the rift lay an abyss of utter darkness, seemingly capable of devouring everything. The pitch-black sword light hurtled towards Huang Tao. "Heavenly Lord, save me." Huang Tao's heart raced at the sight. He genuinely felt death approaching. "Do not be arrogant." The spirit of the celestial suppression artifact roared. Its essence surged from within Huang Tao, swiftly expanding to envelop the entire rift in the void, releasing an immense force of suppression. Boom! A deafening sound erupted, causing pain to resonate in the ears, accompanied by anguished cries. The spirit of the celestial suppression artifact was sent flying, vanishing into the endless void. Blood drifting through the air. Quite the escape, the Emperor of No Way murmured, watching the spirit's retreating figure. This remark was, of course, meant for Dongwang Qingling and Qishu. The departure of the spirit was merely a deliberate act on his part. He still relied on Huang Tao to seek out the hidden treasures of the celestial suppression sect, and thus he could not allow him to perish at this moment. With heightened vigilance, Qishu observed Huang Tao's panicked retreat, feeling increasingly burdened. Upon seeing Dongwang Qingling's pale face from the recent battle, Qishu took a deep breath and reluctantly spoke, "Spare her, and I shall follow you for a century." In response, the Emperor of No Way maintained an expression of calm indifference, coldly stating, "Do you believe you have the right to negotiate terms with me?" Qishu gritted his teeth. "Emperor of No Way, cease this charade. You bear the 9 heavens imperial body, requiring vast resources. The demonic art you cultivate is precisely to devour the essence of those prodigies, to accelerate the growth of your imperial body." The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, his voice rising involuntarily. "Qingling possesses an unparalleled celestial vein. Would you truly kill her now? You merely seek to gain more leverage. You despicable wretch." In the end, it was almost a roar, imbued with a sense of desperation. Within the profound memories of the extraordinary tome, Emperor Wudao had coveted the celestial lineage of Dong Wang Qi Ling, going to great lengths to win her affection, ultimately succeeding in their dual cultivation. It was at the moment of the emperor's complete transformation that Wudao's true nature was revealed. With a merciless swing of the butcher's knife, blood flowed like a river. Wudao listened intently, a flicker of shadowy light passing through his deep-set eyes. From the fervent words of the extraordinary tome, he could easily surmise that this tome either possessed the astonishing ability to foresee the future or was a mere vessel from a future timeline. Most likely, it hailed from the period before he had acquired the system. After all, the Jiuxiu Emperor's physique and the swallowing heaven demonic art were matters from 3 years past. Since obtaining the system, his physique and techniques had undergone a comprehensive transformation. However, it had miscalculated. If it believed that a mere century would suffice for Wudao to spare them, it was woefully naive. It seems you know me well. In that case, you cannot be allowed to remain, Wudao declared, and as his words fell, his figure had already stepped forth. Chapter 80. The re-emergence of the celestial source mark. With a thunderous roar, a torrent of oppressive force surged from all directions, threatening to collapse the surrounding space. The strange tome, witnessing this, underwent an abrupt transformation, its demeanor shifting to one of grave concern. It had not anticipated that Emperor Wudao would remain indifferent to Dong Wang Qi Ling, who possessed a celestial vein. This was entirely contrary to its memories from a past life. Are you truly resolved to act in this manner? Should you take her life, the celestial race will undoubtedly become aware. The strange tome demanded, its voice laced with a hint of menace. Emperor Wudao appeared oblivious to the warning, his expression icy, his strides unyielding, the terrifying pressure intensifying with each step. At that moment, the strange tome's complexion darkened further, its grip on the chaos silk tightening. It feared neither death nor Emperor Wudao. In fact, given the opportunity, it would gladly perish alongside him. However, its sole concern was Dong Wang Qi Ling. It could not bear to witness her demise once more. Even if the current Dong Wang Qi Ling was likely not the reincarnation of its former master, it was unwilling to relinquish hope as long as a glimmer remained. As Emperor Wudao raised his hand, preparing to strike, the strange tome suppressed its rising resentment and fury. With each word carefully articulated, it gritted its teeth and declared, I am aware of the secrets of the celestial path. Upon hearing this, Emperor Wudao's brow arched slightly, his pace gradually halting. Instantly, the air around them seemed to solidify. Presently, the knowledge that Emperor Wudao possessed encompassed the imperial clan, the longevity Ginger clan, Yiling Tian, and the Zhun Tian immortal sect, all of whom were in pursuit of the celestial path. It was widely believed that traversing the celestial path would lead to ascension. Yet, from the fragments of memories retained by the Zhun Tian artifact spirit, Emperor Wudao had learned that the celestial path was far from what the world envisioned. A flash of sharp insight flickered in his deep-set eyes. He slowly raised his gaze, and in an instant, an overwhelming fog descended upon the two, obscuring them from view. You would do well not to resist. I cannot guarantee that I will not change my mind in the next moment. Emperor Wudao's voice resonated with a chilling coldness that echoed through the mist. The strange tome's expression became exceedingly difficult to bear, its hand clutching the chaos silk trembling uncontrollably. How could it not comprehend the nature of the thick fog enveloping them? Yet it had not anticipated that despite revealing the information about the celestial path, Emperor Wudao still intended to keep them from escaping. Recalling its previous life, the obsession Emperor Wudao exhibited towards the celestial path bordered on madness, as he spent his entire existence in search of its whereabouts. However, this incarnation of Emperor Wudao felt even more elusive and formidable than before. Soon, under the shroud of mist released from the prison sky pearl, the figures of the strange tome and Dong Wang Qi Ling began to blur, ultimately vanishing above the spirit lake. As they departed, ripples spread through the space, and Qingge's figure materialized beside Emperor Wudao. She raised her beautiful eyes, gazing at the chiseled, austere profile of Emperor Wudao. Her heart was already filled with astonishment. The immense power he displayed completely upended her previous understanding. She pondered deeply. To what terrifying extent had Emperor Wudao's strength escalated? Not only was she bewildered, but even the spiritual entity within her was engulfed in profound silence at that moment. Clearly, he was struck by the overwhelming power of Wudao. At this moment, Wudao's gaze was fixated upon the shimmering spirit lake below. The lake sparkled with an array of colors interwoven like a dream. Through the vibrant waters, he glimpsed a cold pool, cloaked in a thick layer of pristine white spiritual liquid. With a decisive step, Wudao advanced towards the cold pool, accompanied by Qingge. upon entering the frigid waters. The snow-white liquid enveloped them instantly, its fine strands brimming with pure, formidable spiritual energy. As the liquid coursed through her, Qingge felt her celestial body awaken, ravenously consuming the surrounding essence. Her lips parted slightly, her gaze a mixture of shock and a hint of yearning. In contrast, Wudao's expression remained unchanged, his stern visage betraying no emotion. Around him, spiritual energy swirled like a black vortex, as he swiftly refined and absorbed the incoming liquid. His deep-set eyes focused ahead, where a graceful figure emerged, Qingge, who had entered the Tianji fairy source earlier. Yet now she appeared dazed, her cheeks flushed, biting her lower lip as she gasped for breath. One hand braced against her knee, while the other flailed in the air, desperate to steady her erratic breathing. But her hurried gasps continued unabated. "Young master, I..." When she finally met Wudao's gaze, her previously hazy eyes sparkled with a fervent light. Observing this, Wudao frowned slightly and stepped closer to Qingge. He raised his hand, intending to assess her condition. As his palm rested upon her smooth forehead, an extraordinary occurrence transpired. The hidden Tianji mark within his palm suddenly illuminated, radiating mysterious halos. Simultaneously, the entire Tianji fairy source began to bubble violently. Resplendent marks, as if awakening from slumber, slowly floated forth. These ancient and enigmatic symbols exuded overwhelming celestial essence, some deep and reserved, others bright and dazzling, resembling fireflies flickering within the Tianji fairy source. In the next moment, these marks, drawn by an invisible force, surged toward the three of them. Wudao's gaze turned icy, and his aura surged dramatically. He reached for the marks. However, when they made contact, there was no resistance. They seamlessly merged into his being. Wudao felt as if countless stars were flashing and exploding within him, transforming into streams of golden, radiant celestial liquid that coursed through his veins. Wherever it flowed, his bones, flesh, and blood began to transcend. Ding! Congratulations, host. The chaotic celestial demon body has activated to 45%. Ding! Congratulations, host. The chaotic celestial demon body has activated to 50%. Ding! Congratulations, host. The chaotic celestial demon body has activated to 55%. Meanwhile, his realm began to ascend, late Saint King, peak Saint King. However, it wasn't long before Wudao sensed something amiss. A sudden wave of heat surged towards his mind without warning. He had yet to respond when a delicate, almost boneless jade hand, reminiscent of tendrils in the spring, quietly slipped beneath the fabric of his embroidered robe. Wudao opened his eyes to behold the enchanting visage of Qingge. At that moment, she embraced him with her jade-like hands, her warm breath caressing his neck. Then, to his astonishment, her cherry lips pressed directly against his neck, slowly drawing in his essence. The soft tip of her tongue, tender yet imbued with an indescribable allure, brushed against him. Interspersed with this intimate contact were barely audible moans. "Young master." Chapter 81. This chapter omits a staggering 7 million words. The soft touch, the delicate fragrance, and the irresistibly seductive whispers erupted in the mind of Emperor Wudao like a sudden explosion. In an instant, the already restless blood within him seemed ignited, boiling completely. His breath became involuntarily erratic. As more mysterious marks fused into his being, Emperor Wudao sensed his consciousness being gradually consumed. He furrowed his brow, confronted with such temptation. He did not lose his reason. Instead, a heaviness settled within him. Emperor Wudao channeled his spiritual energy, attempting to suppress the surging heat within his heart. Yet, at that moment of mobilizing his power, he discovered that his chaotic immortal body had become insatiably greedy, voraciously devouring the surrounding immortal essence. The entire Tianji immortal source seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, with spiritual energy, marks, and immortal intent surging toward him like an unending tide. "System, investigate this place," Emperor Wudao commanded in a low voice. Ding. System investigating. Results generated. Ding. Before the origin tree of the primordial saint universe withered, the 9 heavens domain and 10 paths domain were sheltered by the origin tree, giving rise to 19 immortal veins. This place is the source point of the Qingge immortal vein. After the origin tree withered, a powerful entity preserved a trace of the original immortal power of the Qingge immortal vein, which, after countless years of nurturing, has now birthed a new consciousness. However, this mutated immortal seed is not tolerated by the will of the primordial heavenly path and cannot give rise to a new body, thus choosing to seek a host. As the information emerged on the system's interface, Emperor Wudao's gaze sharpened. The path of the great is merciless, treating all things as mere fodder. The Qi Emperor, in a bid for the birth of this immortal seed, had not hesitated to use his own daughter as a vessel. It appeared that the Qi Emperor and the Ziwei Immortal Palace had long been aware of the secrets of the Tianji immortal source, though their objectives were starkly different. The Qi Emperor wished for the immortal seed to be born, leveraging its power to step into the legendary realm. In contrast, the Ziwei Immortal Palace sought to reap the benefits, aiming not only to annihilate the Tianji immortal dynasty but also coveting the newly born immortal seed. No wonder the Qi Emperor and the Ziwei Immortal Palace could tolerate each other for so long after their rift a millennium ago. They were waiting for the immortal seed's birth. The marks within the Tianji immortal stone were merely a means of selecting a suitable host. For the mutated immortal seed to complete its evolution, it must harness the powers of yin and yang, adhering to the methods permitted by the will of the primordial heavenly path. So they have set their sights on me, Emperor Wudao thought, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. The Qi Emperor must be certain that I cannot resist such temptation. After all, once the immortal seed is born, it could propel one into the legendary realm, and within the primordial saint universe, who could possibly resist such a lure? Unfortunately, the Qi Emperor has misjudged his target. Or perhaps the Tianji mark has chosen the wrong individual. The legendary realm? In the eyes of Emperor Wudao, endowed with the chaotic immortal body and the system's support, it is hardly a challenge. Yet, I wonder how they will react when all their careful plotting becomes my wedding garment. With this thought, Emperor Wudao's gaze turned enchanting. He beheld Qingge, her delicate hand uncontrollably reaching into the folds of his robe. Emperor Wudao did not resist. Yin and yang in harmony. The birth of celestial seeds, could it be possible? With his chaotic celestial demonic body and the art of devouring celestial and demonic forces, he could thoroughly refine the celestial power within the three bodies before the fusion of the celestial seeds was complete. Emperor Wudao's gaze lowered. Resting upon the enchanting figure before him, her complexion flushed and breathless. He extended his elongated fingers, gently tugging, causing Qingge's delicate white robe to slide down her fragrant shoulders, revealing a glimpse of pristine white that captivated Emperor Wudao's attention. The exquisite brocade pouch accentuated her proud silhouette, evoking enticing thoughts. Young master, a soft whisper reached his ears. Qingge's eyes were hazy, laced with a hint of seduction as she gazed at him. Her supple form gently writhed in his embrace, seemingly in search of something. Then, she slightly rose on her toes, her cherry lips seeking his, pressing against his thin mouth. Her delicate tongue timidly caressed, the motions awkward yet imbued with urgency. At that moment, Emperor Wudao had no intentions of feigning sanctity. His actions were deft, yet tinged with unmasked rudeness, as he forcefully tore at her garment. The pouch that clung tightly to the sacred maiden peak was abruptly ripped apart. In an instant, a flawless, snow-white body was unveiled within the celestial source. Soon, soft gasps and moans intertwined within the celestial source, the curtain rising on an exceedingly erotic tableau that bewitched the senses. This section omits 300,000 words. Emperor Wudao, you scoundrel, I shall one day have you torn to shreds. Qingge's spiritual essence roared in fury from within. The sounds of passion and the waves of intertwining sensations could not be concealed. How could her spiritual essence remain oblivious to the unfolding events? Meanwhile, Qingge's cheeks flushed with a captivating crimson, her entire being trembling involuntarily, as if striving to suppress something within. Her eyes were tightly closed, as if the mere act of opening them would drown her in the enticing scene. Yet, the more she resisted, the more the fiery sensation within her raged, akin to a wildfire. Especially with the sounds echoing around her, she felt an overwhelming shame. Wishing to vanish into the earth, time became a blur. Qingge could no longer recall how long it had been. Her consciousness, under the influence of the celestial source, gradually succumbed to desire. Her breaths grew increasingly rapid, the scorching air spilling from her slightly parted lips, quivering with urgency. Her delicate form swayed uncontrollably, as if drawn by invisible threads. Every inch of her skin radiated an alluring crimson, akin to ripened fruit exuding fatal allure. Just as Qingge's rationality teetered on the brink of collapse, a powerful surge of spiritual energy enveloped her. She felt her body lighten suddenly, as if an unseen hand had forcefully pulled her forward, leaving her entirely at its mercy. Her tightly shut eyes trembled open under this immense force, revealing the cold yet charming visage of Emperor Wudao, his deep-set eyes glinting with a hint of wickedness. Qingge's gaze grew dazed, her mind a chaotic whirlpool. Kiss me. The deep voice of the Emperor Wudao penetrated directly into Qingge's ears. It was as if an irresistible enchantment had taken hold. causing her to feel as though she were struck by an electric current, a tingling sensation surging from her feet to the crown of her head. The restraint she once possessed crumbled in an instant. Her delicate hand, no longer under her command, reached up to caress the Emperor Wudao's neck, and, enveloped in a haze of allure and surrender, she offered her luscious, cherry-red lips. The moment their lips met, it was as though a fierce fire had been ignited. An atmosphere of intimacy permeated the air, and the entire Tianji Yuan was filled with a decadent allure. 400,000 words omitted here, esteemed readers. I have done my utmost. The secret realm has concluded, and we are to return to the demon realm. The realms following the immortal emperor of the Hunyuan Holy Universe are semi-immortal, immortal realm, immortal king, and immortal emperor. Chapter 82. The Holy Universe of Hunyuan shakes several days later, in the imperial court of the celestial dynasty of Tianji Sacred City. Emperor Ji stood with his hands clasped behind him, quietly gazing down the palace corridor. His profound eyes pierced through layers of mist, fixating on the distant horizon. At the edge of his sight, the majestic Tianji sacred mountain loomed, piercing the heavens. Behind him stood the imposing commander of the celestial dynasty's imperial guards, clad in silver-white battle armor. His expression bore a hint of gravity as he spoke. "Your Majesty, the imperial clan has yet to respond. The demon clan is too preoccupied with the disturbances in the buried demon abyss. Relying solely on Emperor Wudao, I fear the Ziwei celestial palace will not easily relent." Upon hearing this, Emperor Ji's deep-set eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of sharp coldness flashing within. The ancient clans standing at the pinnacle of the Hunyuan Holy Universe would not easily express their stance without sufficient incentives. It was evident that binding the imperial clan, the demon clan, and the Tianji celestial dynasty together through Emperor Wudao was an impossible endeavor. The emperor understood this truth all too well. Emperor Wudao was not the turning point for the Tianji celestial dynasty. He was merely a pawn for the emperor to draw the imperial and demon clans into the fray. The true extent of this pawn's influence would soon be revealed. The emperor's low voice echoed through the corridor, for he would not place all his hopes on Emperor Wudao. Even if Wudao were to successfully break through to the sacred king realm within the Tianji secret realm, shocking the entire Hunyuan Holy Universe. In the eyes of these peak existences, he remained but a junior. The immortal battles between the ancient clans could not be swayed by a single sacred king, nor even by an emperor. The true catalyst for a turnaround in the Tianji celestial dynasty lay in Qingge and the Tianji celestial seed. As long as the celestial seed successfully emerged, he was fully confident that the imperial and demon clans would inevitably join the fray. No one could resist the allure of the legendary realm, especially those who had already touched upon the legendary existence. The Tianji celestial seed's temptation for them was most lethal. Thus, in his eyes, Emperor Wudao was merely a bridge, a tool for deriving the celestial seed, as well as a means to draw the imperial and demon clans into the conflict. The commander fell into silence, aware that Emperor Ji had other plans. As the emperor's confidant, having followed him since childhood, he understood the Tianji celestial dynasty far better than many members of the royal lineage. Yet this time, they faced the 12 ancestral-level powers of Hunyuan, including one of the 3 hidden celestial palaces, the Ziwei Celestial Palace. The severity of the situation far exceeded their imagination, and he could not help but feel anxious. After a moment, the commander spoke again. "Your Majesty, given the perilous situation, should we not send the spark of the celestial dynasty out of Tianji to preserve a glimmer of hope?" "Unnecessary," Emperor Ji replied nonchalantly. "If it comes to that, the Ziwei Celestial Palace will not grant the spark of the celestial dynasty any chance of survival." But the commander wished to persuade further. But before he could utter another word, a deafening roar erupted, akin to thunder, interrupting his speech. At that moment, the entire Tianji sacred city trembled slightly. A dazzling ray of light ascended from Tianji sacred mountain, its brilliance blinding, rendering one nearly unable to open their eyes. Following that, waves of spatial fluctuations surged forth. "Behold, the trial of the Tianji secret realm has concluded." Amidst the throngs of the Tianji holy city, a voice rang out, piercing the air with excitement. This time, it is uncertain which prince or princess has been fortunate enough to inherit the celestial legacy of the Tianji. However, it is not beyond imagination that the various ancient clans and esteemed figures of the undying sect present may seize the inheritance for themselves, potentially eclipsing the royal contenders. In an instant, murmurs of speculation echoed from the myriad palaces and towers of the holy city as countless cultivators turned their gazes towards the Tianji sacred mountain. A resounding buzz filled the atmosphere. Soon, at the exit of the Tianji secret realm, Mist billowed as ancient ships and flying vessels surged forth from the spatial portal. Divine rainbows streaked across the sky, illuminating the surroundings with resplendent light. Among them were the celestial Dao Palace, the sacred Heaven Court, the unyielding mountain, the celestial race, and the forbidden world manor. Yet, where were the celestial sovereigns and the demon clan? A voice of confusion arose within the holy city. Many began to sense the oddity, their faces reflecting bewilderment. However, before inquiries could be voiced, the ancient ships and flying vessels of the various clans suddenly tore through the void, departing hastily without a moment's pause in the holy city. This spectacle left countless cultivators in the Tianji holy city momentarily stunned. The urgency with which the ancient clans departed suggested an unfathomable peril lurking within the secret realm, as if a great malevolence were in pursuit. Simultaneously, in the 3 domains of the mixed Yuan sacred universe, across 10 regions, the various ancient clans in the Undying sect received urgent messages from their prodigies. In an instant, shocked exclamations erupted within the halls and palaces of these clans, sending tremors throughout the entirety of the mixed Yuan sacred universe. The grim tidings of the annihilation of the celestial sovereigns and the prodigious figures on the sacred list within the Tianji secret realm swept across the realms. Thunderous roars erupted. The earth trembled as a formidable presence resonated among the ancient clans of the celestial sovereigns. Ancient warships, hovering vessels, and colossal battleships ascended from various regions of the celestial sovereigns. On board these vessels, formidable warriors adorned in heavy armor brandished their spears, exuding a chilling aura of menace that instilled fear in all who beheld them. The imposing spectacle rendered cultivators and beings across the regions of the celestial sovereigns quaking in trepidation. All sensed that a monumental change was imminent. In the celestial Dao Palace, numerous palatial structures rose in succession, with sacred mountains and islands dotting the expanse, enshrouded in ethereal mist and radiant light. The air was imbued with the unique charm of this ancient celestial realm, stretching infinitely into the horizon. Occasionally, rare celestial cranes and auspicious beasts soared through the skies, adding an otherworldly mystique to the landscape. At this moment, atop a towering peak of the celestial Dao Palace, an elderly man with flowing white hair stood in serene contemplation. His presence emanated an aura of celestial grace, his robes billowing gently in the breeze, akin to a deity descending upon the earth. He was none other than the Grand Elder of the celestial Dao Palace, revered by all beings within the mixed Yuan sacred universe as Master Li. Master Li's gaze was profound as he surveyed the horizon, his eyes shimmering with flickering light, as countless visions sped past his mind's eye. It seemed as though he could perceive the myriad manifestations of the world through the layers of clouds. He let out a faint sigh, his expression a tapestry of complexity as he remarked, in the mere span of 3 years, he has ascended to the realm of the Holy King. To describe him as a prodigy of the ages would be no exaggeration. Yet, alas, he was born into an imperial lineage. Behind Master Li stood a woman, clad in garments as white as snow, billowing gracefully like clouds, accentuating her enchanting figure. Her beauty was nothing short of exquisite, her eyes, clear as stars, her nose elegantly sculpted, and her lips naturally tinted like cherry blossoms. She exuded an otherworldly aura, reminiscent of a celestial being. Before her, the sprawling pines and the surging sea of clouds became mere backdrops, rendering all else momentarily dimmed. Upon hearing Master Li's words, she offered no response. Yet, within her clear, transparent gaze, a hint of unmasked longing flickered. Chapter 83, The Most Dignified Choice He Leaves for You Buzz. Atop the mountain peak, the air shimmered with ripples. And soon after, 2 figures emerged steadily from the spatial passage. Leading the way was an elderly man, advanced in years, clad in coarse linen garments. His white hair was casually tied back, with a few stray strands cascading down his temples. His face, etched with deep lines, bore the marks of a life well lived. His eyes, slightly narrowed, radiated kindness. At first glance, he resembled an ordinary neighbor, devoid of any distinguishing features. In a crowd, he would hardly draw a second glance. Yet, it was this seemingly unremarkable figure who was followed by the Emperor of the Order Temple, the one who wielded dominion over the primordial order. Having been revered as the heir by both the imperial and demonic clans since childhood, such a presence was beyond the reach of ordinary prodigies. As the old man took his steps, he spoke casually, his tone tinged with nostalgia, his gaze seemingly wandering over Beitang Fengming. A fleeting, elusive glimmer of emotion flickered in his eyes. He continued, "It is said that Emperor Wudao is the reincarnation of an ancient being from the imperial clan. What is your perspective on this matter? An ancient existence of the imperial clan?" Upon hearing this, Master Li Tian shook his head gently. Throughout the million years of the primordial era, there are but a handful of individuals who can rival the likes of Emperor Qingge. Do you truly believe that the imperial clan relies on the return of some ancient being to ascend to the pinnacle of the primordial realm? Emperor Qingge merely remains in seclusion. He has not fallen. He turned, his voice calm, reverberating across the vast mountaintop. The old man seemed to have anticipated this response, displaying no surprise, merely letting out a long sigh. If that is indeed the case, the imperial clan is genuinely favored by the heavens. With 3 generations of mighty rulers consistently overshadowing the prodigies of the primordial realm, it is indeed astonishing. Do you think there is an unseen hand of the imperial clan manipulating behind the scenes of Tianji? Master Li Tian furrowed his brow. The role of the imperial clan within the Tianji scheme remains uncertain. However, to claim that he harbored no doubts would be a falsehood. What has the Order Temple discovered? Master Li Tian inquired. Hearing this, the old man's lips curled into a faint smile as he replied leisurely, "We have not uncovered anything substantial. Yet it appears that the decrepit elder sent by Emperor Wudao to the Order Temple has perished. This young man is deeply scheming, and his methods are ruthless and resolute. To assert that the affairs of the Tianji secret realm are entirely unrelated to him would be utterly implausible." As he spoke, the old man's gaze shifted lightly to Beidang foaming beside him. Half jokingly, he asked, "My dear girl, do you not feel angered when I speak ill of your beloved?" Beidang foaming maintained a calm demeanor. She slightly inclined her body in a respectful bow, stating, "There is no need for you to test me, esteemed sir. Wudao has not communicated with me. However, even if he were behind the events of Tianji, I would unconditionally trust him." The old man chuckled, a subtle spark of insight flickering in his eyes. The relationship between Emperor Wudao and Beidang foaming was known far and wide within the primordial sacred universe. Most crucially, Beidang foaming was sent to the heavenly Dao Immortal Palace by Emperor Wudao. Nevertheless, the heavenly Dao Immortal Palace continued to cultivate her as an heir, unbeknownst to others. The esteemed Master C is certainly aware that with the emergence of Beidang foaming from her seclusion, the heavenly Dao Immortal Palace has resolved to officially designate her as the inheritor of the palace. However, the affairs of the Tianji immortal dynasty have disrupted this plan. Thus, Master C finds himself intrigued by what exactly resides within Beidang foaming that compels the esteemed Master Li to act with such decisiveness. Is the Order Sanctuary now merely operating on conjecture? Master Li furrows his brow, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction as he inquires. Upon hearing this, Master C immediately bristles and retorts, "Revered elderly, the Order Sanctuary is a force you of the primordial unity have established single-handedly, no matter how you apportion blame. It cannot be directed at me. Were it not for your persistent requests for my presence, I would still be leisurely enjoying my days in Origin Village." His words are laced with indignation, and he speaks with fervor. However, noticing the increasing darkness on Master Li's face, Master C realizes it is prudent to temper his words. With a leisurely gait, he saunters over to Master Li's side and lowers his voice, saying, "I am certain that the land of Tianji harbors secrets that must not be divulged." "What secrets?" Master Li inquires. "I do not know, but just days ago, news arrived from Origin Village that there has been unusual activity at Origin Lake." Master C replies solemnly. Upon hearing this, Master Li's deep-set eyes suddenly narrow. The Tianji secret realm, the very source of the immortal essence. What was once a shimmering lake, its surface adorned with interwoven colors, has now lost its luster. The ethereal mist that enveloped the lake has dissipated, leaving the surface shrouded in silence. On the lakeshore, a figure clad in white stands alone. Her eyes, clear as crystal, gaze upon the tranquil waters, filled with confusion and helplessness, exuding an aura of cold solitude. A subtle vibration in the fabric of space breaks the surrounding stillness. The figure of Emperor Ji emerges slowly from the spatial passage, his expression dark as if laden with impending rain. His eyes glint with a piercing intensity. And with each step, he treads with a force that seems to shake the very earth of the celestial mountain. An imperial might radiates from him, a powerful presence that sends shivers through the very souls of those who behold it. The space around him contorts and warps under the weight of his power, as if it were fragile parchment, unable to withstand the pressure. How is this possible? Emperor Ji arrives at the lakeshore, his gaze fixed resolutely on the depths of the lake. His chest heaves violently, and heavy breaths escape him, betraying the fury he struggles to contain. The immortal seed has vanished, and even the Tianji immortal source has seemingly disappeared without a trace. The moment the Tianji secret realm was activated, he sensed the disappearance of the immortal seed, yet deep within, he clung to disbelief. Even now, standing here and witnessing this reality, he finds it impossible to accept. The emergence of the immortal seed is inextricably linked to the nourishment provided by the Tianji immortal source, even if the immortal seed has yet to fully manifest. The Tianji immortal source could never be simply taken away. After all, the Tianji immortal source is a celestial vein birthed from the origin Tao tree. Inherently tied to the fabric of the primordial sacred universe and deeply rooted in the laws of heaven and earth, how could external forces easily usurp it? This very foundation has been his leverage in negotiations with the imperial and demonic clans. As long as he possesses the immortal seed and the immortal source, the initiative remains firmly in his grasp. Yet now, the truth lies starkly before him, leaving him unable to quell his fury or astonishment. Or has it vanished? The voice of the Emperor Ji resonated, deep and stifled, imbued with profound resentment. By the lakeside stood Qingge, her gaze fixated on the imposing silhouette of Emperor Ji. Her exquisite visage bore a haunting smile of despair, the one she had admired and revered since childhood. It dawned upon her that, all along, she had merely been a pawn in his eyes, a mere instrument utilized to propagate the celestial seed. He had withheld even a superfluous greeting. His first inquiry fixated solely on the whereabouts of the celestial seed. In that moment, the steadfast belief that had resided in Qingge's heart began to crumble, shattering into fragments. A solitary tear cascaded slowly from the corner of her eye. The once bewildered gaze gradually transformed into one of indifference. Step down. This is the most dignified choice Emperor Wudao offers you. Should you refuse, he will personally ensure your departure. With that, she turned resolutely, without a trace of hesitation, not casting a single glance back at Emperor Ji. Chapter 84. Return to the extreme north demon realm. The realm of Lingming, situated within the Boundary Sea, resembles a desolate no-man's land, perpetually ravaged by celestial storms. The ferocious gales howl, casting the heavens and earth into a state of chaos, shattering the laws of nature and dispersing the spiritual energies to the point of futility, rendering them incapable of sustaining the cultivators. To traverse the Boundary Sea and step into the extreme north demon realm without a familiar route is akin to blindly groping in a dark abyss. A moment's carelessness could lead to being engulfed by the storm, meeting a swift demise. Only by entering the imperial realm, possessing the power to transcend heaven and earth, can one forcibly traverse the void, leveraging their immense strength and mastery over the rules. Indeed, there exist numerous specific teleportation arrays that facilitate crossing the void to enter the extreme north demon realm. After all, the demon race cannot rely solely on the Boundary Sea for their exodus from this realm. Moreover, the extreme north demon realm is not a singular domain. It is an intricate and vast expanse woven together by the celestial demon realm, the 10 directions, ancient demon realm, and hundreds of other demon and mundane realms. It resembles a self-contained microcosm, standing aloof beyond the 3 heavens and 10 domains of Hanyuan. The celestial demon realm, as the core of the extreme north demon realm, is perpetually suffused with a rich and pure demonic aura, serving as a sacred ground for countless demon cultivators. The celestial demon sovereign reigns supreme over the entirety of the extreme north demon realm. With a low hum, the boundary ripples, and the celestial demon ship swiftly plunges forth from the Boundary Sea. The atmosphere of the extreme north demon realm envelopes the senses, laying of ancient, mysterious, and lethal energies. Standing at the bow of the ship, Emperor Wudao, clad in a billowing black robe, gazes contemplatively into the vast expanse of the realm, lost in thought. Behind him, the figure of Yufeng approaches slowly, bowing in respect. According to the message from the Saintess, the Sin Demon clan seems to have discovered alternative methods to escape the grave of demons. Recently, numerous sightings of Sin Demons have been reported within the 10 directions ancient demon realm. Emperor Wudao's expression turns icy as he inquires, with whom are they in contact? Yufeng raises his head and replies, aside from the Blood Abyss demon realm and the Heavenly Flame prison realm, the other 8 ancient demon realms have all seen appearances of the Sin Demons. The Sin Demon clan, confined to the grave of demons, is not a singular lineage but rather a conglomeration of the most heinous and malevolent individuals accumulated over 1,000,000 years within the demon domain, even though they have been suppressed in the grave of demons. Their ties to the celestial demon realm and the ancient demon lineage of the 10 directions ancient demon realm remain intricately intertwined and inextricable. The Blood Abyss demon realm and the Heavenly Flame prison realm were reclaimed through Emperor Wudao's decisive actions 3 years prior, igniting a significant uproar in the demon domain and provoking considerable controversy. Many demon lineages had voiced their discontent to the celestial demon sovereign regarding this matter. Yufeng did not anticipate that, Apart from the two ancient demon realms subdued by Emperor Wudao, the other ancient realms were clandestinely engaging with the Sin demons. For the Jiao guards, renowned for their unwavering loyalty, this undoubtedly constitutes a veiled betrayal of the celestial demon sovereign. Upon hearing mention of the 8 ancient demon realms, a memory flickered in Emperor Wudao's mind. When he had probed the decaying elder's soul memories, he discovered a collaboration between the Hall of Yellow Springs and the ancient demon realm of Emo Sha. In the present moment, it appears that the ancient demon realm of Emo Sha may serve to intimidate the other ancient demon realms. Simultaneously, I shall investigate who is allied with the Hall of the Yellow Springs. The exploration of the Emo Sha ancient realm is paramount. Other matters can be set aside for now. Furthermore, I shall issue the Celestial Demon Edict, inviting the esteemed practitioners of the extreme North Demon Domain to attend the Grand Celestial Demon Feast, where 10 young demons will be selected to govern the 10 ancient demon realms. Upon hearing this, Yufeng felt a jolt of realization. The selection of 10 young demons to oversee the ancient realms is no trivial matter. Any misstep could incite discontent among the various demon clans of the extreme north. Nevertheless, he is well aware that every action taken by Di Wudao is imbued with purpose, and he respectfully replied, "Yes, young master." He then swiftly departed. As Di Wudao gazed towards the emerging realm of the celestial demons, a flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes. Considering the passage of time, it is likely that the various ancient clans and celestial factions have already convened at the Tianji Celestial Dynasty. I wonder how the Emperor Ji and the Ziwei Celestial Palace will react upon discovering the disappearance of the Tianji Celestial Source. Will they be incensed to the point of spitting blood? After expending countless resources, the celestial seed has failed to flourish, and even the most precious Tianji Celestial Source has been entirely consumed. Without the allure of the Tianji Celestial Source, the resolve of the Ziwei Celestial Palace to take action against the Tianji Celestial Dynasty has diminished. As for the other two celestial palaces, their motivations are merely to assert dominance while seeking to claim their due benefits from the Tianji Celestial Dynasty. In the short term, a true immortal conflict is unlikely to erupt. At most, the celestial factions will unite to exert pressure on Emperor Ji, compelling him to pay a heavy price. During this period, the orthodox forces of the Mixed Yuan and the Order Sanctuary will naturally step in as mediators, seeking to reconcile the various disputes. However, Di Wudao remains unfazed by this. Such thunderous proclamations with little substance, conflicts over clan orthodoxy, cannot be resolved swiftly unless one side possesses overwhelming strength. Thus, during this interval, he can address the internal threats within the demon race. After all, the resources required to awaken the chaos immortal demon body and elevate one's realm are unimaginably vast. Relying solely on ordinary cultivation is far too slow and utterly impractical. The burial demon abyss, viewed as a forbidden zone by others, is for Di Wudao a treasure trove brimming with inexhaustible nourishment, aiding him in breaking free from his constraints and ascending to even greater heights. The sound of soft footsteps approached from behind, disrupting Di Wudao's train of thought. Qingge gracefully stepped out from the ship, her figure captivating as she moved. "Have you made your decision?" Di Wudao inquired without turning around. Qingge nodded slightly, moving to the bow of the ship, her gaze fixed upon the boundless expanse of the extreme North Demon Domain. A fleeting look of astonishment flickered in her eyes. Having grown up in the Tianji Celestial Dynasty with little opportunity for travel, the direct confrontation with the extreme North Demon Domain left her at a loss for words. "Do you understand why I arranged for you to go to the Forbidden World Mansion?" Di Wudao asked, uncertain of his intentions. Qingge presumed that such an arrangement must hold profound significance. Her tone remained calm, yet the hint of disappointment was palpable. Di Wudao, however, seemed to pay no heed to her sentiment. He spoke to himself, saying, "It is widely believed that 100,000 years ago, the imperial clan waged war in the imperial heaven domain, where the forbidden ancestor endured 3 strikes from my grandfather, thereby securing a remnant of the ancient lineage for the imperial heaven domain, granting a fleeting chance of survival. Yet, few are aware that, 100,000 years ago, the forbidden ancestor did not fully withstand the 3rd strike." Upon hearing this, Qingge's eyes flickered with a strange light, yet she remained silent, patiently awaiting the continuation. "In that final strike, my grandfather was constrained by the primordial will and could not exert his full strength. Nevertheless, the forbidden ancestor still suffered grave injuries in that battle. Throughout the past 10 millennia, the Forbidden House has expended countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, yet he has not been able to restore himself to his former glory. Now, his time is drawing near." Qingge, perplexed, revealed her confusion upon her face. With the forbidden ancestor nearing his end, the annihilation abyss is bound to fall into turmoil. At her quasi-saint cultivation level, what could she possibly achieve by venturing into the forbidden house at this juncture? Chapter 85. The realm of celestial demons. Emperor Wudao seemed to have discerned the doubts nestled within Qingge's heart. Before she could voice her inquiries, he continued. According to the investigations of the imperial clan, the reason the Forbidden World Mansion stands proudly atop the pinnacle of the primordial realm, enduring through the ages, is due to their cultivation of an exalted celestial technique, the celestial transformation technique. This technique not only possesses unparalleled power, but also allows one to consolidate a lifetime of cultivated fruits of the Tao and transfer them onto the inheritor. Upon hearing this, Qingge's heart suddenly understood. Emperor Wudao intended for her to seize the Tao fruit of the Forbidden World ancestor. Her delicate brows knitted in concern as a flicker of worry crossed her eyes. And she stated candidly, but the Forbidden World Mansion is teeming with formidable masters, all at the pinnacle of strength. How could they willingly bestow the Tao fruit of their ancestor upon an outsider like me? Qingge was acutely aware that although she possessed a celestial body, once she entered the Forbidden World Mansion, she might garner some level of attention. Yet, her current strength was merely at the quasi-saint realm, far too feeble. The Tao fruit, painstakingly refined by the Forbidden World ancestor throughout his life, was an object of desire for countless peak experts. How could it easily fall into her hands? Do not concern yourself with such matters. Simply enter the Forbidden World Mansion and become its inheritor. As for everything else, I shall arrange it, Emperor Wudao commanded, his eyes gleaming with a profound light. The Forbidden World Mansion naively believed that by having the Forbidden World ancestor withstand 3 strikes from the imperial ancestor to save the remnants of the ancient clan's lineage in the imperial heaven domain, they could simply brush the matter aside. How naive. Long ago, the imperial clan had already quietly laid their plans. Their influence had long since infiltrated the core of the Forbidden World Mansion. Since the Forbidden World Mansion had leveraged the imperial clan to gain renown in the primordial sacred universe, they must bear the consequences of their actions, regardless of their motivations. Moreover, the transmission of the Tao fruit of the celestial transformation technique is not something everyone is qualified to inherit. Only those with extraordinary constitutions possess the capability to merge with the Tao fruit. The more extraordinary the constitution, the more pronounced the effects of the merging. Thus, Qingge, endowed with a celestial body, was undoubtedly the prime candidate. She gently nodded and inquired, "When shall I depart?" Now, was Emperor Wudao's terse response. Qingge was momentarily taken aback, murmuring to herself, "Now." In response, Emperor Wudao cast his gaze upon her, sensing that she did not seem particularly eager to part from him. For some reason, after the incident at the Tianji celestial source, he had noticed Qingge's desire to remain in his company. Last night, she had audaciously slipped into his chamber. Of course, such behavior would not escape the consequences imposed by Emperor Wudao. In the realm of celestial demons, the demon mountain rose majestically. Numerous palatial structures intertwined and stood resilient. Towering beneath the swirling demonic clouds, the sharp spires seemed poised to pierce the heavens, exuding billowing demonic energy that spread outward. Each palace was etched with enigmatic demonic runes, emanating a profound dark light. At the heart of this palace complex, a grand and imposing main hall ascended into the sky, known as the Celestial Demon Palace, which commanded respect throughout the realm of celestial demons. Deep within the Celestial Demon Palace lay a realm entirely distinct from the outside world, housing an ancient residence. Enveloped in a soft, luminous veil, it isolated itself from the clamor and turmoil of the external realm. At this moment, in the grand residence, an elderly man sat by the window, intently toying with the magical artifact in his hands. His countenance was gentle, with a warmth emanating from his eyes, and the passage of time had left its marks on his face, which did not diminish his authority, but rather added an air of amiability. Ah, growing old, indeed. In my youth, I could assemble such magical artifacts with ease. The old man glanced at the artifact before him, shaking his head with a hint of resignation. Wudao, observing this, offered a subtle smile. The items manipulated by the heavenly demon lord, if any one of them were presented to the outside world, would be revered as a supreme sacred instrument. Should he successfully disassemble and reassemble it, while it may not rival the imperial artifacts, it would undoubtedly come exceedingly close. If word of this were to spread, it would surely leave the renowned families of the primordial refiners in utter astonishment and self-reproach. Indeed, your craftsmanship has not waned since the old days. It seems you have been troubled of late? Wudao casually approached, his tone relaxed. The heavenly demon lord raised his gaze to meet Wudao's, a flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossing his features. You rascal, if you would just refrain from creating trouble, I might find some peace, and naturally, my troubles would diminish. In recent years, the heavenly demon lord had seldom concerned himself with the mundane affairs of the demon clan, delegating most matters to the Elder Council and the three great demon emperors. Since Wudao's arrival in the heavenly demon realm 3 years prior, he had directly entrusted the reins of power to him. This trust was a testament to Wudao's significance in his eyes. After all, 3 years ago, Wudao was but a quasi-saint, yet he wielded the power over the demon clan. Despite the heavenly demon lord retreating to the shadows, in this extreme northern demonic domain, no subtle movement escaped his keen perception. He was well aware of the recent disturbances in the abyss of the dead demons. Some insidious tumors lurking in the dark were beneath his disdain to engage, thus he allowed his grandson to handle them. As Wudao spoke, he strolled to the table, picking up the magical artifact the heavenly demon lord had just handled, examining it closely. The heavenly demon lord lifted a cup from the table, taking a delicate sip of the peculiar brew that exuded an eerie aura. With a smile, he remarked, "The waters of the abyss of the dead demons run deep. Tugging one thread can unravel the whole tapestry. Initially, I was concerned that you might act too hastily, leading to an uncontrollable situation. However, having seen you today, I suspect my worries are unfounded. Perhaps I can truly entrust the demon clan to you." Upon finishing his words, the heavenly demon lord's profound gaze lingered on Wudao, subtly probing for any signs of emotional upheaval. Yet, Wudao remained remarkably composed, merely responding, "To eradicate the roots, one must strike decisively. The demon clan has lingered in tranquility for far too long, necessitating a storm of blood to cleanse their arrogant assumptions. Sometimes, mere intimidation breeds only fear. It is the lessons of blood that instill true terror." He understood the heavenly demon lord's intentions perfectly. The movements within the 10 directions ancient demon realm could hardly evade the heavenly demon lord's scrutiny. His tolerance of these circumstances was, in truth, an opportunity created for Wudao, an opportunity to establish the demon clan's authority, akin to how he had acted against the Blood Abyss demon realm and the Heavenly Flame prison realm 3 years prior. However, should anyone presume that the heavenly demon lord before them was a benevolent and soft-hearted figure, they would be gravely mistaken. This individual single-handedly forged the legendary saga of the extreme northern demonic realm. The number of demon cultivators and living beings who perished at his hands is beyond counting. Even stating that 100,000 corpses floated would be a mere understatement. In the past, the foremost ancient clan of the demon race, the Ancient Demons, was utterly annihilated by him, leaving not a single survivor. However, time has a way of dulling all memories. Perhaps too many years have passed, and the present-day demon race has largely forgotten that period of bloody turmoil, marked by unparalleled brutality. Thus, Emperor Wudao feels it is time to awaken the fear that should lie buried deep within their hearts through the invocation of blood. Chapter 86. The Celestial Dominion's campaign shakes the demon clan. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. The Imperator, Wudao, has returned to the northern demon domain, and the Hunyuan sacred universe is in turmoil. The 3 hidden celestial palaces of the Celestial Dominion have formed an alliance, launching a war against the Tianji celestial dynasty. A vast army, accompanied by ancient warships, darkens the skies and envelopes the land of Tianji. Their terrifying might is reminiscent of world-destroying forces, instilling fear in the hearts of all. The flames of war rage across every inch of the Tianji celestial dynasty, suffused with an aura of annihilation. Brilliant spells illuminate the somber heavens, clashing in a dazzling display, accompanied by thunder that is both blinding and fearsome. The earth trembles as ancient cities and towering palaces crumble one after another under the ravages of war, transforming into mere ruins. Countless cultivators and beings perish amidst the conflict, their blood flowing profusely. The air is thick with the acrid scent of blood, lingering ominously. The chilling wails and desperate cries reverberate across this land, sending shivers down the spine. In just half a month, the Tianji celestial dynasty has become riddled with wounds, its once vast territory significantly diminished. Formerly prosperous towns have been reduced to scorched earth, littered with severed limbs and remnants, leaving behind a hellish landscape of devastation. Just yesterday, the situation escalated dramatically with the onset of the Imperial War. The clash of formidable figures from the Imperial realm created a monumental spectacle, unleashing terrifying power that swept in all directions like a cataclysm. The battlefield stretched for millions of miles, where the void was shattered, revealing bottomless black abysses. All tangible and intangible entities were obliterated under the overwhelming force of the imperial cultivators. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the Hunyuan orthodoxy, the prolonged imperial conflict would have had unimaginable consequences. The surrounding star domains of the Tianji celestial dynasty could have been reduced to ashes in the wake of this great battle. Fortunately, the Hunyuan orthodoxy stepped in to mediate. And aside from the Ziwei celestial palace, the other ancient clans of the celestial dominion halted their advances. After all, their initial intent in deploying troops was merely to assert the inviolable will of the celestial dominion and demonstrate their absolute authority within Hunyuan. They did not seek to drive the Tianji celestial dynasty to the brink of destruction, where both sides would suffer catastrophic losses. The vast territories they have seized are rich in resources and treasures, enough to compensate for their losses in the Tianji secret realm. If they were to act too aggressively, cornering the Tianji celestial dynasty, it could provoke a desperate counterattack. The repercussions of such a scenario are unfathomable, potentially leading to significant losses for themselves, rendering their efforts futile. Soon, the Order of the Sacred Temple announced that in 7 days, at a holy city within the Tianji celestial dynasty, they would invite the ancient clans of the celestial dominion to negotiate. This was an attempt to quell the raging war. The announcement sparked immediate interest among the ancient clans of Hunyuan, who promptly dispatched their strongest members to attend. Meanwhile, a momentous event unfolded in the northern demon domain, one that would greatly astonish all demon cultivators and beings. The Heavenly Sovereign's command, the supreme decree of the demon clan, possesses the absolute authority to command all demon cultivators and beings within the northern demon domain. Since the ascendance of the Heavenly Demon Sovereign, such commands have been rarely issued. Yet now, the Emperor of Chaos audaciously issued the Edict of the Celestial Sovereign, summoning the practitioners and denizens of the sacred realm from the extreme north demon domain to attend the Grand Demon Feast. Moreover, he intends to select 10 young demons at this gathering, who will subsequently govern the myriad realms of the demon world. This decree instantly ignited a fervor throughout the entire extreme north demon domain, with a cacophony of uproar, dissatisfaction, and condemnatory discussions lingering in the air. Notably, several apex ancient clans from the demon realm have already expressed their discontent to the celestial demon sovereign. Within the hallowed halls of the holy demon palace, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Present were numerous illustrious prodigies from the extreme north demon domain, with the 6 realms' extraordinary talents converging from the ancient realms. Among them were the formidable Mingli of the ancient underworld demon realm, the enchanting dark night charm of the ancient dark demon realm, and the formidable Tianji Qingge from the ancient demon slayer realm. Upon hearing that the Emperor of Chaos had returned from the celestial secret realm and had ascended to the sacred king realm, there was palpable irritation. Mingli was the first to shatter the silence, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction, and a smirk on his lips that added a layer of mockery. Let us not forget, merely 3 years prior, he was but a quasi-sacred being, daring to take action against the blood abyss demon realm and the heavenly flame prison realm. How much more formidable he must be now that he has entered the sacred king realm. At the same time, Tianji Qingge's expression was grave as he responded with a low voice, revealing his apprehension regarding the Emperor's past ruthless actions, particularly the massacre of the 2 ancient realms, which had only transpired a mere 3 years ago. Mingli scoffed. Was it merely the backing of the 9 nether guards that bolstered him? Could he have achieved this alone? But commanding the 9 nether guards is no small feat. They're a band of merciless killers. Do you truly believe they would bow submissively before the Emperor merely due to his title? At that moment, a captivating voice resonated, stirring the hearts of all present. Moreover, how young is the Emperor? To reach the sacred king realm at such an age is an unprecedented marvel. The words of Dark Night Charm cast an immediate silence over the hall, leaving everyone in contemplative silence. Mingli's gaze darkened, despite his reluctance. He could not deny this undeniable truth. Many others instinctively directed their eyes toward the entrance of the hall, where a figure stood with hands clasped behind his back. Clad in a dark gold demon robe that fluttered in the wind, his long black hair dancing freely. He was none other than the holy son of the demon clan, Imolancia. All clans within the extreme north demon domain knew that he had previously poured countless efforts into commanding the 9 nether guards, desperately seeking the recognition of the celestial demon sovereign and the 9 nether emperor. However, the arrival of the Emperor of Chaos shattered all his aspirations and stripped him of what was rightfully his. Imolancia slowly turned, his aura calm and composed. I care not for your private complaints and grievances, but in his presence, it would be wise for you all to temper your expressions. In my estimation, his recent actions are likely aimed at consolidating the forces of the extreme north demon domain to decisively suppress the Sangamo Abyss. The sinful demons within Sangamo Abyss are akin to thorns in the flesh and fishbones in the throat for our esteemed demon sovereign. As members of the demon clan, it is our duty to alleviate the burdens of our sovereign. Upon the utterance of these words, the assembly within the grand hall exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. After all, among them were numerous denizens of the demonic realm, who had recently engaged with the sinful demons. At this juncture, M.O. Lanxey's remarks left the crowd perplexed regarding their underlying meaning. Were they a veiled insinuation or a cautionary note? Holy Son, do you truly resign yourself to existing beneath the shadow of Emperor Wudao? You are, after all, the chosen Holy Son of the entire extreme north demon domain. In terms of qualifications and prowess, you stand as the unparalleled candidate for the esteemed position, while Emperor Wudao merely relies upon the favor of the Demon Lord's daughter. In the extreme north demon domain, who is not aware of the Demon Lord's daughter? At this moment, a discontented prodigy of the demon clan shattered the silence within the grand hall. Chapter 87. My intent is the will of heaven, and heaven's will is irreversible. However, before the words of the demonic clan's prodigy could fully escape his lips, a terrifying pressure, as if capable of shattering mountains and rivers, surged forth. Enveloped in an aura of ruthlessness, and charged directly at him. With a spurt, blood erupted from the mouth of the demonic prodigy, etching a glaring crimson line across the hall. His expression turned to one of horror, his body trembling uncontrollably, and with immense effort, he managed to lift his head. Before him lay the piercing gaze of M.O. Lanxey, whose eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity, casting an oppressive aura that made him feel as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Is the Dark Queen someone you can casually disparage? Her contributions to our demonic clan are known throughout the entire extreme North Demon realm. If she were still within our ranks, who else could claim the position of respect in our clan? Today, I, the Holy Son, shall overlook your careless words and spare your life. Should there be a next time, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With that, M.O. Lanxey flicked his long robe, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, laden with a warning that sent a chill through the air. In an instant, the entire hall felt as though it had been enveloped in frost, with all present standing in solemn silence. The palace of the demon prince. As night descended, draping the world in a cloak of darkness, the entire demon city was shrouded in an impenetrable gloom. Wudao, clad in a sleeping robe, stood with his hands clasped behind his back upon the palace platform. Below, the lights of Demon City flickered like distant stars, casting an eerie glow. His deep-set eyes surveyed the scene, imbued with an enigmatic brilliance. At that moment, a pair of delicate, boneless hands quietly slipped around his robe. The graceful figure and exquisite curves, illuminated by the moonlight, resembled a captivating enchantress. Her long, inky hair cascaded casually down her back, with a few strands brushing against her fair cheeks, adding to her allure. What are you pondering? Asked Lang Ruashi softly, her voice gentle and melodious, imbued with tender warmth. It was difficult to imagine that this enchanting woman was renowned for her coldness and indifference as the holy maiden of the demonic clan. I am contemplating what kind of woman she must be, Wudao replied, his tone reflective. Upon hearing this, a myriad of images flooded Lang Ruashi's mind, and a figure of unparalleled grace began to take shape. She was a woman of both wisdom and talent, the brightest star in the extreme North Demon realm, an existence revered by countless demons. Even the mere thought of her commanded respect. Unparalleled, the four words slipped from Lang Ruashi's lips, imbued with reverence and admiration. A playful smile curved Wudao's lips. It is rare for you, the holy maiden of the demonic clan, to speak so highly of someone. Wudao was well aware of Lang Ruashi's pride. It was easy to imagine how extraordinary his mother must have been to elicit such admiration. A flicker of nostalgia and longing passed through Lang Ruashi's eyes. My master held high expectations for you. Upon leaving the demon realm, she entrusted me to assist you well. Listening to her words tinged with longing, Wudao turned, his profound gaze resting on Lang Ruashi's face. Perhaps the recent turmoil in the palace had yet to dissipate, as a faint blush lingered on her cheeks. With a devilish charm, he remarked, "Oh, is this your way of assisting?" Upon hearing his words, Lang Ruashi cast him a sidelong glance and nestled into his embrace. Raising her gaze towards the towering and majestic Tianma city, she thoughtfully remarked, "Holding the Daotian demon banquet at this juncture, selecting the young demons from the 10 directions, is bound to stir discontent among the various demon clans, even if chosen. Without the recognition of the ancient realms, their support would be insincere. I am curious about your true intentions, as the holy maiden of the demon clan. She had heard whispers about the recent upheavals in the extreme north demon domain triggered by Wudao's issuance of the Tianma order. A flicker of concern crossed her mind, pondering whether Wudao was being overly hasty. In response, Wudao did not reply immediately. If Long Ruashi found this matter questionable, one could only imagine the greater dissent brewing among the other demon clans. In recent days, the entire demon community had been speculating, believing his return aimed at consolidating the extreme north demon domain and subduing the burial demon abyss to establish his authority and pave the way for ascending to the demon sovereign's throne. Yet, would he truly care for the title of demon sovereign? Wudao diverged from the topic, stating, I have heard that the ancient demon realm has been rather turbulent lately, with the ancient Sha Empire and the Sha Spirit clan attempting to marginalize the Night Demon clan, striving to partition the resources of the ancient realms. They dare not, Lang Ruashi softly replied, for the Night Demon clan is supported by our master. As their conversation meandered, she seemed to grasp something significant. Slowly lifting her head, she asked, Are you planning to act against the ancient Sha realm? Wudao's mention of the ancient Sha realm clearly hinted that this was not merely about the contention among three factions. Why not? He casually responded, with a raised eyebrow. Lang Ruashi found herself momentarily perplexed by Wudao's intentions. The ancient demon realms had deep roots in the extreme north demon domain, each standing as a pinnacle ancient clan. The intricate web of relationships was exceedingly complex. Otherwise, when the demon sovereign ascended, he would not have merely annihilated the ancient demon clan while granting leniency to the other demon factions, relegating them to the burial demon abyss. After all, to unify the demon clans and establish the extreme north demon domain, sheer formidable cultivation was insufficient. Extraordinary means were requisite. To wield both benevolence and authority was the path to commanding subordinates. At the time of the Daotian demon banquet, striking against the ancient Sha realm would only serve to provide fodder for criticism. Since the winds have risen, let them blow even stronger. It shall awaken those who feign slumber, while making the various clans of the extreme north demon domain understand that my will aligns with the will of heaven, an irreversible decree. A sharp glint flashed in Wudao's eyes. The position of demon sovereign had never been his aspiration. His return to the extreme north demon domain had his sights set on the 12 ancestral powers of the primordial chaos, and even the entirety of the primordial holy universe. The so-called Daotian demon banquet was merely a means to seek out the fated ones. His true strategy involved binding the demon clan's fated individuals to unlock the intermediate heavenly Dao body, thereby augmenting his power. As for the burial demon abyss, it was simply a stepping stone for him to awaken the chaos immortal demon body and break through to a higher realm. He was making his final preparations for the conquest of the primordial holy universe, although his current heavenly Dao body possessed unmatched strength beneath the immortal realm. Each of the 12 ancestral powers was a peerless being of extraordinary capability. What he seeks is not merely a destructive exchange, but an overwhelming oppression that instills such despair that the ancient clans of the primordial realm dare not entertain even the thought of resistance. Upon hearing this, Long Ruashi offered a gentle, alluring smile. Her delicate hand caressed the stern visage of Wudao. Does the purpose truly matter? In this moment, she understood that even in the face of the entire primordial sacred universe, she remained unafraid and resolute in her vow to stand by his side. Softly, she declared, Very well, I shall accompany you. Chapter 88, The Demonic Realm and the Night Demon Clan in the vast and boundless demonic forest mountain range. Where branches intertwine and miasma permeates the air, an air of eerie foreboding lingers. At this moment, two figures weave through the grotesque woods, the dry twigs and fallen leaves beneath their feet crackling with each hurried step. Senior sister, you are deceiving me again, exclaimed a youthful boy named Qingge, appearing around 14 or 15 years of age. His youthful visage was marred by evident distress, and he could not help but voice his discontent as he ran. Beside him, a slightly older girl named Qingye shot him a withering glance, her brows knitting in irritation as her almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief. What are you shouting about? This treasure was originally seized by them. Why shouldn't we reclaim it? Moreover, we are heading to the heavenly demon realm, penniless and without even a clue where the portal lies. Qingye spoke rapidly, her vigilance unwavering as she scanned their surroundings, her steps unerring and swift, stirring a gust of wind in their wake. Their movements were fluid and remarkably swift, making it difficult for even ordinary sacred realm cultivators to keep pace. Yet, upon closer inspection, their auras only hinted at the divine king realm. But Master advised us to wait until we are of age before venturing into the heavenly demon realm. Why must we go now? Qingye queried, full of bewilderment, panting heavily as he pressed on. Can we trust the words of that old coot? Shun Yinner rolled her eyes, her expression dripping with disdain. Our purpose is twofold: to seek assistance in resolving your physical condition and to attend the Dao Tian Demon Banquet, where we can witness the talents of various demon clans. As she mentioned the demon banquet, a fervent light sparkled in Shun Yinner's eyes, her face alight with anticipation. But isn't the Dao Tian Demon Banquet exclusive to Sacred Realm cultivators? Shen Xingyun cautiously interjected, his voice tinged with hesitation. This remark extinguished the fire in Shen Yinner's eyes like a bucket of cold water, her expression shifting abruptly as if a cherished dream had been cruelly shattered. She raised her hand and delivered a sharp smack to the boy's head. Then, seizing his arm, she propelled them both toward the magnificent, distant demon city with fervor. In the blink of an eye, their figures vanished into the horizon, leaving only the dappled shadows of trees swaying in their wake. Not long after, those pursuing them arrived at the gates of the demon city. The leader of the armored guards, clad in dark heavy armor, bore a grim countenance, his gaze fixed intently on the imposing demon city before him. Above the city gates, the words Night Demon City were inscribed in bold, powerful strokes, emanating an aura of chilling intimidation. Move, the armored leader gritted through clenched teeth. Moments later, within the depths of the Grand Night Demon Hall, an urgent family meeting was underway. The clan leader, Yi Xiao, a formidable figure standing at the pinnacle of the demonic realm, commanded the fates of millions of demons with every decision he made. Yet, at this moment, he stood respectfully at one side of the hall, a hint of unease flickering across his expression. Behind him stood dozens of individuals, each a prominent figure or a distinguished progeny of the Night Demon clan, exuding an extraordinary aura. Outside the grand hall, spatial fluctuations surged, indicating that numerous clan members were hastily arriving. The newly arrived members wore expressions of bewilderment, unable to comprehend why the clan leader had summoned everyone with such urgency. Yet, as they stepped into the hall, the sight before them rendered them momentarily frozen in shock. Their hearts filled with astonishment. They struggled to grasp why the clan leader and the elders stood there with such deference. Unable to resist, they lifted their gazes, only to behold a solitary figure seated at the head of the hall, clad in a dark, gold-embroidered robe. He emanated an air of solitary arrogance and icy severity as he sipped tea, his countenance marked by indifference. Merely sitting there, he enveloped the entire hall in a chilling atmosphere, making it difficult for all present to breathe. This was none other than the Emperor Wudao, who had descended from the demon realm. An elderly servant expressed his shame, stating that recently the Night Demon clan stronghold had been under attack, with many members dispatched to suppress the chaos, thus unable to arrive on time, and humbly requested punishment from the young master. The Night Owl bowed his head, displaying utmost respect in his salute. Emperor Wudao set down his cup and cast a sweeping glance across the hall. System notifications materialized above the heads of the attendees. The concept of fate was indeed elusive. The vast Night Demon clan could not produce even a single bearer of destiny. This left Emperor Wudao with a tinge of disappointment. For while he possessed the ability to cultivate a Destined One, the Night Demon clan evidently lacked the qualifications for such an endeavor. In his view, the Night Demon clan held little value other than serving as cannon fodder in critical moments. Suddenly, a notification chimed from the system as he was about to dismiss the interface. Investigation of a Destined One initiated. In an instant, a profound blue light flickered, and the system interface pulsated before him. Intriguing, he mused, a smirk curling upon his lips. He then turned his attention to the Night Owl, casually stating, "There is no need for punishment. Today, I have come to this realm with a matter that requires the Night Demon clan's assistance in investigation." Upon hearing this, the Night Owl hurriedly responded, "Please instruct us, young master. The Night Demon clan is willing to dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to your cause." Within the Grand Hall, the attendees observed their typically formidable clan leader displaying such humility and compliance. Connecting the dots from their conversation, most had already surmised Emperor Wudao's true identity. Their hearts trembled with a profound shock. Their once proud heads now bowed low, fearing even the slightest misstep could offend this enigmatic and seemingly taboo presence. To this, Emperor Wudao feigned ignorance, nodding as he continued, "Recently, a malefactor escaped from the grave of demons. I have traced the fugitive's route, which conveniently passes through the ancient demon realm. The Night Demon clan has long established roots in the ancient demon realm. Finding this malefactor should not be too challenging." Upon hearing this, the Night Owl felt a jolt of realization. As the clan leader and a dominant figure in the ancient demon realm, he was notably astute. In an instant, he grasped Emperor Wudao's deeper intention. Was Emperor Wudao seeking the Night Demon Clan's assistance to capture the malefactor? This was evidently an impossibility. As the ominous gathering of the Daoist demonic feast approaches, the formidable Emperor Wudao makes his entrance into the ancient realm of demonic ruin. Even one as obtuse as he could surmise the purpose of the Emperor's arrival. However, to ensure absolute certainty, he cautiously ventured to probe. Rest assured, young master. Our Night Demon Clan shall pursue the matter of the sinful demon to its ultimate conclusion. Yet, the vastness of the demonic ruin is overwhelming. Should the trail of the sinful demon lead into the territories of the ancient Sin Empire or the realms of the sinister Spirit Clan? He halted abruptly, raising his gaze to meet that of Emperor Wudao, his eyes filled with inquiry, awaiting a response. The expression of Emperor Wudao grew increasingly frigid, an aura of chilling malevolence radiating from him. He spoke icily. The sinful demon is a transgressor of our demon clan. Any faction within the extreme northern demon domain that dares to harbor him shall be deemed a traitor to the demon clan and shall face no mercy. Chapter 89. The subtle thoughts of the Night Owl. Upon hearing these words, the Night Owl felt an overwhelming sense of assurance wash over him. The oppressive gloom imposed by the ancient evil empire and the evil spirit clan dissipated in an instant, leaving him with a sense of exhilaration. One must choose a formidable master, after all. The Night Demon Clan must have accumulated immense virtue in a past life to have caught the eye of the Dark Empress, becoming her servitors. If this young master could vanquish the ancient evil empire and the evil spirit clan, then surely the realm of demonic sorcery would be dictated by the Night Demon Clan. With this thought in mind, the Night Owl resolved to dedicate himself with fervor to the service of Emperor Wudao. He bowed respectfully, his tone resolute and earnest. Rest assured, young master. This old servant will not fail your expectations. In response, Emperor Wudao merely nodded indifferently. In his heart, he thought that if the Night Owl lacked even this ambition, then he would serve no purpose. Night Row, the young master has endured a long journey. Quickly arrange his quarters so he may rest well. Noticing Emperor Wudao's intention to rise and depart, the Night Owl swiftly turned his gaze toward the hall, addressing a graceful and enchanting woman. While her talent was not the pinnacle within the Night Demon Clan, her beauty was undoubtedly among the finest. Furthermore, she was the daughter of the clan's second elder, a status that rendered her most fitting to serve Emperor Wudao. Were it not for the fact that the Night Owl had no daughters of his own, such a splendid opportunity would not have fallen to another. Yes, clan leader, Night Row responded, her heart racing with nervous excitement. The moment she discerned Emperor Wudao's true identity, an instinctive reverence blossomed within her. Though she was often treated like a jewel within the Night Demon Clan, before this seemingly forbidden young master, she felt her cheeks flush, a blend of shyness and anticipation stirring within her. With delicate steps, she approached the front of the hall, slightly bowing, her voice trembling ever so slightly. Night Row meets the young master. Emperor Wudao casually cast his gaze upon Night Row. With a single glance, he perceived the Night Owl's subtle intentions. He neither rejected nor paid much heed to them, his expression remaining tranquil and undisturbed. Just moments ago, the system detected a fated individual appearing in the Night Demon City, and perhaps this Night Row could serve as his guide. Rise, Emperor Wudao's voice was flat, and with those simple 2 words, he took the lead, stepping toward the exit. Night Row, seeing that Emperor Wudao had not dismissed her, was instantly filled with joy. Her cheeks flushed with color. She quickly adjusted her attire and followed behind him with light, graceful steps. Farewell, young master. The hall reverberated with voices of farewell. Envious gazes concentrated on the departing figures of Emperor Wudao and Night Row. Simultaneously, jubilant congratulations echoed within the hall, directed toward the second elder of the Night Demon Clan. What are you waiting for? Eat up. In a sinisterly atmospheric magic tower, Qingge, her cheeks puffed up, was ravenously devouring magical delicacies. She took a moment to glance up and called out to Qingge. Qingge wore a gentle smile, replying, Sister, take your time eating. I am not going to snatch it from you. As the words left her lips, a delicate flush instantly graced Qingge's fair face, causing her movements to slow down unconsciously. Yet, her tongue remained unyielding. If I tell you to eat, just eat. Why so much unnecessary chatter? Once we finish, we must hastily exchange these magic crystals for spirit stones. I wonder if we possess enough spirit stones to cover the costs of the interdimensional teleportation array. The mere mention of spirit stones ignited a fury within Qingge, her teeth grinding in agitation. The thought of that old bald donkey further fueled her ire. Instead of sitting upon the exalted throne of the 5th demon emperor of the extreme north demon realm, He brazenly chose to challenge the imperial lord of the imperial clan, shamelessly claiming to speak on behalf of the Dark Empress. Ultimately, it stemmed from unrequited love, morphed into hate. And now, after 3 years of absence, not even a single strand of hair had returned. He might well have been struck dead by the imperial lord with a mere slap. If that old bald donkey were still alive, with his status, why would she and her junior brother be enduring the hardships of the extreme North Demon Realm? Wandering and exposed to the elements? Even upon reaching the heavenly demon realm, he would have been held in unparalleled esteem. Most crucially, Qingge was on the brink of adulthood. If he could not find the blood of 10,000 demons to awaken the 10,000 demon body, it would present a significant obstacle to his future training. This urgency drove her to seek assistance from the heavenly demon realm, yearning to find Wudao. Who was this beggar that had suddenly appeared? When did the Qingge magic tower start allowing such individuals to enter? At that moment, several tall and extraordinary figures emerged from the elegant chambers of the magic tower, adorned in resplendent demon robes, emanating an air of nobility. They were the elite prodigies of various demon clans from Night Demon City. Among them was a young demon noble, of average height, sporting a single horn on his forehead, who spoke with an expression of disdain. "We are not beggars." Hearing this, Qingge's face contorted with dissatisfaction as he retorted immediately. "You eat your meal, and the dog barks at you. Do you even pay it any mind?" Qingge did not lift her eyelids, casually tossing out her words. As soon as she spoke, the once bustling magic tower fell into a hushed silence. What audacity! A demon cultivator secretly gave a thumbs up, admiring Qingge's bravery. "What did you say?" The demon noble's face darkened, his gaze fixated on Qingge with intensity. Qingge allowed a cold smile to curve her lips. "I said dog. Why do you respond? You seek death." Enraged, the demon noble roared, raising his hand to strike down upon Qingge. A formidable surge of magic surged through the tower, reverberating and causing the surrounding furniture to tremble. Observing this, Qingge's beautiful eyes chilled momentarily, devoid of fear as she also summoned her palm to counter. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. In the next instant, astonishment flickered in the demon noble's eyes, accompanied by a resounding thud as he was sent flying, tracing a graceless arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. God King Realm. How is this possible? Gasps of disbelief echoed throughout the magic tower. No one dared to believe that this girl, seemingly no older than 15 or 16, was a formidable entity of the God King Realm. It was well known that in the entire extreme North Demon Realm, attaining the God King Realm at such a young age placed one at the pinnacle of existence. The other young prodigies of the demon clan were equally taken aback by the scene before them, standing in stunned silence. Their astonishment did not stem from any fear of Qingge's prowess, but rather from the realization that a maiden so young had ascended to the realm of the Divine King, suggesting she must possess an extraordinary lineage. Perhaps she was a key descendant of a prominent power. One of the young demons stepped forward and inquired, "Might I ask which ancient clan-esque lineage you represent?" "Esteemed lady, I am Yi Heng of the Night Demon Clan." There was a hint of caution in Yi Heng's tone. Although this was the territory of the Night Demon Clan, and he had little to fear, news had reached him that a significant figure was arriving today. Given his status, he felt unworthy to meet such a personage. Thus, he deemed it prudent to exercise caution, lest he inadvertently offend someone beyond his means to confront. Chapter 90. The Fifth Demon Emperor's Disciple in Legend. Humph. Do not attempt to test my resolve. The Night Demon Clan does not intimidate me. With a slight elevation of her chin, Qingge bore an expression of pride. While her words contained a kernel of truth, her master was unlikely to arrive. The moment these words escaped her lips, the entire demon tower erupted in chaos. In the Night Demon City, no one had ever dared to speak so boldly. It was sheer provocation, not only within the Night Demon City, but across the entire demon-fiend ancient realm, who would dare to utter such audacious claims. Skeptical and disdainful gazes were cast towards Qingge, who was perceived as merely posturing. However, the reaction from Yi Heng was markedly different. Upon hearing Qingge's proclamation, he felt a deep stir within him. Even if there were but a fraction of truth in her words, he could not afford to take any risks. As Yi Heng hesitated, a voice resonated silently in his mind. "Take her down." Yi Heng's heart jolted. His previously indecisive expression gradually turned cold. His voice laced with frost. "Is that so? Then let your master come to the Night Demon Clan to rescue you." Panic surged within Qingge as she realized the gravity of the situation. She had failed to intimidate him. Quick to react, she seized Qingge's arm, and in an instant, runes flickered around them, propelling them like meteors towards the exit of the tower. The scene unfolded so abruptly that the cultivators within the demon tower were caught off guard. Xinyin'er had already dragged Shun Xingyun close to the entrance when, in the next heartbeat, a figure of enchanting grace entered her line of sight. The woman wore a subtle smile, raising her hand to strike at Xinyin'er. A wave of alarm coursed through Xinyin'er, though she possessed a treasured artifact bestowed by her master. Capable of unleashing the speed of a holy realm practitioner in critical moments, her own strength was merely at the divine king level, rendering her no match for a true holy realm powerhouse. In a life-or-death moment, she could only hastily activate her protective sacred vessel. With a thunderous crash, there was no doubt. The combined force of Yirou's strike sent both Xinyin'er and Shun Xingyun hurtling backward. Fortunately, the protective artifact absorbed much of the impact. Otherwise, that casual blow could have severely harmed them. Lady Ro, clan sister, within the demon tower, the demon cultivators gasped in unison at the sight of the newcomer. Yiro was renowned not only in Night Demon City but throughout the demon fiend ancient realm. After all, a beauty naturally draws attention wherever she goes, especially one who is the daughter of an elder in the Night Demon clan. Adoring glances fixated on Yiro, as she instantly became the center of attention upon her arrival. Clan sister, what brings you here? Yiheng rushed forward to greet her. Without uttering a word, Yiro took a small step back, slightly inclining her body, and with an exceedingly respectful demeanor, she bowed, saying, "Young master, please." At this pronouncement, the demon cultivators within the tower were utterly astonished, lifting their gazes toward the outside. There, a figure approached steadily, the black robe billowing fiercely in the wind, hair flowing wildly. A stern visage exuded an air of haughty disregard, surveying the surroundings with an imperious gaze. The Emperor Wudao remained silent, striding directly into the building. His eyes pierced through the throngs of people, landing squarely upon Xinyin'er and Shun Xingyun. Ding. System probing in progress. Probing results generated. Fated individual name, Xinyin'er identity, disciple of the dark Ajatashattra cultivation level, divine king realm physique, ancestral demon Daobone destiny value, 18. 500 techniques and powers, Dao demon true words, devouring heaven demon art, demon spirit steps. Fated individual name, Shin Xingyun identity, disciple of the dark Ajatashattra cultivation level, divine king realm physique, 10,000 demons body destiny value, 18. 400 techniques and powers, devouring heaven demon art, 9 transformations burial demon canon, 10,000 demon seal. Above their heads, a system interface materialized, elaborating on their backgrounds. Emperor Wudao was naturally aware of the dark Ajatashatru, a disciple of the demon sovereign, who, by all accounts, could be regarded as his uncle. The dark Ajatashatru possessed an eccentric and rebellious nature, forging a unique path in cultivation, mastering both Buddhist and demonic practices. He lived freely and unconstrained by the mundane conventions of society. In his early years, it was rumored that the demon sovereign intended to appoint him as the 5th demon emperor of the extreme north demon territory. Yet, for reasons unknown, he not only declined but resolutely departed from the demon realm. Emperor Wudao did not anticipate encountering a disciple of the dark Ajatashatru in the ancient realm of demonic malevolence. Furthermore, these two individuals possessed extraordinary talents, their destiny values magnificent and imposing, rivaling even that of Lying Ruashi. At this moment, Xinyin'er and Shin Xingyun brushed off the dust from their garments and clumsily rose to their feet. Upon raising their eyes, they found themselves face to face with Emperor Wudao. A sudden heaviness gripped Xinyin'er's heart as an intangible sense of oppression enveloped her. The aura emanating from this man was perilously dangerous, making her feel as though her numerous hidden trump cards would falter before Emperor Wudao. Unbeknownst to her, a cross-domain rune silently appeared in her palm, which she clenched tightly. Should the situation turn even slightly awry, she resolved to activate the rune and flee the scene. "Young master, how should we deal with these two?" Yirou's steps glided softly as she closely followed Emperor Wudao, her voice gentle with inquiry. Although she was unaware of their origins, it was evident that Emperor Wudao had commanded their interception for a reason. Emperor Wudao offered no response, his gaze coolly assessing the two. Xinyin'er's seemingly covert movement did not escape his notice. "Put it away. If I make a move, you will not be able to activate it." Emperor Wudao's lips parted slightly, his tone unperturbed. Yet, his words caused Xinyin'er's expression to freeze momentarily. However, she quickly regained her composure, her gaze resolute as she retorted, "That is still better than sitting idly by. I warn you, should you dare to lay a hand on us, my master will know, and the consequences will be beyond what the Night Demon clan can bear." Impudent. At this, Yirou's beautiful eyes turned cold, ready to reprimand. Yet, Emperor Wudao merely waved his hand dismissively, a hint of amusement gracing his demeanor. If I strike, your master will not protect you. Xinyan scoffed. Such audacity. Do you even know who my master is? I do, the dark Ajatashetru. What? Xinyan's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Her gaze filled with incredulity. Instinctively, she extended her delicate finger toward Di Wudao, her mouth agape, stammering you, yet struggling to articulate a complete sentence. Simultaneously, the magic tower erupted with fervor, a chorus of astonished gasps resounding throughout. Waves of astonished glances converged upon them. Yi Ro and Yi Heng stood frozen in place, equally taken aback by this unexpected exchange. Anji Akamu, in this far northern realm of demons, who does not know his name? Although he had declined the title of Demon Emperor, within the various demon clans of the extreme north, he is still referred to as Dark Demon Emperor. This is solely due to his enigmatic demeanor and capricious nature, marked by unpredictable temperament. The number of demon remnants who have perished at his hands is incalculable. Chapter 91. The Ancient Beings of the Night Demon Clan on the Other Side. In the ancestral land of the Night Demon Clan, a shroud of magical mist enveloped the surroundings, steeped in an eerie and foreboding ambience, permeated with the scent of decay intermingled with mystery. After the departure of Emperor Wudao, the Night Owl arrived at the ancestral grounds, within the realm of the Ancient Devil. The Night Demon Clan's foundation is relatively weaker compared to the Ancient Devil Empire and the Spirit Demon Clan. Within this ancestral land, there exist only two ancient beings, the Grand Elder and an aged ancestor of considerable longevity. The current standing of the Night Demon Clan is attributed to the Grand Elder, whose keen vision during his tenure was instrumental. He had the fortune of aiding the Dark Empress, subsequently becoming her servant. This connection has become a pillar for the Night Demon Clan's prominence in the Ancient Devil realm. At this moment, deep within the ancestral grounds, before a grand altar constructed of dark, demonic stones, the Night Owl stood respectfully, murmuring incantations. Upon the altar, two massive stone coffins loomed, their lids tightly sealed, wreathed in tendrils of black mist. The Night Owl sought an audience with the ancestor, imploring for a swift awakening. As he called out, the runes upon the altar began to flicker with a faint light, seemingly drawn by some unseen force. With a sudden tremor, one of the coffins shook violently, releasing an ancient and profound aura. What is the matter? A voice, tinged with dissatisfaction and a hoarse timbre, emanated from one of the coffins. Ancestor, the day for the Night Demon Clan to ascend in the Ancient Devil realm has arrived. The Night Owl responded, barely containing his excitement. What has transpired? Speak swiftly, came the authoritative voice from the other coffin, resonating with undeniable gravitas. The progeny of the Master, the current young lord of the Demon Clan, has arrived at the Night Demon Clan. The Night Owl did not withhold any details, recounting the events of the day with utmost honesty. If that is the case, this indeed presents an opportunity for my Night Demon Clan to ascend in the Ancient Devil realm. A response echoed from within the coffin after a brief silence. Have you uncovered any evidence of the Ancient Devil Empire and the Spirit Demon Clan's contact with the Sin Demon? The voice of the Grand Elder emerged sternly from the right coffin. Hearing this, the Night Owl's expression turned slightly awkward. I have yet to find any evidence, which is why I have come to the ancestral grounds seeking the ancestors' assistance. As these words left his lips, an abrupt silence enveloped the altar. Beings of their stature remained in existence not by their own power, but through the sustenance of their clan's profound heritage. They would not step outside the ancestral grounds unless absolutely necessary. After all, once they departed, devoid of the vast energy supply from the ancestral land, they risked imminent demise. Do you wish for us to venture forth and investigate the Sin Demon? After a lengthy pause, a weighty and contemplative voice emerged from the coffin. Upon hearing this, the Night Owl's lips curved into a mysterious smile. Yes and no, in my humble opinion. The arrival of the young lord at the Night Demon Clan is indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Ancestor, consider this, with the young lord's esteemed status. Why would the Night Demon Clan need to intervene in the investigation of the Sin Demon? The reason the young master condescended to visit the Night Demon Clan, Night Shadow boldly speculated, was twofold. Firstly, it must be due to the fond memories of past camaraderie. Secondly, it was likely in search of a reliable force to govern the ancient realm of demonic evil. Upon delivering this discourse, silence once again enveloped the coffin. Night Shadow's assertions were coherent and reasonable, rendering them indisputable. If his conjectures were indeed accurate, then the Night Demon Clan had undoubtedly encountered an unparalleled opportunity. Seizing it could make governing the ancient realm of demonic evil a tangible dream. At that juncture, The boundless resources and immense energies of the entire realm would be at the disposal of the Night Demon clan. With such substantial energy backing, they could not only emerge from their ancestral land, but also harbor hopes of ascending to the immortal realm. Such an enticing prospect was equally captivating, even for the two ancient beings who had long since become indifferent to worldly affairs, stirring their hearts with desire. "Do you have a meticulous plan?" spoke the venerable ancestor from within the left coffin. Night Shadow's heart leaped with joy, and he promptly responded. Deep within the Night Demon clan, in a tranquil and serene courtyard, Shun Yenner stood, her large eyes brimming with curiosity as she observed Wudao leisurely sipping tea in the pavilion. Ever since they were brought back to the Night Demon clan, Shun Yenner had noticed that, regardless of whom they encountered, everyone held Wudao in the utmost reverence. This scene stirred ripples within her heart, leading her to speculate that Wudao's identity must be extraordinary, likely akin to them as a direct disciple of a certain demon emperor from the celestial demon realm. After all, upon learning that they were disciples of the Dark Jaimuni, Wudao remained unfazed, a confidence that spoke volumes. Yet, what puzzled her was that after bringing them back, Wudao had not inquired further, leaving them to linger in the periphery. Suddenly, the courtyard's space shimmered with ripples. Shortly thereafter, a shadow stepped steadily through the rift that had opened in the space. The newcomer was none other than the vice-commander of the 9 Nether Guards, Yushang. He approached the pavilion and saluted. "Young lord." "How is it?" Wudao inquired softly. Lifting his gaze, Yushang's expression was grim, his demeanor serious, in response to the young lord. "My investigation reveals that the demonic criminals returning from the abyss of buried demons are, in fact, the 3rd-generation demon emperor of the ancient evil empire, and the old demon of the Shaling clan, Insha." However, the two did not linger long in the ancient realm of demonic evil. By the time I received word, they had already departed. I attempted to tear through the void to intercept them, but their route of departure was exceedingly peculiar, shrouded by a mysterious force. "Mysterious force?" Wudao murmured, setting down his cup. Even with Yushang's formidable strength, he could not disturb that mysterious power. Such means were likely reserved for immortal entities. It was truly a pity, for had he successfully devoured these 2 demonic criminals, it would undoubtedly have greatly benefited his own realm and physique. As for why the demonic criminals left in such haste, Wudao did not dwell too deeply on it. After all, whether they fled on the 1st day or the 15th made little difference. It was merely a matter of early death versus late death. "Are you Wudao?" As Emperor Wudao pondered, a voice filled with surprise and a hint of delight reached him from not far away, Shun Yenner. If, prior to this moment, the Night Demon clan's attitude towards Emperor Wudao had left her unable to deduce his identity, the arrival of Yushang and the utterance of the title Young Master struck her like a ray of sunlight piercing through the clouds, leading her to an instant realization. Upon hearing Shun Yenner's exclamation, Emperor Wudao turned his head, his gaze steady as it fell upon her. He casually nodded, acknowledging his identity. For him, there had never been a desire to conceal it. The appearance of these two was a delightful surprise, and if they could be of use to him, it would be most fortuitous. If not, they would simply have to accept their misfortune. Chapter 92. Celestial Domain Map and the Spirit Summoning Array. Upon receiving the approval of the esteemed Emperor Wudao, a radiant expression of joy blossomed on Shun Yenner's face. She could hardly fathom that the person she had been tirelessly searching for had appeared before her without any forewarning. Eagerly, she seized Shun Xingyun's hand and hastened towards the pavilion, exclaiming, "My master specifically instructed me before leaving to seek you in the demon realm." As she spoke, her astonishment was palpable. "Who could have imagined encountering you here? What a remarkable twist of fate." At these words, a flicker of intrigue passed through Emperor Wudao's eyes. Although he had never met Injiayun, it was indeed peculiar that the latter had sent his 2 disciples to find him. "What brings you to me?" he inquired, his demeanor serene and casual. "Of course, we are here to pledge our loyalty to you and serve as your right and left arms," Shun Yenner replied, stepping closer to the pavilion, her face adorned with an eager smile. The expression on her face was almost begging for acceptance. She had long grown weary of a life spent wandering, exposed to the elements and toiling for demon crystals. Now, having encountered the esteemed young master of the demon clan, she was determined to cling to this advantageous opportunity. If she could remain by his side, her future would surely be filled with abundance, alleviating her worries over demon crystals. Beside her, Shun Xingyun could no longer contain his curiosity and gazed intently at Emperor Wudao. Having been raised by Injiayun since childhood, they had often heard their master speak of the extraordinary nature of Emperor Wudao. For years, they had regarded him as their ultimate aspiration, and now, witnessing him in person. Their hearts swelled with joy, mingled with a hint of apprehension. "I do not entertain idlers in my presence," Emperor Wudao remarked, a subtle smile playing on his lips, tinged with amusement. Unfazed by his words, Qingge responded with unwavering confidence. "My master has entrusted me with something for you. He said that upon your meeting, you would naturally comprehend his intentions." As she spoke, she deliberately shrouded the matter in mystery, her expression enigmatic. Emperor Wudao raised an eyebrow, curiosity evident in his gaze. "What is it?" Qingge leaned forward, standing directly before him. With a bold tilt of her head, she declared, "It's in my sea of consciousness. You can examine it yourself." As Emperor Wudao regarded the proximity of Qingge, he slightly arched his brow. Given her cultivation level, and Jiayun could not possibly be unaware that allowing him to probe her consciousness was not in her best interest. A momentary lapse could endanger her very soul. "My master has stated that this matter is of utmost importance. Aside from you and my master, no one else is permitted to investigate, not even myself. Please retrieve it quickly. Having this object linger in my sea of consciousness without my knowledge is quite vexing," Qingge pouted, her expression tinged with dissatisfaction. In response to her words, Emperor Wudao leisurely extended a finger, gently tapping her forehead. A concentrated thread of spiritual power flowed from his fingertip into Qingge's sea of consciousness. The moment his consciousness entered, an overwhelming force enveloped his spirit, as if probing his identity itself. In a moment of standoff, the vast power of the divine soul seemed to confirm his identity. It surged forth from Qingge's sea of consciousness. Subsequently, a boundless expanse of shimmering stars unfolded in Wudao's mind. "You have arrived." A deep and enchanting voice resonated, as if traversing the realms of past and future, echoing throughout the infinite cosmos. The flowing light seemed summoned, beginning to converge. From the depths of the starry sky, a figure gradually approached. Dressed in a robe interwoven with black and white, his garments billowed as he walked, each step emanating endless profundity. His countenance bore a duality of Buddha and demon. At first glance, he exuded compassion and sanctity, inspiring reverence. Yet upon a second look, an unending malevolence glimmered in his eyes, instilling dread. Indeed, he was worthy of being the child of my junior sister. As Anjiakamu approached, his gaze was filled with admiration. "Wudao, I have met Master Anjiakamu." Wudao maintained a serene expression, offering a respectful bow to Anjiakamu. With a slight nod, Anjiakamu's demeanor softened, revealing a hint of elder warmth. "To enter my divine consciousness, you must have encountered Yenner and Yunner. These two children, extraordinary in talent, possess extraordinary physiques. With careful nurturing, they will surely become a significant asset to you in the future." Wudao listened intently, remaining silent. He noted that as Anjiakamu spoke, the endless starry sky began to subtly transform. The previously scattered stars seemed to be drawn together by an invisible force, gradually converging and arranging themselves, ultimately outlining a celestial map of the extreme North Demon realm. Anjiakamu cast a deep glance at Wudao, then turned to regard the evolving celestial map with a more serious expression. "When I first discovered anomalies in the demon world, I did not pay them much heed. However, upon traversing the entire extreme North Demon realm, I realized the situation is far more serious than I had imagined. This map is the result of my painstaking efforts over 10,000 years, meticulously charted through extensive travels." Wudao gazed at the floating celestial map before him, his eyes sharp as an eagle. "Master, can you ascertain who is responsible?" "Unknown." Anjiakamu's voice carried a chill. "To wield such transcendent methods within the entirety of the primordial holy universe, aside from the 12 ancestors of primordial, I can scarcely think of anyone else." Wudao, however, silently shook his head. He did not share this belief. In this primordial holy universe, were there not others who stood at the pinnacle? Take, for instance, the Jishur Immortal Alliance behind Yi Lingtian. Its power was hardly inferior to that of the 12 ancestors of primordial. What is this system? Wudao pondered within his heart. Ding. System scanning. Scanning results generated. The ancient Immortal 10 Arrays, Heavenly Spirit Summoning Array. This array is rooted in the spiritual veins of the myriad worlds, drawing upon the essence of all realms to gather the power of the universe, delivering unparalleled offense. It's might astonishing, capable of slaying immortals. Wudao gazed at the system interface, a ripple of emotion stirring within him. It is merely an extremely northern demonic realm. Should this formation succeed, it would bestow the power to vanquish immortals. Imagine if this array could envelop the entirety of the primordial sacred universe. What might its potency be? "Master Uncle, have you explored the circumstances in the upper realm?" Wudao inquired. Anjamu and I slowly shook his head and replied solemnly, I have not yet conducted an exploration. Upon hearing this, Wudao comprehended the gravity of the situation. Anjamu and I had spent millennia meticulously investigating this frigid, demonic domain. The matter was of such significance that he harbored doubts about entrusting it to anyone else. It was imperative that he undertook it himself. I must take my leave. Anjamu and I's voice resonated abruptly. Consider this diagram as a token of our meeting. I am confident that with your capabilities, you will adeptly manage the inherent dangers. Wudao asked, Where are you currently residing, Master Uncle? Anjamu and I did not respond, his gaze deep and contemplative as he quietly gazed into the distance. In the next moment, his figure gradually dissipated into the boundless starry sky. Witnessing this, Wudao chose not to speak further and withdrew from the realm of divine thought. Chapter 93, Successful Binding. Surge in Destiny Value. Wudao opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon Xinyin and Xinxingyan, both of whom wore expressions of curiosity. The system announced the binding of their destinies. Without further contemplation, he directly bound the two. Given that Anjiamuni had sent them to him, he saw no reason to refuse. A series of crisp notification sounds echoed. Ding. System binding. Binding successful. Bound target. Xinyin. Ding. Host's destiny value increased to 67,500. Support for Prodigy 1. Ding. The bound destiny bearer possesses immense fortune, receiving system rewards. Rewards include Ancestor Demon Blood X1. Heavenly Dao Battle Puppet X1. Ding. System binding. Binding successful. Bound target. Xinxingyun. Ding. Host's destiny value increased to 81,300. Support for Prodigy 1. Ding. The bound destiny bearer possesses immense fortune, receiving system rewards. Rewards include 10,000 Demon Banner, Great Method of Demon Refinement. The system interface displayed detailed descriptions of the rewards. Wudao glanced at them indifferently before storing them in his spatial storage. Hey, what did my master tell you? Suddenly, Xinyin's voice reached his ears, tinged with a hint of barely perceptible probing. She felt a pang of anxiety. Entirely uncertain of what her master had instructed Wudao. If her master had not tasked him with their care, then all her efforts would be in vain. The prospect of losing such a formidable ally was unacceptable to her. Resolving internally, she vowed to cling tightly to Wudao, her golden pillar of support. Wudao, however, offered no response. Instead, he raised his gaze to the distant horizon. In that fleeting moment, the light within his eyes flickered with shades of black and white, reminiscent of a vast galaxy swirling within his gaze. At that instant, the myriad rules of the universe and the subtle flow of atmospheric energy became vividly apparent to him. Every movement of the Night Demon clan, even the slightest stir of a cicada, could not escape his perception. Just moments ago, he sensed two extremely subtle fluctuations emanating from deep within the Night Demon clan. After a brief contemplation, he instructed his companion, Yu Shuang. Yu Shuang's expression grew serious, and he promptly responded with respect before swiftly vanishing. Wudao rose, hands clasped behind his back, standing atop the pavilion. His gaze was profound as he calculated the time. The Dao Tian Mo banquet must be in preparation. During this journey to the ancient demon realm, he had not taken Lung Ruashi with him. After all, with his absence from the Tian Mo realm, someone needed to preside over the Dao Tian Mo banquet, and Lung Ruashi was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. With these thoughts in mind, he stepped forward, dark energy swirling around him. The space before him seemed as fragile as paper, torn apart to reveal a pitch-black spatial rift. He stepped into it, vanishing from the tranquil courtyard. Hey, how rude of you. Xinyin's distant shout echoed behind him, laced with a hint of exasperation. In the Tian Mo realm, the Tian Mo Dao platform stood as an immortal battleground, transcending time since ancient times, vast and mysterious. Its surface was composed of enormous stones as dark as ink, shimmering with an eerie luminescence. Surrounding the dojo, towering stone pillars stand erect, intricately adorned with the fierce carvings of mythical beasts, imbuing the entire arena with an aura of foreboding. At this moment, preparations for the grand banquet of the celestial demons are in full swing. Within the hall, numerous demonic attendants bustle about, their hurried steps maintaining an impeccable order. They bear a myriad of rare treasures and delicacies, meticulously arranging them upon an exquisitely crafted long table. Not far from the magnificent celestial demon dojo, an ancient tower quietly rises. At the pinnacle of this tower, Mo Lengxi, cloaked in a billowing black robe, stands with his hands clasped behind him, gazing through layers of ethereal mist that envelop the dojo. There, a captivating silhouette moves gracefully, radiating an air of elegance tempered by an unyielding chill. I am intrigued by the singular qualities of Wudao that could compel this esteemed demoness to serve him so devotedly. A soft, enchanting voice disrupts the silence within the tower. It emanates from Qingge, the embodiment of lethal allure, a member of the Sin demon lineage. Rather than concern myself with her presence, it would be wiser to discern the true motives behind Wudao's return. Mo Langxi's lips curl into a cold, sardonic smile as he speaks in a low tone. It seems the Holy Sun harbors quite the apprehension towards this young noble of the demon clan. Apprehension? Mo Langxi scoffs. Do not presume that Wudao's return is merely to intimidate the prodigies of the various demon clans. Beware. For when the armies of the demon race march upon the city, you may remain blissfully unaware of the impending doom. With that, he turns, his gaze resting upon Qingge, laden with a grave warning. The Holy Demon Clan, as the foremost lineage beneath the celestial demon sovereign, possesses an immeasurable depth of heritage. Notably, 2 seats within the Elder Council of Celestial Demons are occupied by members of the Holy Demon Clan. Mo Langxi, as the Holy Son of the demon race, wields information and influence that far surpasses that of others. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise flashes through Qingge's enchanting eyes, her previously indifferent demeanor now sharpened. Holy Son, please do not take offense. I come bearing the sincere intentions of our revered leader, seeking to discuss matters of great importance with you. Yet, Mo Langxi appears unperturbed, turning away to take his seat upon a darkened throne. If your aim is to persuade me to assist the Sin Demon Clan in escaping the abyss of demon burial, I advise you to abandon that notion. Mo Langxi is acutely aware of the profound depths of the celestial demon sovereign's strategies and the intricacies of his thoughts, which are beyond the grasp of ordinary beings. The world believes that the celestial demon sovereign spared the ancestors of the various demon clans when establishing the Northern Abyss merely as an act of leniency. Yet, who can fathom that this was a masterstroke to maintain balance among the clans, wielding a double-edged sword? This sword serves to firmly intimidate the Sin Demon Clan, dissuading them from reckless actions, while simultaneously instilling fear in the other clans, as none wish to see their ancestral forebears remain in the abyss. Nor did any of the ancestral demons desire the annihilation of their kin by the celestial demon sovereign. Since its inception, the extreme North Demon Realm has seen the demon sovereign wielding unparalleled power, compelling the entire realm to willingly bow in submission. The Sin demons within the abyss of demise have been firmly restrained, not daring to make a move for countless millennia. Subsequently, the Dark Empress emerged, bestowing her grace upon the various demon clans of the extreme North Demon Realm. Now, for the Sin demons of the abyss of demise. Escaping that confining place is a challenge akin to ascending the heavens. Qingge, the sovereign would never place the Holy Sun in peril. Rather, the sovereign hopes that the Holy Sun will wholeheartedly support the Imperator Wudao, ideally leading the proud scions of the demon clans in a campaign against the abyss of demise. The enchanting Qingge smiled sweetly, her eyes glimmering with mirth. Chapter 94. The Night Demon Ancestor in utter shock upon hearing these words, Mo Langxi slightly raised his brow. In a mere moment, a sharp glimmer flashed across his gaze. Do you intend to strike against Emperor Wudao and the formidable beings of the demon clan? It is said that a towering tree attracts the wind. Qingge offered a profound smile, her tone gentle. Emperor Wudao's momentum is far too formidable. Having entered the sacred king realm at such a young age, who could possibly counterbalance him in due time? He has become a significant threat to the delicate equilibrium of the primordial sacred universe. Moreover, the Emperor clan consistently produces exceptional leaders, causing trepidation among the ancient clans and their traditions within the primordial realm. After listening, Mo Langxi's expression remained as calm as still water, devoid of any ripples. His eyes narrowed as he regarded Qingge. I do not believe that the Sin Demon Clan possesses the strength to challenge both the Heavenly Demon Sovereign and the Emperor Clan simultaneously. If you truly wish to collaborate with me, I insist that your superiors come to meet me. Qingge appeared to have anticipated Mo Langxi's response. With a charming smile, she replied, the Demon Clan would never ally with others. Yet there are those in the primordial sacred universe who have asked me to convey a message to the Holy Sun. Speak, Mo Langxi commanded succinctly. Qingge continued. 10 years ago, in the Endless Sea, I was fortunate enough to witness Brother Mo's prowess and managed to win a move or two. I wonder if I might again behold Brother Mo's brilliance in the abyss of the demons. At this, Mo Langxi's gaze sharpened instantly, murmuring to himself, Yiling Tian. In the ancient demon realm, amidst the endless mountains of the Shaolin clan's territory, the figure of Emperor Wudao stepped steadily forth from a rift in space. His eyes lightly scanned the vast expanse of the Shaolin clan's domain. Before him, A sprawling range of demonic mountains rose majestically, their grandeur punctuated by clusters of palatial edifices, showcasing the unique magnificence of this ancient race. This night owl is even more astute than I had imagined. Initially, he had merely offered a few casual pointers to the night owl, intending for him to seek out a couple of powerful beings from his clan to investigate the Shaling clan. Whether or not he could uncover anything was secondary for him. After all, fabricating a scapegoat is not a task that poses any difficulty, is it? However, he had not anticipated that the night owl would directly bring the night demon ancestor to him. Contemplating this, Emperor Wudao revealed a subtle smile. Meanwhile, deep within the Shaling clan, an ancient and grand demonic mountain stood silently. The figure of the night demon ancestor, akin to a specter, lingered just outside the ancestral grounds. Filled with trepidation, refraining from trespassing. Despite the night demon ancestor's formidable power, he dared not act recklessly in the presence of the Shaling clan's ancestral domain, let alone brazenly invade it. He understood well that within the ancestral grounds, there were numerous ancient beings whose strength rivaled his own. To intrude rashly would be tantamount to courting death. He resolved to remain hidden for a few days, awaiting the night owl's notification to Emperor Wudao, ready to feign a retreat as a sin demon when the heavenly demon army arrived. After all, Emperor Wudao's current stratagem was merely to secure a legitimate pretext for action. All he needed to do was to play his part in this grand performance. Buzz, just as the night demon ancestor was lost in thought, the space beside him rippled unexpectedly. The eerie fluctuations caused a drastic change in the countenance of the night demon ancestor, as a surge of demonic energy enveloped him instantaneously. His perception, akin to delicate spider silk, spread out in all directions. His expression turned exceedingly vigilant. In the next moment, a rift in space slowly tore open, and the figure of Emperor Wudao stepped forth with unwavering poise. Master the night demon ancestor widened his eyes in disbelief upon seeing the newcomer. His mind momentarily blank as if it had frozen. He could scarcely fathom that Emperor Wudao would appear at this juncture within the Shaling clan, and even more astonishingly, arrive unnoticed. Although rumors suggested that Emperor Wudao was merely at the Holy King level, how could one at such a level traverse freely beneath his very nose? Shall we not proceed? Emperor Wudao's calm voice jolted the night demon ancestor back to reality. What the night demon ancestor instinctively questioned, still engulfed in overwhelming shock. Emperor Wudao cast a glance at him, uttering no further words, and began to stride toward the ancestral grounds of the Shaling clan. His demeanor as casual as if he were strolling through his own garden. The night demon ancestor's mind was a tempest of confusion, filled with astonishment and uncertainty. Utterly incapable of comprehending Emperor Wudao's audacious and enigmatic actions, he hastily summoned his consciousness to scan the surroundings, seeking any powerful entities hidden in the shadows. However, after a thorough search, he found no one but himself and Emperor Wudao in the vicinity. At that moment, with little time for contemplation, the night demon ancestor gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve, and hastened to follow in Emperor Wudao's wake. How audacious! Who dares to intrude upon the ancestral grounds? As the two approached, several strands of divine consciousness struck like daggers, swiftly locking onto them. In the blink of an eye, two guardians of the ancestral grounds materialized. Both at the Holy King level, their bodies wreathed in raging demonic flames, their gazes icy as they focused intently on the pair. Eliminate them, Emperor Wudao commanded, his tone devoid of emotion. Boom. A terrifying pressure of imperial might erupted from the night demon ancestor, crashing down like a collapsing mountain, enveloping the entire area. Thud, thud. The two Holy King guardians could not even react. The space they occupied shattered, the very rules collapsing under the strain. In an instant, they were crushed into a pulpy mass, unable to utter even a single cry, leaving behind only a puddle of indistinct flesh and blood. Unfazed, Emperor Wudao continued his advance deeper into the ancestral grounds of the Shaling clan. Master, the night demon ancestor hesitated several times along the way, unable to suppress the swirling doubts within him. Gathering his courage, he finally spoke. Should we not wait for the army? Once they arrive, our chances of success would be greater. Emperor Wudao did not halt his pace, his tone remaining unperturbed. What army? The night demon ancestor faltered. I mean the heavenly demon army? There is no army coming to the Shaling clan. It is merely the two of us. Emperor Wudao's words struck the night demon ancestor like a thunderclap, sending a jolt through him. In that moment, he felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end, rooted to the spot in shock. No army, just the two of them, solely daring to invade the ancestral grounds of the Shaling clan alone? Was it the case that Wudao had mistakenly taken a wrong medicine? Or was he still ensconced in his coffin, lost in the throes of a bizarre nightmare? What's the matter? Are you frightened? Wudao suddenly halted his steps and inquired. Ha ha ha. The night demon ancestor chuckled awkwardly, striving to mask the embarrassment that gnawed at his insides. How could that be? With such audacity to venture into the domain of the slaughtering spirit ancestor, I, as your old servant, shall accompany you on this journey, even if it costs me my life. The night demon ancestor spoke with fervor, yet internally, he lamented deeply, cursing the progenitors of the night owl through and through. Were it not for the absence of the night owl, he would have relished the opportunity to deliver a resounding slap to that fool who had concocted such a reckless scheme. Chapter 95. The Rise of the Imperial War and the Descent of the Demon Army upon the ancestral land of the Shaolin tribe. A dense mist swirled ominously, tendrils drifting through the air, which was thick with a pungent stench of decay. Ethereal green phosphorescence flickered intermittently, resembling countless ghostly eyes peering into the void. Not far away, several black stone tablets loomed, their surfaces inscribed with twisted and bizarre runes, exuding a chilling aura in the dimness. The tablets were entwined with unknown black vines, appearing almost alive as they subtly writhed. An unending flow of demonic energy coursed through the vines, seeping into the coffins hidden behind the tablets. How curious, you ancient beings! Seemingly so fond of residing within your coffins, mused Wudao, striding forth, his black cloak billowing ominously, his gaze casually sweeping the surroundings. His tone was relaxed yet laced with a hint of indifferent mockery. Behind him, the night demon ancestor trailed closely, his demeanor tense and taut, nearly choking on Wudao's words. At such a moment, he could scarcely fathom that Wudao would pose such a trivial question. For ancient entities like themselves, sustained by the heritage of their lineage, where else could they lie if not within their coffins? These coffins, forged from special demonic stones, not only halted the passage of life but also possessed formidable protective power. They were the foundation upon which the Shaolin ancestor rested and safeguarded their ancestral land. At that moment, a low hum resonated, and the runes on the distant tablets surged ominously, causing the earth to tremble. A terrifying aura began to awaken. Who dares disturb our slumber? An ethereal shadow emerged from the right tablet, vaguely resembling an elder. It was the willful specter of the Shaolin ancestor, enveloped in an ancient essence. His voice was a deep, hoarse echo that reverberated through the desolate ancestral grounds, tinged with a mixture of anger and authority at being disturbed. Even at the brink of death, you remain unwilling to awaken. Wudao shook his head, raising his palm slowly as he pressed forward. In an instant, a surge of terrifying spiritual energy erupted, sweeping across the ancestral land, causing the void to tremble. A colossal shadow of a hand materialized out of thin air, radiating a dazzling light and embodying the power to annihilate worlds. The sudden crisis caught the will of the Shaolin ancestor off guard. He had never anticipated that someone would possess the audacity to intrude upon the Shaolin ancestral grounds. Without the luxury of uttering further words, he acted resolutely. Such an event had never occurred in the countless millennia prior. The ancestral land was not merely a repository of heritage, it held no rare treasures. Only ancient entities in slumber, who would dare to disrupt peace in another's ancestral grounds, essentially courting death. Bang! With a muffled thud, the spectral will had scarcely reacted before being crushed into oblivion by overwhelming pressure. As the will dissolved, a series of crisp, cracking sounds echoed. The black stone tablets standing in the ancestral ground began to fracture, and soon they shattered entirely. In that moment, an ancient and formidable essence flowed forth from the broken tablets and the coffins, akin to awakening primordial demons, infused with the weight of millennia and ferocity. The ancestral land trembled violently, a cacophony of sounds echoing through the air as shadowy figures ascended like a dark cloud, suffocating all beneath them. Night demon, how dare you trespass upon my clan's ancestral ground? You seek death. An enraged roar reverberated from within the shadows. Subsequently, four figures clad in ancient demonic robes materialized. Exuding a formidable aura, their eyes filled with wrath and murderous intent, fixated on Emperor Wudao and the Night Demon ancestor. In terms of heritage, the Night Demon clan was indeed the weakest entity in the ancient demon realm. Any of these beings could contend with the Night Demon ancestor. Suppressing his unease, the Night Demon ancestor let out a cold snort. The Shaolin clan has conspired with the Sin Demon, betraying the heavenly demon sovereign. This is an act of utter treachery. I have come alongside the young master today to annihilate your Shaolin clan. If you surrender obediently, the young master might still show leniency due to past affiliations. Youth master? The Shaolin ancestor's eyes narrowed, their gaze piercing like a flame directed at Emperor Wudao, their brow furrowing involuntarily. They could not discern Emperor Wudao's cultivation level. Are you Emperor Wudao? One of the Shaling clan's ancestors inquired in a low voice. Despite their prolonged slumber, they had heard whispers of the significant events unfolding in the extreme north demon domain. The audacity of Emperor Wudao to tread into the Shaling clan's ancestral land left them no room for complacency. They had to remain vigilant. Why ask so many questions when death is imminent? Emperor Wudao replied coldly, stepping forward with an overwhelming aura. At some point, the Zhan Emperor's sword materialized in his palm, its blade shimmering with a chilling radiance, emanating an overwhelming aura of slaughter. In the next moment, Emperor Wudao struck. An unparalleled sword might radiated from him, rippling through the entire space. It was inconceivable, as if it held the power to create and destroy worlds, capable of piercing through all realms. The mere overflow of sword intent shattered the surrounding void like a fractured mirror, splintering and breaking apart. Imperial artifact? The Shaling ancestor gasped, exclaiming in shock. There was no time for hesitation. The power unleashed by Emperor Wudao instilled fear in their hearts. Demonic light began to converge, gray mist surged forth, and the overwhelming imperial might reverberated throughout the heavens, resonating with thunderous roars. Some unleashed their palms, obscuring the sun, as if they could shatter the firmament. Others extended their claws, tearing through the sky, rending the fabric of space with gaping black wounds. Yet others summoned their life-bound artifacts, waves of demonic shadows surging forth, devouring the world like a relentless tide. The entire void began to collapse violently, and the ancestral land beneath their feet buckled under the strain, fissures appearing like monstrous cracks, threatening to be utterly obliterated by the cataclysmic assault. Thunderous booms echoed incessantly. In the realm of the demonic mountain, beams of sword light shot forth like meteors, terrifyingly piercing the heavens. What is this? This is bad. We must flee. Countless cultivators of the Shaling clan stared in shock, their faces as pale as paper, witnessing the apocalyptic scene before them, crying out in terror. Everyone, retreat from the clan's grounds. A thunderous command resounded from within the clan's estate. Immediately, formidable figures emerged, namely the leader of the Shaling clan and several elders. Their expressions were grave as they fixed their gaze upon the ancestral land, where an earth-shattering imperial battle was unfolding. The terrifying fluctuations of the imperial realm spread unchecked, and a moment's carelessness could lead to the entire Shaling clan's descent into ruin and annihilation. To flee? To where? A chilling voice reverberated through the void. Thunderous roars echoed, the heavens trembled, and soon, numerous void passages materialized. The celestial demon warships and ancient demonic vessels obscured the sky. On board stood formidable demon-armored sentinels, their bodies wreathed in surging demonic energy, exuding an overwhelming intent to kill. Others rode upon fearsome ancient beasts, stepping forth from the boundless darkness. This was an invincible demonic army from the celestial demon realm, capable of annihilating worlds. Chapter 96. The three ancestors battle in the endless void. The members of the Shaling tribe, witnessing the overwhelming spectacle before them, could hardly fail to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The dark army of the celestial demons loomed ominously, and the 9 nether guards had assembled. This was a harbinger of annihilation for the Shaling tribe. Vice Commander Yu, what do you mean by that? The leader of the Shaling tribe, suppressing the tumultuous waves of emotions within, inquired. The Shaling tribe has colluded with malevolent demons and committed heinous crimes, rendering its existence unnecessary. From this day forth, the 9 nether guards shall take control of the Shaling tribe. Yu Shang's expression was icy, each word laced with an unyielding chill. As he advanced through the void, his piercing gaze was fixated on the leader of the Shaling tribe, as if he were already pronouncing his final judgment. The leader's eyes narrowed. The return of the old ancestor Insha was shrouded in secrecy. Even if the celestial demon realm had conducted inquiries, he did not believe that the 9 nether guards would dare to indiscriminately slaughter the Shaling tribe without substantial evidence. At this moment, he was far more concerned about the identity of those engaged in fierce combat within their ancestral grounds. Do you have evidence? The leader's voice was grave as he posed the question. Upon hearing this, Yu Shang's lips curled into a frigid smirk, accompanied by a disdainful chuckle. He slowly raised his hand, declaring, "When you descend to hell, I shall burn a piece of evidence for you." No sooner had he spoken than Yu Shang abruptly waved his arm. In an instant, the demonic ships glimmered with arcane runes, releasing an overwhelming surge of dark power. Countless demon guards brandished their demonic spears and blades, surrounded by a tempest of dark energy, raising a deafening battle cry that echoed through the heavens. Kill! Kill! Flatten the Shaling tribe! The sound of a tsunami reverberated. The vast shadows of the demons surged toward the Shaling tribe, wielding their blades. driven by a bloodthirsty desire and unwavering resolve to slay. "You dare, Yushang!" The leader of the Shaling tribe bellowed in fury, taken aback by Yushang's decisive command to launch an attack. Meanwhile, news of the celestial demon army's descent upon the ancient demon realm spread like wildfire throughout the extreme northern regions of the demon domain. The various demon clans were shaken to their core. In an instant, powerful and ancient figures emerged from the depths of their respective clan territories, tearing through the void as they rushed toward the ancient demon realm. At this moment, the ancestral ground of the Shaling tribe had already descended into a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The entire ancestral domain lay shattered, space collapsing, and the laws of heaven and earth crumbling under the force of immense power, plunging everything into chaos. The aftermath of the battle spread recklessly, extending from the realm of reality into the endless void. Wherever it reached, devastation reigned supreme. In the boundless void, terrifying fissures appeared, as if the universe itself had been torn asunder. From these rifts surged horrific void storms, containing a terrifying power capable of devouring all. Countless fragments of stars were ruthlessly consumed by the tempest, vanishing without a trace, as if they had never existed. In the imperial realm, in the void, the three ancestors of the Shaling tribe gazed in disbelief at the figure of Wudao, who approached steadily from the depths of the void. His ascent to the Holy King realm had already sent shockwaves throughout the entirety of the primordial sacred universe. Yet who could have anticipated that he would not only reach the Holy King realm but now ascend into the imperial realm? Such astonishing achievements cannot merely be described as extraordinary, they utterly subvert the collective perception. Even at this moment, witnessing the event firsthand, the three ancestral figures remain unable to comprehend the reality before them. Meanwhile, the Emperor Wudao, striding through the void, casually surveyed the boundless expanse. Are they all gathered? He was aware that the peak powers of the ancient clans from the extreme north demon domain had all descended upon this empty realm. Yet, none dared to step into the Demon Sha ancient realm. After all, the Nine Nether Emperor loomed within the infinite starry sky, resembling an insurmountable mountain. Merely by his presence, he was sufficient to instill fear in all directions. Emperor Wudao withdrew his gaze and turned to regard the three ancestral figures of the Shaling clan. To be frank, he felt disappointed. He had initially assumed that these ancient beings, having concealed themselves within the imperial realm for tens of thousands of years, had attained unparalleled strength. However, to Emperor Wudao, they appeared rather unimpressive. Employing the slaying emperor's sword would be a desecration of such an imperial weapon. Boom. In the next moment, the immortal demon rebirth technique erupted from Emperor Wudao. The void seemed to be mercilessly kneaded by an invisible hand, trembling violently. Endless hues of dawn and demonic energy surged from all directions, enveloping the entirety of the boundless void. The terrifying momentum shook the heavens and the earth, as if it sought to overturn this realm entirely. The three ancestral figures of the Shaling clan were taken aback by this display. They let out furious roars, sensing an unprecedented and lethal threat. In a moment of life and death, the three ancestors dared not hold back any longer, fervently activating their life-bound artifacts. Instantly, demonic light flickered as waves of demonic soldiers, charged with overwhelming dark energy, surged forth. Each of these demonic soldiers was a treasure forged through countless epochs, and the summoning of each one distorted the void, as if it could not withstand their terrifying power. Emperor Wudao regarded this with indifference. With a mere gesture, a colossal arm, enveloped in boundless demonic energy, surged forth, resembling an ancient demonic mountain crashing down. The three ancestors dared not confront it directly, rapidly evading with swift movements. Yet, that demonic arm appeared to possess awareness, relentlessly pursuing them. One ancestor gritted his teeth, the brilliance of his demonic weapon intensifying as he attempted to withstand this cataclysmic strike. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the demonic weapon shattered instantly, dispersing into countless fragments. The ancestor was struck by the residual force of the demonic arm, spewing blood and soaring backward like a kite with its strings severed. The other two ancestors, witnessing this, were filled with horror. They each invoked the secret arts of their clan. In an instant, their auras surged dramatically, the surrounding demonic energy thickening as if it sought to stain the very void itself in inky darkness. However, to Emperor Wudao, all of this was futile. He extended two fingers and lightly tapped the void. Instantly, myriad rays of dawn surged forth, coalescing into an unparalleled imperial palm. It descended upon the two Shaling ancestors, and wherever it passed, the void collapsed, with chaotic spatial currents spilling forth. Rumbling. The terrifying clash of spiritual power plunged the boundless void into chaos, stars extinguished, and vacuums emerged. Under the weight of the supreme imperial seal, the two Shaoling ancestors were drenched in blood, their auras utterly depleted. However, they had no time to react. In the next moment, they felt a gaze akin to that of an ancient celestial emperor bearing down upon them. The gaze held no trace of emotion, only an infinite profundity, as if it could perceive the very essence of the universe. The light within the eyes flowed, seemingly containing the ultimate truths of the heavenly path. With merely a glance, the surrounding spatial laws contorted and collapsed. Upon witnessing this, the ancient spirit elder felt a surge of intense unease. There was scarcely time to evade. Instinctively, he summoned all defensive measures, demonic soldiers, magical artifacts, and protective shields, layered upon one another in an attempt to withstand this bizarre strike. Yet, under the dominion of the celestial gaze, all their efforts appeared pathetically fragile. The demonic soldiers, magical artifacts, and shields merely grazed the heavenly domain, as if severed by countless intricate beams of light, instantly reducing them to mere dust. Chapter 97. A sword slash shocking the multitude of demons. The elder of the evil spirit coughed blood repeatedly in the void, his heart gripped by an unprecedented terror, causing his spirit to tremble. Fear unlike any he had ever known engulfed him. They were terrified. The formidable power of Emperor Wudao had utterly shattered their understanding. Beneath the gaze of the heavenly eye and within the realm of the heavens, the three elders were horrified to discover that their surrounding spiritual energy was disintegrating uncontrollably. Their once proud physical forms were being eroded inch by the force of the domain. The sensation was akin to countless steel needles piercing every inch of their skin and every fragment of their bones, the excruciating pain rendering them nearly incapable of coherent thought. Yet, the nightmare did not cease there. Even their souls were firmly imprisoned within this terrifying realm. An invisible power relentlessly severed their spirits, each wound inflicting profound anguish deep within their souls, as if their consciousness was on the verge of complete annihilation. No, I refuse to accept this. One elder howled with a voice full of despair and defiance. In the profound silence of the void, his cries echoed, sounding so diminutive and powerless. However, Emperor Wudao remained unperturbed by the unfolding scene. In the next moment, a potent force of devouring energy erupted from within him, and the three evil spirit elders began to twist and contort under this terrifying force. In mere moments, their essence and vitality were entirely consumed. Emperor Wudao's aura surged dramatically, with endless brilliance and demonic energy swirling around him. Standing in the void, he resembled a supreme demon emperor surveying the scarred expanse, his gaze cold and unyielding. Then, with a mere thought, an ancient black banner materialized before him. The banner fluttered in the wind, its surface inscribed with bizarre runes that glimmered with a chilling light. As the banner of 10,000 demons appeared, an eerie and sinister aura spread throughout the vicinity. Emperor Wudao extended his palm toward the void, capturing three ethereal shadows from the depths of the abyss. They were the souls of the three evil spirit elders. At that moment, their souls appeared dim and unstable, teetering on the brink of collapse, emitting piercing wails in the void. Emperor Wudao's expression remained indifferent, devoid of any compassion, as he wielded the banner of 10,000